All right. So the trend of yesterday with the new guy who hasn't yet answered it, Drace. Why, how, when, what, who, when, where, why did you become a flat earther?
Me, it was back in 2014. I have always explored beyond the box, if you will, like looked at the extremities of theories and or theoretical science and different ideas. So I always loved looking at that kind of stuff. So when I saw Flat Earth 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay on YouTube, I was like, okay, I'll check that out. But like, I thought it was retarded, and as I kept watching it, I was like, okay, I have excuses for this. Like, you obviously don't know about gravity. You obviously don't know about refraction, and because I surface level knew about all these things. Obviously, you go through education, you learn about these things, but somehow you think that other people have never learned about these things. But I had highly educated friends because like I didn't like become an astrophysicist. I eventually dropped out of school and just kept on studying for myself because I just didn't want to pay and waste my time in school. I felt the education was too slow and it wasn't at my pace, so I liked learning on my own. And so I just kept on studying myself, and I was very into psychology. But I had two friends from school who went on to one became an astrophysicist, the other one became a robotic engineer, and so when I saw that video, I thought I have these friends who are highly educated in this topic and could provide me with experiments and proofs so that I could show this flat earther about gravity, about refraction. And so I got both of them to chat with me in different texts, and then I just played devil's advocate. I just asked them questions about the model, asked them for evidence and experiments, and the more they attempted to provide, the worse it looked, because I could easily poke holes in a bunch of the shit and they couldn't answer it without going into imaginations and having no actual substance to back that. And then it ended up with basically the astrophysicist and the robotic engineer proxy fighting between each other through me, because one of them held, or the robotic engineer held, Newtonian gravity as like the standard. I would call everything the other guy said, or the astrophysicist said about Einstein and his conception of how things worked, retarded, and vice versa. And because they were kind of invalidating each other, and it kind of started with the astrophysicist calling the other one retarded, and so the other one got a little bit triggered, and they just started fighting. And so that didn't feel very good for me when all I had was my belief in the globe and these people who were supposed to be my experts, and here I was, technically a layman, even though I'd studied roughly a little bit of these things on the side because like my friends were into this, and I love physics and love science. And so that was the like almost a breaking point for me. But so after that conversation, I kept talking to the astrophysicist friend because he was like my closer friend, and we played games together for years, and he'd always kind of looked up to me because I had more like social intelligence, if you will. He was very awkward. He was better at math than me. And so, like, we kind of complimented each other. I helped him get his first girlfriend and stuff like that. when he was young. So I felt like I kind of had access and was able to talk to him more, but when I showed all this resistance to his beliefs, playing devil's advocate, he got so defensive that he tried to like attack me, and I was like, I'm not a flat earther, I'm just trying to understand this so I can like present it to the flat earthers. But he got so angry that like we went back and forth, and eventually he's like, I'm not going to talk to you. And at that point I'm like, okay, well, no problem. And we went our separate ways, and I just started looking at all the flat earth content I could find to just try to understand, how the hell do you try to explain all this stuff if there's no solid ground for me to stand on in my globe belief? How do you guys explain this? And then I went through all that theory crafting period, which generally happens when you go through this flat earth awakening. You go through this period where you want to replace the old model, and so you think about all of these different ways to try to model things out, when that's not really possible without more data. You can, if you're basing it on assumptions, you can always imagine different things to fill those spots and bend things to make it work with your idea. That's not good enough for me, and so I eventually came to the point where I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a flat earther, and I started talking to the guys here on 24/7 on YouTube, joined the Discord, and that's my story.
So are you saying that the robotic engineer doesn't believe in Einsteinian gravity, and he only believes in Newtonian gravity? I find it hard to believe that he would say
it's not that
the other guy's stupid.
It's not that he doesn't believe in Einsteinian gravity. It's that the Einsteinian conceptions, some of those conceptions he doesn't agree with, and thinks that the Newtonian way of looking at things is more correct. And so they would argue like cats and dogs over, for instance, the inertial reference frame and other things like that.
So again, that still doesn't make sense, because the astrophysicist who would have said, he favors Einsteinian gravity, he would still look at Newtonian gravity like as part of a smaller scale, planetary solar system type way of looking at things. He wouldn't disagree with that.
No, you don't understand.
He would not have disagreed with that.
Newton and Einstein fundamentally disagree on certain aspects within the framework, and so when I'm trying to understand the framework and where they have the evidence for the framework, they disagree because they think the framework is different.
Can you
like the robotic engineer didn't understand general relativity. He just had the layman's understanding of Einstein, and so he had the practical understanding of like using his Newtonian equations and being like, yeah, this is how it is, and that's how he argued it. I honestly think it came mostly down to the robotic engineer didn't understand general relativity enough, didn't understand the differences between the two theories well enough, and so when the astrophysicist is like trying to dunk on him with like and calling him stupid, it's understandable that he gets a little bit triggered.
I don't know. I suppose the robotic engineer didn't go to school, or maybe he went to like DeVry or something like that. or like some technical college. Like he certainly didn't go through like the normal course because you have to have a certain degree of understanding of physics to get into engineering degrees, right? Especially ones that lead to robotic career.
You get a general understanding of general relativity. You don't get a very deep understanding of general relativity. There's two different things. You specify in that when you go into astrophysics, whereas robotic engineering isn't using general relativity much.
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying there, but I still think the way you phrase it, I guess, where the guy didn't understand general relativity. I mean, that seemed, I don't know, for him to have a degree in robotics, right? He would have had to have gone through some physics courses, especially ones concerning general relativity. Right?
Yeah, but do you understand the difference between the inertial reference frames, for instance?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, to him, things on the ground were at rest. Like, he was using mass-on-mass attraction. He wasn't using bending and warping of space-time. You see the difference?
Yeah, well, that's where Newtonian gravity comes into play when it's at smaller scales, right?
Yeah, that's
like
where he
the only time general relativity really comes into play with large objects, right? Such as galaxies and shit like that. That's the only time it really kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, that's
if you're working on a planetary scale or even a solar system scale, I mean, Newtonian physics works just fine, right? I mean, the math is the same. It's just the ideal behind what's causing it to happen. Right?
You also gotta think about the thing, like, different teachers teach things better or worse. Different schools have better curriculums and stuff. Like, different countries have different curriculums, better or worse. You have also individual differences where, like, how well did you pay attention in class? Like, there's so much stuff that comes into this. So, like, I can't judge him for not knowing everything about Einstein.
I suppose the one guy, the robotics guy, probably has a general disagreement with Einsteinian relativity. I suppose that is such a thing. You know, I imagine that can be like a real thing. I won't deny that. I mean, there are many people in physics right now who disagree with Einstein, right? So
yeah, I mean, Eric Weinstein, although he is trying to improve upon it, not just deny it.
Whereas you just flat out deny it, right?
Well, I need to see evidence for it. I don't need to deny something. First you need to prove it exists before I have something to deny.
Well, it exists in the framework, like you said, right? The framework and the math works out. So, I mean, what else could we call it? I mean, we could call it flibbity-gibbet, I suppose, if you want. Flibbity-gibbet is the reason why planets orbit stars, right?
Well, you haven't verified that. You haven't verified any aspect of that. It's just it's a house of cards of assumptions.
No, sure, but the observations
it's connected to it's connected to the table. Table is not an assumption in this metaphor.
No, but what I'm saying, it's an explanation for something that's going on. It could be wrong. Right, it could be like I said,
it could be wrong.
Right,
it could be wrong.
There is certainly something going on that causes these planets to orbit stars, right?
Well, you're assuming they're planets, and you're making a bunch of assumptions about gravity.
Well, now you're just
and the causes of all these things.
Conspiracy. You're just delving into conspiracy.
No, this is not a conspiracy. How is this a conspiracy?
That we're assuming they're planets?
Yeah. How do you know they're planets?
Well, they've sent objects to them. They've sent.
How do you know that?
Well, again, now you're just delving into the world of.
No, I'm just asking you. How do you know that?
What they told us, right?
I'm just asking you. How do you know that?
Because they sent back photos. And let me guess, you saw a photo of King Kong now, so it must be real, right?
No, you saw a photo. You believe that photo. That's fine. Why do I have to believe it?
I don't care if you do or not.
Yeah, so it's fine. Like, that's just a belief for you. I don't need to have that belief.
So you're like if you can't poke it with a stick, you can't verify it type of guy, right?
No. I mean, if something, like, I have not been to Japan, but I know Japan exists because I can go to Japan myself and check it out.
Well, you could probably go to space too if you had enough money.
No. It's called verifiable. It's something I can go and verify myself right now if I want to. I cannot go into outer space.
Because you don't have the money, right?
It's just not verifiable for me.
If you had the money, you probably could, right?
Well, you believe that's possible. I don't have to believe that.
Yeah, because you're foolish, you monkey.
No, I'm just not foolish enough to have blind beliefs that have no substance or verifiable evidence to back them.
When you say no substance, you're disqualifying everything we have, right?
What do you have? Show me.
So everything I'm going to post right now, you're going to disqualify, correct?
You're just assuming. I asked you to show me.
Okay, so like if I pull up a picture from NASA, you're going to be like, no, that's not true.
Well, if you pull up a picture from NASA, I'm going to say, well, you believe that picture, I don't have to believe it. Give me evidence that picture is true, and you cannot provide that. Are you just going to talk over me because you cannot listen to the words I'm saying?
We wouldn't be having a conversation if I couldn't listen to the words you're saying. You do understand.
Why are you talking over me, dumbass?
Because I'm trying to understand what you mean by substance now.
How can you understand what I'm saying if you keep talking over me?
Because you're not addressing the point, so I need to keep pivoting you back to the actual point again. So now...
No, I'm addressing the point.
Okay.
You're not listening, so how could you know if I'm addressing the point or not?
I am listening. That's why I'm responding.
You're talking over me. How can you know if you're talking over me when you don't answer the thing I'm saying? So it doesn't make any sense.
Can we bring it back to the argument rather than bickering over who's talking over who? Because he's giving you space now.
Giving me space? Present an argument.
My argument is that you claim that the whole world is fake, or that's a
straw man argument.
That is your ideal of what's going on.
That's a straw man argument. I don't claim the whole world is fake.
Well, you would have to if you would think it was.
I don't have to. You have to claim that I have to, but I don't have to, and I never have.
Well, I suppose you can just take the dumb guy route. Right? Be like, oh, I don't know.
Well, I suppose you can just start making up bullshit and try to imagine other things.
But no, I mean, I've seen this line of reasoning before where anything. Are you going to talk over me?
All I'm asking for is evidence of your belief. I have not presented a claim or anything, so...
I mean, we've seen live video of the shit, right? Some people watched it live.
Live video of what, dude? Live video of what?
Of objects in space orbiting the Earth. And even going away from the Earth towards the moon. Right?
Dude, how can you Yeah. So what, yeah, hold on, friend. What film shows an object completing an orbit of the Earth? What film?
Well, any of the shuttle missions or in any of the, what's the thing that's up there now? The ISS, any of them missions, that thing's orbiting Earth. I mean, what else could it be doing?
No, dude. No, like I said, what film shows something completing an orbit?
Oh, so you want something outside of that object, filming it going around.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just filming you traveling around, and then you're inferring it's orbiting. That's not an orbit.
Well, what else could it be doing? And by the way, in order to get that shot that you want, you would have to be incredibly far away, and you wouldn't be able to see the object that's orbiting.
That's not my problem that you can't prove that something's orbiting something, dude. That's your problem.
We don't have to see that. We can we can
Right, we
see
don't
it in
have
real
to see
time
it.
as they go around.
Exactly, we don't have to see it because you're just inferring it. Good point.
Right. Again, we don't have to go above the ISS and look down on it to see it circling around. We can look from inside it. I mean, you're not asking people to take pictures of airplanes from above them flying from California to China. You know what I mean? You're not asking for that. You can sit in that airplane and know you went from California to China.
Fair point. The problem is that flying from one location on Earth to another is not extraordinary. What is extraordinary is the idea of a giant space ball that's not curved anywhere. That's extraordinary.
What do you mean not curved anywhere?
Yeah, not curved. You know, like when you go out into the real world, there's no curve anywhere.
It's been measured several times. Right?
Oh, really? So now you finally get it that the picture idea was a stupid idea, but the curvature measurement
No, the picture is just
real evidence.
cherry on the cake.
Oh,
cherry on the pie.
Don't matter. No, the measurements are the cherry, dude, not the other way around.
Well, the measurements beat y'all before we even went to space, right? So
yeah, cool. So that's what you should have led with. So what's your measurements? Hit me.
Well, there's been several taken. You know what I mean?
Oh, really? So several. So just give us one then. From the major ones you could pick from, just pick one.
Well, shit. I mean, you can go out and do it yourself, right? You can go out to a long bridge or something like that and measure it yourself, right? Yeah, just look at any of the geologists who fucking measured it, right? Well, yeah, I suppose I can go on the internet and Google random geologists who measured curve, and I'll show it to you, and you'd be like, "Oh, that's just fake. They're just telling you that."
I don't know, dude. You don't seem to have a very high standard of evidence here, bro.
What is your standard of evidence? Being outside of the ISS, above it, looking down at the Earth, watching it fly around? That's your standard.
Dude, why are you going backwards? I thought we were on measurements.
No, but I understand your standards, though. Your standards are unattainable from anyone.
Yeah. Standards that would actually arbitrate the proposition conclusively. Yeah, those standards.
Again, your standards are incredibly high. You're asking someone to watch a plane fly from California to California to China and being like, "Oh yeah, look, I can see it flying over there. It must have went there."
No, don't worry about it, bro. I'm just asking for it to be validated of the claim of what it's actually doing, not just a bunch of guesswork and inference.
It is validated. Like we measured it, and then we went to space and saw it. That was.
You haven't given an example. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Did I not ask for an example, and I still haven't heard one yet?
I suppose I'll have to bring up my internet and post you a link of some geologist or somebody like that who's fucking...
Oh, yeah, you're going to post some random link that you didn't read?
Right, some random link that you won't believe, right?
No, actually, what actually is going to happen is a random link that will be scrutinized, and then if it's correct, it'll be acquiesced, and if it's not, it'll be critiqued. I mean, it almost sounds like you have this ending.
It's just like the,
go ahead.
It's just like the trip to South or the Antarctic Circle, right? Antarctica.
What about it?
It's just like that. Like you guys don't believe a word of that. You guys think it's all fake because I guess
it's irrelevant. No, dude. We here.
No, it's just your standard of evidence is ridiculous.
Holy shit, dude. No, dude. Nobody here said that that's like not happening. We said it's irrelevant to the proposition whether the Earth is flat or not.
Well, I would love to see a model where that works.
Dude, I would love to see you present a syllogism that proves that whether or not you see the 24-hour sun can decide whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
Because there's no physical object that it can do it on that's flat.
Do what?
What it did in Antarctica.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That is a positive statement by me. There is no physical object that can happen.
So lay out all the assumptions that are necessary to carry that conclusion and parse out all the particulars for me that reaches your conclusion of an assessment.
Well, you can model it, right?
Oh.
Or can you?
So
not?
You can reify.
Can you model it on a flat Earth?
Dude,
I would love to see that.
Yeah, it's easy.
All right, well, maybe you'll show it to me one day.
Yeah, an Einstein-Rosen loop manifold, which is inverted time and space, dude, where an object is translocated in many different facets, dude. Easy.
So
Problem solved.
word salad, right?
Oh, wait a minute. So Einstein is word salad?
No, the way you're using that though is you're just saying.
No. What I'm saying is, so you just said it just has to be modeled. I gave you a way it could be modeled, and then all of a sudden it's word salad. So you see, it doesn't matter, dude, what's presented to you. Okay, you have assumptions about the nature of the Earth and the Sun relative to each other in free space, that they're concrete objects that have a particular distance, particular orientations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You got all these assumptions stacked, right? You don't even know what they are.
No, I'm trying to understand how the Einstein-Rosen bridge thing can make it seem like there's a circling sun around the bottom there. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. That's why I called it word salad, because you use that for you just brought that up for no, and there's no.
Dude, no, it's very simple. How do you? Yeah, it's very simple. Yeah, no, it's simple. How do you see things? By light entering your eye, right?
Yeah.
For the optic, right? So the only thing that's required is the light of the object to reach the observer's point of view. That's it.
Right. So the sun can be doing whatever it wants to do as long as it fits your flat Earth, right?
Well, I mean, that's what you do.
Well, no, we can actually model it on a physical object, right? We can actually show it to you.
Okay. So you can model it this way. I can model it that way. Whose model is better?
You can't model it.
Model's validated.
You can't model it. You say you can, you cannot. Without using some kind of nonsense refraction.
Flaming bird.
So you just admitted it can be modeled.
Oh yeah, with some magic light bending property, sure. But I'd like to see it. I would like to see it.
When something doesn't match the geometric claims, to appeal to magic bendy light is ridiculous. Guess what,
because you don't need magic bending light with the ball.
Oh, really? No, you do need magic bendy light.
Not yes, you do need it. Yes, you do. In Antarctica, you don't.
You need it for every single observation that supersedes.
You don't need it to model out the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
So what? You need it for everything else. Like why the horizon? Why the horizon is 10 times further, dude.
You need ridiculous amounts of refraction to make that work.
No, I don't need refraction at all, dude.
Oh, so you can make it work without refraction.
I can make it work with transdimensional relocation.
And at the same time circling around the planet.
Yeah.
Or the Earth, whatever you call it.
Yeah, it's called transdimensional relocation, dude.
That's
in two places at once, dude. In a higher dimension.
That's gobbledygook. That's gobbledygook. That's woo-woo.
So you don't believe so you don't actually believe in the heliocentric worldview about superpositions and other type of stuff and all that other nonsense? You don't believe that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, because the sun's in a superposition in Antarctica. Right. Again, that's trying to shoehorn in that into your.
Yeah, I mean it's cool, dude. It's cool that you think that this is just out there, dude. But notice how you're just talking about something that's occurring in the sky, dude. When are you going to talk about the measurement of the ground that you were supposed to have given me like 10 minutes ago?
Well, yeah, it's been measured several times.
I know you keep saying that, but it seems to be a joke. Yeah, there seems to be a choke every time it's time to, show us an example.
You have a Google, dude. You can fucking go on.
Oh, yeah.
You guys don't even have a chat to coincide with your fucking...
We got a chat?
What are you? So Google is your
Did this dude just say we don't have a chat to coincide with our stream? What the
side chat?
Yeah, I don't know. I just...
Oh, my God.
It's
unbelievable.
General
There's no surface measurements, dude.
I mean, if there's another chat, please point me to it.
Bro, what platform are you on? PC? Mac? Okay, so PC. So if you're looking at all our faces in the tiles, in the very upper top right corner, you're going to see a very small, probably faded black or gray little chat head. You got to go over there, click that once.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Down menu. Yep.
Thank you. I didn't know you
Hey, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's not as intuitive as it used to be. Yeah, so go ahead and put in a measurement of the Earth being a curved globe where it doesn't assume that the Earth is a curved globe in the first place. I'd like to see one of those. But I relent because I actually think I steamrolled over my bro who was in the middle of a convo because I'm hyped.
Oh no, I appreciate it. Like, I was getting annoyed. I would have started calling him a retard if you hadn't stepped in.
Wait, did I call him a retard?
No, I think you managed to dodge it. I think we just barely dodged it.
I think it's just awesome that now you got Globers saying gobbledygook about Einstein.
Oh yeah, and if you need magic bendy light to answer for the geometric inadequacies of your claim, that's crazy. Even though Glover's have been doing that since day one.
We don't
Why
need
is
to
the
measure
horizon-
the surface of the Earth. We got pictures.
Yeah. Well, I don't know any scientific journal that accepts pictures alone as prima facie evidence of the conclusion of a matter. They require other data corresponding, right? Correlating, validating.
It's always the same appeal to authority.
He assumed that the Einstein, what's it called, the Rosen loop, that has a bunch of refraction built into it, when really it's like it's got just like things like appearing in different places, right? Basically, just gobbledygook.
The government agencies told me so. They showed me all their evidence. That's all I need to know. Ask your Google. Your Google will let you know. You got a Google, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm not looking it up, because I already know how you guys feel about that. It's all government. The government told you that, therefore it's real. And in my view, everything's fake. Everything's fake. 9/11 was a hoax. Nobody died in none of the shootings. Let me guess, you guys do it all, right?
Yeah, no, we don't. This is flat Earth strictly. You're not providing us with evidence. Please do so.
Yeah, that was just a poisoning the well and strawman fallacies on steroids. Like, get checked.
No, but that's the truth, though. Right?
It's
You guys
not.
think
You're
the
just a
whole world is
liar and a
fake?
fucking idiot. That's
You guys think the whole world
that's
is
the
fake?
truth.
Because for real,
No, we never claimed that. That's your retarded.
Uh-oh, Dre's going off the deep end.
So if
Yeah,
they're
I'm
lying
going to call him
to
retarded endlessly if he doesn't stop. And so, like somebody needs to either rein him in and get him to talk sense, or he just needs to be booted.
No, he needs to put forth a piece of evidence and stop dancing around. I mean, or transversely, you could ask flat earthers to present some flat earth evidence. That'd be fair as well.
Yeah, anything other than just talking nonsense and lying about people and just making up stuff, like, that's not what we're talking about. We're not in your fairy tale imagination land about other people. You ready to give us your curve now?
Ask your Google for the curvature calculator.
Yeah, ask Google for some
I don't
help.
need to. I've seen photos of it looking curved, right? Now, and I'm not talking about photos from space neither. I'm talking about photos of long stretches of bridges and stuff that clearly are curved, right?
So the bridges
So
look
Greg-
curved, therefore the Earth is curved. Is that your argument now?
Well, I mean, what could be causing that, right?
I don't know, dude. I guess it would depend on the bridge because a lot of bridges are designed to be curved.
I'm talking about long straight bridges, long flat bridges, right? I'm not
Well,
talking
if they're
about.
long and straight and flat, they're not curved. Pick one. They're either flat or they're curved.
Well, when you
I don't know.
take a picture down the length of them, they look like they're
Hey,
going down.
claiming, slow down. They're either flat or they're curved. Please pick one.
They're both.
So flat objects are now
They're
curved.
built level above the ground, right?
So they're built level, they're flat, but yet you see they're curved. You should
Well, when
go
you
and
look
get your
down the
eyes
length
checked,
of
mate.
them, when you
All right,
look
cool.
down the
All right,
length of
all
them,
right.
they're curved, right?
Cool. Example, please.
Gosh, what's the one? I don't know. I guess. Let me go look. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Nah, because you guys are just going to claim it's fake anyway, so there's no point.
Oh my goodness, dude. Then why even? If there's no point, why are you here, bro?
The funny thing is, we didn't claim anything was fake. He's just retarded.
Okay, listen. If you present a picture of a bridge that in the image has the apparent nature of what looks like a curved line to the bridge, and we say, "Oh, it's because of this optical effect, or it's because the way that perspective works when you're using this certain lens, or this, that, and the other." That's not just saying it's fake. It's just saying your claim about because the image is curved means the Earth is curved might be fake. So I think you're just Freudian slip reverse engineering a projection onto us that your argument is just that you're convinced that it's a globe because you saw a curve and you didn't actually scrutinize it of whether it should or shouldn't be curved, and you don't want to be called out about it.
No, I mean, I would like to know what's causing this bridge to look curved, right? The one
yeah,
over
yeah.
Pontchartrain, right?
Then post it up. Put some effort in, post it into side chat. We can have a look. We might be able to help you out.
I don't know if I'm allowed to post anything.
Yeah, you might not have the rank yet. Give it a try.
Yeah, it did. Hold on, I'll try again.
In my infinite kindness, you can just send it to me and I will post it for you.
It's too many steps.
It's literally the same. Isn't it the same amount of steps? Open a chat, send image. It's either opening the chat here or opening the chat in his DMs. Either way, it's just opening the chat, send image.
I mean, you guys all know the Soundly pictures, right? You guys know who Soundly is? Clearly, you're flat earthers, so you know who Soundly is.
Yeah.
Let's scrutinize those photos. Did he fake them? Is he a CIA deep state plant? What's with him?
Talking about Pontchartrain, dude?
Yes. That bridge looks like it's got. It's
Another black
curving over
swan.
a
Now, watch
bump.
this video. It's a black swan. Otherwise, you live on a planet, whatever that is. It's a county. There's so much curve in that photo. Besides, it's another
See a photo.
black swan.
I just love that they train wreck themselves trying to use Soundly as an authority.
I mean, he's not an authority, but he took a bunch of pretty cool pictures, right, of this bridge and shit, right? That I mean, it looks like it. What is it? It looks like it's going over a hump, right? Doesn't it?
It's power lines, actually. They're
no, he had bridges too.
Yeah, they're going into a mirage. So how do you know that this is Earth curve?
I mean, it looks like there's a hump in the water there.
So optically, you're looking at an optical distortion, and you believe that's Earth curve. How is that evidence of anything?
Well, because it looks like it, right? I mean, what's your guys' argument? You go outside and it looks flat. Right? You can see things far away, right? So it must be flat. So you're making an observation here, and you're drawing inferences off that observation, right?
So are you.
It's the same thing I'm doing.
No.
Nope.
If you have a good look at your bridge there, Flaming, someone tried to say it before, but it roboted out. If that's the case, then you must live on a very tiny little ball.
No, I think they did the math on this. It's about right. Huh?
No, it's not. It's not even related to right.
With a little bit of refraction, it's just about right.
If curvature rate, you'd be lucky to fit the United States on your ball, let alone any other country.
No,
he can't fit the United States on that tiny ball. They're just delusional, and like he is just a believer in Soundly and these other guys. He's just a follower who doesn't know any better.
So what is Soundly, some deep state CIA agent, faked it all?
No, we don't claim anything.
No, he's just like you. He doesn't do his homework.
Those observations are on a day-to-day case basis based on the conditions of the day.
Well, he did it in several different days. He did it 100 times.
Bro,
different days. Watch the
video. Bro.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley. Yeah, he's a real authority on this. No, right? The guy's never left his couch. Nathan,
excuse me, friend. This is on his channel, but this is not his video. He's reposting it.
Roboting.
And you do the math on the curvature in that thread. You can measure between those pylons, and then you tell me how big ball you live on.
Yeah, he can't provide that. He can just invoke Soundly and like appeal to them and then misrepresent our position because he has nothing.
With that insta prediction, we say yes, only data, and so it's like projecting because of whoever he is or whatever, and then you reject Nathan Oakley just because what he did doesn't leave us out. It's a double standard, homie. Forget the person. Look at the data.
The best part about all of this is we can basically show using the same mirage or refraction to how a flat railing also becomes bent, just like in Soundless Image.
Yeah, the problem with Soundly's photograph is he can't reproduce it.
And basically, the pylons go straight until the mirage, and then appear to bend a little bit down. But then when we look at it when there's days with no mirage, we can see all the way to the other side. So his globe is destroyed.
I'll tell you something else, right? So these search engines like Google and AIs and all that, they want to be fucking ashamed of themselves for fucking referencing it as any kind of indication that the Earth is a globe. I mean, fine, think the Earth is a globe, but there's there's an article out there that's been published by, I don't know, someone just did a blog, right? And they said, yeah, the Earth's a globe, but not on that basis, you fucking idiots. Paraphrasing, of course.
Yeah, it makes the globe side looks really dumb when they keep invoking things that are clearly not supporting their position, and when it like keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, you're like, come on, bro. Like, you can't all be this dumb.
Like I said, they're not dumb. They just are operating on a myriad of presuppositions and appeals to authority.
Yeah, that's the problem. I really feel like the globe is retarding people's intelligence, making them retarded, slower in thinking, stuck in their ways.
Yeah, and their education's lacking as well, because if they had a good education, they would never believe in the globe.
That's true.
Best evidence is trust NASA.
Yeah, NASA's trustworthy. Because they never faked the lunar landings. Yeah, a sunrise on a globe Earth would be blinding. You'd never be able to see it without wearing glasses.
The globe is just one giant problem. One of my favorite ones is like the orbit itself is this giant mass pushing against the air on one side and then moving away from the air on the other side at 66,000 miles per hour. That would kill all life.
All the curved motions going on at the same time is highly problematic, and just, I mean, if you were just going based off of like Occam's razor, it's just not a simple answer.
And they like to think like gravity does all the work. It holds the gas to the ball as it's running away from it at 66,000 miles per hour somehow, even though it can't hold the gas anywhere else. And then it also keeps the gas from compressing on the other side magically by pushing it away. Magic gravity. Problem is, gas is unbounded, moving freely and randomly in all freaking directions. It's not stuck to the globe. It's moving all over, creating gas pressure.
Without surface measurements of curvature, all other points are truly moot. I mean, we all know, based on what we've learned about gas, that it needs to be contained. So, I mean, beyond that, it doesn't. What wins the argument? That's not even like. There's really no contest without surface curvature being repeatedly measured, which it'll never happen.
That's the primary evidence that should be presented. And just like we went out and measured the ground, and that's the primary evidence we present, because that's the claim. But for some reason, they don't want to test the ground. I think on some level they understand, well, it's locally flat. They're just going to get the measurements back that it's not a globe, so let's not look at the ground, let's look at the sky.
It's their safe haven.
Yeah, I mean, a better experiment for if you really wanted a final experiment, you could choose any number of stationary points, in the sea on a calm day, and get some pretty impressive data if everyone was truly working in conjunction. I mean, but you already have the picture evidence. You already have the picture measurements. You have the infrared shots. I mean, it's like just people are not looking at the data. They're just.
Yeah, we got lasers at different wavelengths. We got infrared. We got microwave. We got radio wave. There was one other I'm forgetting, but we got so much. One of my new things that I think, like, I want to make this test just to show more that the Earth isn't a globe, and I think this is a good test. That's because it kind of fucks with the globers and their ad hoc excuses to try to like hand wave away the measurements and the observations. So all you got to do is get a white light, or preferably have 4 lights you have a white light, a red light, a blue light, and a green light, I think. And then because of the different wavelengths, they should refract at different rates. And so if you set those 4 lights up level as your target, and then go look at that from a distance where it should be hidden behind the curve, and you can still see those lights, then the height of those lights should be changing based on the refraction, and the white light should show optical dispersion, or the separation of the wavelengths. And that should be more pronounced in either direction, either up or down, based on if it's refracting up or down. And so you could quantify how much refraction is in all the pictures, and therefore they have no excuse for being able to see too far on a globe, because like the lights are clearly not being refracted at different rates, so clearly the Earth is not a ball.
Perfectly doable experiment. Not very costly, and it has been done already.
Yeah, it's been done in different ways. I've seen it done where they have like a bunch of different colored lights, and they have them at different distances. But like, I want to have them all level at the same plane, so like they can't be like, oh well, that wavelength might have refracted more than the other wavelength.
We use some infrared lasers.
I see the difference in what you're talking about, Trace.
Yeah, because you have them all at the same point, and so like they should start angling up or down the colored lights based on how much they're refracting up or down, and so you should be able to see the angle change. We just don't see any optical dispersion with these long-range photographs where you see way too far beyond the imagined Earth curve. So I'm pretty sure every single test is going to come back positive, like every other test we've done. Like, there's no Earth curve. The Earth is flat. That's just the way it is. I just building a more solid case.
Nah, but there's that one Netflix documentary where Jones showing a flashlight through those holes, man. That's it. That's globe.
That's how they act. It doesn't matter, like, the thousands of tests, or no matter what we do to test it, it's just, nah, Jared had a flashlight, and he had 2 holes. That proves it.
Yeah, it's just a coincidence that he was in both the hit pieces. I said it's just a coincidence that he was in both the hit piece documentaries.
Oh, it was no coincidence, I'm sure. I don't know it, but I believe it.
And they used to believe in the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, so it's just a continuation of that mentality.
Yo, Twonger, what's up?
Twonger doesn't talk much anymore.
So who here actually thinks the Earth is flat?
Most of us.
It's sad.
Why?
Just, the intelligence level of this room.
So you assume that, But if the Earth measured flat, and you were to measure it for yourself, would you be dumb to reject your measurements and sense it's a reality for a belief that because everybody holds it? Can you answer my question?
Because lots of people believe something you don't have to, yeah. Fine.
Yeah, so we went out and we checked the Earth and the assumptions within the belief system that we were fed as children and taught in schools. And turns out that a bunch of their assumptions just fail when tested.
Question: is the moon an illusion?
I don't know what I don't have any claims about the moon.
Damn. I'm just trying to understand this.
Yeah, it's really easy to understand. You go out and you measure the waters of the Earth and see if it's curving, because they claim the Earth is 70% water and curving. So the water would conform to the ball.
Yeah, the curvature calculator works off of observer height and drop over distance. So you have to know those numbers to punch it into the calculator, and you can find out how much curvature should be there.
Oh, have you ever got to the edge of Earth?
We don't claim there's an edge or anything like that. That's not part of our claims. We don't claim to be going to any edges. So, no, we don't claim anything like that. We don't know anything about that. We're not making any claims on that. So, try to focus. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Honestly, I thought this was gonna be like a troll room, but I guess it's not.
It's not. It's based on measurable, repeatable, verifiable evidence.
Oh.
I mean, we didn't want to believe this. No one wants to be a social outcast and be called dumb by random people who don't know anything about you.
Damn.
But when you test it for yourself and you find out they've been telling you something that's not true, and the deeper you look, the more errors you find, then why would you believe it?
Yeah, and I bet so you coming in, saying that the IQ in here is low. I bet you if we tested you on your knowledge of the globe and the heliocentric paradigm, you'd know basically nothing. Just a guess. Maybe you could prove me wrong. Like, for instance, do you know off the top of your head what the radius value of the Earth is claimed to be?
No, I asked Google and it says it's not flat.
Yeah. Google tends to say things that it's programmed to say. What about the rotation? Right? How fast at the equator is the Earth claimed to be moving, spinning? Do you know that?
Fast.
Pretty fast. Okay. What about distance to the sun? Do you know off the top of your head? What is the claimed distance to the sun?
It takes 8 minutes for light to get here. That's all
8 minutes. How far? How far is that?
At the speed of light. 8 minutes at the speed of light.
You don't know. If you don't know, that's fine. Right. I'm not having a go at you, but for you to come in here and call us low IQ is ironic when you know next to nothing about the thing that you claim you believe in.
93 million miles away is what they say.
Yep. Radius value of Earth 3,959 miles. which is 6,371 kilometers. You've got a circumference of about 24,000 miles. You've got a distance of some 93 million miles. They claim that Earth is rotating at a speed of around 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. It goes on and on. Like, we've studied this stuff so that we could actually know a little bit about it, because if you want to go out into reality and test those values and those claims, then you should know what those values are and why they're claiming them. Do you know how they got any of those values?
What values?
The values, the claimed measurements of the Earth, these values, right? Speed of rotation, right? Rate of rotation, curvature rate, radius value, distance to the sun, all that. You know how they got any of those numbers?
Nope.
No. Might be worth looking into before you come in telling people that they're stupid for not believing in it.
Like I said, appeal to authority. You don't even need to think. Just ask Google.
Exactly. Google's never lied.
So all you've ever observed and experienced is a motionless flat Earth, and you've only ever used it as such. And the average person,
if it is flat, though, wouldn't there be an edge?
Well, I don't know about the extent of the plane. We breathe gas pressure, right? So we live within a gaseous pressurized system. So I can only conclude from that we are in a closed, contained system. So there would probably.
How can you go around the world, though, without falling off an edge if it's flat?
No,
I'll help you real quick.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So the way you go around the world is you follow your compass east or west, for instance, and that's a giant circle. So if you had a giant magnet in your house and you held the compass would point towards your house, and then you would go west. That's a circle around your house, bro.
Okay.
On a globe, you're always at the highest point of reference relative to the rest of the ball. So you have to have exponential drop all 360 degrees around your position as the observer. On the flat waters, you do not experience this. No matter how powerful of a zoom you have and how far you zoom, you never find this exponential rate of drop. That is the biggest issue.
I'm confused. Are things supposed to be blocked on the globe, or am I supposed to have more vision on the globe? Could you help me out with that?
On the globe, you're actually
falling away from you.
Yeah, on so really quickly, if is the prediction made by the typical oblate spheroid believer going to be that curvature is going to block things from view, or is it going to be that you have a vantage point by which you can see farther?
Wasn't Drace talking to Charlie?
Yeah, I know. That was the question I asked, though.
That's fine.
I haven't seen my friend in a while, and he's in a VC over here. It was Twonger. I said hi to him in the beginning. That's why I joined here. back, y'all. And wait, one more question though. So, was the moon landing fake?
Well, before we go into that, he was talking about the globe prediction of the horizon blocking things, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, so the globe prediction of things being blocked in the distance uses an orthographic side view calculation to compare to real-life observation. However, this orthographic side view calculation does not account for things getting smaller with distance. So if we believe in the globe and we think that model represents reality, things don't get smaller with distance. We observe things getting smaller with distance, so we know that model is wrong. If we tried to apply Earth curve and things getting smaller with distance together, things don't look like reality, so globe is screwed. Got any more questions?
Oh, yeah. I have a question, if that's okay. I was curious what the falsification criteria for the flat Earth is.
You go out and you measure the curve.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what does that mean?
That means you measure the curve. What do you mean? What does it mean?
Yeah, like how do I take out a ruler? What does that mean?
Well, you could try to use lasers of different wavelengths, shoot them across the ground, and see that they don't hit the target because they're going up into the air, and then because they're going up into the air, now you need to try to prove that the cause of that is refraction. So you go out and you or not refraction, but rather because there's no refraction and it's going up into the air. So you go out and you check the conditions of the day and where the lasers are.
I'm confused. I thought we were talking about
to see if there's a difference between the starting point and the end point for optical
brilliance
to be able to be the cause of this
curvature of the Earth. And you're talking about photons. Why are you doing that? I was talking about the curvature of the Earth, not photons.
Yeah, we're measuring the curvature of the Earth to a flat standard.
Well, hold on. When I'm asking, the other day I was building my house, right? And I got a carpenter. And when I was like, hey, can you make my house so-and-so inches big? I didn't tell him to get a laser and look at the laser. I told him to look at the ground. So I'm curious about the ground. You know what I mean? So I just feel like
when the guy builds your house, he uses a laser level and other things to get it straight.
No, he's not looking
and
at
level because it's a flat standard to make it flat too. So you can measure it too. So he measures to the flat standard to the ground so that your floor is flat and not jagged or
he's
curved.
not looking at photons. He's looking at the ground. But yeah, so really quickly, I just wanted to know, like, because we already moved past that. Like, you're just confused. We were talking about the Earth curvature, and you're talking about
No, you're just retarded. You don't understand. You're just retarded, and you don't understand that we need to have a standard to measure to. So just looking at the ground and saying, "Oh, it's curved," that's just retarded. That's not measuring anything. Like, you can measure the distance to the horizon, for instance, and try to say, well, like, this horizon measurement appears to match with my globe. You could try to find those. That would be the claimed geometric horizon no glober can ever find, apparently. So you can try to do whatever you want. Just don't talk bullshit.
Yeah, this is Ham. He's got a couple of accounts, but yeah, he talks about the Grand Slam, and he poses as a flat earther that makes ridiculous claims like Flat Earth Society garbage. But then another day he'll come in and he'll feel like he's an advocate for the globe, and I'd say, yeah, welcome to Ham.
Well, you know, I just don't get it. You know,
shithead, just another one.
Yeah, it's just I thought we were interested in things like empiricism and not like theories. You know what I mean?
Out,
it's just a very weird thing.
Piece of shit.
Yeah, the thing is, it is empiricism. It's not theories. You're measuring to a standard, and you're taking controls of the environment where the laser is traveling. And so, based on that, you can deduce things. You don't need any theories. You can measure based on the standard of the laser, and you can deduce how much is being refracted based on the separations between the wavelengths.
All right, spit it out, man.
You could also do like an 18-mile string line. Throw a string level on it.
Well, the string has I can't say this word.
You could do it. Spit it out, dude.
Yeah, I'm not good at saying all
right.
English words.
No big deal.
It's Capricorn. I can't say this word. AI says it all the time because he argues against this all the time. But like, a string will sag. So I'll just explain it. Will sag in the middle between the points where you're stretching it, and so like it's not going to be a straight standard, at least less straight than the light. And although we know the light can be deviated, we can check the conditions at the start, at the end, and we can have different wavelengths to try to exclude that possibility.
Now, those motherfuckers are crazy. This is good though.
I know everything I make is good.
Really?
Yeah.
You know how I make broccoli casserole?
Yeah. Do you know all of them?
Keep it over a body of water.
With random people.
Do you like Trump?
He's alright.
Yes.
I mean, like, sometimes he just does things kind of weird, but he's...
Yeah, so I don't know if you noticed, but you're in the Flat Earth channel. So if you want to talk politics, you go somewhere else, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, you tell him, T-Dub. Tell him again.
T-Dub's
tell him again.
Flat Earther right now. Are we live, chat? Just checking.
We are live.
Who's talking shit? Honestly, let's get a hater on the line. Who's the one talking shit?
I think that was that guy, Grandpa, kept speaking up.
Oh, it's you, pussy. It's you. Jones is server muted. We have Jones is server muted. Why's that?
Jones is Ham on his Jones account.
Oh, okay.
We were talking to one guy who came in a bit hot, like not angry, but saying that he thinks the IQ in here is pretty low if we think the Earth is flat. But he was sort of chill, and he started having a conversation with Drace and I. I don't know if he's still here. I can't remember his name.
No, I'm still here.
He might have dipped. You still here?
It's fucking
Yeah.
Simple.
That was Charlie. That was Charlie. He left.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Simple bone.
You got Grandpa here. Let's see if he has anything to say.
Simple. Bro, you don't have anything for us, bro. You're an attention-seeking 304. You're like a woman, dude.
Grandpa, speak up.
What you mean, bro?
Grandpa, you're gonna let him speak to you like that?
Yeah, that's copyrighted.
Shout out to John Luna too. Appreciate the input that and keeping the conversation going when there's dead air and stuff too. Thanks, John.
T-Dub, that's actually AI overlord in human form. Don't let him deceive you, bro.
Wasn't sure if it was new perspective or AI overlord.
It's definitely AI overlord, 100%. That's why they don't speak at the same time. It's been confirmed, bro.
That's some funny stuff, man. That's some funny stuff.
Let's get Simple on the line, bro. What's your biggest problem with flat Earth? What's the most L? What's the biggest confusing part about flat Earth? What's the most wrong about flat Earth? Go ahead.
Well, because you guys say we can't feel the Earth moving, but I feel it.
The fuck, dude?
That confuses me. That's the most confusing part, I think.
This fucking guy.
Feel it? When do you
guys always say you can't feel it moving. I feel it every day.
The way you move on the floor. Oh, baby, I feel it.
That's what I'm saying. I do. I feel it.
The way you move
when you're
on the floor.
outside and just like you have to hold on?
I mean, mainly when I'm outside, I guess.
What, do you have to steady yourself like you're on the merry-go-round or something?
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel
Do you
it.
have a walker?
That's what
Do you
I'm
have
saying.
a walker? I mean, since it's moving, it's moving pretty fast. Do you steady
Yeah,
yourself?
I know. It moves pretty quick. Well, I mean, I'm used to it by now. I don't need a walker for it.
You just said you could feel it. Now you're used
I
to
do
it.
feel it. I mean, being used to it doesn't mean I don't feel it.
Shit.
What do you think? You're Enrique Iglesias or something, dude?
Whatever do you mean by that?
Oh, yes, I feel it. The way you move on the floor. You're not moving on the floor, bro. What you talking about, man?
Dude,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you don't move, but I move.
One way. I'd be rolling
You don't move.
one way. I can feel it
No, I'm
rolling
moving.
underneath me.
You don't got motion, bro. Come on, bro.
No, bro, I got motion.
You got no motion, dude.
Yeah, I got mad at motion.
You got hella. You got
Is that your
negative motion, gang.
It's a selfie.
There's not. There's not.
But I mean, you asked me the most confusing part. That's the most confusing part.
So you feel like you're moving. Oh my God.
Are you in a building right now?
Whatever do you mean by that?
Are you in a building? I mean, I'm not. Is that China? It's not Chinese.
And you're talking to me or someone else, or what's going on right now?
Yeah, you.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Are you in a building?
Like physically, mentally? What are we referring to right now?
Any of the above would be acceptable.
Then the answer is yes.
Okay, so you're in a building. Is that building on the earth?
Yes.
Okay, are you in a moving building?
Well, I feel it moving. That's the point. Yeah.
Oh, chat, I don't even know what to do with this one, dude.
Well, you're saying, why are you confused? That's my confusion. You're shock and awe.
So describe the feeling, I guess.
Well, I'm just moving. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Describe it. How do I describe that?
Where are you going?
I mean,
it's
who knows?
vertigo.
I mean, that you're asking like the destination of life, or what are we talking
Well,
about
if you're
at this
moving,
point?
where are you going? If you're
Well, I
moving
don't know
somewhere,
that.
where you
I don't know the destination. Nobody does.
So,
Dude, you should harness it. You should harness it. Wouldn't that be like a perpetual motion machine if you're moving?
I don't know. Perpetual. I don't know if it's
Jet
going to
Shorty?
stop or not.
Yeah, you don't keep up to date with the latest law. And
I'm like, fucking.
I'm not a scientific guy. I'm just telling you what I
generating
feel.
electricity. Bro, I just read it the other day. They claim they're going to start tapping into the Earth's motion, exploiting the Earth's motion, and generating electricity. Seriously, I saw the headline the other day.
Well, there you go. Proof right there that we're moving.
Yeah, who wound that top up? Who wound that top up?
I don't know how you don't
dreidel?
feel it.
It's them boys. They get the dreidel spinning.
Who wound that dreidel up? Who keeps freaking doing it though? Who keeps it moving?
It's not moving.
How's that work?
Now that's an answer I don't have. But I feel it moving. I know that.
Nowhere. You ain't
No, you don't. You're trolling.
Well, you say it's going nowhere. I don't know if it's going nowhere, somewhere
Definitely
in
going
between.
nowhere. I'd feel
Oh,
it.
maybe. I don't know. I feel it moving. I don't know the destination.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You 100% do not.
Well, I do. I mean,
No, you don't.
that's why I got confused. You guys say, "Oh, we're not moving. We're not moving." I feel it moving every day.
Where?
What? So when you say where, are you saying like north, south, east, or west? What do you mean by where?
Where do you feel it? Where do you feel it moving?
Well, that's my question. What do you mean by that? Like north, south, east, or west?
Well,
What do you mean?
describe the feeling, I guess. We'll start there.
Well, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, how do you describe the feeling of moving on an airplane? I don't know. You're just moving.
Well, so you're saying the Earth moves like that?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's exactly like that, but I mean, it's the same concept of moving, sure. Yeah.
Why the hell would you be the only freaking idiot on planet? Oh my god, I can't believe I just said it. On
You mean
realm Earth,
on the globe?
on realm Earth, to freaking feel you're just literally
No,
starting shit because you got nothing.
I think you guys are in the minority.
No. Well, let's just
I felt it moving for upwards of 93 years.
Shut the fuck up. You and I are both on the same Earth. And we experience the same thing.
Yeah.
You 100% do not experience the Earth moving, just like no one else does.
No, I mean, I don't
you're
know.
like the only glober
missing a sense.
Standing still.
You may be missing a sense or something like that.
No, what sense? What sense?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The moving detection sense. I don't know.
You don't have that.
Dude, you're missing your sense, your common sense.
I compared it to an airplane ride. What do you mean? I couldn't describe
false
it.
comparison. Airplanes
How
move in a
so?
straight direction. You
I
would
don't-
feel it
yeah.
if the airplane was like
What do you mean you would feel it? I mean, you feel turbulence every now and then.
Is the globe Earth traveling in a straight line?
God. Do you feel turbulence on the Earth too?
No, there's no turbulence.
So what happens when, like, during an earthquake, you feel it moving plus the earthquake?
Well, that's true,
You feel
actually.
like double movement?
I mean, turbulence has to do with the air, but
No, but the question is the globe Earth traveling in a straight line?
the direction I don't know. But whether it is moving, I feel it.
Is the globe Earth spinning?
You should know your lore.
I feel
dude.
it's
You should
spinning
know-
too.
Is it
You should
spinning?
know the spinning
Do
space
airplanes
monkey lore.
Do airplanes spin?
I don't believe airplanes spin, do they?
Yeah, so that's not a good comparison, is it?
Well,
not
I
like
mean,
an
it's
airplane, is it?
not completely synonymous. That's
No, not at
fair, I
all.
guess.
Not at all. If the globe is spinning,
Well, I already
it's
said it's
also
not-
going around the
it's
sun.
synonymous.
Do you take Dramamine every day?
I don't get dizzy. No, I don't have motion sickness.
Why not?
That's-
All the moving.
Oh,
All the moving and shaking.
I was born with good genes. What can I tell you? I don't know. I'm not weak.
Dude,
I don't,
you ain't
I
even
don't have
got no money
allergies either.
ass freaking Levi's.
I don't have allergies. I don't get motion sickness. I've got good eyesight.
I don't know.
Maybe that's because the Earth isn't moving.
Like
Now you tell me why. I don't know. My genes, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe it's because of the lack of movement. It's hard to get motion sickness when you're not moving.
Well, you say I'm not moving. I feel myself moving.
No, you don't.
I do. Most people do, I think.
Most people do.
I think that's where the disconnect is here.
Someone's disconnected.
You're fucking mentally ill, dude.
Whatever do you mean by that?
Means
he's just moving his arms and moving his mouth. I think can feel it.
And you're talking to me or someone else right now? I just want to make sure I'm on topic right now.
Yeah, if you move your body around, of course you can feel that.
Well, I'm just wondering if he can describe the sensation he gets from the Earth moving.
Well, I compared it to an airplane flight. I don't know. How do you describe that?
You describe
it's not like an airplane.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not like a writer or anything. I don't know how to paint the scene for you.
You don't know how you feel the Earth motion, but you feel it.
I mean, yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. It's an accurate way of describing
it. You don't know how you feel it, but you feel it.
Well, in the same way, you can't describe an airplane.
Just get out, man. Just leave.
I just want to confirm, you're telling me that or somebody else?
I'm interested in your fucking useless trolling. It's not productive. We don't care.
Yeah, you're trolling, bro. 100% facts.
This is a productivity session. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the no troll panel.
This is the productivity experts.
Yep.
Are you guys using the Pomodoro technique in here or what?
25 minutes on, 5 minutes off. Yeah, this is a 30 minutes straight no trolling panel. Yep.
Are we bullet journaling right now or?
Bro, do what T-Dub told you and get the fuck out of here.
But I just want to confirm who you're even talking to in the first place.
This is a no.
Gravity has a certain strength. If it's lighter than that strength, it goes up. If it's heavier than that strength, it goes down.
What?
That's how it works, bro.
What the fridge?
I broke this guy. He's like a babbling idiot now. Yeah. Any other Glovers that are not babbling idiots in here?
Like if I were Cole, or if I was Cole's friend or brother,
no, I'm trying to explain it in like dumb terms.
I would just say, hey, like step back for a second, and just imagine you're watching a TV show where some guy is saying, "Oh, how do we have floating rocks? How do we have pressure, which is the force exerted on the walls of the container, next to no pressure without a container, and then the gravity is pulling the container down. How do we have floating rocks in the sky?" You sound like a cartoon.
It's outside of that container, the atmosphere.
I know. You think you're talking about real things, you know what I mean? And it sounds silly from the outside.
How about your container is a flat Earth, and it's got to be infinite. You do understand that?
A container is a flat Earth? What?
I'm saying your flat Earth has to be infinite for what you say.
Why?
Because then what's above the atmosphere? What's above the air or the air pressure?
That's incorrect because we have 14.7 psi. That's a fixed volume.
Bro, what's that got to do with anything?
Volume, so it's not infinite. So you're wrong there too.
So how's the moon float in the sky?
Why are you asking about something we can't test?
Oh, you're fucking retarded, bro. How's the moon float in the sky?
Like,
how's the moon float in the sky?
How do you think the moon floats in the sky?
Why are you answering for him? I want this globe guy to answer. How's the moon float in the sky?
You're the globe tart here, bro. What are you talking about?
Bro, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I was I'm your friend. I'm telling you, like, out of one side, you're saying that everything.
I'm talking to this Dr. Globe guy. I'm saying, how's the moon? He can't answer that question. How's the moon float in the sky?
You said everything.
He can't answer that question. He's listening and he can't answer that question because he knows I'm right.
This is what's funny, man. You're asking about things in the sky that we can't test. Why are we going to give you... Or why are we... Sorry, go ahead.
No one knows what the moon is. No one knows why the moon is where it is or why it does what it does. You have a religious belief you cannot prove or validate, Carl. So, you asking us, we could give you a story just like the ancients did and be like, well, gods are moving it and holding it up there. That would be equally retarded to your story.
Bro, we know there's a floating rock in the sky.
Wow. Floating rocks. Holy shit, dude. Floating rocks. The gravity containers. Gravity's pulling everything down except the moon. Gravity's making the moon float. Something's wrong with your mental state. Do you get it? You're talking and babbling now.
Buddy, what are asteroids? What are asteroids? Tell me now.
Dude, would you like to hey, listen, I sell asteroid insurance to Globers. $39.59 a month. Yep. I pay out $5 million if one hits your house.
Bro, we have proof of asteroids falling from the sky.
No.
Like off phones, people have recorded them.
You don't have anything.
Seen the rocks.
You don't have anything.
Bro, you're just delusional.
Nope, you are.
Oh, you are, bro.
Oh,
Bro, don't you understand? I'm telling you, there are rocks falling from the sky. You see it.
You said it. You said it was floating, dude. You said everything was getting pulled down, and then that's why things don't get pulled down and float.
Bro, you can see a meteor shower.
Just think about how he sounds. He's like, the sky is falling, the rocks are falling from the skies. Bro, it's not happening.
That's why I was trying to help him out like a brother or a friend. Like, you don't sound well.
Bro, that's not what I'm saying. Bro, outside of the atmosphere is space where everything floats. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we know your fairy tale story. We know you believe in it with all your heart and mind, okay? It doesn't change the fact that it's just a story that you have no evidence for, so repeating it again and again is just appealing to repetition and you chanting to try to convince yourself. It won't convince us. We know better.
Tell me how it floats, man. Show me.
Hey, Drace, I just gotta say, you got a beautiful voice. You got a beautiful voice.
He's falling in love with you, Drace.
I like his voice, bro. It's so smooth. Anyways, listen.
Show me how it works.
There's not like I said, density means gravity, It means pull. But without that density, you just float in the sky. That's my whole point.
Gravity's not a force.
What do you mean it's not a force? Gravity pulls. What's the point?
It's not a force. Mathematics is not a force. The four-dimensional manifold of space-time that you think pulls things down doesn't. Because it's not a force.
I'm like a science major here. I'm just like a regular dude. I'm just a regular dude trying to understand this shit. But like space, gravity.
You don't understand it. That's the problem. Like in outer space, there's not no gravity. In the globe model, there's gravity everywhere in outer space.
No.
Yes. No. Otherwise, nothing would hang together, dumbass.
Wait, that's not how it works. Bro, we don't believe there's gravity everywhere.
So what's holding the planets in the solar systems and the galaxies together?
Nothing.
Yo, somebody clip it.
Man, it's been just a joy. Just a joy today. Some of the dumbest shit ever said.
Wait, are we talking about the solar system or the universe? Because the solar system
was incredible.
Crit, somebody needs you, which I don't know who Willie is, but I'm sure you do. In the Fan Appeal channel.
Yeah, I'll go check it out.
I just put a tally mark on my whiteboard. I got 75,291 tally marks for all the Globers' lives I've ruined.
I don't know how many more today.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is. Just some rando. Never talked to him. I mean, he fucked up. He's posted on an alt that he didn't really realize.
I'm just trying to explain in like stupid terms, you know?
Some random dipshit can't figure out how to use Discord.
Huh? Who's Discord?
Oh, the guy we're talking about in a mod chat.
No, my bad.
It's crazy how every day we got to explain their own model to them when they come in.
Yeah, they're like, how did you guys become a flat earther? Well, first we looked at the heliocentric model and we're like, GZ, what the fuck is this? You're starting from a foregone conclusion the Earth is a globe. Fix that. Start with you don't know, and then branch out from there.
They do when you read a 119-page document. We told them it has pictures too.
Are you guys trying to say the globe isn't real? How dare you?
How dare you? Are you saying that we're never going to go to the moon, the Mars? How dare you?
Flat has to have an edge. Well, your universe is flat. It's not because it doesn't have an edge.
How dare you tell me flat things require an edge? How dare you?
You guys are crazy. It's obviously a flat globe with refraction and gravity, and you guys don't understand it. Go ahead.
The two kids in here earlier were hilarious. They obviously don't deal in logistics. It's like, yeah, we're going to Mars. Yeah, we're going to be building stuff on Mars. Types of stuff on. Yeah, bro. Have you ever freaking moved across the country before? It's like, you know how much energy you need to move all of this material that you would need to do any of these hypothetical imagined things that you're getting in. It's like, it's just not practical at all.
Yeah. Well, you just don't understand that energy. You don't even need energy because energy is just mass already accelerating at a constant speed.
What's up, baby?
They would need like a decade of sending rockets with like junk, provided they could even do any of this. Like, decade at least of random rockets with random junk, because like the tyranny of the rocket equation, they need so much fuel to get any amount of weight up there. It's insane.
Yeah, not to mention we don't even have materials that can handle the temperature swing that they that they say space has. It's ridiculous. It's like, what are the gaskets made? Come on, guys, think about it.
Been a good one today, AV. It's been pretty funny today.
How often do vehicles break down?
How long ago?
Because of gasket failures. Fucking idiots.
Just a while ago?
Every couple of months.
Yeah, it was a while ago. It was like probably maybe hour and a half ago, something like that.
You got a few people.
Balloons
in
don't
here,
break
haven't
down;
seen-
they just deflate.
Milo or Mello. You talked to that person?
No, we haven't talked to Melo yet.
And Toasto, welcome.
Yeah, we were talking to Cool.
Oh, Cole, yeah. Well, he's been talking to these guys for a while. It's been like a week, I think.
No
You're
way,
a little
he's been
low,
here a
AB.
week.
I got you turned up max, and you're still a little low.
Am I low?
Just a
Sounds
bit.
good to me.
Let me see my settings. Output volume.
There's no way Cool been here a week, man. Has he gone dumber since he got here, or what's going on?
Well, this topic's never going to be for everyone. We're kind of too early for everyone to be able to adopt it, because they need kind of some people just need authority because they're not willing to do the research themselves or look into it and try to understand it, and it's just easier to believe someone or the majority, just go along with the group. And some people are just gonna have to like get to this later when this becomes mainstream.
The Cole guy, it could have been his friend because he was talking to somebody else in the background that was kind of giving questions and answers. So he's probably some other dude that his friend let him talk.
Yeah, he came with like a group of 3 people, 3 or 4 people. Oh, how's my mic? Is it better?
A little bit.
Hey, I'm trying to turn up the settings here.
Yeah, it sounds good for me, man.
I can hear him, but it doesn't sound normal, right?
Is it low? Lower than before?
Yeah, it sounds a little muffled, like you're away from it or something, maybe.
Yeah, those guys are definitely taking a fortnight break to come over here and chat with us.
Yeah, it was Cole, it was Ehab and some other guy. Oh, Ehab's friend or Colt's friend. Starts with a Y. So yeah, it was a group of them. But he seems to be the one that stuck around of all of them. I don't know if he's still resistant, but he's still arguing the facts.
This guy doesn't know his left foot from his right.
Oh yeah. And that's because he was in here for hours, dude. Like trying to understand. It's funny how you build up little profiles for these individuals who sit in here. Because you get to know what their minds like actually like, whether they're in here genuinely or just yanking everybody's chains. Just depends.
I'm still waiting for him to tell me how flat things curve.
Oh, he's saying that now? Of course.
But he says it's not flat. But water is flat, lays flat, but
He
somehow it
did
curves.
say water lays flat?
Yeah, he did say that. The flat things don't curve, but and then he kind of double speaks. These things try to bring in gravity, and then somebody kind of threw him off for saying that gravity isn't a force, and I think he just kind of went deaf after that. Had to chime in.
Yeah, Radwin broke his mind.
Oh,
yeah, he broke his mind, and he tried to say like outer space had no gravity. So I was like, "What's holding the galaxies together?" And he was like, "Nothing."
Yeah. We got the guy just enjoy rap.
Yeah, the third guy that was in with that group was Yui. That's him at the bottom.
Oh, he is. Here he goes.
They threw him into the mix, but he's an introvert, so he doesn't like to speak on the mic. He says like a few words. So I think that's Cole's friend.
And you got any more than a few words today?
Thinking.
See. What else we got? Toastone. Hey, come on, Toastone.
Google it up.
Say what's up.
Google it up.
Tostón?
Yeah. The bottom, right under Subdued.
Yeah, that's Puerto Rican. That's what we do plantains when you fry them up. You gotta squeeze them. We have to be green plantain.
¿Quieres un tostón? Yeah.
Mm.
You already know what that means. You're like, hey, oh yeah. Straight to degeneracy, huh? With these guys. Look at the text. That ain't something to be proud of, Cole. That's being a degenerate, man.
Usually, after I make them start babbling incoherently, they just turn into degenerates. It's like something that kicks off in their head that they decide that that's all they have left.
Why are you talking shit, bro? I can hear you, bro.
You want to have like an appearance of somebody that doesn't look like that. Nobody likes that kind of guy.
Huh?
That says those things. The stuff you type in text, that stuff, and nobody likes that kind of guy. I don't know what your friends think, but that's dumb. Shouldn't act like that, man.
Radwin, what about that dude that was trying to tell you that the Katy Perry spaceflight thing was real, and you tried to explain to him that they opened the door, you linked the video, and still couldn't get it.
All right, boys, I got to head off. Good chat, huh?
Yeah, right.
What a dog, bro. I'm saying good chat. Look, it was a good chat.
You don't have to say a long goodbye. Just go, dude. It's the internet.
I'll come back. I'll come back tomorrow. We'll do more talking, huh?
We don't care. Just leave.
Bro, I can't hear you, AV, bro.
We don't care. Just leave.
Bro, what a dog.
The internet, bro.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying goodbye.
Goodbye.
Take care,
Want
Drace.
a hug and a kiss or something?
I think all he wanted to hear.
I'd love a hug.
Now go. Stop talking.
I think all he wanted to do was hear.
Hey, bye, Felicia.
Because
I'd like a hug and a kiss,
had a
please.
beautiful voice.
Please.
Fuck off.
He fell in love with your voice, Grace.
What a dog, bro. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, come on, dude, get out. Poor Kiki.
Nah. I'm fucking around. Oh, y'all, take care, faggots.
I think they lose their mind when I tell them it's my hobby to turn them into just babbling idiots. That I get enjoyment out of that. That really turns them into mush mouth.
Sorry, Red. When I was just saying, let's have the next contestant to prove the globe. Step right up. Go ahead.
There isn't any more except for Milo and Tostone, but they don't want to jump on the mic. I think they're just listening.
Well, I did make one new song.
Human just joined. What's up, Human?
Yay.
Welcome to the room. Human, are you there? I know you clicked in this room. You're like, wonder what the flat earthers are doing.
He just said hello in the chat.
That's you. Listen? Oh, no. This is a no listening panel. You got to at least say hello on the voice.
Hello. There you go.
Hey, welcome. So what do you think about the topic, flat earth? Think it's pretty taboo? Provocative, isn't it?
I think everyone's entitled to their opinions, and I don't think any one person necessarily has the wrong opinion.
Have you heard about this topic anywhere else, like in other forums? The topic of flat earth.
No.
This is the only place.
Yeah,
I can't
I've been
believe
here
that.
before. I just kind of
Hey, we got Kanu. Kanu, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. What brings you to the forum?
No, just listening, bro.
Listening. Come on, man. Why are you guys always just listening? You new people should have an opinion on what you think the Earth is.
I think it's a globe.
Yeah. What? Why do you carry that opinion?
Because I don't know. I'm here to learn, bro. I think because we are doing space missions, we have satellites, we have. It makes sense, no? Because when we look at other planets, they look around, like Moon, Pluto, all this Mars. Why are we flat if all the other ones are round? So going by this logic, it feels like it's also round globe.
Well, I mean, you've been told a story about what all those things are, but you as a person can only accept them and believe based on something you've been told or seen, like the images or the videos. So something that they tell you and you take it on as a belief, you choose to believe in it. That's all it is. You're just in a belief system. If you can point to something that is not belief in there, then I can understand.
I mean, how it's not really belief if we are like observing, no? Then it becomes a fact, no?
Yeah. What are you observing though?
Observing.
You observe.
Okay, let's not like satellite photos. Do we believe in like satellites or?
Yeah. Well, how do you know they're in a place and what they are? Like, other than you seeing an image. Remember, I said images or video. So if it's not an image or video, how do you know that that stuff is in a place they tell you it is?
Because, oh, interesting take. But because they're shooting them up, no? They're like, we have.
Yeah, I mean, they tell us that, right? That's
Yeah, but okay. So why would all countries say like, oh, it's flat, it's round?
What do you mean? Well, the image of that is portrayed by academia everywhere. So every like school system is all saying, like they're all saying that. So they're carrying this belief about the Earth, but there's no way to substantiate. Okay, the big main part of this is like they're not giving you a method to substantiate the information. Do you know what that means? What I just said? Substantiate?
Substantiate proof, like. Okay.
You know what that means? Or I can tell you.
No, I know.
So they're showing you these images, but how can you test for the information to be true or not? How do you know?
I have to go by what they're saying. Exactly. Unless I have to, yeah. Okay.
So all I'm telling you is that that's separate from a belief system. It's nothing more than just a story.
But
and
what
it comes with images and videos, of course. They're showing you that stuff.
Oh, but you know, people are actually flying up to like not space, but they're flying very high up with like Amazon thingy. What is it called?
Yeah, I mean, there's high altitude stuff. Everybody knows that you can travel in the sky. That's not a something that should be contested.
Yeah, but if you can see, if you can see the curve, like when you go very high up, is that like proven to your eyes?
No, well, who's seeing curve and at what altitude? That's
no. This is what I'm saying. You know who's this girl? Not Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, and they went on a space mission, right? Blue Moon or Blue Lagoon or what is it called?
That's Jeff Bezos.
Blue Origin.
Blue Origin rocket. Yeah.
Blue Origin.
Yeah, and soon, if you go high enough on Blue Origin, don't you see the curvature?
No, according to the math of the size of the Earth, where the curvature should be, that's not high enough. Okay, since we've been in this argument for quite some time, there's the size of the Earth, right? The purported size of how big they think the Earth is according to the geometry of how big it is. You wouldn't be able to see curve at that altitude. That's not me. I'm not the one saying that. There's math that follows this, like the size of the Earth, and according to that math, the Earth cannot be witnessed as a sphere at that altitude. You'd have to go much farther and much higher.
Okay, interesting. But what about the ISS?
No, not even the ISS. ISS sees something.
Really?
Yeah, the ISS sees something like maybe 2% of the Earth, according to the size of the globe. According to that size, it doesn't even see like all of the Earth. The math, right? That's what we're sticking to. Like, if there's consistency to the size of the Earth and what you should see from that altitude, then there should be math that follows it. You get what I'm saying, Kanu? Like
Yes.
The math has to work out to if you're at a certain altitude, this is what you would see. But there isn't any math to proceed that at what altitude the ISS is, you would see the curve of the Earth. We have images. We have images that show like the Chinese that are taking a video from their ISS. Well, I don't know. Is it the ISS or the Chinese space station? I'm not really sure. Which one that is. There's an image in the text channel for you, Kanu. This was taken off of one of their spacewalks.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, I think so. But the camera itself, the one that was underneath the space station, was showing two different angles. One of the angles shows like the curving surface, like the curved Earth, and then it shows this angle where it shows a straight and flat Earth. If you can see it, it's in the text channel.
I found a video.
Okay. I don't know if it might be the right one or not, but yeah, like one angle shows that the Earth looks curved and the other angle looks flat.
But this shit looks fake.
It depends on the lenses they use, and a lot of the NASA footage also looks very bad.
Yeah, what'd you say, Kanu?
This looks very fake. The whole shit looks.
Yeah, but think about this. If you think that space is real and rockets and satellites and all that stuff is in low Earth orbit, then you can't say that's fake. You get me? I mean, you can say it, but then you're just sabotaging your own worldview. You can't sabotage your own worldview because everything that they're doing in space should be speaking to the honesty, integrity, like why you would trust them, all that stuff. The moment something looks fake, that's when you start to distrust the thing that you thought you trusted. You get what I'm saying? Because your whole worldview is based on belief and trust. And if something breaks that trust, then you can't trust them anymore. Then you can start finding fault with everything they do. You see what I'm saying, Kanu?
Okay.
You see, if there needs to be consistency with all of them saying the same thing, like you said earlier.
But why
would all the space agencies, collude? Well, I'm showing you there's inconsistencies, and now you're pointing out like, well, this looks fake. Interesting. Why does that look fake and other things not? So somebody's not telling the truth? Would you agree?
Probably.
Well,
but what I don't understand.
Sabotaging your worldview. That's what I'm trying to point out.
But I don't understand why would they lie about such a thing? Like,
well, because of the fact that this generates income for projects for governments. This type of program generates income for projects. Like, let's say they want to funnel this type of money, they need to find a way that people will see that the government's spending money on certain things, but they're not really going towards those things. You know what I mean? Like, they could be used for military purposes. But this is a good way.
So basically, to lie to the people to make more military equipment.
Who knows, dude? But like, this is a great way. It's a business. Yeah, it's a multi-million, if not billion-dollar industry. You could have one of the Elon knew about it, so it makes him a lot of money. So they try to tout Elon Musk as some, genius, and he's not. He's just a person that he might be smart, right, in some ways, but he's not as a genius as people think he is. He's quite dumb sometimes. The things he says. Like I'll give you an example, Kanu. He was saying that they're going to cancel the the Dragon program, which is his SpaceX.
Right. The big Dragon, the biggest one, right?
Yeah, he was saying that, and then he turns around and says, "No, we're not going to cancel that." Within the span of like a day or two. So he can't even make up his mind if he's going to keep the program because Trump wasn't going to support his, his program anymore. He was removing the funding. So this is the thing, right? Like Trump is focused on other things other than like what Elon was concerned with. But then Elon had his like moment where he was saying they're going to cancel the program, and then he came back on there and said, "No, we're not canceling Dragon." And after all, so it's inconsistencies, dude. Like they can't even make up their minds what they're focused on. If going to space is the pinnacle of human innovation and technology, then why are they canceling things? Why are they removing funding? Why are they not progressing to reach to the stars? You know, there's a lot of things that the people on Earth are being fooled by. And this narrative has been doing such a good job at doing that. It turns people like you and others who think about the Earth as a globe into believers and defenders of the belief system. You don't just believe it, you defend it without any way of knowing that it's real. This is important. It's an important step for you to understand. You've been believing this idea that the Earth is a globe without any evidence.
Okay.
But this generates a lot of wealth for countries to like funnel money into different projects. They could take that money and say, "Hey, we spent, 100,000 or 100,000. That's not even close. Like $1 million, 2 million, 3 million, however many millions of dollars on a rocket." And you'd be like, okay, they're spending money on a rocket so they can go to space. Because obviously space is a place we need to go to. And you have this mindset that that's important, but they're cutting all this funding. If it was so important, why wouldn't that be the top priority for countries? It's not. And then you make excuses as an apologist. Well, we wouldn't need money for this because we got to support things down here. We need agriculture support. We need, militaries do need some of the fund. Like, so you think that you know what's going on, but it's a bit hoodwinked, man, for everybody.
Interesting.
Yeah, but what's even more interesting, I guess, the moment you mention, is the Earth actually a globe? You get attacked by people who believe it. So the defenders are not the people in academia. They're everyday people that you see on the streets. Your friends, your family, everyone. They defend it. Oh, come on. You can't tell me you believe in the flat Earth. What's wrong with you?
So, okay.
Yeah.
So, if I could ask you a question,
Sure.
what would make you believe this Earth is flat? This Earth is a globe.
A globe?
Huh.
Yeah, well, you were brought up to believe that since you were very young. As a young child.
Yeah, but what I right now I think it's a globe still, but I have to do more research. After this conversation, I have to make more research. But what would tell you as a flat earther to say like, you know what, it's a globe, it's not flat.
Oh, why would I change my mind from flat Earth to globe Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, what would make you change your mind?
Well, first of all, they're telling us that the Earth is a globe. So the globe would be like you're standing on a ball, right? You're standing on a giant ball. And they're not just saying that it's too big that you can't find out how big it is. They're telling us the size of the Earth. So if you were to type into your Google or, ChatGPT or whatever, if you were to ask, the question, how big is the Earth, the radius, the diameter, the circumference, it's going to spit out these values. It'll tell you these numbers, right? And with that math, you can actually start to figure out, okay, from where I'm standing off in the distance, will the Earth be curving? Well, you could figure that out. It's called drop over distance. What that means is if you are standing on a specific point on the Earth, you could make a tangent plane. A tangent plane means it's just like an imaginary straight line that sits on top of a curved surface. Yeah? The imaginary straight line or plane that sits on top of a curved surface would go straight off into space. Meanwhile, the Earth would be curving away from it. That's how you would get a drop over distance. That means that the tangent plane that extends far out would divert from the curve of the Earth would divert from the tangent plane. which then you could start to figure out how much the Earth is dropping away from that tangent plane. If the Earth was
Okay.
curving. If it was curving. But Kanu, the problem is that never happens. That never happens. The surface of the Earth doesn't drop away. It is actually straight, horizontal, and flat. It doesn't drop away. It extends outward in every direction horizontally.
Interesting.
So it doesn't have the effect of having the curvature because that cannot be measured on the surface. And the idea that the Earth could be, that's just too big. We're like ants on a beach ball. That doesn't work because they give us the number of how big the Earth is, with the size of it. So you and me and everybody else that are on it can test to see if the Earth is curving.
Okay.
And it's not. So
I have to do more research. This is a very interesting topic.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, you can ask any question you want. Like, that's the reason why we're here. But ultimately, you can't prove the Earth to be a globe. It only lives in your mind as a belief system. They show you images and videos, and they tell you in school that this is how it is, but they don't tell you a method to verify that it's that way. It has to be measured like a curve in order for there to be curve on the surface.
Okay, thank you. Very eye-opening conversation.
Sure. If you want to ask any more questions, you can. There's a lot more. There's like so much information. I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm trying to stay on the surface because if not, I'll talk your ear off and then you'll lose interest.
No, I am looking for YouTube channels.
Well, not every
YouTube's not going to help you.
Yeah.
We are the YouTube content creators in here. This is where it starts.
Yeah, this is ground zero, Kanu. This place
Okay.
right here. No other Flat Earth channel is going to give you the type of information you're going to get from the multiple amount of people that can. I'll tell you like this, okay? We are subject matter experts in the topic of Flat Earth. All of us, there's a few of us in here. I wouldn't say all of us. There's a few of us in here that can carry a conversation about the topic, and we all range from different knowledge base, but we're all experts at being able to explain Flat Earth in a coherent way.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if you go somewhere else, they're going to fill your head with, well, you got to look at the ice walls or whatever. It's not going to be the same. We don't go and do that. We stick to the obvious truth. That's all we do.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you. I will come back 100%.
You're welcome. Yeah, come back.
Why do you invite Nathan Oakley on then?
What'd you say, Cosmos?
Why do you invite Nathan Oakley on then?
Well, he was at a time. He was invited for a while. Yeah.
No, he still gets invited here and there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if the decision's made to invite him here, that's what we do.
He's full of claims. In fact,
Then we run the show. As we run this show, we just stay quiet while the guests actually talk. We just moderate in the background.
Yep.
Why invite him on if he was full of claims and then he's withdrawn?
You don't need to be concerned with
most
that,
of them.
Oliver, Cosmos, whatever your name is. You don't need to be concerned with that. That's our job, not yours. You're a guest here, so all you can do is ask some questions, perhaps find out some things. That's fine. But as far as what
Nobody
we
was
do,
challenging him.
Yeah, what we do, it doesn't matter. What we do is what we do. You don't need to be concerned with that. You don't need to be concerned with the #1 voice channel on this server. Yeah?
It's not the Nathan Oakley channel, dude. If you want that, you can go to his channel.
That's correct.
I just, if I heavily disagreed with someone, I wouldn't just
disagree
let...
with them. Then disagree with them. That's your beef with them. Take it to him.
Agreeing with them, maybe he'll have you on.
Yeah, go to his channel. Go challenge him. if that's what you feel.
Okay, guys. So don't argue with me. Just let me
Nobody
say
said
whatever
that,
you have to say
Cosmo. Come on,
without-
buddy.
I don't argue with you.
But right. So what is your when you?
We told you if you want to talk to Nathan, go to Nathan's channel. It's real simple, dude.
No, he's a child abuser. I'm not talking to Nathan.
Oh, really,
You
man?
can feel whatever you want about him, but this isn't a time for us to, for you to let out your trauma about whatever he is. I don't care, dude. No one in here cares.
It's his kid's potential trauma, not mine.
Yeah, so what?
You just point to where he hurt you, dude.
Dude, like you really care about anyone's kids, Cosmos? You don't give a shit about anyone but yourself, bro. Let's get down to the brass tacks. That's all you're here for is yourself. You don't care about anybody, bro.
Selfish. Remember, that's built into you as a Glober. You're selfish.
Yep.
Nathan hurt this guy, obviously.
Yeah. Let's just stick to what you know and conversate about what we're saying. Other than that, shut your pie hole, dude. Like, we don't need to hear about that shit. No one in here, like, go and tell him all your feelings, yeah? Fuck's sake, dude. Anything else? Or do you want to talk about the topic?
Yeah, you say like I'll only accept it with this evidence or that evidence. You guys don't accept any standard of evidence.
Okay, so you're just what do you have a bad day in here or something? You're in here. Just give us what you got, will you?
This appeal to emotion, the thing you just accused.
You're the one that's an emotional right now, emotional person. What do you mean?
You've been emotional since you got on, dude.
Goodness sakes, dude. Just come with the goods. Like, give us what you got. What do you have? You got some new globe Earth evidence? Like, lay it on us, man.
Right. If you travel, right, say you go London to Moscow, flying east, right?
Yeah.
You go Moscow to Japan, flying east.
Okay.
You go, you kind of get the picture, but you go Tokyo to LA, LA to New York, New York to London.
Okay.
You've been traveling east the entire time. Now, with northern and southerly headings, I get those cities on all along the same what's it longitude or latitude? Is it latitude?
Yes.
But you've traveled east.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. You do the same in the southern hemisphere at roughly the same latitude, and you travel a similar distance, right? So, say you go like somewhere from the south, like Buenos Aires to Johannesburg to I don't know, like Melbourne or something.
Okay.
Melbourne. Right. So, how does this work on a flat Earth?
Well, I'll tell you how. The Earth is a horizontal plane, and the plane leaves one airport, and it takes off, and it flies to another airport, and it stays on a horizontal path, in the sky, flying a straight, level, horizontal path, and it lands in the other airport. Now, when it lands there and it wants to go to another place, well, guess what? It takes off from that airport, goes to the other airport on over a horizontal plane, and it takes a level flight when it reaches cruising altitude, and it takes a steady horizontal flight all to the other airport, and it lands in the other airport. That's all it's doing. I can continue, but you get the picture.
Yeah, you've described what an airplane flying is.
Yeah, but not only that, it's flying over a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Just take your assumption out, dude, and think of this in real terms, man.
Right. Let's grant it for the sake of argument. It's flying over a horizontal plane. How is it doing? How is it? First of all, how is it going constantly east and ending up back in the same spot?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just going from airport to airport. So whatever heading the pilot takes in there, he's just going to abide by it. There's certain flight corridors that they have to go through, right? And so that's all he's doing. Yes, he has to. Okay, so I get what you mean. Like, how is it going in a circle if it's not through the Great Circle route? That's what your main. You need to get to the heart of the issue, Cosmos, and ask your question a bit more condensed. You're too long-winded, right? Just get to it. Just make sure everybody understands what you mean. But that's what you're asking. You want to know why is it not taking the Great Circle route, and it's flying back to where it first started, like if it was going in a circle. Isn't that what you're asking?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, yeah. But the Great Circle route is used from a spherical coordinate system in which you're already used to longitude and latitude. This is what a lot of people argue from within. You're arguing from within a spherical coordinate system. That's all it is.
Right.
But
So
you're basing everything off that system and then concluding that the Earth is a globe. And that's not a way, because of the fact that on the surface there isn't any curvature measured. So the plane flies, or the pilot anyway, he understands he's flying over a horizontal plane. There isn't any curvature to be measured in between point A and point B. This is what we're all concerned with. The idea that the Earth is curving in between those 2 points hasn't been demonstrated by anyone on a plane. So if you get in a plane, right, and you're taking the flight path of what you just described, there's no way that the people in there nor the pilot have to consider any amount of curvature, either the pilot considering curvature as he's flying from point A to point B, or the passengers having to think about that they're flying over a curved surface between point A to point B. There isn't any real way that they know that that's happening. So the idea behind what you're thinking about is only supported by a system that you think is the true reality of what the Earth is. So, you're using the longitude and latitude spherical coordinate system, and so you think that's the nature of the Earth. That's why you're confused.
Okay. Yeah. Can you guys just say at the end of your sentences, "I'm finished," so I know when you finished?
Oh, that was the end of what I was saying. I don't know if AI wanted to jump in and
Right. Okay. So, assuming a flat Earth, right? What direction is the plane taking to get back where it started?
It's on a heading, dude.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, friend.
Go ahead.
Let's do it live. We'll do it live on air. Experiment right now. Now, obviously, you can't see what I'm doing, so you're going to have to imagine it. So, I'm at the driver's side door of the van. I'm now outside of the van. I'm now walking around in a clockwise direction. I'm now on the other side of the van. I'm going some more. I'm now at the back of the van. Hold on. I'm going some more. Guess what? I've arrived back at the front door, driver's side. I guess my van is a globe.
So what? Right. Okay. So let's take that example. Right. What direction did you go in to end up back at the driver's side? What general shape did you form in that path of walking?
In this path, an ellipse.
Yeah, you took an ellipse, right?
Right, and an ellipse is a coplanar shape. So it's a circle, right? So circumnavigation in an easting direction doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. It just means you've traveled in a circle and arrived back where you're at. Now notice how I did that over my flat backyard, around my object, which is a van. And notice another thing, that while I was doing that, my attitudinal orientation didn't change. So in other words, I was level and horizontal and standing upright the entire time, just like Alpha explained to you that the plane flies over the Earth. So when the plane flies over the Earth, it's not constantly rotating on its axis, which means it's flying on level ground. If the Earth was a globe, it would be rotating around its axis. But when you look at the NTSB data of the plane's black box, it doesn't show any rotational vector. It just shows the plane maintaining level flight. So now we know two facts. One, the plane is maintaining level flight horizontally. And two, if it's circumnavigating, it's going in a circle. So where do you get a globe out of that information?
Right. So we're saying that the plane, during flight, because again, I've said assuming a flat Earth, we're saying that the plane, well, okay, but he's deafened himself. But I'll just address the room, I guess. He's saying that the plane is essentially going in a circle on a flat plane.
You could think about it. You could think about it that way. It's a one way to think about it. So your explanation of it only being a globe can be defeated by what he just explained. Because that's the other option, right? Even if you thought it was a globe, he gave you another option to think about. That's not a globe.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, but we're saying that the plane has to perform a circle, right, during its circumnavigation when going east.
Oh, he's back. So hold on. Let's see if he's.
No, that's incorrect. AI could have gone to the back, made a sharp turn, went straight, made another sharp turn, went straight, made another sharp turn, and then been back where he started.
Yeah.
He could have done that. He didn't have to make an ellipse.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, there's another way to.
Correct. I could have took. Yeah, I could have took any permutation of path that's generally, coming back around. It didn't have to be a particular path. So, for example, airplanes often take paths that are trade route and personnel route compatible. So, in other words, they're maximizing their profits by stopping at different airports where they can pick up goods and people. So, for example, let's say on the one side of my truck was a lemonade stand, and I wanted to stop and get some lemonade, and I had to go a little bit out of my path. Like planes' paths on the Earth are arbitrary. That simple.
They're not arbitrary.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they are. They are, dude. They were decided. Okay, planes fly in flight corridors. Almost, probably greater than 95 to 98% of all flights are in flight corridors. All the other flights are like charters and things that are specific missions or task oriented. But other than that, what planes do is chart it out, and it's in corridors, dude. It's not like you decide I want to go to Kentucky to the barbecue shack, and the plane just takes you straight from your frickin' house right and drops you right on top of the barbecue shack's roof, dude. That's not how it works. Planes go from airports to airports, and they go in corridors based on the factors that I just told you. And safety considerations. For example, there's a thing called ETOPS. ETOPS is a coordinate system which has to do with how far away you are from shoreline. So planes try to maximize their time being closer to shorelines when they're flying over oceans and stuff for obvious reasons. In case there's something wrong, they need to get back to shore because they don't want to land in the middle of the ocean, et cetera, et cetera. Dude, this idea that planes fly and the choices that they make is because the Earth is a globe, and it's just ridiculous, dude. It's not substantiated.
Yeah.
So
extremely.
If it's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Can you take the path that a plane flies right in the north, as we call it, the north, and the path the plane flies in the south, and if we chart the lines, say it arrives at this airport and then it goes on this path and it arrives at this airport.
Based on what, Cosmos? A sphere? Based on a putting
no,
these
a
paths
flat
on a
Earth.
sphere?
No, a flat Earth.
Okay. Well, there's a map down there. It's a 1942 aerial map that's pretty flat that you can see all the continents on. Have you seen that one?
Which one are you talking about? Because there's just been two put on.
I'll tell you where. It's the 13 minutes after the hour one.
Just.
Dr.
Oh, okay.
Everyone Globers. Dr. Everyone Globers. Yeah, 1942 aerial map. Can you see it? It's showing all the red lines that are going through it. See those red lines?
Yeah. So right, we're saying that this is the flight reference map, right? If you're traveling, say, somewhere in Australia, somewhere to South America, somewhere to South Africa, and you went back to Australia, why are you taking a similar, we'd say, distance path that doesn't line up with if I just drew lines on this map? Then I would.
You're complicating things that don't need to be complicated. They're showing you on those red lines the flight paths that have been taken. So this was something to demonstrate that you said couldn't be done because it can only happen on a globe. This is showing you all the continents splayed out over a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that was for airships, blimps back then. That's how they did it.
Yeah, horizontal plane, dude. So if they're using these these flight paths, right? How can you say that's not possible on a flat Earth if it's showing you all the continents splayed out in a horizontal manner? So that's debunking. That right there. Information debunks your idea of it just only happening on a globe, right there.
On that map, on that map, right? They're vastly different distances, aren't they?
Yeah, but what difference does it make? It's showing you another way to look at the Earth outside of it being a globe. It's showing you all the continents and on the flight paths. So you don't have to think of it like a globe, like the way you've been thinking. So you're very what's the word here? You're stuck to one idea. That's fine. But there's another way you can think about it, and this is another way. You can't deny that. You can't deny that.
Let's say assuming this way of thinking about it, distances should correlate, shouldn't they?
Okay, but what are you saying? That you're going to figure out distances within this map? Are you doing that with the globe?
Yeah, you can work out distances with a globe. What I'm saying is
I haven't seen you do it. I have not seen you do it.
What?
Try it.
You've not seen me do it right now.
Yeah. You claim that all the distances are exactly where they should be, based on some pilot taking his flight from one airport to another. I have not seen you verify this.
Can we know the speed of the plane?
No, wait a minute. Time out, dude. What I'm asking for is I want you to put a little meat on the bone. I want you to show everybody that you know it's a globe based on information that a pilot can take from a flight path. So if you say that this has been done and you can do it, it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. I want you to show everybody how it's done. Show us the math that shows the distances based on what you're claiming and prove it. That's all I'm asking for. Do it. If you say it can be done,
before he does that, though,
how it can be done.
Before he does that, though, so there's caveats here. So, for example, you do have distances, and the plane doesn't actually have to travel at set speeds, right? So it can have increased speed, decreased speed. It can have air currents, the jet streams, et cetera, et cetera. It can also take variable paths, all of these things. However, what it must do if the Earth is a globe, and it cannot be otherwise, so there's no options of having an alternative. If a plane is traveling over a curved surface and maintaining level flight to arrive at a destination, the plane must constantly rotate its attitude to adjust for the alleged vector of down altering as displayed radial from the center of the Earth. That must occur, and it cannot be otherwise. So if it can be demonstrated that the plane is actually not rotating, then the idea that it's traveling over a curved surface is debunked in totality.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, AI just debunked you anyway, because he said like all the many variable ways you can think about a pilot having to account for things that he didn't account for in his flight path, like no-fly zones and other factors, weather and such. Like you didn't account for that. So how can you at some point say, well, this pilot will take this amount of time to get to this distance? You can't do that. It's impossible. Like you wouldn't be able to, like the pilot wouldn't be able to either. He didn't account for things that he'd had to change based on some information he got from a radio tower that says, we're going to need you to take a different heading. And then he's going to be like, oh, no, I figured everything out. I got to take this heading. It's a globe. He's not up to him. You're too presumptuous right now. You think that just by what you say, everybody's going to be like, oh, yeah, Cosmo's got a really good argument here. Dude, there's way too many things as to what needs to be happening if the Earth was a globe for you to even consider that. Hey, I just pointed out a few things, but I mean, it's obvious, dude. Unless you can show that the plane is actually taking a path that's the pilot will have to consider with his instrumentation in any way, the consideration that the Earth is a globe. You don't have a globe.
I got one for you that you could get. So you could go. Now, we were told that this exists by a pilot called Wolfie, 6020, about 7 or 8 years ago now. It might be 9 years by now. So pilots say, well, we know the Earth is a globe because we use the Earth as a globe. So he said, I got the proof. The proof is in the black box because the plane tracks its rotational data, known as its attitude. And he said, I can prove that as the plane travels from point A to point B, the attitudinal data is constantly rotating, which it must do if the Earth is a globe. And he said he had that data. So 8 years removed, he hasn't given us that data yet. However, you could go get it. You could go to the NTSB, which is the National Transportation Safety Board, and they'll give you data about the planes. And you could look there and you could find the rotational vector in the plane's attitude. and you could demonstrate to us that the plane is actually rotating as it must do if the Earth is a globe. So you could go do that. If you're so inclined, go ahead.
Yeah, he was busy posting his link, and he's gonna actually only talking about his link. Watch, because he did it. He reposted his link underneath Dr. Irune Globers. Dude,
No,
look,
no, it's
you're
two
looking
flight
at
paths.
you didn't even hear what AI was saying, did you, Cosmos?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I can't remember all of it.
I know.
You guys tend to.
I know. You weren't listening to him. You're just waiting to speak.
We tend to talk about details.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
So, can we talk details?
He was. You weren't paying attention.
I posted the NTSB's fucking black box data for you to look at. You didn't. That went right over your head.
It's this guy, man. It was laying it out for you, and you weren't paying attention. You just were waiting to post your link to verify your point, which it doesn't do that.
If you want me to respond to the specific argument, you can sum it up and we can just go through it.
He did.
Let me sum it up. I'll sum it up for you. A plane traveling over an arced path must constantly rotate its attitude. The plane doesn't rotate its attitude. Therefore, it's not traveling over an arced path. Therefore, it's traveling over a horizontal path, flat and level, just as is obvious.
Yeah. What do you got to say, Cosmos?
Hold on. I'm just using this map.
Didn't hear that either, dude.
Yeah. For God's sakes, dude. If you want him to condense it any farther, it's going to be just like 3 words.
Yes, no rotaty planey, no globy.
Yeah. Hopefully you can stick to that one.
Wait, can you guys just give me a second so we can go through it with
Hold on, dude. Hold on a second, bro. I can multi-translate, so let me put that in Braille for you. Here you go. Here's it in Braille. All right, did you get it that time?
Yeah.
Yeah. When somebody's concentrating, it's worth just giving them a second.
Okay. You notice that all his faculties have to be engaged.
Dude, this was his argument. Shouldn't he already know it? Why concentrate on it?
Because guys, right? I'm drawing something for the assistance of our discussion.
Oh my!
All right, we appreciate drawing.
I'm drawing it. Can I post it?
You got paint.
Don't interrupt him anymore. We got to get him to get it done, because saying anything is gonna fuck him up. Even though he's not listening, that'll still fuck him up.
Look what he.
Right.
Oh, man.
So I've gone online. So 2 flight paths from New York to London, flight paths from Perth to Johannesburg. Right. Even if I draw a direct line, and you guys were just saying we can't even necessarily draw a direct line. By the way, if we make it an arc, it's worse. It's worse for the flat Earth argument.
Oh my God.
They don't fly in a straight line. They don't fly in a straight line.
Right. So where would right. So even with corridors,
follow little air highways you got to stick to and follow the speed limit, or you'll be way early or late, and they're timing you coming in.
I didn't hold on. Didn't I just draw over the flight paths that it indicated on your flight path map?
Okay, first of all, your drawing over maps isn't reality. That's number 1. Number 2, you didn't account for what AI's been telling you this whole time. Yeah? Does that make sense? You're still drawing over cartoon images of what the people think the Earth is overall. Does that make sense, Cosmos?
So what is the Earth overall?
That's the problem, dude. That is the crux of the issue. That's the elephant in the room. You seem to assume that the Earth is something as akin to a cartoon, and it's not. It's when you go outside and you travel over it. That's the Earth. All right. So what you're looking at and drawing lines to are images of cartoons of what you think the Earth is represented as. That's not the Earth.
Okay.
Do you understand what that means?
AV. Well, I can debunk this very simply. Are maps useful?
What, flight maps? They're useful.
Oh, holy crap, Cosmos. Before we go on, I just want to pre-warn you. I hope you're not going to do a utilitarian pragmatic fallacy.
Bet you that's what it is.
What, saying maps are useful?
Yeah. So the usefulness of maps dictate the fact that we are living on a globe?
No. So
then how do you combine maps to globe? What's that connection for you?
Because, right, the reliability,
Are you changing your words? Okay, go ahead.
No, I see usefulness and reliability as synonyms. You can quiz me on this if you want.
Same thing.
Are they synonyms? Hold on, Fred. Are they synonyms with validity? Because that's what you need. You need to make a pragmatic fallacy. Okay, that's what it sounds like to me. But correct me if I'm wrong by demonstrating your line of reasoning. That's not a pragmatic fallacy. Go ahead.
No, it's not a pragmatic fallacy.
No, I didn't say claim it's not. I said demonstrate it's not by going through your line of reasoning.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right.
Hello.
So the pragmatic fallacy is saying that something is true.
Don't care. You just explain your line of reasoning about your argument, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. Using your maps. Go on.
Right. So if the maps if a globe Earth map, right, is more reliable to the distances shown, right?
What are you comparing it against? What are you comparing it against? More reliable means you're comparing it against something.
The literal map you showed. The map you showed.
It's more reliable than the map I showed. Continue.
It is evidence on the globe Earth side.
Aha. There you go. That was it. So you're comparing two cartoons against each other and then saying, thus the Earth is a globe? Is that what you did?
So this is why we get into maps.
That's what I'm talking about. Is like you compared this cartoon versus the other one, and because the other cartoon looks like it makes more sense to you, it must be the Earth that we live on, right?
So should I just dismiss that map?
Just affirm what I'm saying. Is that what you're telling us? One cartoon was better than the other one for you, so you decided to run with the other one and say that's what the Earth is. Is that what
if you want to put it like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Right. So what's your defeater? What's your
defeater? We're still ending up with a claim of there's alleged anomalies if you assume the Earth is flat and that this is the layout, and all the other assumptions carry, like, for example, that the path is straight, that the plane is under a certain speed, et cetera, that there's no air currents. I'm talking, thanks. So you do all of those assumptions, right? And you say, okay, so it seems that if the Earth was flat and it's laid out in this manner and all those other assumptions carry, that there's anomalies of the distances in the south. But you could also look at it from the other way and saying that there's intense congruencies with the paths in the north. So, for example, I flew from Savannah Under Army Airfield when we invaded Iraq, and I landed in Kuwait, and it's pretty much a straight line on that map. Okay? So that's very congruent. So depending on which way you look at it, you say, well, there's intense congruencies here, and then here on the outliers, there's anomalies. Now, however, interestingly enough, there's anomalies in the south when you assume a globe model. For example, many planes and boats especially report being off course quite often. Even way back in the Captain Cook days, he reported being off course by doing globe assumptions. And he was trying to do dead reckoning. And then you have boxing in the south, which is boats arrive way too early or way too late because they're planning their courses on certain globe assumptions, and then they have to just stay out there in the ocean and wait for the piers to clear. So anyway, you have these two models, and there's anomalies between the two. One model claims the Earth is a giant ball that's curved, right? And you can just go out and measure the water, find out the water isn't curved, and then that defeats the entire proposition in totality. The end.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh, no, hold on, friend. Hold on. Did you just say that if water isn't curved, the globe isn't defeated? Are you crazy?
So I refer you to the image I previously sent, where if you're taking a parametric view, what am I saying? A panoramic view, ground level. Why would you see
I don't care. I don't care. That's not the point. Here's the point. It's a simple proposition. It's a simple proposition. If something is not curved, can it be a ball? You just have to answer that question alone.
Horizontally.
If something is not curved at all, can it be a ball? Yes or no?
Horizontally.
Holy fuck, dude. There's no parsing out needed of this category. It's curved at all. Curved in any way, shape, or form. It's just a simple question. If something is not curved at all, on no axes is it curved, can it possibly be a ball? For fuck's sake, this is so simple.
No, because it depends what plane you're talking about. It depends what axis.
No, dude. One more time for the slow kids in the back, which may include yourself. Okay, check this out. If it's not curved on any axis at all, zero curve on anywhere in any dimension, can it possibly be a ball? Yes or no?
It can't be a ball, no.
Finally, wow, that was hard.
Yeah, because you specified the question while bursting a blood vessel.
Yeah,
I know.
It took you like 5 times for you to understand what he was saying, and if he didn't drop that much emphasis, I don't think you would have taken the point.
Right. So let's put it this way: you have water covering the alleged Earth ball. Now, if that's the case, it must be curving on all axes. Right? When you're looking out, it's going to be on the X and Y axes, right? Yeah. So if you can go and measure the water that it's not curved on either of those axes, then it defeats the proposition in totality.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and how are you measuring it?
But wait a minute. You didn't know how the Earth is measured as a globe? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you,
Hold on a second, bro. Yeah. You're asking him a question that you don't already should have in the pocket. You're asking him how is it measured? So you don't know how the Earth has been measured as a globe. That's what it sounds like to the audience. We don't know that you're asking the question that you should already have a point to.
I'll tell you how I measured it. Dude. I looked through a GoPro lens that was 50,000 feet off the ground, and I saw what appeared to be a curve in the image, and I made the logical fallacy of assuming that means the Earth's surface is curved. Oh, no, wait, that's what the Globers do.
Yeah.
Right, so how do you do it?
Yeah. So you don't know how it's been done. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't know his method, no.
His method?
Are you guys going to keep dodging his question, or are you going to answer it?
Yeah, we don't need cheerleaders from the peanut gallery.
You're being his cheerleader. Why don't you shut up?
You're not as smart as you think you are, Booger.
You're being a cheerleader yourself. Why don't you shut up?
We don't need you. All right, so go ahead, Cosmos. Explain how the Earth has been measured as a globe. Can you do that?
Well, one is flight paths. It's far more consistent.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, the flight paths which are in question.
Measuring the surface with flight paths.
Yeah.
How is it done, sir? Show me the connection. How you measure the surface of the Earth using a flight path? Show me.
They literally.
The only thing you could say is linear distances and times of flight, and he can't parse out the details any further than that, and he needs those parts, and so he can't actually make a conclusive claim at all.
Those are variables that are inconsistent too, depending on whatever inconsistencies might occur during the flight. So the pilot might take different paths depending on where he's going, like weather, no fly zones, like the wind might knock him off his course. Like there's so much that you got to remember when you're.
Yeah, but don't forget, AV, that when the pilot reaches cruising altitude and maintains level flight, his plane is not axis rotating attitudinally. So therefore, it can't possibly be traveling in an arc path. So there you go.
Yeah, it can't be doing that. Yet he's claiming that with flight paths are the way that he's saying that he's claiming that the Earth.
Well, yeah, exactly, bro. I'm surprised that when I told him just go to the NTSB and get the rotational attitudinal data and then come back and shut us all up. I'm surprised he didn't go do that because that would have shut us up quick.
He had to look up pragmatic fallacy. I heard him typing on his phone, so it means it.
Yeah.
Tell me.
So the one thing he needs that must be true if the Earth is a globe and cannot be otherwise. And I told him where to go find it, and he still hasn't done it. It's like I'm literally giving him a freebie, and I'm not even charging him the usual $5 fee.
I think he ran out of gas.
No, I'm waiting for an actual argument for the flat Earth.
Yeah, the surface.
He reset in the middle of the argument.
Yeah, that's fine. So right, so you know that water's axes on all axes must be curved. If you can disprove one axis curved, you disprove them all, and you extrapolate that along the surface of the Earth, you disprove the whole thing. So it's simple. You just get a sufficient sample size. Let's say 25 miles. That's plenty, because the variance is greater than 2 orders of magnitude from a horizontal plane versus the globe prediction. You go out there, you measure the sucker, you take a laser. You level the laser, you take your storyboard target, you put that 25 miles away, you pan the laser horizontally through 2 lesser targets to make sure you're on track. You get the ambient weather conditions, you get the millirad divergence of the laser, etc. You put that on the target, you get a swing of about 3 to 5 feet off of a 6-foot target, so you're still in the single digits. The globe requires triple digits. And what I mean by that is if the laser hits the target at 6 feet, it's perfectly flat with a variance of 6 feet. And if it hits the target, if it doesn't, if the Earth is the globe that they claim, the laser will fly over the top in about 300 feet.
No.
Okay, the laser hit the target, yes, 100%. So hold on, let me finish. Thank you. So I'm obviously going fast here so I can get it all out. So just go. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would fly over the target 300 feet because of the hill of water in between point A and point B that you couldn't shoot down below. Right, so the off angle of the laser would travel and continue to travel in elevation over the hump, known as the Sagittar, which you can derive from the circle segment formula. And then you get that variance and you find out that you debunk the globe's curvature by 2 orders of magnitude, and 2 orders of magnitude is more than sufficient to know that the Earth is not curved. There you go.
Right. Do you take data for the collimation of the beam, right, and terrestrial?
I did tell you that. Yeah. It's called millirad divergence. That's the collimation, dude. The spread. Yeah. Now, the thing about lasers, hold on, friend. The thing about lasers is they follow a Gaussian distribution. That means that you can put a Gaussian application on the image that you get from the laser, and you can tell whether the laser is pointed directly at you. Which they have a picture of the laser pointed straight at the camera. And when you apply the Gaussian distribution, you find out the laser is pointed straight at the camera, 6 feet off the ground. So, conclusively proving that the laser went straight into the camera. Now, you're going to then say terrestrial refraction. Cool story. Terrestrial refraction still puts you in orders of magnitude off, dude. And not only that, but terrestrial refraction is a mathematical application which increases the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittar in the circle segment formula. It has nothing to do with light whatsoever. So you're in a categorical error. It cannot be applied here. Secondly, any refractive indices, hold on, bro. Any refractive indices, right, were done at the site. And it still only would swing the laser in the 5-foot measure. 5 feet. Not hundreds of feet. So even if you apply your pipe dream, you still end up with a debunk of the globe. So there's no way out.
No, you don't. Because with
yeah, you do.
Because with powerful sources of coherent light, and when we're talking about lasers in like the single digits of wattage, we are actually talking about quite powerful lasers. I guess you'd know if you know your lasers. You're going to get coherent light, which because you talked about right. Just you talk for like 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, we know how lasers work. Get to the point of what coherent light is affected by, dude. Go ahead. Come on.
I like how you're really impatient when it's me talking, but you can just go on for ages.
like that if you're here. Yeah, it's a good thing.
He's on point. You are not. You babble.
But it's also good that you like that, because if you didn't like that, you would fuck off. So that you're here and you like it is exactly what you're getting. Now you don't have a reason to complain anymore. You got exactly what you want and what you like.
Great, you're the worst filibuster on here, so I'm not interested really in what you have to say.
Problem solving.
Oh my god!
Problem solving.
It's easier just not to say anything to him. AI. Right, I'm addressing AI. Right. So when we talk about powerful coherent light, and you mentioned a Gaussian distribution, and you're absolutely on point. We're talking about a probability, right, of photons hitting a certain area, and obviously due to like divergence, like the kind of the collimation of the beam, we get a probability distribution, as they see on nets with that flat Earth experiment they did over those lakes, of the spread of light, be it whatever color of light, over this distance, right? So if light has a chance to diverge significantly over distance as a percentage given a Gaussian distribution of photons will do, you can expect to see powerful coherent light refract over significant distances, because there will be photons that, just due to the nature of probability, will travel a significant distance.
Wow, dude, that was hard. That was hard to listen to, bro.
Yeah, tell me.
So anyway, the way gunnery works, dude, is if you hit the target, you hit the target. And the way spread works is the bottom portion of the spread still has to clear the obstruction. So you're describing something that would be in effect if the laser wasn't leveled, but it doesn't matter anyway, because the bottom still has to hit the target, and it still has to clear the Sagittar, which is the bump in between point A and point B. Now, if you go and you look at all the details, you'll find out the said has nothing to do with what's going on at all. Because what you were trying to do is appeal to these bottom legs of the spread being caught by your alleged claim of terrestrial refraction, which is really just increasing the radius of the Earth to make excuses for why the globe geometry keeps getting smashed. Yeah, it is, dude.
No, it's not.
Now, listen. It is. So I can have my friends explain it to you that when you actually go into the curve calculators and you do it, all it does is increase the radius of the Earth, which effectively lowers the Sagittar, which is the midline of the circle segment formula, which makes a lesser hump between point A and point B, and then they assume straight rays. That is the math that they do. That is a fact. All right, I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, let me have him. Let me have this idiot. You're waiting for an argument for flat Earth. That's you who are waiting for an argument. Everyone else understands the arguments. They've been presented. They've been posted. They've been explained. The videos are all there. So who you are waiting on is your own ability to read and comprehend the information already presented to you by multiple different speakers. Even inside a neutral platform like your own DMs. Okay. You've got a cognitive block. You need to shake your head until something comes loose. Wiggle. Keep wiggling.
Oh, you didn't hear the fun part about this, Crit. He came in here complaining about Nathan Oakley. That's what his first gambit, his opening gambit was that, I don't like how Nathan Oakley is. Why do you guys invite him over here? That's what he came in with, bro. I mean, instead of coming in with the goods, he came in with that baggage.
Months later.
Yeah. Hey, we got Adam in here. Adam from Big Time Rush.
There's so many people in here. Holy.
Yeah.
I feel like I always see people in here, but like 90% of them never talk.
That's okay. They're listening. They like listening to us like a podcast and hearing all the people that think the Earth's a globe, not provide evidence of it. So it's
Jamie, pull that up.
Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie did that.
Jamie,
pull it up because what we're gonna do right now is talk with Adam and see if Adam has any coherent.
Jamie,
argument
pull
for
up
the
a
Earth.
photo of the sun. Why do they always look different, Jamie?
I don't think Jamie's gonna answer you. Anyways, let's talk about what you think right now.
Maybe he's saying Jimmy. He's trying to say Jimmy.
Jamie. No, Jamie.
All right, so Adam, what gives you the we've talked to you, Cosmos. Relax, dude. You had your 15 minutes. All right, so Adam, so why do you think the Earth's a globe, man?
When did I say that?
Well, it's what I usually ask people, and if they say they don't, well, then they don't.
I believe that the Earth, as we observe it, is indeed a globe. I'm a globetard. What can I say?
We're not concerned with that. How can you provide evidence that it actually is one?
Me directly, I don't think I can, man. I'm gonna have to use an authoritarian.
Well, high fives all
stance
around,
here.
right? So another person who came through that sounded very confident when he first came in here, but now it looks like doesn't have a way to describe how the Earth is a globe in any coherent means in 2025.
Yeah, it's not my. Well, yeah, it's not my field. Like I can't tell you how ships work either.
Well, neither you nor Jamie knows this, right? So we're all good over here. So what we're asking for is new people to jump in here is to provide evidence for this, and what we get is a big handful of nothing.
I mean, yeah, if I understood this field, maybe I can, but
it's not
this
a
is my
field, it's just a category, right? So the category
my understanding
of the Earth being a globe is not able to be described in any coherent fashion that our physical world is looking like. So when you walk outside, you don't say, "Man, the Earth looks like a globe today." You never say that. It doesn't look it looks flat.
Well, when I'm in an airplane, I'm like, "Holy shit, I'm going so fast, I can't feel my face." Like I'm just,
what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth conversation?
So just because I can't feel something doesn't mean if it's true or not, right?
Well, then go ahead and test the claim.
Like that.
The thing is, the Earth being round or flat isn't of interest to me. I would say.
Well, then that's good. But
I would say it's more of government lying about it. That's what interests me more.
Well, let's just hold on, Dr. Irene Globers. You were cutting out when you came through, so maybe you want to repeat what you said. You were cutting out, so I don't think none of what you said came through. Anyway,
and I do have a question, AV, if you don't mind.
What's your question?
So, my friend, if you don't care whether it's globe or whether it's flat, why are you spending the time to come in here?
I guess what AV said earlier. Podcast background noise in a way, when I'm looking up like nuclear stuff about Iran and Israel on my other monitor, just talking about it, I guess.
So are you?
And it's like, hold on, wait. One more thing is like, the thing is, I am kind of like interested in conspiracy theories, but when it comes to stuff like this, I'm not interested in the claim itself. If Earth is flat or round, because let's say right now I do believe the Earth is flat. I don't think that would have any bearing on my day-to-day and how I enact on it.
It does.
Versus if I would acknowledge like my governments and all the governments are lying to us and all the space agencies, like what would their motive be for that?
Yeah, no.
I think that's a bit more
Adam,
interesting.
you like talking about controversial things. It sounds like you have a show that does that. Am I mistaken?
A show that does that? What do you mean?
Adam from Big Time Rush. What are you podcasting or something? Were you doing some kind of? Jamie's not your like helper?
No, Jamie's a Joe Rogan reference.
Oh, well. What do you like? Are you some? I'm just identifying who you are so that we can say, hey, you know what? If you're liking the conversations about controversial topics, including, nuclear weapons or whatever you want to talk about, current events. But
no, Cosmos, I will not lie and troll to these people. Get out of my DMs. Sorry.
I don't know why people.
Yeah, he's asking me to claim I'm a government agent. Please, come on, man. Tell them you were looking into flat Earth, and I made you look into trans image and told you it was a globe. Joy emoji.
Yeah, don't listen to that guy. I'm
gonna block you now.
People. Yeah, he's very triggered. That's an extremely triggered Karen on social media.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cosmos.
I'm gonna just block you now, Cosmos. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he does that. He doesn't have to.
If you don't like these guys, you can leave, dude. No one's forcing you to be here.
We said that a long time ago. I think Crit actually look, dude. If you don't really
said that,
just leave. He just said that.
Explanation, demonstration, right there in real time.
That's crazy, dude.
You can leave, Cosmos. Anyway.
At any rate, yeah, people like listening to this in the background, and that's good. I mean, you don't have to put your 2 pence, but if you do, we'd like to hear your perspective as to why you think the Earth is a globe, based on the knowledge that's been given to you. What we find out, Adam, is that people don't have any coherent way to say that the Earth is a globe that we can say. It leads us to understand, okay, this guy has knowledge of the globe, because obviously everybody should have some type of topical knowledge. I don't think you even have that, nor does anybody else. Not saying
what
that
do you mean
you're
by
not
topical
able
knowledge?
to, but it's not possible because they don't provide any. They just tell you Earth is a globe in a solar system, and that's all what it is, and take it at that. And you're like, okay, never challenge.
The thing is, when it comes to me and how I would go about this, I would be like, when I look at fields of study and then I do look into them, whether it be philosophy, God, how vaccines work and everything, it seems to be the
We gotta stay off that. Yeah, hold on. We gotta stay off anything medical, especially the V word. It's TOS. It's part of YouTube's TOS. So we're broadcasting on YouTube and Rumble, so we can't talk about anything medical.
Okay, I'm not talking about medical stuff. I'm talking about Slim Jims, okay?
Yeah, if you need to talk about that topic, you've got, you just fire up your phone and go talk to Robert Kennedy Jr. and try to convince him, okay? You don't need to talk to anyone here about that. You got people inside your own worldview. You always appeal to authority. You've got the Director of Health and Human Services that you can talk to about that topic. You don't need to talk to anyone here about that.
No, I'm not bringing up like this specifically as like I know more about this field. I'm trying to give it like as an example, like stuff that I look into when it comes to this. Like I look at the scientific consensus in certain fields, and when it seems to be I do look into them, the experts tend to I tend to agree with the experts in the field. And I just haven't seen any like compelling reasons why the experts would lie about this thing.
Well, it's not about lying about it. They're not. Yeah, they're just handing you information that they think is also been handed down to them by somebody who's an expert. So it's just a like a daisy chain of people believing each other from generation to generation. It's it's akin to somebody having just like believing in Santa Claus. It's a tradition. You don't think of it anything other than that. You're not like, oh, my third grade teacher is out to get me, conspiring against humanity. No, you don't think that. That person, whoever it was thinking of the Earth as a globe as you do now, based on the same type of way that way you think about it. Trusting other people. That's the way it's handed down to you. You're not looking at your neighbor conspiring. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I think I got something for him based off what he came in earlier, where he said he's got one monitor with 2 advanced space age cultures, Iran and Israel, duking it out, bombing the piss out of each other. And he's not sure why they would lie. There's lots of philosophers that talked about as soon as a shooting starts, the very first casualty is the truth. There's no truth anymore. This is why you got people always wanting to fight the flat earth. They don't give a shit about flat earth. What they're trying to do is destroy truth.
Yeah, but why would they lie about, why would they
lie about a conflict? Yeah, why would they lie about a conflict? Why not settle it? If they're advanced space age culture, they're on their way to becoming Vulcans, for fuck's sake. Logic, reason, their whole society is built on exploring space for a betterment of humanity. Why are they bombing the piss out of each other right now as their only method of settling a disagreement? Wouldn't they be able to use Newton's flaming sword? Newton's flaming sword said all disagreements could be settled with an experiment.
Okay, then I have a question. Why doesn't one government come out and be like, yeah, actually, you guys are lying about the
because
Earth
you're basing your worldview on those guys, dude.
They are
on those guys.
Yeah, these space age cultures use their space age technology as black site funding for advanced weaponry. That's it. They're not exploring space. They're not boldly going where no one has gone before. They're psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks, tribalistic cavemen with more destructive weapons, and it's getting worse. Just like Einstein told Truman, if you drop that bomb, you will end the war. No doubt about it. but you'll start a arms race that will result in World War III being fought with weapons I cannot imagine. In World War IV, we fought with sticks and stones. That's why they would lie. They're trying to become, they think they're going to win an arms race.
Wait, so they're lying for greed at the end of the day, would you say?
No, they're lying because they think their tribe is superior to your tribe. When in a globetard, there are no tribes. It's all one human and one planet that you'll all coexist on. They call this the overview effect. The Apollo astronauts came back from Earth and they said, wow, I saw Earth from space. Oh, what does that mean? What did you get from that? We're all interconnected. It was an instant cognitive shift. That we're all interconnected, we're all part of one human race, one story, one planet, all of it, interconnected. They leveled up, like the Bible says, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. They said their view from space meant how you treat your neighbor is exactly how you treat yourself. So now you've got two neighbors, Iran and Israel, bombing the piss out of each other while also telling you you can view the Earth from space, and it's an instant cognitive shift that changes your perspective of your place in the universe. They're lying to you, and they're laughing that you got fooled by something so simple as what it would mean if the Earth was a globe. That's what I'm saying. They've got you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, isn't Iran like a fundamental Shia country that believes
I think you're missing the greater.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Iran is an advanced space age culture. They are a spacefaring nation.
Wait, let's see if he got a confirmation on that, Crit. Do you understand what he just said or no?
Yeah, I'm following, but it's still not making sense to me as to.
Right. So think about this. The world is united.
Wait, 1 second. Wait, I need to respond to that.
Yeah,
I need to respond to that though. Like you just said a lot though.
Yeah, but you haven't given not even a little to.
Because you're not letting me. Because I'm responding right now.
But you need to be able to. You need to be able to listen. That's the problem.
I did for 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, so let me try it this way. Okay, you're into conspiracy theories. So at some point, something should sink in. Where do you think the conspiracy theory of reptiles and government come from?
That's not interesting. I'm more interested as to why they would lie about this stuff.
Yeah, okay, so this is what we're talking about. This will answer that question. Where does the conspiracy theory, reptiles and government come from?
I would say it's a lot of it is biblical, I would say, origins and people who are very fundamental with their beliefs, like extreme fundamentalism.
There we go. Perfect. The guy who came up with that was Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
Okay, I just want to shift it to where at least he's getting some discernment happening, because it doesn't seem like you're too concerned with why this would be the case, right? Why would the people be telling us that the Earth is a globe and whatever? But is the information already given to us that the Earth is a globe, Adam? Can you confirm that this information has been given to you?
Yeah, both have flat and round.
No,
more so round though.
Flat is something that you're just listening to people tell you currently.
That's not true. Hold on. Whoa. Wait. That's not true.
When did you start hearing flat Earth?
That's not true. I went to a religious fundamental Jewish school, and they did teach us the Earth is flat. So yes, that is true.
What was the name of the group again?
The group again was a Bnei Akiva Jewish school. They are very religious, boys only school. So that is not true.
Is that a part of the Chabad Lubavitch?
No, I don't like them.
Anyway, so
those are different things. So hold on, wait, AV. So you are wrong. I was taught that the Earth was flat.
All right. So what is the contrast between the Earth being flat and the globe, as far as you can tell, based on your knowledge?
The contrast in what regard is how life would play out?
No. How the Earth would be in a geometric shape as a sphere, and it not being one, as the Earth being flat. Because you've already been taught both sides. So I want to know if you can make a distinction between the two. What's the difference?
I mean, yeah, I can make a distinction about the dome and the gravity and the size of it. Like I know those things, but it's
I
like
don't think
that's
you do.
I have heard of them.
We haven't heard an articulation coming from you that you know what you're talking about.
Not even a little bit.
Because what I said earlier is because like about the Earth being flat and round isn't what's interesting to me, and I don't really know much about it.
But you haven't described why. And so if you're not describing what the difference is,
because I told you why it doesn't matter to me. I said that earlier.
Okay, so now you're just going to go into the why would they lie question based on us not knowing if you can. Us, we don't know. Okay, maybe you in your mind you've already figured it out. I want to know how you made the distinction between the two and how you know it's either one of those. So you've been presented with two sides, right? Either a globe or it's being flat. According to you, you've been having two schools of thought. How can you differentiate which one would be the leading one?
Because I told you, well, I can't say the V word because we're live, but it's like every time I look into these certain things, I tend to always agree with the experts and their consensus about it. So based off of like my pattern recognition, I guess I would say, which you could say is faulty, sure. But it's like every time I do look into it and when I hear them talk about it, it makes more coherent sense.
Yeah, but didn't you
It
have
is faulty. It's called an appeal to authority.
But it's only there's a difference between a fallacious appeal to authority and a normal.
Adam, listen to me, dude. Didn't you have experts on the side of the flat Earth that were teaching you the Earth is flat?
I wouldn't say they were experts. They were more.
So
like
they're not
religion.
experts. So people in the capacity to teach other people are not experts.
No, you're not always. Hold on. If I teach somebody Islam and give him a reason as to why it's true, is all of a sudden Islam true because I'm an expert in the field? And
No,
I said
he's
something?
a subject matter expert. The person you were listening to tell you about Islam that's in teaching capacity is a subject matter expert. Yes.
Yeah, but the guy teaching me wasn't an expert in.
How do you know that? Make the distinction between what an expert is and what is not. What's an expert? What makes someone an expert?
Hold on, because this guy was more so he was taking everything from the Old Testament as to justification for the Earth being flat. He wasn't giving any scientific evidence. He wasn't giving any he wasn't showing studies. He wasn't showing anything.
So what did he
was
say?
showing,
Well, tell me what he said what made his justification for the Earth being flat.
It was more all biblical. It was all like presuppositionism, and so he said obviously.
Really?
Yeah, he was presupposing that everything in the Bible is true because the Bible says it to be true.
That's cool. I like that.
So he's going off of that.
So I like that. Now do it for the guy who's telling you the Earth's a globe. He's not making presuppositions?
Well, hold on. Do you believe one is demonstrable and one wouldn't be?
Yes,
if right now the Bible says, if the Bible makes a claim, how do I know it to be true?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how you made the distinction that one guy's making presuppositions and the other guy isn't. So now let's go to the globe side. You heard one side, that guy in the biblical is making presuppositions. I get you. I know where you're coming from. Now go to the globe side and see what that looks like. Is he not making presuppositions like the other guy was?
No, because it doesn't start from the conclusion.
Show me.
It's very different.
What is he saying? Because you've already gave an instance of where the guy was teaching you about biblical matters, and that's a presupposition to you. Cool.
It is.
Now let's go to the globe side. What are they saying?
Okay, do you acknowledge that when somebody makes
I'm not going to acknowledge. I want you to answer the question.
No, because it matters.
I'm not going to acknowledge. I want you to answer the question. How is the guy telling you that the Earth is a globe not making presuppositions like
because he doesn't start with the conclusion. He's not starting with the conclusion of the Earth being true.
Show me. Walk me through it. What's he doing?
Okay, well, I don't know. He'll look at shadows. You don't believe in satellites. You don't believe in all that shit.
I don't care.
No matter what
Present something.
No, because it's like no matter what I say, you're just going to be like, I don't believe that they're lying.
It's like he can't still man a point, AD. What's going on?
You're running from the guy who you said was making presuppositions. Excuse me. First of all, you were saying the guy making presuppositions is the biblical guy telling you the Earth is flat. Now, on the other side, the globe Earth guy, whoever it was, I'm saying guy as in man or woman. So whoever it was telling you the Earth's a globe, what presuppositions were they giving you? Because they both were giving you presuppositions according to a stance from listening to somebody tell you that the Earth is flat or globe. You said it was from biblical matters, the guy saying the Earth is flat. But
no, you made the assertion. You made the assertion, not me, that the globe guy is giving a presupposition. I never said that.
I know that he is because you didn't describe it. You're too afraid to tell me what
because I don't have to.
Yeah, you do.
Adam, calm down.
Calm down. Be quiet, bro.
Here's the thing.
Riled up.
You got one side giving presuppositions. This is called a bias. You have a bias towards the Earth being a globe, so you don't want to tell me what the people that tells you that the Earth is a globe are saying because you know it's a presupposition, just like the guy telling you biblical stories.
Well, he might not know that. He might not know that. He might believe it doesn't have presuppositions, and what AV is trying to get you to do is look at what you think is the evidence and actually see that it is filled with presuppositions.
Yeah, so present what you've been told about the Earth being a globe, Adam, so we can identify whether it is or not a presupposition. What have you heard?
Okay, if I tell you right now that
Just say
I guess
you don't
if
have
I tell
to.
you I saw the curve myself, would you believe that?
Well, we're going to say, how did you see the curve if the mathematics of the Earth are describing the Earth such that you cannot see the curve based on the size of the Earth? So where did you see the curve that you couldn't see the curve?
What if I tell you I have a family member and he's an astronaut and he took videos?
Okay, be more direct. You don't have to make up stories. People do that all the time. We have to deal with that almost every day. Just be more direct. We don't. No, don't do a what if.
No, be
I have
quiet.
a family member. Be more direct.
I want to see
Calm
what he's
down,
going to
calm
say.
down.
You don't have to yell, bro. I understand you're upset, but you don't have to be,
Bro,
I'm not upset.
I'm talking to AV. AV's his own man.
Flat Earth Ranger, calm down.
AV can
You also calm down. Lower your voice.
Please be quiet. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to AV. Okay.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute you then, bro. I'm talking to AV. If he wants, he can talk.
You can't mute me, but if you mute people, we'll kick your ass out of here. You understand?
Okay, well, I'm just gonna not acknowledge him, AV. I unmuted you, dude, but I'm just gonna acknowledge AV. I'm not talking to any of you but AV right now.
Yeah, you mute people, you're gonna get kicked out either way.
I
told him that already.
I already heard your butt, buddy, bro. Don't worry, you don't have to repeat it. I'm talking to AV. If AV has a problem with what I'm saying, he can say it. He's a big boy, okay? You don't have to talk for him. Anyway, AV, let's say right now, I tell you I know somebody personally who is an astronaut, okay? And he saw the curve and he recorded it and sent it to me. What would your response to that be?
Number one, it would be anecdotal. Number two, the information he's giving you is based on something that he did and you couldn't do. So it's a story on two fronts. It's a story because he told you my fish is this big. And on the second hand, he's going to show you a video or a picture of a fish that what he claimed was that big. But either way, it could be a fabrication, which you wouldn't be able to have discernment on. You couldn't discern whether or not it's a fabrication because based on the information he gave you and the story he told you is, no, like I said, number one, anecdotal. Number two, it's only based on something that he's showing you and nothing more. It's not built on primary evidence, which would be empirical, which is what you would need to discern. This is the problem.
Now let's say
number three
now let's say this person.
No, sorry.
And I want
to help you a little bit.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
I don't care. You need to understand.
I'm not going to listen to anything you're saying. My earphones are out.
Take the freaking room. Are you a child? What's wrong with you?
Because I'm talking to AV. I'm not going to talk to three people at once.
Stop working out. Just relax.
I feel like you guys are. You guys keep on
If
talking
the astronaut
over me and
you're imagining
I'm
is
talking to AV.
just relax.
AV asked me a question. I'm going to respond to AV.
I'm just going to help
Ranger,
you a little
go
bit.
change your tampon, bro. Okay.
If your astronaut is on the ISS is still too low to the ground to be able to see the horizon curve, so that wouldn't work. Just so you know.
Okay, cool. Don't care. Anyway, AV, now let's say this family member of mine, everything they've shown me until now has shown to be true. Everything with the V word, everything that he's talking to me about science, with evolution. I don't know if you believe in evolution. I'm going to go here on a grasp and say you don't believe in evolution. But I'm going to say everything I've seen from him, I've been to his workplace, I'm into everything. And then all of a sudden he sends me this video. Would it be more justified for me to say, you know what, I don't believe you. I think there's this flat, just based off of a big question mark about them lying?
No, you have a conscious choice to make a decision to say, okay, I'm going to accept what you're presenting as what evidence would be to verify that the Earth is what everybody thinks that it is, right? You can make a conscious decision at that moment to say, I want to believe in this as something that would be what my world actually is. You don't have to say that you don't trust that. You can say that you do, based on what he's presenting to you. That's a choice you make. However, if you wanted to say, I want to question what you're showing me, how do I know that this is exactly a representation of what my Earth is based on what I think you're showing me? You could question that and then want to investigate or validate farther. It's up to you. No one's making you choose. You choose for yourself. Every single day you wake up, you choose what worldview you take on. That goes for any epistemology. But the fact of the matter still remains. You can't validate the information unless it's primary, unless you can test and verify and validate that place that they're showing you the image from is something you can go and test and verify yourself. So in other words, you're taking it on credit until you can test this information to be true. That's all you're doing. And you make a choice to do that.
I would agree with part of that. I don't agree fully that you choose what to wake up and what your belief system would be. I don't believe in that. I think you have to be convinced of the propositions to be true first. and then you are convinced of it to be true or not. It's not a conscious choice. You can't just wake up tomorrow and be like, yeah, the sky is red.
Yeah,
can you wake up tomorrow and be like, you know what, the earth is round? I believe the earth is round. Can you do that?
Yeah. So let me put it to you like this.
You can do that?
Anybody that wants to can wake up tomorrow and just, or I'm saying tomorrow, but you can do it now even. You can choose whatever epistemology. No, there's nothing grounding you to that. Even if you think you adhere to logic, you can think of whatever you want. If you point to a tree and I say that's an orange, and I'm like, I just think that's an orange, and I can try to justify it in my own way.
But does that conform with reality?
No, it doesn't. But I'm saying it doesn't matter if you don't think reality is something made of something we can identify. So in other words, the laws of logic are tossed by the wayside. You can say whatever you want. This is the problem that I'm saying is happening right now in real time. When we're speaking to individuals who come in here and declare that the earth is a globe, they're doing just that. They're throwing away all of logic so that they can adhere to a worldview that doesn't have any coherence to the physical world that we all experience outside.
Well, yeah, that's according to you, and that's according to them. It's the exact opposite.
No, this
I'm not interested in what other people.
Information, Adam.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in what other people are saying. I'm talking to you. Like, if you say other people come in here and like they say it's a triangle or it's a circle or it's a globe, I don't really care. Everyone's going to say like whatever they want about
flying over this ass clown's head.
AV, the thing that I was the thing about the like family member in the Ashraf that I was getting to earlier is if everything he said to me was to be true until now, and then right now. He gives me another claim, and everything so far I've checked with him seems to conform with reality. Should I? Would I be more?
How did you make that distinction? That's important.
Well, I can't talk about the V. Okay, he was talking to me about the V word. Okay, and he was giving these claims and everything, and you know what? I looked into it. And
I hear you on that.
And it seemed to be true.
I know.
Or he was giving me. No, wait, hold on, wait.
I can tell you.
And then he gives me. And then wait, hold on, wait. I just want to say one more thing. And then he talks to me about, look, Adam, you can look through this telescope. You can see this planet. I look through the telescope, and holy shit, I can see this planet. He tells me about the sun and the heat and everything, and then he gives me, oh, by the way, the Earth is round. Should I question that and be like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck? Or would I more take it at face value based off of everything he told me to be true until now?
Yeah, no. First of all, you guys were taking a look at a telescope. So it's something you guys did, or is it something you're imagining him doing with you? Did you guys do this actually?
Imagining, because he said
it sounded like an imagine. It sounded like it's something you would imagine he would do to like put forth like an effort to tell you something about something that you can't verify.
No, me and this family member don't really exist. Okay.
Well,
exactly.
Do you not understand that? Yes, I'm trying to. It's a hypothetical.
I get the gist, but I didn't know the context. I didn't know if you were actually.
No, me and this family member don't actually exist. I didn't experience this. This is just based off of other stuff in my life, and I'm just reframing it.
So if we can talk about that, I'll just walk you through it. If somebody looked through a telescope with you and said, "Hey, look, this is a planet," right? What description do you think that person could give what they're looking through the telescope? In your own mind, what do you think they could say about it by looking at it through a telescope? What information?
By looking at it, it depends. I think we can see how light refracts off of it. Maybe we can, I know sometimes with extremely powerful lasers, you can see refractions. From what I've heard, I don't really know too much about that. At distance, how it would correlate to the sun, like if we can have lunar eclipses. Like, there's like a bunch of stuff we can look at, but it's like when I look at the telescope and I see something different other than the star, first I would go like, oh wait, that's something different. I've never seen that before. It seems to fit what we colloquially understand as a planet. Why wouldn't I take that as a planet?
No. That's where you're going to be wrong. So I'll tell you this: if somebody's looking at what somebody thinks a planet is through a telescope, can they tell you the elemental composition of that thing they're looking at? What it's made of?
Exactly, I would say maybe. Not, but we can make a very good estimate based off of stuff we already have.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Adam. That's all that people have been doing this whole time. So when they define what a planet is and then give you this backstory to what it is, you're trusting an idea of somebody that's saying this is our best guess. You just said exactly what I would have said. Same thing.
Wait, hold on. Do you acknowledge that in science a best guess is because like in science you would even acknowledge this, even though you believe the Earth is flat. There's no such thing as 100% absolute truth.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that 100% absolute truth a little bit later.
So it's like, wait, hold on. But do you acknowledge that science doesn't make like approximate 100% claims? It's more like theories based off of fact.
Adam, that has been something that has been given to you. That's another story that they've told you that to take on, so that they're not held accountable for anything that they say. But what we do in here, because most people are empiricists in here, What I would say is that people want to hold others to what their claims are and try to see if we can be verified by any empirical means. So
yeah, but they
if
can still
that's-
change.
well, that's not possible if it's something that's been tested and demonstrated. For example, dry wood burns, with combustion. Like if you're saying that that's true, and then tomorrow you say, well, that's not going to happen today. It doesn't matter if you say that you're going to change your mind, and there's some other scientist comes out and says, well, tomorrow, because we'll have a different day, it will not happen. Like you can't do that because it's been tested, verified, and the method is proven. Right?
Yeah, but if he gives more, if he gives more evidence as to showing why it would be the case, well, all of a sudden, it's not going to be like 99.99%. It's probably going to go down like 98% if he gives good enough within reason to believe as to why that would be the case. That's why nothing's 100%.
But a demonstration always trumps the person's explanation, Adam. Always. So if I demonstrate that that's not true, that guy's saying this, and he gave a percentile, on a variable scale, as to like this not being the case, and I'm like, dude, I can just show you that this is going to happen, and I demonstrate it to you. You can't scratch your head and be like, well, it happened, but he said it wasn't, so I must take his expert advice on this. You can't do that because I showed you with simplicity that it just occurs. So you can't deny the simple facts that we would demonstrate to you.
Do you think the Earth is flat 100% without a shadow of a doubt?
Yes, 100%.
Do you think that? Okay. This is going to go like in a whole different realm.
Adam, yeah, and by Earth, I'm not talking about the whole Earth. That's something that you guys want to put onto us. That
what do you mean the whole Earth versus the Earth?
Known Earth. There's a way to describe what we say. We're talking about the known Earth. Where we have been.
Known Earth?
Wherever we've been. Wherever people have traveled to, wherever people have charted courses to, wherever the known Earth is, that's all we know. Outside of that known Earth, you'd say, well, where's this and where's that?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by that. Do you believe there's like more continents, like the ice wall stuff?
That's a problem. Outside of the knowledge of the known Earth, I couldn't tell you what's beyond, at the edge, you know what I mean? That's something, information I couldn't tell you. What I can say, however, is wherever we are, this known place that we exist in this realm, it's a horizontal plane.
Okay, would you say it's more reasonable to assume that there are more continents outside of what we can observe?
That's of no consequence to me. I don't even consider that. But if somebody did contemplate that, that would be because their mind was thinking there could be such a thing. But it's not.
Would that be interesting to you?
No, I'm an empiricist.
You got to be more on point and identify what is
you gotta. In other words, you have to come with something more than just think about. Well, what do you think about? I don't care. I want to be shown. I want to be demonstrated. I want people to be able to put some tangibility to what the things they're saying. If they can't put that to it, then in my world, it doesn't make sense. Maybe yours it does, because people can talk about all kinds of speculations and you can think about things being outside of the realm of, reality. I don't. I want to ground myself in things that can be proven and tested and verified.
I don't know. I guess I just come in entirely different. Like, even if I do believe like the Earth is flat, I guess it's just like, I don't see my life changing in any way
Adam,
whatsoever.
Because you have to think about the cosmological aspect of it, right? So in one hand, you have the Earth, which is a globe, and it's in a solar system in a grand galaxy, right? With a lot of other variables that are moving about, right? We could talk about the constituent parts, but we don't have to. We all know what they are. The black holes and the nebulas and all the kind of stuff, right? Everything that's within that is a mental construct. It has nothing to do with any coherence thing that you can test, verify, or falsify. So these ideas have been given to you as a package for you to take on as a worldview. You didn't ask for it; you were given it. Yeah, at a very young age, something was handed to you, and it's got like video
just
games.
Because something was given to me doesn't mean it's inherently wrong, though.
But the problem is, there's an error in logic, right? The error in logic is that you're taking on a worldview without even considering it being consistent with the physical world. It doesn't have consistency. There's no continuity in anything they're saying about the Earth being a globe. Zero. You can't even justify it if you tried. If you try to justify it, I could find a reason why it's not true based on empirical means. I could show you, demonstrate. And it's like, for us living on the Earth, we can test and verify based on living on the surface, the realm that we exist in, We can understand elevation change. We can understand the Earth splayed out horizontally from our geographic location, but we can't demonstrate that the Earth is in a geometric consequent in any way based on how we could measure surfaces that are curving. We can't do that. There's no way anyone can measure the surface curving. That's not possible. So then the inconsistent idea that the Earth is a globe falls apart because you can't test or verify nor validate that it is. This is the problem.
We'd have to take an imaginary Uncle astronaut's word for it.
I would agree with most of what you said there. The only thing I would have a disagreement with is, well, obviously you saying like it is flat, but other than that, it's when it comes to, I guess, my day-to-day life, like even, okay, let's say I do all the research and I'm like, holy shit, you know what? The math, like according to me, even though this isn't my field of expertise, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying it has to be my field of expertise for me to understand something. Like the math and about like how like the Earth being round and the elevation level and like the laser tests that have been done and the water, like when you take out the camera and you see everything again, I'm like, you know what?
Those are measurements.
This doesn't make, it's still based on math, buddy. It just doesn't make sense to me, okay? Now, I'm questioning if the Earth is round or not. I don't see this having any real
I went into cosmology.
jurisdiction on my life. I would be more interested into governments lying to us about this, what the reason would be, and stuff like that.
I get it, but you got to think about it in a grander view. I think you don't see the implications of it not being in the cosmos that you think it is. So if it doesn't have the implications of it being a globe in the solar system, in the vacuum of space, like they say it is, and it's not that, then it's entirely a different worldview. So
you want me to steelman it? You want me to steelman it?
You can, but I'll just examine.
This is what I would say. Okay, let's say if I believe the Earth is flat, this is where I would go. First off, I would be like, "Holy shit, does God exist?" I would look for reasons to see if God exists because I'm an agnostic atheist right now. I would lean more towards God does exist. I would think a lot of the governments are lying to us. They're probably a huge unified government working like a cabal in some sense, that are working together to hide this, and they're all playing like mini politics with all these countries to hide it. I'd say that's where I would go more if I did believe the Earth is flat. Just I don't see any evidence of that anywhere, so I wouldn't jump to is the Earth is flat. I feel like that would be much more grand in for me to understand than is the Earth flat. I don't see why I would start with the Earth
you
being
don't
flat
have
first.
to chew on that, but I get what you're saying. I mean, obviously that's what you would say if you understood the Earth is flat. This is where you would go with it. Whatever. But then there's also the fact that people every day practically use the Earth in the manner that it's a horizontal plane. So, I mean, you can go from either observing the Earth the way we would say it's flat, measuring it being flat, like surveyors would do planar surveying measures every day, professionals in the field, and practically using the Earth as it's a horizontal plane. Like people that are in industries such as airline industries and sailing industries. So any one of those, they traverse the Earth as if it were a horizontal plane. So nothing is explaining that our world, the realm that you would reside in, is exclaiming that it's a globe. However, there's this grand narrative that is like superimposed over this to make you actually think it is one by way of using spherical coordinate systems, by way of using maps that show like globes and stuff. Like that all is just given to you as a thought. It's not shown or demonstrated in any way. Our experience on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's following a flat Earth. That's what
I don't disagree with that. That like we're taught from when we're young to believe the Earth is round or a globe. I agree with that, but then again, I don't think it's false, so I wouldn't see it as a bad thing. You would, though. You would.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have not challenged it, nor has anybody else that is into your thought process. You have this cognitive bias against the fact that it's flat because you've been told this grand narrative. In this grand narrative, there's a lot of constituent parts to it that are variables that you're like, well, what about planets? Are you thinking about what are they flat? Like, so in your mind, everything that's tied into why the Earth could be a globe is not, it's all tied into other little tiny narratives, right? Like, I think the Earth's a globe because I think that our sun is actually a star. Like you don't know that, but it's all connected. And it gives you the impression that you live in a solar system with a globe and all that. But it's not verified and tested in any way. When you look and when you examine each one of these parts, you're going to find out it has no coherence to reality, not even a little. And that's all I'm telling you. It's like it falls apart when you start picking it apart. But if you're not interested in looking at it, you're going to continuously think that the Earth is a globe based on a narrative that's being told to you, and you won't ever challenge that, Adam. You'll consistently
No, I
be
disagree.
thinking Earth's a globe.
I definitely do. I challenge a lot of this stuff. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I'm in this VC, talking to you. Doing one thing on the other monitor, talking to you, multitasking. I could be watching a YouTube video.
Yeah, but the problem is most people will not be interested because they want to be concerned with other things. This is the greatest.
Hold on, I think I'm one of a good faith Globers. Okay, buddy.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this is the greatest misinformation that has been ever put across someone's
misinformation or disinformation.
You could consider it both, man. Honestly, it fits in a lot of categories of being the wrong thing that people have been told. So if you look at it in any perspective, whatever information is that someone's handed you, that they're saying the Earth's a globe, there's no way that you can test it, verify it, falsify it.
Me personally, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Me personally, I don't think there would be a way.
But that's the problem. If you know that and people know that themselves, if they're going to give an internal critique as to how they know the Earth's a globe, they're going to find out problems with it. If they don't want to look at it, that's fine. They'll continuously think the Earth's a globe based on a conscious decision to say, I reject the information because I don't want to look at it. But that's just being ignorant to the fact. That's you and me and everybody else saying, who cares about the argument? It's not going to change my life. Yeah, you being indifferent is only exposing the fact that you are too afraid to look at the information, because you know what you're going to find out when you peek behind that curtain is that the Earth isn't what you've been told. And now you got to rearrange your mind to think, oh, shoot, now I got to be a crazy flat earther. Yeah, crazy.
It's not about being
earther.
A crazy fellow. It's not about
dude.
being a crazy. I mean, as much of it's stigma. I mean, I don't give a shit if it's a stigma or not. If it's true, it's true, irrespective of the stigma. I don't give a fuck about that.
Adam,
but it's more
think
like,
about it in a social circle, bro. If you go out and tell everybody,
trust me, bro. I live in I live in Israel. Okay, everyone here is Jewish, and I'm like a very religious, super right wing supporter, and I'm like an agnostic atheist, more center left when it comes to this. I'm already an outcast. And it doesn't bear like one bit on me, because like I still live like true to myself. Like even if it's like a stigma, I don't really care, I guess. Like you can assume about me, like maybe I would on some like what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? A subconscious level that it would, but it's like I just disagree with that because of like my past experience. But it's like even if that is true, it's just like I don't see the globe, I don't see the flat Earth. Because the thing is, what I said earlier about like steelmaning the position and being like the whole cabal thing and everything, I don't see that to be true at all. I don't see anything else to be true other than me questioning a certain thing, which I wouldn't even be able to attest to. Like how would I be?
That's only because you're biased towards the information based on being indoctrinated from at an early age, dude. You're at a critical. It sounds like to me. I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're at a critical thinking age anyway. You could challenge ideas, right? This one in particular is not one you want to look into because of the implications.
No, I have. My dad was a flat earther in the past.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that somebody had some sense in your family. But think about it. If he wanted to tell somebody about it,
he was. I don't know if he is anymore.
So what changed his mind? Why did he think about it not being flat?
Him was more religion based. Was more
really?
Like religion.
What in
biblical.
Religion shows that it's obviously a globe. What in religion?
No, like the old. What do you mean? Shows it's a globe? I don't think anywhere.
No, I mean he made a
Testament
transition from it being flat to a globe based on religious information. That would be incorrect. Religion.
No, like religious
being flat.
Yeah, no, he was a flat earther based off religious stuff. Then he started looking into like NASA missions, how the whole like Apollo missions blew up and the guys died and then they were alive again in other places.
Yeah, but that's only
he was looking at all these conspiracies
I know,
and
but
stuff.
That's conspiracy. That's a conspiracy. What we're talking about is the Earth. Okay, maybe he wasn't never exposed to a panel like this, but what we do here is we examine the claims of people, believing certain things. Right, because it sounded like what he was hinging on was either biblical, like a narrative.
Yeah, it was more biblical narratives on the Bible, and then he understood that those biblical narratives were wrong because he didn't believe the books to be true anymore, so he changed it.
Well, that's fine, but you know what trumped that? What trumped that was that there's people out there doing something, which means that people are testing in his mind. Right, I'm only proposing this is what might be the case. Somebody out there is doing something. They're testing the Earth. They're getting in rockets. They're flying up. They're doing tests. and here he's listening to some guys a long time ago telling him a story about the Bibles, whatever. So to him, people doing something meant something to him. So that's why he maybe converted over back to the idea that the earth is a globe based on that idea that he thinks people are doing something about it. But here's the
I don't know if he's fully on it. He's more like, I don't know. I don't think anyone can know.
You should bring him in here. We would like to talk to him. But think about it like this, dude. People that are like either teetering or thinking that the earth maybe could be a globe, we don't know either way. They don't have a way to test and verify the idea or the claim that the earth being a globe could be even tested. What we're showing people is that we can give you solid information to build your worldview that it actually is a horizontal plane. That's exactly what it is. Water demonstrate this with physics. And we can verify by measuring the surface over water because of the hydrogen bonds of the molecules of water, creating a smooth and level.
Again, I don't know any of the scientific claims, so like anything you say, I'll just take it like face value because I don't know any of them, and I'm not claiming to know any of them.
Yeah, that's fine. Listen, but what can be done is that everything that we say in here can be tested and or verified. We're never going to say something like, oh, well, think about the ice walls, man. Like, we're not going to go to a place where you can't verify something. That's why this specific room that's here that you landed in is very different than any other flat earth place, because we're going to always talk about empirical means to verify the earth that you're on. We're never going to go outside of that, because the other speculation realm, or maybe perhaps you thought maybe we're going to get into talking about lizard people or whatever. That's not us.
I don't. I've never heard that in this Discord at all.
Well, what I'm saying is that's not who we are. We're going to do things that can test and verify the surface of the earth. And this is the problem, right? We're getting into now a place where people can move into it not just being some conspiracy or it's too taboo or provocative. We're getting into like now we can have the conversation. In 2025, people come in here and we're hashing it out. Like, what is the reason that you can't even look at this information and contemplate whether or not you know, and then critique yourself, right? What's the internal critique sounding like? Are you actually challenging yourself, Adam? Every day you're like, you know what? Do I really know if the earth is a globe? Let me test the claims that they tell me.
Yeah, but then again, it's like I test myself when it comes to other things. I have like the globe, like the earth is a globe. It's more like political, philosophical stances, epistemology, how I come to truth. Does God exist? It's more stuff like that than like the earth being a globe. Because it's like, it just, it's not that it's not interest. It's like, it's such a non-important fact in my personal life.
You're standing, if you don't know who you are in the place of like in the cosmos, if you think you're somebody that's standing on a little dirt ball that's floating around in the vacuum of space, that is something to think about, man. Because your whole worldview,
I guess just not for me, really.
But think about it. Killer asteroids, colonizing other planets. That could be a variable to you that could happen in the future. If it's possible that people can leave a dying planet and go and traverse the stars and go see another planet.
I don't believe in that shit.
Yeah, maybe not. But the problem is it's still a possibility. Yeah? Because of your paradigm of everything that's like already seated in your mind based on the information given to you. What we're doing here is getting people grounded in truth. The obvious truth is that the earth is not a globe.
What would you say, you personally, like outside of Discord and flat earth, like debates, if you want to answer this, like what has changed about your life in a way where it's like you don't see how you can like live the same way anymore because you.
Well, that's good. I like that. It's at least got some meat on the bone. What we're talking about is living a life by very testable, repeatable, empirical means. Like we're gonna want to know what the earth is based on what we can understand it to be. So if somebody lays a claim in our worldview in this room, right? It doesn't matter. Honestly, it could range from different things, right? It could go from what the earth is doing as if it's spinning or not, or it could go from like why we have certain things that occur, natural occurring phenomena on the surface of the earth. We're going to be able to look at it with a critical eye. We're not going to accept because somebody said, Joe Expert over here said that this is the way it is. And we're going to be like, I guess it must be true. We're going to examine what's being said, be able to detect whether or not the person is able to verify their own claim.
Did you not do that before?
No. Dude, it was like you. It's like, some guy said that they're going to Mars or whatever. Yeah, but we don't give a shit. Let's just go out about our day. So it was more like a glancing bit of information that hit us and just bounced off. Like, we don't care. Yeah, so what? We're going to Mars. They say that all the time. but it's still in our mind. The Earth was still in a paradigm that it was a globe in the vacuum of space. So even if it didn't matter, like the way it sounds like you are a bit indifferent about it, it still would affect us in a way because we would be like, yeah, so what? They're trying to do this thing, but I know they're not going to do it because they don't have the funding for it. But in our mind, it was still a possibility. Yeah, which is like the same for you. It's still a possibility. So you leave the door open to it could be, perhaps in a very small chance that it was. But for us, it's a no-go on all fronts. It's not possible. It cannot happen. The Earth doesn't display itself the way people think. And so therefore, everything that goes along with that is trash. It's garbage. Because you can't show me in any coherent means that the Earth is what you say it is. Otherwise, you'd be in here. Dude, I'm telling you, over 10 years, we've had cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs come in here and try to do their best. The only thing that they say is basically what you said earlier. It's our best guess as to what it is. And that's all that they, because they don't have a dog in the fight. They're in academia, right? They don't have to be in here vehemently defending something they don't know what it is because they would say it's their best guess. Just like you said, they would say that's how science works. We don't claim to know anything absolutely. So even from their perspective, they wouldn't claim the Earth is a globe 100%. So what have they been feeding the rest of the masses? What are the rest of the masses consuming? They're consuming the fact that the Earth is an actual globe 100%, and we here in this room are completely wrong because we're flat earthers. So they come in here defending something they have no knowledge on, and when we point it out, they get upset about it. They they come in here day in and day out trying to find some kind of angle to thwart the efforts of us using empirical means. That's what they do, right? But we welcome it. We're like, dude, we want you to come in here and challenge your own worldview. So this isn't an echo chamber. This is, in fact, the place where you want to grow critical thinking. This place here exists to expand people's minds to the truth, not anything more.
Why haven't they proved that the Earth is flat
Okay,
yet then?
Okay,
We
bro.
have.
I mean, wait, hold on, wait.
We've
Before
done
you
it
say
in
that,
spades. Go ahead, Adam.
wait, hold on, wait. Before you say that, appreciate the talk, man. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
be listening for now. Yeah, that's about it. I don't have.
Fade to the background. Yeah, it was good talking to you, man. Go ahead, Dip Rat.
Yeah, why haven't they proved the Earth is flat yet?
We have, dude, in spades. What don't
What?
you want to know? Like, there's so
What do
much
you mean?
information, right? Yeah. So
What do you mean it's been proved?
So here's the thing: if we could demonstrate a way that the surface of the Earth is such that a horizontal plane, would you agree that it is?
Yeah, but you'd have to like prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, cool.
If we could prove it, would that demonstrate to you that you would completely change your worldview, that it's not a globe anymore, or at least put it into question?
Yeah, I would have to do the experiment myself though, because I don't just trust the numbers.
Okay, so what if we were to tell you that water is horizontal on its surface, and it doesn't matter at what level or range you put it to, it will always remain horizontal on its surface and flat?
But wouldn't gravity cause it to go flat on the
No,
globe?
you're asking a question. I'm presenting to you information that could solidify the point that the Earth is flat.
I agree that water stays level. Yeah,
that's correct. And so that in and of itself, they're telling us that 70% of the Earth, based on the Earth being a globe, is covered in water, right? 70% is covered in flat water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's level water. Like
Yes,
it curves.
No, it doesn't. You'd have to be able to provide evidence that water demonstrates curvature over large bodies. In other words, large bodies would have to display convexity in some way that you could test and verify. If you can't test and verify that large bodies of water display convexity, then you don't have an argument. I do.
They've done that actually.
No, they haven't. Who's done that?
Yeah,
Brad?
what they've done is they've shined a laser across like a very large lake.
Who's done that? I'm going to ask for specifics, and you have to demonstrate that.
Can I explain my point first?
You know specifics to it. Who did it?
So they shine the laser on the lake, and then the drone flies towards the laser, and they measure the water, the distance from the drone to the water,
Sir,
and it doesn't remain consistent.
Sir, who did this? Who did this? I'm still asking the question. Who did this?
Why are you denying the evidence? I've
I'm
just
not denying you. I'm asking for specifics. Follow what I'm saying. Give me specifics. Who did this? We're gonna figure it out ourselves. This panel is a panel of peer reviewers, so we're gonna peer
I
review
think
your information.
Professor Dave, I believe, is one of the persons that did that.
Can you provide some information so we can test your claim? Put it in the text chat.
Yeah, let me find it.
Sure.
But would you refute that experiment?
No, we're not gonna refute. What we're gonna do is test. We always check to see what people propose. And what you do is you post the information in the chat and we're gonna examine.
I see. And then just to back on that, have you personally tested the claim that the water is flat when you do this kind of measurement?
I don't think he was listening.
Propose your information in the text channel, Diprat.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna go get it, but I'm asking you: Have you measured that water's flat across large surfaces of water? You've personally done that.
Yes.
Can you also post that for me while I get this one? Thank you very much.
Anybody else that wants to chime in, go ahead. This guy's going to look for his information to show us that the measurement of the surface of the earth is curving over water. So.
I just don't get it though. If water's at rest, how can it be curving? Like, does curved water flow or doesn't it?
Yeah, we're gonna test this guy's claim. So,
like, I don't understand how their logic works, right? Like, we see water flowing, we see when it's curved, it flows, and then we see at a lake where the water's at rest and it doesn't move.
I posted my demonstration of knowledge of the surface of water.
How would tides work?
Yeah, well, you've had your 15 minutes.
If the Earth was flat, why wouldn't all the water just fall right off of it then?
Yeah, we're not going.
Why didn't he present his information yet?
Going there. We're waiting for his information.
Tides don't work.
Quiet.
I posted it.
Let's see. Where did you post it? Yeah. Response to Globebusters. The Earth still isn't flat. Let's see.
Yeah.
Where in here does he talk about the water being curving or show examples of it?
Oh. Do you not want?
It's 45 minutes. No, I don't watch information that people present. I want you to give me an exact detail as to when he talks about the surface.
I think context is important for the.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm demonstrating that you don't have it until you point where exactly he says that the water surface is curving. Where does he say?
He says that in the video.
Where in the video? It's 45 minutes long. It's 45 minutes.
You can't.
Hold on, Necros.
How long have you spent studying flat Earth? You can't dedicate 45 minutes to watch a video
Listen, I'm going to give you a mulligan. You got one more chance. I'm going to ask for the
And then what's going to happen? You're going to silence me?
Yes.
You're going to mute me because I disagree with
Just
you?
listen now. He's a child.
That's so funny.
Not before I give you a chance. Not before that. So I want you
I've demonstrated what I'm coming off of. Yeah.
No, you just posted a video and you want us to go look through the video. That's not our job. You need to point exactly where in the video it speaks to what we're talking about. The surface of water being curved.
It speaks to it from the timestamp of 00 to 45.
Okay, you're muted.
No, it's not. I know the video, and he's responding
That's fine.
to the video posted by.
That's fine. We don't have to. The reason why I don't want to dive into it is because it becomes a non-point.
There's nothing about laser measurement in that video.
I know, Necros. I know. I'm just going on to he didn't prove his point. That's all. I'm going to make it short and sweet. He didn't prove his point. That's why he's muted. All right. Can anybody else substantiate the Earth being a globe based on information we can critique? We're going to examine it. We're not just going to automatically say, oh, you got something? Okay, you win. No. We're going to examine what you present. Do your best. Present something that we can examine. Otherwise, if you have nothing to examine, that's fine. You could sit here and listen. Is anybody else? We got some people on the panel. We can unmute Cosmos. You want to talk to him? We were talking to him earlier, but he had flight paths. So Diprat is just posting memes now because he can't show exactly how he understands water's surface to be curving. That's all we have. So people that are coming against flat Earth don't have any coherent way to give us any validation of the surface of the Earth curving as it would, such as it would be a globe. And we're allowing you guys to come forth with your evidence. You don't do that. You're giving us nothing except for videos of other people. Why isn't it coming from academia? Why isn't somewhere some educational information is coming from sources that we can look up? You have to be asking yourselves that question. Why is it only from some internet personality that said so? Interesting. I mean, if this information was true, it would be everywhere. It'd be obvious. But it's not. All right, I can unmute.
It would be part of amusement parks. You would be able to go to an amusement park and they would have something that involved the Earth curve.
Yeah. Let me unmute our Glober friends in here. All right. Guys are unmuted. I did as a demonstration that these guys come in here, but they never bring the evidence that the Earth is a globe. At least nothing we can examine anyway.
I have before brought like a really, really good piece of evidence that's pretty basic.
What flight paths you were contrasting two? You were contrasting two maps against each other. You're like, well, one flight path on this map works better than the other flight path on the other map. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's what your whole argument was. And we have you on record to say that that's what it was. What I just said is exactly what you confirmed.
Right.
Are both maps projections?
Okay. So you know when we say, well,
So
that
you're
wasn't the
debunking your
piece of
globe?
it. How come you guys get really butthurt when I interrupt, but you can just interrupt ad nauseum whenever I say something?
Well, I mean, dude, if you would have brought a point, you would have brought it a long time ago. But you're not really bringing a point. You're just filibustering.
Right. So
You're just the
let
same
me
thing
talk.
over and over, brother. We don't want to hear it again, man.
How do you explain lunar eclipses?
Oh no! Don't! They say they don't know what the moon is. That's why I try never to discuss select.
Yeah, that's interesting. We can.
Do you guys think planets exist?
Yeah. What do you think those things are that you're looking up at the sky? What are they?
I think they're probably like spheres in space.
Yeah. Notice how you caveat to say the word probably.
Well, yeah,
No,
because
I think they're probably. You don't know that they are.
What do you think they are?
They're just lights in the sky.
Lights up there. They're lights. I see lights. Don't you see lights?
We don't know either, dude. We don't propose to know, man.
All we
He sees lights.
Then why am I
sees lights just like we see? You see lights just like us. Don't lie.
We see the
Yeah,
same
I mean,
stuff
but I
as
feel
you,
like
man.
that. I feel like that kind of puts it out of context. Like, of course, we're just like
Yeah, but
experiencing
feelings is
light.
not how we do this. We don't do this based on feelings.
If I can,
But you guys don't know that they're just lights.
Yes, I do. I can see they're lit up.
Hold on. we got
Okay,
Jimmy.
how does
Hold
that
on,
mean you
Diprat.
know that?
No, hold on, Diprat. Just you've already.
if I
had
can
your
interject quickly,
Go ahead.
I
Jimmy.
personally have seen certain planets through a telescope with my own eyes and my own equipment. Would that debunk the claim that they're just light?
No, I want you to tell
Were they
us.
lit up or were they dark and invisible and you couldn't see them?
What makes them planets?
Yeah.
It was a sphere.
How do
So
you
that
know
makes it a planet?
Wait. How
sphere?
how do you know that?
Because I could visibly see it with my eye.
You can tell depth perception with one eye.
I can tell that it's a sphere based off of how it looked, yeah.
Yeah, with one eye.
I don't understand the argument.
You're looking through a telescope, right?
Sure.
With one eye.
Sure.
You can't tell depth perception. You need two eyes to see depth.
You're assuming, dude.
Didn't you know that?
What's so funny about that? It's a fact. What's wrong with this?
It's just funny to me because the idea is like.
Yeah, we don't need to hear your commentary. Go
You guys are having meltdowns today.
Yeah. It's true though. What I said is true. You need two eyes to see depth perception. You can't have depth if you're only looking through one eye, human. So how did you see a sphere? With one eye.
Well, I guess my point was I was looking at Saturn.
Okay.
And obviously Saturn has rings. And
okay, how do you know they're rings?
Well, because I visually saw them.
Yeah, you saw something that people say are rings, but a ring would mean that something completely goes around the other thing. How do you know it goes around the other thing? What gave
because
you
it disappears behind it and reappears in front of it?
Yeah,
like,
but
I
so
don't
what?
understand.
So
What?
how does
No.
So how does that make it known that it's going around it? You
How
only
does
see
it
what
say
you
that
s-
it's not?
You
I'm
only see
very
what you see. You don't know depth. You don't know if it's a 3D thing that you're looking at. You're looking at it through one eye. Even if you try to imagine it being a sphere, you can't tell me that you know exactly what it is. You're giving a description to what it is that you can't even detect from looking at it.
See, I'm not here to necessarily argue. I'm just
Well, we're
posing
testing
my. No, I know. I understand. I understand what you guys do and so on.
Yeah.
I'm just.
And it's important, right? Because a lot of people think the way that you think. So what you're saying is exactly what somebody listening to us on YouTube are probably contemplating. Probably the same. Like, what do you mean I don't see a sphere or Saturn being something that has rings? I see that through my telescope. We're asking
Lord of
is,
the
how do you
Rings.
know that's what it is? What gives you the information that that's what you're claiming it is? If it's just a story that you've been told what it is. You know, the story of Saturn being what it is. Do you get it, human? Like you're told a story about what
Oh, yeah.
Saturn is.
No,
And
I
then you
under- I
look through your
understand.
telescope and you're like, oh, I see the exact thing that the story confirms. No, you don't. You just see what you see. All the information you gather is what you can tell from looking through with one eye in your telescope at the thing you're looking at. That's it. No more information. You can't tell me the elemental composition of that thing. You can't tell me any more that there's rings there that the information doesn't support. All the information is observable. That's it.
That's kind of a given, though, right?
Really? How?
I
How is
mean-
it a given, human?
That you can't really detect. You can't really tell what the composition of something that far away is.
Okay, but
visually
you're giving a
looking at
story
it.
about it.
I'm telling you what I observed, what I saw with my eye. Right. I'm not saying that. I'm not making a claim that it's any material. I'm not making a claim that it's this, that, or the other. I'm just saying what I saw.
Okay.
I was just simply, saying.
Well,
if
I know,
were
but a
to go-
ring signifies depth, and that thing actually goes around. It looks like, right? You can say it
Right.
looks like this, but you can't say that's what it is.
Okay.
I don't mind you saying this is what it looks like, but
I'll rephrase. It appeared that it had rings.
okay, that I can live with, because at least you can say, hey, it looks this way to me. But as far as like verifying that's what it is, I don't know. Could be
I
something
can't
different.
verify it because I cannot fly there.
Well, that's important, right? Because a lot of people fill their minds up with what they see is what it is. And then, of course, the story that follows that would be you're told a story about Saturn.
Yeah.
So
No, I understand.
We're kind of like getting to the place where now people can be honest with themselves. What can you tell with your telescope, and what information will give you the fact that it is what they're telling you it is, and that doesn't line up? You can only say that it looks like a light in the sky, and it has a particular shape. You can give us the shape a little bit. That's about it from what you can detect from looking at it. Other than that, you can't say anything more.
Yeah, and that's fair. I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly interject and ask that question, just to kind of get some clarity.
Yeah, well, we like people to come in here and ask questions, but like also we want
That's
to
all
challenge you as
skepticism
well.
is.
We want to challenge you. That's all. People aren't challenged, so we got Obi Wang that just joined us. Racist Obi Wang.
Obi Wagwan.
Yeah, welcome. So, do you think the Earth is a globe, just like everybody else does?
I mean, I do, but I'm not trying to argue. I'm just here to listen to people be skeptical.
Room is more popular than the war room.
Because I already know this chat is literally just skepticism. No matter what anybody says, you can always just pull the
No,
have you
not
seen
about
it
that.
yourself card.
No, it's not
It's
about
literally all it is.
No, see, this is what you think it is, but what it is actually is getting people to ground themselves in truth, obvious truth, right?
Which is question everything, which is skepticism.
No, it's not. It's actually solidifying points that we could say are true, which is the Earth is a horizontal plane.
Exactly. So question things that are saying, "Oh, is that a globe?"
Right, but we're going to also test and verify, validate the fact that we're on a horizontal plane. So we can do that. And that builds a foundation for somebody not just being skeptical, but actually affirming the fact that the Earth is a horizontal plane. So we give people a foundation to stand on, not just completely be skeptical about everything. That means that they won't have a place to land. They can't think of the Earth being as a horizontal plane. They would be skeptical of that. So we're not just here being skeptical, we're actually giving people a solid foundation to ground themselves in truth. So where they're not skeptical about the place where they're on. Yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do an experiment on Discord. That's all
Well,
I'm
it's not
saying.
hard, man. It's just like your perspective right now is you want to make it sound like this chat is only talking about things you can't confirm. But we're
I mean,
always
you're the
gonna
one
be
who
skeptical.
interacted with me first, so you're kind of asking
Okay.
for this.
I'm asking for what?
You asked me for my opinion, so I gave it.
Yeah, but you can't categorize this place. I'm setting the record straight, in other words.
I
saying
can
what your-
categorize it.
your
You're the
take-
one who asked me.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Your take is that we're all skeptics in here, and that's nothing more than skeptics, and we're not. We're going to be
That's
people
literally what it
who
is.
ground ourselves in the obvious truth. So that we're not skeptical about. The obvious truth of the fact of the matter is we're on a horizontal plane. We're not skeptical about that. We know that to be true.
I mean, you can. I can fairly disagree.
You can reject. It's not a disagreement. It's a rejection.
It is.
There's
It is a
difference.
disagreement.
No, the disagreements happens because you think there's something that can be debated about the obvious truth.
Do you know?
And
Do you know what the term
you fall into-
disagreement means?
Yeah, you fall into the law of identity violation, which means that we identify the Earth to be a horizontal plane. And when you say it's not, that's a law of identity violation. You are violating the laws of logic by saying that it's not what we obviously know that it is. That's a problem. It's not a
I'm just
disagreement anymore. It's a
disagreeing.
rejection of truth, sir.
Considering most of the world thinks it's a globe and not
Yes,
flat.
but that's only because other people are saying so. They're not determining, sir. We are.
That's good for you.
No, it's not good for me. It's good for everyone.
That sounds
It's good
for
for
you, man.
everyone who actually grounds himself in truth. That's what we do here. We're grounding
That's cool.
ourselves in truth.
I'm glad
Using
you
logic
can. I'm
and
glad you
reason.
can do that.
You lost him. He's done. He's done.
You bricked him, Alpha.
It seems like it. Well, I mean, he can't.
I've been-
He can
I've been
say, he
keeping
can
my
say whatever he
stance.
wants. Listen, your take on what this room is, it's like far beyond anything what it actually is. So we are here, grounding people in truth and the laws of logic and identifying what the Earth is really, not what it isn't. And anybody who says different is just rejecting the obvious truth. You can. That's your right. You can reject it all day long. I
Seems
don't
more
care.
like an opinion if people disagree.
No, they see that. Okay, so if I demonstrate that the Earth is a horizontal plane and you reject that, it's not a disagreement. It's rejection. You're rejecting that. You're like, no, I don't want it to be that. I want it to be this. Okay, then do whatever you want. Think however
And
you want. to
I
think.
haven't done that yet, though.
Well, it's not a
We're
disagreement.
only going off. We're only going off of statements and claims. That's it.
Yeah,
so
but
I'm
you're
saying I
wrong.
disagree.
No, that's not true.
You're wrong by saying it's a disagreement. That's all I'm saying.
So that's not true. This is an objective topic, not subjective. It's not about agree or disagree. The Earth measures as what it measures to be. It is measurably flat.
Seems like
End
it's
of story.
subjective if a bunch of people don't agree.
Oh, well, if they don't agree, they reject like you reject. Is there any measurements that they've done to confirm their position, or they just want it to be a ball?
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of people who have proved that it is a ball. There's people who have said
really?
they've proved that it is
Yeah,
flat.
where?
So
Where's
really,
that? Who's that?
You can
Show
find
us.
it more.
Show us. Show us.
Okay, fine. I'll have to do some research.
Yeah.
Yes, you will.
You will. You will. That's what we do here. Now you're getting it. You
That's
see?
cool.
Now you're getting it. Yeah, good luck finding that, man. 10 years later.
Let me do research.
We know the first response is going to be Eratosthenes from fucking 2,000 years ago, dude. But go ahead.
I got my money on it being Jaren, but that's where my money's at. Could be different.
I'm going to go with not a professor.
What sources do you guys believe are not
Empirical means anybody testing the Earth with a way to validate it. That's what we'll go with.
So if I say NASA, how do you feel about that?
I don't care who you present, dude. The person, the agency, or whoever has to show us a method by which we can test and verify the Earth to be what they claim it is, which is a globe. So show us that.
Okay, I was simply asking because before when I've been in here, people have kind of dejected the whole NASA idea.
Doesn't matter who it is. Truth comes from anybody who speaks truth. Doesn't matter who it is.
It's going to be a rough road for you looking for that document.
Huh?
I'm kind of curious to see what he's going to pull out of his hat.
Yeah, not space pictures. We didn't ask for that.
This is just off of a quick search. You'd have to fucking research longer, but crosstalk.cell kind of just gives a few ways to
7 ways to prove the Earth is round.
Yeah,
Wow,
it's
dude. All right,
kind of like a more solidified
Hey, let's do all
statement.
7. I want to do all 7. Go to number 1.
Seventh one kind of goes against what you want, which is just photos.
Dude, just go to number 1.
Number 1, watching a ship sail off to sea. Pretty much they're bringing up the idea that seeing a ship disappear on the horizon is proof that the Earth is round because you can only see so far as the Earth does curve.
Good. Hold on. Let's just, we know the point. We know the point. So let's figure it out. A ship disappearing from the bottom up. Now, just examine the claim a little bit. At what distance away from the observer does that have to be? Based on sea level.
Hold on, let me look that up.
Look it up.
Quick search. Horizon's not a fixed distance. Depends on observer's height. Horizon is about 3 miles away on land.
Oh shit! 3 miles away from
About.
what, 6 foot?
So yeah, 1.8 meters or 6 feet generally.
Okay, we got some cowbell now. So is that demonstration that you're showing from an observer of 6 feet? And is it 3 miles? We need confirmation, sir.
For what? Just saying like that it's 3 miles away?
Yeah.
Say the ship is 3 miles. Yeah, say the ship is 3 miles away, 6 feet.
Okay. Is there consistency to this?
What do you mean?
As an observer from 6 foot height, gonna see a ship disappear at 3 miles all the time, every time?
Depends on the height of the ship, but yeah. Generally,
the height of the ship generally
speaking.
The bottom up obstruction will occur at 3 miles. Yeah, so the ship could be however
it does depend on height, but generally speaking, I'm saying, hold on. Generally speaking, yes.
Not generally, dude. All the time.
It has to happen all the time. It's going over a hill. Yeah?
It's hard to say all the time when things have different factors.
So we're not consistent with the geometric shape of the Earth. See how that's debunked?
So your Earth gets bigger and smaller?
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that different things have different heights. If you're going to go at a general statement, or if you're going to go at an objective statement and say, no matter what it is, it will disappear at said distance.
Yes, because we're not
that's kind of unfounded.
Listen to this. We're not talking about how tall the thing is. We're talking about from the bottom of the thing will start disappearing at a specific
okay.
distance.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah.
Okay. So based on the disappearance from the bottom up, so the disappearance will occur at 3 miles, at least according to the math that you worked out, right? So from a 6 foot observer to a distance of 3 miles, occurrence will happen. Do you agree with that? According to what's been presented to you.
Yeah.
My flat earthers.
Yeah, just
Yo,
hold
you
on.
guys stupid. You really believe in a flat Earth?
We'll talk to you in just a moment. Just hold on, okay? We're talking to somebody right now. So
They're
at the
so
distance,
dumb, bro.
Thank you for that. At a distance away from a 6-foot observer, you start to see at 3 miles that the ship that will disappear from the bottom up. Now, can this be repeated and tested and verified?
Yeah, if you're at the same location, if you're at the same height, yeah.
Okay, so have you seen it been done?
I mean, I've been to the beach before. I've
You've seen
looked
it
out,
been
I've seen
done.
it, but I haven't measured it myself.
Okay, so how do you know the claim is true?
Like I said, it was just a general search.
That's great. I'm glad that you found something that shows some distance away from the observer that would put a predictable distance where the ship would disappear from the bottom up at 3 miles. Now we need confirmation of this being the case. So that means that you have to test and verify the claim. That's what somebody said. That sounds all good and well. But if it's not tested and verified, then we're just going to leave it at inconclusive. It's inconclusive. You need to
Okay.
bring some conclusion to this.
I mean, I'm not
Guys,
coming
you
on this
stupid or
server
what? The Earth is
bringing.
not flat. The Earth is not flat. The Earth is.
I'm not going on this server bringing full-on documents of my own research.
Right, but we're going for the first claim. The first claim was ships disappear from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth. What we're finding out is that upon further research, we haven't done what it would need to take to test the claim. I'm just showing you, dude. This is what we do
I'm
all
sure
the
somebody
time.
has before.
Well, then that's good. Let's see who's done it.
It doesn't seem impossible to think that
Okay,
somebody has done that.
Okay, well, who's done that, racist?
Let me look it
That's
up
the
because
point.
I don't
No
know off
one,
the top of my head.
no one has. Want to save you time? No one has.
I mean, he could look for it. Go ahead and look for it. But we're still on question number 1, or the first out of the 7. So we're trying to identify if anybody's done the exact thing that you think could be done easily. Test and verify that a 6-foot observer would see a ship disappear from the bottom up at sea level at 3 miles away. We're putting some meat on the bone, okay? So it has to. If it doesn't have that, then you can't say, or no one else can, that it's been tested and verified, that this is the case. I'm giving you the option to look for it. And so now all you got to do is come back with the supportive information that can proclaim that this test has been done and confirmed. Then guess what? Like as people in UK would say, Bob's your uncle.
And then we can go home.
Yeah. That's all she
Zebulon
wrote.
Pike from 1806, and then also people who try to find out the visibility of lighthouses.
Yeah, that's good, dude. I like that you're saying things. We need to have confirmation of the very thing we've been talking about. Ships disappearing from the bottom up. Has nothing to do with the tangential point you just made.
Always at the same distance, like you claimed. Every single time you see a boat go away.
Finding out the distance for visibility on a lighthouse is pretty similar. The only difference is
Not right.
No.
You're getting confused with yourself.
Yeah, we're sticking
And
with
how's
boats. Because that's point number 1, racist Obi-Wan. It's the first point on the 7 points that you were going to bring that the Earth is a globe. The first point we're examining, it seems like you don't have coherence to bring forth the claim relating to anything that you've seen and tested. Now, unless you're going to find something, I'm allowing that. Go ahead and try to figure it out. Did somebody test this and verify it? Remember, we're still stuck on 1, and we're not changing to another tangential point. So,
Yeah, you don't have to keep on stating that, man.
okay, well, just don't talk about lighthouses and other things. All right, meanwhile, he does that. Perhaps it might take him a little bit. We don't know. Say what's up to the panel. We got a lot of people on red mutes. Cosmos, as he's been here earlier, talking about he's comparing and contrasting maps. So he was saying one map shows a curved flight path and the other map showing straight on all the continents being showed on it. But he's comparing to say that, well, the Earth as a globe, and let's see if I can post it in the text chat for you guys. Oh no, I don't have it up. He had posted like looked like a globe that it was showing Johannesburg to somewhere in Australia, a flight path over a globe. So that made it sound like he compared that to the 1942 aerial map, which shows all the continents displayed on a horizontal plane. That he compared those two maps and he found out that one map works better, so therefore the Earth is a globe, according to him. So that's how he knows the Earth's a globe. To him. He said that earlier. Booger Smoker is on a red mute because he thinks he's top notch at thwarting the efforts of truth. So he comes in here just like a peanut gallery, chiming in. He doesn't really have anything to add or contribute to the conversation except for distractions. Diprat was given a red mute because Diprat was also given the opportunity to present the Earth as a globe, and it sounds like Diprat couldn't do so or keep his composure, so Diprat was muted. The mutes go away after a while. Well, we can take them off a mute at will, but so currently right now we're on Racist Obi Wagwan, and Racist Obi Wagwan is trying to figure out if ships disappear from the bottom up at 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer to confirm that the Earth is indeed a globe based on the spherical measurements that it should relate to in the math.
For what I'm finding, specifically on the case of boats being 3 miles away, observer at 6 foot, 6 foot view. Mainly that's just a calculation. A lot of the research that's been done on the horizon has primarily been done while people were higher than that.
Okay, so we don't have confirmation on the 6-foot observer 3 miles away?
Not on the 6 foot, no. But a lot of
What do
them
we
have
have
been for
confirmation
people
on?
that are up in the air, that are higher than 6 feet.
What is the elevation or altitude at which somebody has to be
4.
for the observer to declare that the Earth is a globe?
Fucking hold on.
Well, that in any consequence, what it does debunk is point number 1. Point number 1 out of the 7 shows that it wasn't verified, so we can dispense with number 1. We can go to number 2 if you like, or continue down this path if you want. It's up to you. You can make.
There isn't evidence for that specific case. That's all.
Okay. So do we have point number 2 being brought up out of the 7? I mean, you don't have to.
If you'd
continue
like
if you don't
to,
want.
I don't really care.
I would like to. I would. It's good. It's good content for the listener. They can actually go through this with us, with you.
Good, bro. Okay.
It is definitely good content, dude. They need to hear people walking through the methods and or the arguments against flat. We got to give them a good fair shake. Yeah, go ahead, try it. Number 2, what is it? If you want to look into it.
2 is talking about lunar eclipses, but also, I mean, you can just go off of the fact that there are different points where the moon has different visibilities.
Okay, so you want to discard of that one and not being evidence, so we can move off to number 3.
I was saying there's that, and also the fact that the moon has different visibilities.
Okay,
like when you see the moon in its crescent shapes.
Yeah, would you say point number 2 is not a good way to validate the Earth being a globe, in your estimation?
I'd say it's a decent visual way.
Oh, it's a decent visual way. Okay, so let's talk about it then. In what decent visual way can we confirm that the Earth is a globe? Using lunar eclipses.
You're able to see the projection of the shadow from the Earth using the light that's from the sun being cast on the moon. And you see that it's round rather than just a square that's kind of,
Okay. In order for that to occur, there's a few things that have to happen.
Slowly moving, sliding into the
you know
moon.
that. Yeah, I know. There's a few things that have to happen. And in other words, you have to have syzygy, which means that there has to be an alignment between the 3 bodies. The Earth has to be getting in the way of the sunlight in order for there to be a lunar eclipse.
It's only for a short amount of time.
Yeah, but do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I've seen it
in order
before.
for this to occur, like the way you say they do, that the bodies have to be a particular shape, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the particular shape to be already that, or are you assuming that?
Assuming it's spherical.
Okay. So we can't base off empirical means things that are assumed. So we'd have to stop there and figure out if they're already known to be that, how were they known to be that? So we're going based off how do we verify that the things that were causing the occultation to be what they are. So the Earth in this case being causing the lunar eclipse, or the moon being a spheroid causing the solar eclipse. So we're talking about how do we know that they're spheres as we declare them to be?
Because you can see that they are.
Well, we don't know the Earth's a sphere. We're just assuming it, like you said. You said we're.
Well, when
assuming
you're
the Earth is
looking
a
at
sphere.
the different phases of the moon, when the moon is, I'd say, behind Earth, more or less, you're able to see that the moon has a spherical shadow cast upon it. That is because the sun casts a light on the Earth. That shadow that is caused from that is being projected onto the moon, and it's spherical.
That's not how moon phases
It's not
work.
straight.
By the way.
That is literally how it works.
No, the question.
That's not how moon phases work.
The question.
It's literally
is-
how it works.
No, the
That's
question,
not how moon phases work.
He's talking about moon phases, but he actually was meaning the lunar eclipse. Isn't that what you?
I was meaning both.
Both.
No, lunar
Okay,
phases. That's not what they say lunar phases
Lunar
work.
phases have nothing to do with the Earth occulting the moon in any way. Phases are different than the eclipses.
Dumbass.
The
You should
phases
already-
prove that the moon does orbit around the Earth.
No. Wait, but they're not the same, right? Because a lunar eclipse would be, and even other globers will correct you on this. In the case for the Earth being occulting the sunlight to cause the moon to have the shadow, it's only occurring when the Earth's getting in the way of the sunlight, according to the globe, right? But the lunar phases have nothing to do with the Earth getting in the way of the sunlight. You're incorrect there.
Stupid.
They do.
No,
You're just making shit up, bro.
Dude,
Like,
look it up. Like, you're wrong here. Like, you're absolutely wrong based on people talking about the Earth as a globe. The globe paradigm does not say that the phases of the moon are caused by the sun getting, or the Earth getting away the sunlight. That is not what's
Lunar
happening.
phases are caused by the changing angle at which we see the sunlit portion of the moon as it orbits the Earth.
Yeah, but it's
nothing
not
to do with
caused
the
by
Earth
the Earth.
blocking.
It's
Nothing
not
to
caused
do with
by
the
the
Earth
Earth
blocking it. You just made that up straight from your asshole.
Yeah, the Earth is not blocking the sunlight to cause the lunar phases. The lunar eclipse, according to the globe, that's what's causing the light to be blocked on the moon. Not in the phases, dude. You're getting your lore.
Oh shit!
incorrect.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Yeah, that's fine.
My bad.
Listen, even if that is the case, my greater point
I'm
is
muting the dude using fucking.
it's fine. Listen, my greater point is that you still can't prove that the Earth is a globe, causing the occultation, which is the shadow on the moon, because you're still assuming that the Earth is a globe. It's a sphere in your mind, but it wasn't proven that it's one. So the only thing you can say is I assume it's the Earth causing the occultation on the moon, causing the shadow. So that's why you think the Earth's a globe, but you don't have supportive information to say it is an actual sphere getting in the way of the sunlight.
How would it happen if we were on a flat plane?
Well, the problem we're having right now at this current junction is verifying that the story that you've been told, according to the eclipses, right, story, is that the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight. You don't have the information that the Earth is a globe getting in the way of the sunlight, because first of all, you have to prove that the Earth is a globe and that it's also getting in the way of the sunlight. You need to prove those points. You can't just say that that's what's happening.
Okay, I'm asking
story,
you, how would a lunar eclipse happen if the Earth was flat?
Well, the problem
Not
is
the way you were saying.
we don't have to give you another story of the one that we're telling you is not the case, because what we're saying, in fact, is that no one can prove the phenomena to be a positive claim. Like, you can't tell me that it's Rahu and Ketu eating the moon up in those certain days. Like, ancients used to think certain things about these phenomena, right? As you may or may not know. So they would claim that it's a specific dragon that would eat the moon, right? In a lunar eclipse. But see, the globe Earth is saying no different than that. They're saying, well, the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight. They can't prove that. Like the people that were claiming the story about Rahu and Ketu couldn't claim that there's this big monster eating the moon. So you can't verify the same claim that they can't verify. It's in the same category.
Well, he already told us
but
it was
I'm
flat. How it
asking
would
you
work.
as well
He said that it
is
would be a square
how
that
would
was
a
flat
lunar
across
eclipse
the
happen
moon.
if the Earth
He's
was
got me
flat?
muted. Yeah, he's got it. He already told us. He said that if it was flat, then a square would slide across the moon, dude.
Yeah, but so we don't know what the shape of the Earth is based on the lunar eclipse. That's point number 3. Or are we on
No,
number 3?
but you guys are flat earthers, right?
Yeah, but we're testing the claim.
So how would a
Francis
lunar
Kobe
eclipse happen
Wagwan.
if the Earth was flat?
Well,
That's
we
all
don't
I'm
need to
asking.
support.
then.
Yeah, we don't
Not
need
a
to
square
support.
sliding across the moon.
Yeah, we don't need to support any other story to give you. We don't need to do that. We just need to show you how it's not proven right now. In your mind, you can't prove it. You say you have to assume the Earth being a globe. So now we're just diving into the fact that you don't know even if it's verified it being a globe, to say that the shadow is the Earth's shadow.
I mean, it's pretty fair to assume that the Earth is not of a flat shape,
bro. But it's fair to assume.
And considering other things in the universe are round,
Racist
you can
Obi-Wan,
give a
do you
best
hear
estimate
yourself
that the Earth
saying-
is also round.
Yeah, do you hear yourself saying it's fair enough to assume? Those key words that you said indicate that you don't know that it's a globe. That's what it tells us, and it tells the listening audience right now. They're listening to you say that.
Well, when you reject photos, it's kind of hard to prove.
Okay, well let's not do that either. We're only going based on the point that you brought up in point 1 through 7. I think we're on number 3. You can correct me if I'm incorrect on that.
I think we're on 2.
Okay, point number 2 is talk about lunar eclipses showing us that the Earth is a globe, and that's not what it's showing us. According to the way you've demonstrated, you have to be reasonably assuming the Earth's a globe. That's not direct evidence that the Earth is empirically verified as a globe, causing the occultation of the sunlight to be blocked cause the shadow on the moon.
I would say photos are direct evidence, but I mean, you guys don't want to believe in those photos.
We're not going to talk about photos. We're only talking about the phenomena of the lunar eclipse. So that wasn't evidence that the Earth is a globe, according to you, because you said it's a reasonable assumption. So we know we could put that off to the category of people assuming the Earth being a globe using that method. So let's go to number 3. I'm just walking down the. You can bring up other points if you want.
Okay, buddy. Yeah.
Point number 3.
I guess point 3. What's it say? Climb a tree. It's pretty much just saying go to a higher elevation to see the Earth's curvature. It's pretty much the same as point 1.
Yeah, it's same as point 1. So we'd be at being
just at a higher elevation. That's all.
It's inconclusive because people can, I think of them being on a curved surface, but they can't be able to measure it. Of course, that's what we're asking for. So it'd be like point number 1, where it'd be inconclusive. They wouldn't be able to put a standard to it. So that's what we're looking for, a standard.
May I ask something?
Sure.
Say we do have that situation where somebody does climb the tree. Say the Earth is flat, right? In this case, what would cause you to not see everything?
Well,
other than obvious terrain features.
Yeah, it's the lowest angle to the surface. You can see a lot less. So the lower you get to the ground, the further less you can see. So let's say you're trying to look horizontally across the surface, and even if you're thinking the Earth is a globe, looking horizontally would be a leading edge of the sphere, as if it were a globe. But if the Earth is flat, all you can see is the furthest distance based on the angle that you are from the ground.
Okay, so and I'm saying, say the situation where climbing a tree, say a tall tree, what stops you other than obvious terrain features from seeing farther than whatever distance, like 3 miles?
There's an optical
4 miles, whatever it is.
There's an optical distance at which your eye can resolve, right? Every optic has a resolution limit. Would you agree with that? That's something basic in optics.
Okay.
So your eye, binoculars, whatever you're going to use, everything has a resolution limit. So you can't see forever. Outside of that, there's a convergence that happens off in the distance with the way we see the world. Well, that means that when you look at the horizon, everything's converging to the horizon and up to a vanishing point, which is the furthest point that your eyes can see based on the convergence that happens naturally, right? Because your eyes, when it looks off in the distance, what it does, it converges everything to your eye line. And so you witness at that vanishing point where the place where you can't resolve anymore. And I could demonstrate this to you with something a little smaller. Let's say you have a fly that lands on your arm, right? And that fly flies horizontally in front of your vision, straight off away from you. There will be a point where that fly disappears in your vision, not because it's disappeared really, but because your eyes can't resolve it any longer in the light that you see it in. So it has a resolution limit to see things that would disappear based on angular size. Angular size change happens because you see things getting bigger as they approach you and smaller as they move far away from you. So it's angular size change. It's the angle of view at which you're seeing something that also things also converge at the eye line. So it has a lot to do with optics and probably a little bit more understanding behind this to also deal with, coupled with optical phenomena that occur off in the target distance. That could mean like miraging effects that occur.
So if we only have a certain distance that we're able to see or have your eyes, I don't even know what the term would be. Just let's say see. Then how come we're able to see things like the moon, the sun, and the stars?
Well, it just
in your case,
it just depends on what you're looking at, because certain light sources will appear differently in the sky based on the density of the air that we see through. The density of the air at the lowest layers are, I used layers to kind of give you a remind a thought, but at the lowest level of looking at something horizontally will be a lot thicker than when you look at something as it approaches like a solar noon or lunar noon above your head. So when you see something horizontally, it would change in its color variation based on the layer of air that's at the lowest layer. And when it moves up towards 90 degrees above you, it's at a more clear perspective because it's not going through the thickest part of the air. The air causes distortions that cause optical phenomena to occur, which could be the coloration of the moon when it's at the horizon or just slightly above the horizon to be like yellow or pink or whatever shade of color it is.
Okay, then how come if you...
all
right.
Go ahead.
How come if you climb a mountain, then you're still on, that bottom layer where it's still dense air, dense particles, I guess you could say. How come you can still see farther than if you were just at the bottom of said mountain?
Yeah, because your angle of view has changed. As we covered this, angle of view is now increased.
Okay.
Yep. Your angle of view has increased. So imagine this, right? If you have a checkerboard, right? And the checkerboard extends off horizontally, forever. If you were to get in a higher elevation, you could see more of the checkers on that checkerboard. But as you get down lower to the ground, less of the checkerboard can be visually seen because the furthest distance away on that checkerboard will start disappearing.
Well, I can see the whole checkerboard.
Not if you get lower to the ground. The checkers.
Well, yeah, if I'm under the checkerboard.
The checkers on the checkerboard couldn't be noticed that on the furthest. Let's say you could see, you brought your head all the way down to the ground. You probably couldn't notice the checkers that are in the furthest distance away because you decreased your angle of view. It's just simple optics, dude. There's no real magic trick happening here. Just decreasing and increasing your angle of view.
Okay.
But there's a lot to do.
So I have a speaker in my hand, right? The speaker is flat. Not on all sides, but on these sides it is flat. It has 4 bumps on it for pegs, kind of. They're rubber. Okay. If I have it at my eye level, obviously I can't see anything but the round parts. If I slightly increase, which would just be, say, like your regular person's view from a flat plane,
climb in a tree.
I can still see all of it except for what's behind the bumps, obviously.
Yeah, but that's because of the distance you're working with, dude. You got to remember that. Like, you're talking about distances, so you're doing it at a scale where you're using a small scale. We're talking about a large scale. Scale is a factor, right?
Well, yeah. So if the speaker was extremely long, it would still be flat because it's obviously plane. But how come things disappear in the distance when you're looking at the ground?
Yeah, like I said, that's a resolution limit. Your eyes can't resolve the thing. That's why we use optics like binoculars and telescopes and such. They increase that only by a certain limit because they have their own optic limit as well. But that does only... Say again?
I'm saying you have, in this case, a 3-mile long piece of wood. I know it's kind of extreme, but still.
I don't care. You can use whatever.
3-mile long piece of wood. You can still see it if you're you can see the whole piece of wood. Go in the distance until the end point.
No. Yeah,
however, with the Earth, you're not able to.
Wait a minute. No, that's incorrect. You're assuming this is the case because with distance, you increase the amount of variables that are now going to cause fluctuations in the viewing distance. So you're increasing the distance, also increases how much air you're looking through, which also decreases the chance to see the thing you think you should see. So you're making this hypothetical based on an ideal way of looking at how you should see. But what we have is reality outside. Outside, there's variable fluctuations in optical phenomena that can occur to cause distortions in what you would see in the distance. So you don't have to just contend with the angle of view or optics. You have to contend with the ambient temperature outside, which causes distortions in your viewing distance.
So temperature affects the way that or the distance that you can see the Earth.
Say again?
I said, so what you just said was that temperature also has effect in how far you can see the Earth.
Yes.
So if it's hot out, can you see further or shorter?
Shorter.
Okay, and if it's cold out, you could see further.
Pretty much. I mean, that's kind of like the way it should be. However, I'm not
the
saying
way
that
it should be.
I'm not. Yeah, because of the fact that we have things to contend with, which is the surface of the Earth. Now, the fluctuations can occur in between pockets of air, in between your viewing. So, like, it's not all the same. You'd have to measure by each example. So every day that you go out to a certain location, you have a different way of looking at it because the temperature, you have high and low pressures that are always mixing in the air. That's weather, right? Weather is going to cause fluctuations in variable distances that you could see. That's why a weatherman says, hey, today's visibility will be 11 miles or whatever. Because of that fact, there's an optical distance that would be given to you optimally, like what you should see, like, but it's gonna be in a variable of like range.
That's
not
based
gonna
on
be
factors other than temperature, though.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm
know,
getting
but the problem that we're having here is that we're trying to gauge a distance to the Earth as a globe, with the Earth being a geometric size. So the geometry of the Earth needs to be a specific size so that we can test it, right? What we're not able to do, and what we're even going through now, is that there's a lot of variables that can be included as to why somebody wouldn't see a horizon at a specific distance to claim that the predictable distance from the observer to the horizon would be at a specific distance away based on these variables. So we're not giving a definitive determination as to say what is the distance that a ship would disappear from the bottom up based on all these factors. Does making sense?
If you have a 3 mile length of wood,
we're talking to this guy, dude. Sorry, Cosmos. You're gonna have to be on mute for a moment.
I mean, I'm fine with him entering the conversation.
No, it's your mind, dude. It's your mind that I'm speaking to, and it has to either, because we're going through these points, right, that you're bringing up, because you said there's 7 ways that we can demonstrate the Earth's a globe. So I'm going through each one and numbers.
That's what that site says.
Are we on 3 or 4?
We were just on 3.
All right. Well, I mean, now that we have the information of optics being taken into consideration, you'll have to know that you got to think about the viewing distance as something that fluctuates. You can never say that it's something that you can take, for example, something that you could say it's static based on like the distance. The distance means everything.
Well, yeah, it definitely changes based on outside factors.
And distance.
And
the more distance you increase, the more variables you're going to have to include. The factors will change. So the distance, like, think about it, right? On a hot day, something at a far distance will look really distorted, wavy, and such. But the person that walks up to you in a far distance and gets all the way close to you, well, you can start seeing them a lot more clearly based on distance away from you. So distance is a huge factor. Can't discard that. It has to be something specific. It's got to be
based on the quality of how you see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. I mean, I can't see that far.
Well,
there's a lot of people who can't really.
And you know, we only added certain factors. We didn't even add the factor of like a person's eyesight. That's another factor. How far they can see based on what their seeing distance could be based on how far how good your vision is. That's another thing too. Like there's so many things, but like it doesn't equal to that we can affirm that the Earth is a globe based on this. So I'm gonna kind of try to tie up point number 3 so we can move on.
Sure,
if
we
you
can
want
move
to,
on. I don't really.
All right, so we kind of went through that. What's point number 4?
Travel through or even within different. Oh, it's talking about time zones.
Round 4.
All right, time zones. And what do you feel about that? Do you want to go over that or no?
Let me just read a bit of what it says, see what it's trying to get at.
Okay. What did it say?
Curvature of the Earth becomes somewhat visible at an elevation of 35,000 feet with a 60-degree field of view, or with a above 60-degree field of view. More visible at an elevation of 50,000 feet. So if you're on the right commercial flight, you might be able to see the curvature of the Earth with your own 2 eyes.
Was that point number 4 dealing with time zones, or is that another point?
It says travel through or even within different time zones.
Okay, so
that's what it says. I'm just reading it, man.
So it's like it's working with 2 ideas at the same time. So it's either time zones and or people traveling through the time zones. Is that what I'm getting from that?
I mean, I think it's meaning travel through time zones. But
Okay,
even
so
then, with that observation that it gives about a commercial flight, I mean, that's pretty much 3 in 1.
Yeah, I would say,
just at a very high elevation. In the event you're
Yeah,
not
that's
high enough,
50,000
though,
feet. Can you just reread that? I gotta hear it again. Can you reread that last point?
The curvature of the Earth becomes somewhat visible at an elevation of 35,000 feet with a over 60-degree field of view and more easily visible at an elevation of 50,000 feet. So if you're on the right commercial flight, you might be able to see curvature of the Earth with your own two eyes.
And he said also 50,000 feet would be an elevation or an altitude better to see it at. Not just 35, but 50,000 would be even better.
Yeah, it would be more easy, is what it says.
Well,
and I mean, I would agree. I've been on flights before where, you know, I don't see everything. I can see to a certain
but I mean,
until everything just starts to fucking disappear.
Yeah, no, but we could be honest with ourselves because we have people that are taking flights. So if everybody collectively can confirm that they see a curvature of the Earth, would that be the conclusion that the Earth is like? Would everybody in here unanimously say the guy's right? You observe a globe when you're looking out at a window of an airplane. Did you witness that yourself? I need confirmation.
Did I witness the globe curving? Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
It's much more easy if you see it on the ocean because if you're going through like different countries.
Do you think that should be the consensus? Racist Obi Wagwan?
I'd say that's a general consensus. Yeah.
What if people disagree with that?
Who's the dude doing the fucking soundboard shit?
Yeah. If somebody disagreed with that, would you want to ask why they disagree with? Why did they saw a flat Earth outside their window?
Yeah, I'd like to ask them how they saw a flat Earth outside their passenger window.
But does it matter though? Because they saw something different than you did. You saw a curved Earth. They saw a flat Earth.
I'd say it matter.
We have a contrast in what people have seen optically, but they said the same thing you did. They saw something. So they saw something, and you said you saw something. So who would win in this contest of seeing things?
I forget. I mean, at the end of the day, it is anecdotal evidence. It's kind of hard to go off.
So how can we verify? Let's go back to the point of verification that the information from an airplane window is exactly what it comports the Earth to be. Like,
I would say through photographs, but
that's
you
just
guys don't want to go through photographs, right?
Well, what if we have photographs of the Earth being flat? Now we're just comparing things that people see again.
I mean, do you have photos of the Earth being flat that are genuine photos?
Yes.
Okay, and there are also photos of the Earth being a globe.
Everyday photos are taken from a horizontal plane, and they're witnessing the horizontal plane. They're witnessing the horizon being flat. So there's photos being taken of the Earth as a flat Earth. Now you're saying that it's taken of a curve, but what we're doing is we're comparing visual things. We're not comparing testable things.
Bro said he sees curve from an airplane.
Oh, I get what number 4 is getting at, though.
Number
4 was just trying to bring up the point that as you go further east or further west, you'll be able to notice a difference in the sun, like going up at different times, shit like that.
Chad, he's got me muted.
Pretty much just basic time zone. Like if you go from California, obviously the sun is going to be going up later than if you were to go to the East Coast.
Wagwan,
that's kind of an obvious thing.
You can't mute people in this chat, man, because it causes audio chaos when you mute.
Who did I mute?
Creation Bear. He was talking, and I don't know if you noticed him talking. So you might have somebody muted in here, and
I have muted him.
It sounds like audio chaos.
I thought he was the one that was using the soundboard.
Yeah, facts.
So, wait, isn't 50,000 feet not high enough to see the curve?
There's no way you saw curvature from an airplane.
So all I'm saying to him right now is we're trying to move these as speedily as we can through all the points, but we're trying to get through them with efficiency, right? So if you're saying,
hold on,
that's
I gotta
what the case
answer
is.
a call real quick. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. He's got to answer the call. So
I see what you're doing, mate. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, I want to move through them. I want to move through them efficiently because we could stay on each one of these points and like spend all day on them. That would be great. I do want to move through them efficiently if we could. So what we're getting him to realize is that if he's looking out his window and he sees something, somebody looks out their window and they see different than him, how are we going to know who's right? So there has to be a way to determine who's right. That's what I want him to focus on. Not on the fact that we could talk about that's not the case, right? We could spend all day on that.
Yeah, me and Ranger got our snipers out.
Yeah.
But I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. That's a good idea.
Yeah. I'm trying for him to because there's
All right,
7
my bad.
points, right?
Do you guys know
There's
who
7
is using the soundboard though?
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
well, that's not
You should be able to mute it. Just, there should be an option to mute the soundboard if you don't want to hear it. But don't be as soft, bro. It's fine.
Anyway,
I don't know where that is.
So back to the point. All right. So the point is, you have to determine whether or not the Earth can be visually seen and tested as a globe. So you've seen it. That's one part. It looks like a globe from the airplane window. How did you test that it was a globe? Because the other guy says he sees a flat Earth, and he's also got pictures like you do that the Earth is flat. So we want to know the clear distinction between who's right and who's wrong. What's the determining factor for that being the case?
Get a larger population to test from.
Then there's a more. Then all you're gonna have is more people saying that the Earth is a globe based on indoctrination, but not because they verified it, man. So what I'm getting you to realize is that the information is not determined to be such. You're just going based on other people's opinions.
No, but I'm saying if you get 100 people to take a photo of the Earth while they're in a plane, you can get that evidence for yourself.
Yeah, but it's evidence, right? But the reason why it's evidence is because you did something to check to see if it is what it is. Now, the determining factor, if it is or not, has to be tested. What did they do to test the content of the images are true?
What do you believe is a proper test?
Well, you have to verify measurements. You have to
And how's
measure
that?
the thing. So, in other words, if the guy says the Earth is flat and the guy says the Earth is curving, well, we got to test it. Testing the surface would be a great way to do it.
And how would you do that?
Well, a person would have to measure the surface to have a curve on it, wouldn't they?
A person would have to measure the surface to have a curve on it.
Yes. If it's a globe, it would be curving, wouldn't it? Or a curving surface. Okay, then. That's the point. If you can test it to be curved, as in it were measured that way, then guess what? You got yourself a globe. That's what I'm asking for. The determining factor in this would not just be visual, it would be measurable.
That's the thing is I don't think anybody has a measuring tape that long.
Well, it's not about a measuring tape, dude. It's about the determining whether it is a globe or not. And we don't just do it by
for
seeing
distance.
things. Well, the problem we're having now is that you're making excuses as to why it can't be tested. We don't need that. Okay, so then give us a method.
I'm simply saying that it would be hard to measure it if you just want to go off of exact distance.
Okay, so you're telling me this. Here's what I'm hearing from you, is that nobody in academia throughout time has ever measured the surface because they don't have a measuring tape. Is that what you're saying?
We only have estimates of how long the surface is. Or
Okay, so we haven't measured the surface based on your information.
Yeah, we only have estimates.
Okay, but that's a concession. That's called a concession. You're conceding the fact that the Earth has not been measured to be a globe, and it can only be thought of as one. So I think we could probably do away with the rest of the points that you have to prove, that the 7 points that you were showing us. I can automatically discard point 5, 6, and 7 based on what you just said right now.
So have people measured the Earth being flat?
Yes.
It's fucking
every day,
bro. Mute
every day. Every day.
Okay, can you
have a hard reset about not muting people? You can mute the soundboard, not the people.
If you have it flat,
what'd you say?
Are you able to prove the Earth is flat based off of measurements?
Yes, you can.
Can you please do that?
Yeah, so people use sea level as a horizontal plane measurement of 0, right? So they'll start at sea level. Well, I'd say it this way, mean sea level. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, sea level is a general distance for altitude on terms of...
well, I mean, mean sea level would be the average height of the rise and fall of tides. So you'd have low tide, you'd have high tide. The median of that would be mean sea level.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you could consider it like a vertical point. At that specific point, sea level has been able to be understood to be taken. Sea level. So anywhere above or below that, it would be elevation change. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to be using that as a baseline. Now we have a baseline. So anywhere, draw a line from that point off to any distance. Now you have a plane. Right?
If you draw a line, yes.
Yeah, like just an imaginary line. You draw a line from that point where sea level is taken off to any part in land or on sea. See, we know what sea level is. We have a baseline, 0, right? So now we're going to have a measurement of elevation change. I've said that, above or below. You agree with that?
Yes, elevation is the change of sea level, or location of where you're at based off sea level.
Okay. So now, could we do that if it was curved?
Yes, because
Okay,
the sea level is a
show us-
median.
Yeah, show us how sea level is curved. The mean sea level. Show us any determining factor that from mean sea level to any part in land we're factoring in a curve.
I mean, is the sea level in a different country the same as one that is further away from it?
Yes. So when people measure from mean sea level, often do any place where there's elevation change, there's going to be a determining factor of how they know they're measuring from a horizontal plane and not a curved surface.
There's a general trend of sea level rise globally. The rate and direction of sea level change vary regionally due to factors like tectonic activity, land elevation changes, and local climate patterns.
Yeah, of course. Like there's going to be different factors that are going to include here, but the point that we're making is from mean sea level to determine any elevation change, you're going to need a baseline. You have to start from somewhere.
If the Earth is round, you can't have a strict baseline.
Well,
because the Earth curves, it wouldn't be strict.
What I'm saying is, if it wasn't,
it would change.
Let's say you weren't following curve. Let's just say, for example, the line was sea level and it would cut straight into the Earth. Well, what you're going to have is if you continue that line, it would give you inconsistencies in giving you elevation change, because you're not measuring elevation because you have to factor in the curve. Well, how did you factor in curve if you don't know that the Earth is curved? You get what I mean? That's a problem. You can't factor something in that you didn't determine already because you didn't measure the curve. So what I'm showing you is that from sea level, we're starting with a baseline. Mean sea level is a baseline for all observations to determine that we're working with a horizontal plane. And that seems to be the case for any measurement above or below mean sea level. So we have a horizontal plane that we're working with, which is considered to be the plane of the Earth, the horizontal plane that we consider flat Earth. That horizontal plane is consistent with giving us elevation profiles to tell us that from above mean sea level, we're going to get, 20 miles inland to give us a determining factor that we're working with, 200 feet above sea level or whatever the case, because we have a baseline, which is a horizontal plane from the point where we took mean sea level to the place where we're actually at, which would be 20 miles inland. And at that 20-mile distance, we know that from mean sea level, there's an elevation change. Thus, we can create an elevation profile, which you could look online what that is. It's almost like you can look at it like a diagram or a 3D cutout of the Earth that shows distance from mean sea level to where you're at, and determining what the elevation would be from that place where you are inland. And that's important. You need a baseline, which would be mean sea level, which is a horizontal plane, which is flat Earth.
Also, the curvature of the Earth has been mainly measured by shadows, which the ancient Greeks actually discovered.
Are we jumping away from this point?
I'm providing the example of the measurement for the Earth, how you would be able to.
Oh, so we're now measuring. Okay, let's table this point and go back to where you say you're measuring the Earth. How did you measure the surface of the Earth to be curving?
Ancient Greeks used shadows in order to do that, and then in recent years, it's been just used by principle.
Walk me through the method. What did he do to determine that the surface is curved?
Vertical poles, like just having a pole in the ground in order to see the difference in shadow lengths during the day, and also seeing where they go throughout the Earth's rotation around the sun.
So they saw shadow lengths. Now, could shadow lengths be determined by the proximity of the light to the thing that they're looking at?
That's the entire point.
Okay, so could this be done on a flat surface?
Yes.
So then, therefore, it's inconclusive that the Earth is a globe. It's not a measurement of curve.
By flat surface, do you mean just by having a flat field, or do you mean by if the Earth was just flat?
That the Earth was flat.
Oh, then no.
Well,
I thought you meant just by having like flat ground. My bad.
Yeah, flat ground. It's the same.
No, it's not.
Okay, think about it like this: you have a flat.
You can level ground. It doesn't mean the whole Earth is flat, though.
Yeah, just think about it like this: if it could happen that the same results you would get from the shadow angles would be such that the proximity of the light is away from a distant object, then that would not determine whether or not the surface is curving or not, because you could have that same effect happen on a curved surface as you would on a flat surface. That doesn't determine whether or not the Earth is a globe based on angles to light on sticks. That's not.
Well, how can't you do this on a flat surface? Elaborate.
That's not determining the fact that the Earth is a globe.
The shadow's length and location would only change if the Earth was rotating as a sphere, not as flat.
Incorrect. So that's the assumption
not
that you're making. It's called a logical leap. What you can do is determine the fact that the light source is in proximity to the object that you're shining that light to, will cast the divergent shadow on the object that's farther away from the light source than it would be if the object was underneath that light source. Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth determining whether it's curved or not, because in fact you can have those things happening on a curved and a flat surface, and it's all it has to do with, Obi-Wan, is the fact that it's the proximity of the light to the object. That's all. It's not to do with the surface of the Earth. It's just the proximity of the light to the object.
The Earth. I'm just saying the Earth has to be spherical for.
No, it doesn't.
That test to properly work.
No, you're assuming
like
this. I'm telling you
that it works the way it does.
No, dude. This is where your mind is getting things mixed up.
It's actually the opposite.
You can do it on a flat surface. You can actually do it on a flat surface, and it shows the same result. You'd have an angle of shadow based on the object's proximity to the light source. It doesn't mean that the ground that the object is on is curving. It just has to deal with the proximity to the object to the light source. That's it.
It means that it is curved, rotating.
No, it doesn't. This is what you're assuming. You're logically leading to
rotating as a curved surface.
No, the curved surface is assumed by you and everybody who thinks that he determined that it was.
So curved. Is it just a flat disc that is flying through the fucking space?
No. What I'm showing you
is it all that is and will be?
Relax, dude. All I'm showing you is that the information that you're trying to bring in here is inconclusive. The guy could think of the Earth as a curved surface or a flat surface. He doesn't have to think of it as a curved only. So it's inconclusive. It doesn't support the Earth as a globe. It's not determining whether it is or not. So he didn't measure the surface curving. He thought of it like the way you are now, trying to insert globe, and you can't do that.
Comparing shadows cast by vertical objects at different locations on Earth at the same time.
Yes.
Method has been used by ancient Greeks, and it relies on the principle that if the Earth
he's
was flat,
he's reading Wikidrome a second.
All locations at the same angle, resulting in similar shadow lengths.
Obi-Wan, everybody understands it has to do with the proximity of the object to the light. That's all. That is all.
He didn't hear you the first 4 times.
So how come at different locations? I mean, it clearly fucking changes, right?
How are you
so
not
different locations are further from the sun?
Look, for everybody who's listening
at the same time.
Now, let me explain something to the listener.
Meaning it has to be curved, not
he
flat.
thinks he has a point, right? But I want you to demonstrate for everyone listening. I want you to demonstrate. All you need to prove him wrong is to get a light source. To get 2 objects, put one object underneath the light source. You probably won't see a shadow because it's underneath the light source. Put another object away from the light source. You're going to see a divergent shadow from that object. What you notice is that you could do this on a flat floor. He doesn't understand that. He thinks you need a globe. You don't.
This is your 5th time saying it. I don't think he heard
different locations, bro. We're not talking about 2 feet away from each other. We're talking about
2 feet
vastly
is a different
locations.
location away from the light source. You're doing the same thing on a bigger scale. You're doing the same thing on a bigger scale. That's all.
That scale is what matters.
No,
that scale is what matters. Yes.
You're just using a different object away from the light source at a variable distance away from the light source, but it's still going to cause a divergent shadow. It does the scale. That's not important. The important thing is you can perform this on a flat surface.
No, you cannot.
It doesn't need a curving surface.
If you have a 10-foot pole in California, the sun is out, it's going to have a different shadow cast on it than if you were in New York.
It's all to do with the object and the proximity to the light. Has nothing to do with anything more.
So then you would agree that at different points, that at the same time, they are at different spots away from the sun. which would
Yeah.
imply that it's not completely flat.
No, you didn't
Yes,
determine that.
literally.
You didn't determine that.
It's only flat.
That,
You
that
didn't
literally
determine
proves
that.
it, bro.
No, you didn't determine that. The only thing you determined was that the light source and the object were at different variable distances away from each other. That's the only thing you can tell.
Two
based on
things at the
shadow angle.
same two things at the same elevation from California to say South Carolina, having different shadows cast upon it based off the sun,
Yeah.
and saying that it's because of distance literally
Yes.
proves that they are at different distances from the sun, so they are not on the same flat area.
No, wait a minute.
Having the
no,
same
no,
shit
you
going
can't
on.
say that. You can't say that because
That
the
is
only thing we're determining.
literally
No, the only thing we're determining right now is the distance away from the object to the light source. That's it.
yeah, and I'm saying they have different distances, which
So what?
proves that they are fucking like at the same point in time.
And
The Earth is not a flat surface.
you can do this on a flat
replicate it.
surface.
That's how you
racist.
kill
No,
it,
you
Alpha.
cannot.
How would you replicate it? That's how you kill it. Nip it in the bud. How would you replicate it?
It's
You
been
can do
replicated.
this-
Have a 10-foot vertical pole at the same elevation in California
No, I don't want you
as
to
you do
replicate
South
it. No, no,
Carolina.
I don't want you to do that.
And then
You know
have
why?
one in the middle
It's
of
not-
the United
it's not
States.
the determining factor.
All
What's
going to
the
be
de-
different.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's not going to give you a conclusive information. The surface of the Earth is curving. It's not going to do that for you.
It will.
I'm telling you that. Everybody who just heard me explain how you can do this on a flat surface can determine whether or not the distance away from the object to the light source is a variable distance away. That's all you will know. The information is not going to be conclusive at the ground itself.
The flat surface that you gave was at a much shorter difference. The scale is what matters because the
okay
Earth is
then.
large.
Dude, I don't no duh. Like no, that's a no duh.
Exactly,
To
no
everybody
shit.
listening.
Right?
Yeah, so what you're saying is, oh, now that we're using a different scale, it's going to change into
does.
Earth being a globe? No, it's the
It
same
does. It literally
principle.
does.
The principle still remains. Is that the light source and the object will be at a variable distance away. That's the only thing that you can probably come up with. You know, the angle of the shadow. The angle of the shadow will determine like the time of day or whatever. That's fine. But you're not thinking of the Earth as any geometric shape. It's not going to turn the Earth into a curving surface just because you're at a different distance away from the sun. It's not going to do that.
Being at a different distance away from the sun is the whole point. At the same time, at the same
whole
time
point
of
of what?
day, when the sun is in what you would say the middle of the sky, maybe like 12 o'clock, say Mountain
That's
Standard
relative,
Time,
though.
right?
That's relative.
It is
'Cause you-
relative.
yeah, you're
which
just saying
means
if
that it
relative
fucking
to you-
changes depending on your distance on
So
the
what,
Earth.
dude? Like we're not determining
Which
the
means
curving
also
surface.
that it is curved.
No, it's
It
not.
is not all the same
it's
as
not.
you go across the Earth.
No, that's what you automatically want to believe based on a story that's been told to you about this old Greek guy a long time ago. That's not the case.
I mean, it's only like the 10th time you said it. He's just not listening. It's like the 10th time you
We're
said
going to have
alpha.
to move away from this because it's becoming circular, and the audience already recognizes it's circular. So you can think that all day long. It's
Bro,
not conclusive.
I'm not gonna lie.
It just isn't.
Outside of the whole like discussion, saying the audience, it honestly, bro, it's cringe. Like outside of the
No, it's
whole
not cringe because we're
discussion.
also
we
we're
respect
speaking
the
to
chat,
people.
bro.
We're speaking to chat.
Honestly, bro. The
It's not
whole
cringe because we're
discussion.
also
we
we're
respect
speaking
the
to
chat,
people.
bro.
We're speaking to chat.
So his feelings are hurt, so he has to bring it up.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. That is cringe. I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
saying.
not cringe. We're
But other
talking
than
to an
that,
audience of people listening to you spiral about how the Earth needs to be a globe based on where the object and the light source are. We're hearing you spiral, and it's like, dude, it's not helping. So the chat needs to understand where our argument comes from. It's based on logic. The logic follows that it's only the object and the proximity of the light to that object. It has nothing to do with the surface curving at all. Nothing. You're bringing that in as an added bonus to what makes your Earth being a globe. That's it.
It is strict proof of
It's
the
not
Earth being
strict
a globe.
proof, dude. It doesn't. We're not
It
going to
is.
go around. We're done with that point. So it doesn't
Okay,
prove
then.
the Earth. It's inconclusive as far as you're concerned.
You can see it being inconclusive. I think it's conclusive.
Yeah, you also thought that the movie
That's your
We
bias.
disagree on that.
That's your bias. It's not a disagreement. This is the
It's not a
obvious
bias
truth.
either.
It's the obvious truth that it's inconclusive, so you can't
Saying,
even come up with how it's possible.
Saying
You know
it's
what?
an obvious truth doesn't change anything.
Yeah, I could even
Still
I could
sprigging
even,
out and
I could
talking
even
to you.
show you I could even show you that you can't even have angles if you don't have a flat surface. How do you get angles
Bro,
if the
what?
surface is curving? Yeah, think about it like this. If the surface of the Earth is curving, yeah, you think that's funny.
That's why I asked how he would replicate it alpha. That's why I asked.
I've already told
if you have angles,
like
if you
4
have
times,
angles,
5
you need
times.
Dude, listen. If you have angles, you need 2 straight lines to have an angle. You agree with that?
You need 1 straight line in order to have.
No, sir. No,
like
sir.
anything.
No,
if
no,
we're talking
no,
shadows,
no,
it can
no,
be
you
an
don't.
angle. Yeah.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You
If we're
need
talking
2
shadows,
straight lines. If you have an angle, everybody, even the Globers, know this. This is where you're actually going off the limb here. You're
no, I was saying if you have like 1 single line, like for a shadow to be cast,
No, you
then
need
that would
2
be an
straight
angle.
lines.
If you're
need 2
talking,
straight lines.
if you're talking
you
on a
have an
piece of
angle-
paper, yes, it would be 2 lines.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, how do you have an angle without 2 straight lines? Can you tell me that?
How do you have? No, I was saying if you have a shadow.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
an
if you
angle is
are
2
on a
straight
piece of
lines, yes?
paper, 2 straight lines. Yes.
Is an angle a two straight lines? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Jesus.
So when we're getting angle measurements to shadows, which is what he was doing, you need 2 straight lines. Yes or no?
If you want to have an angle, 2 straight lines. Yes, that is.
Okay,
That is
so
the literal
therefore,
writing
you
down.
need a
It
flat
is
Earth
an angle.
for that.
No,
How do you get a curved
bro,
surface from
okay.
two? Yeah. You see how you don't like it? Because
We're
it's
talking about
showing-
writing on paper versus
how do you
having
demonstrate-
different distances of a
No, we're
shadow
not writing on
based
paper.
off the
We're looking-
angle of
we're
something
looking at
projecting
sticks.
onto.
We're looking at sticks and
friggin' out.
shadows.
He's friggin' out. Give him a
We're
second.
looking at sticks and shadows, and you're saying you're measuring angles, right? Sticks and shadows, angles. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying if the sun is projecting light onto said stick, the stick will have a shadow.
Angle?
If it was flat,
Is there
the
going to be an
lengths
angle?
the lengths of the sticks.
Is there going to Is there going to be an angle to the shadow? Yes or no?
Yeah, the angle is going to match
Okay,
whatever
you
the
need
sun is
2 straight
projecting.
lines. You need 2 straight lines for that angle. Yeah.
No,
No.
not for that. No.
Oh, so we don't have 2 straight. You're
I'm
denying reality
listen.
now. So angles to shadows are not 2 straight lines.
Hold on.
Is this what's
hold
happening?
on. We're talking about
Oh,
shadows.
you're
not
walking
writing
math
down
all
an
the way
angle.
back to geometry. You're walking that all the way back. You're just denying reality
We're not.
right now.
We're not talking
sir.
about writing on a piece of paper.
I didn't say that. He's using
No,
stick
but
and
the ex-
shadows, and I've said
Yeah,
that many times.
and that's not
and the
2
audience
straight
heard me,
lines.
and you keep saying we're writing it on the paper. Yeah,
That is not 2 straight lines.
really. So we're not
OMG.
working-
What's wrong with him?
We're not working with angles
hold
to
on.
the sun. We're not
That is
working with
why
angles
when
to the sun.
that is
We're not
why
working-
whenever you have, say in my
Here we
earlier
go.
example,
Yeah, we're not
the
using
shadow
angles
is going
the
to be
sun.
longer in some spots than
Yeah.
others
How
because
do you know
it
that? Is it
curved.
an angle? Is this shadow an angle?
The shadow is at whatever angle the sun is projecting.
Yeah, and you need 2 straight lines for that angle.
No,
Yeah?
you do not.
Oh, really? So you got 1 curved line for an angle? Is that what an angle is? You're
If
just
you put,
losing
hold
touch
on.
with reality.
Hear me
sir.
out. Hear me out. If you
No,
put
we're
a
not.
s- no,
Define
hold
what
on,
an
hold on,
angle
hold
is.
on.
Define
If you
what an
put
angle
a
is.
stick on a
Define what an
hold
angle
on,
is.
let me
No.
fucking speak, bro.
No,
Yeah,
you
he
didn't
was
define
right
an
2
angle
minutes
right
ago,
now.
Alpha.
If you
Now
put
he's
a stick
back
onto
up.
a ball
Nope.
and then put a flashlight on
Nope.
it,
Not gonna
it's
hear you.
going to have a
Define an
shadow,
angle.
right?
Define an angle.
No, it's going to have a shadow, right?
Define an angle.
It's going to have a
right
shadow,
now.
right?
No, define an
This
angle.
is just going to be circular because we both want each other to answer the different
Yeah,
questions.
but I asked you first. Way before
We've been asking each other at the same fucking time.
No, we didn't. You're misconstruing what an angle is and expecting everybody to believe you're garbage based on your shit explanation of what an angle. What's an angle? Define it right now. Define what an angle is.
The space between 2 intersecting lines or surfaces or close to the
Yeah.
point where they meet. That
That's
doesn't
exactly
mean
what I've been saying, and you're denying. You're denying that.
I'm telling you, when writing down on a piece of paper, yes, it is.
No.
Hold on. Before you go on, hold on, bro.
No. You're saying
when you're
writing
on a piece of paper,
Nope.
it is yes, 2 straight lines in order to just make any angle.
The definition didn't say that.
However, when you are talking about having a shadow being projected from a
You're not
stick,
going to do that. I'm going to give
when
you
you're
an
having a
option.
shadow being projected on a stick,
You need to stop.
it will
You need to
cause
stop.
different
No.
lengths
Just
of
shut
that
him up,
shadow
bro.
because the Earth.
That's it. He's denying the fact that the demonstration of what he just read is antithetical to what he's saying. And it never even included his definition that you're writing on a piece of paper. You keep saying that. That's not what an angle is. It never said writing on a piece of paper in the definition that you described.
Can I provide a source?
No, absolutely not. Not you.
Oh, he was right 3 minutes ago when he said yes, angles
How
are
about
2
this,
straight
right?
lines, and then 5 minutes later he said
Going
no,
with
those
the
lines
whole-
can't be straight.
Actually, yeah. How about this? For an angle, from the sun, right? The sun is the interjection point. That light is being cast upon the stick. Point A is the top of the stick. Point B is the bottom of the stick. Those are the two lines that cause the interjection. Because of that...
What two lines, dude? You just said the top of the stick and the bottom of the stick, man. You didn't say nothing about two lines. You're talking about one.
Two lines that go to the points of the stick from the light. The
so
light
two straight lines, right?
Okay, yes, I'm saying that, yes.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
He said
okay.
it. No,
okay.
no, you said it.
Hold on.
You didn't write on a piece of paper, did you?
Hold the fuck on.
You didn't write on a piece of paper,
before you start spurging out about this and then mute me for wanting to talk.
You confirmed.
How about this? Okay. Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if you have the sun as the interjection point, the light is being cast, the lines that are caused by the light going to point A, which is top of the stick, and then also point B, which is bottom of the stick, a shadow is cast from that stick, which is blocking the light. The distances, having it at two different locations at the same time, the sun is at the same point, the distances, one of the distances will be longer, the other will be shorter.
Yeah, we already talked about that.
Yes, and I'm telling you, the Earth has to be curved in order for that to happen.
Because you're measuring using angles, which are two straight lines. You can't measure angles without it, which you're not writing on a piece of paper, once again. You're using that stick you talked about.
Yes, because it is the most plausible way to prove that the Earth is round.
You've just demonstrated that they're two straight lines. How are you getting a curved line from this?
So straight lines existing mean the Earth is flat?
It means that you don't have curved surface like you were trying to demonstrate.
Yes, it does. You could still have a curved surface.
He's broken. He won't get it. He's
like I told you, bro, if you have a ball, put a stick on it, shine a flashlight. What is it just not fucking existing? There's an angle.
You can't do that. Scale is the defining factor, like you said.
The fuck you mean? The Earth is spherical shape.
You're using a stick. You're not using a ball, so it's not analogous. It's not analogous. You're going to lose on every front that you bring forward because it's not analogous to what you're presenting. You're representing sticks.
Yes.
Yes, so it's not a ball.
Represent shadows.
Yeah, and
the
so
Earth is the ball in this example.
The shadow that the stick makes is going to be two straight lines at an angle measurement away from the stick. Yes or no?
Yes, one is going to have a longer distance, though, because of the shadow.
That's the point that I'm trying to make, and you need two straight lines, which means you're going to need a flat Earth for that.
What the fuck? Hold on.
I'm sorry, but that's all you need. So you can't demonstrate that the surface is curving based on angle measurements to the sun. Eratosthenes
you can, using the fucking shadows. The fuck?
You know what?
I've been telling you this, and you're just targeting the fact that an angle has two straight lines.
Yeah, let me show you something, Obi-Wan. I was being gracious enough to at least give you, it was inconclusive at the very beginning, but I knew I could have drove the point to show you that it doesn't exist in reality.
Go ahead.
Prove
Go
that
ahead.
the Earth is a globe. So what you did was entered into a category where now we're showing you that, you can't even have a globe being presented because you're using angle measurements to the sun using these sticks. So now it's showing that Earth is definitely flat.
It's angle measurements from the sun.
Yeah, so what?
To the sun. It's not straight from the Earth line up to the sun.
Dude, one of those lines
is from the sun.
Yeah, one of those lines is. That's the baseline.
No.
Yes.
I'm telling you this. I told you exactly where the lines were in this example.
What do you think the shadow's landing on, fool? On the Earth. That's one of the lines.
I told you exactly what I was meaning for the angles coming from the sun. I was telling you the base point, the interjection point of the angle is the sun in this example.
Dude, you're measuring the stick shadow.
All right, bro. Nah.
Yeah.
You're just wanting to ignore this shit.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, no, that's you. That's
you are. You literally are. I'm telling you exactly what I'm meaning, and you're acting like I'm saying other shit.
Yeah, you are, because you're measuring shadow, not the sun. You're measuring the shadow that the stick makes. That's what you're measuring.
And I'm telling you, at different locations, they will be one is longer, one is shorter.
We know
and that is proof that the Earth is a spherical shape. It is round. It is not
flat. Get that you can only get the angles on a flat surface.
If the Earth was flat,
he's just going to ignore that part.
The same size shadow.
Clown, shut up! You keep repeating yourself. We heard you.
It wouldn't just be one is longer, the other shorter.
He's dumb.
It would be the same if it was a flat Earth.
It was the proximity from the object to the light. That's all it's dealing with. It's dealing with nothing more than that. That's it. The proximity from the object to where the light source is, that is it. and you're using angle measurements where you're gonna need a flat Earth if you're using angles, because one of the lines is the one that follows along the Earth. The other one is up towards the stick, or at the top of the stick. So you need two straight lines on the surface of an Earth that you need to be flat. You can't think of it any other way.
Shut up. He's ignoring you.
No, you do not.
You said it like 20 times. You need the flat
You keep on trying to attack the same point. I'm telling you exactly what I'm saying and what I'm meaning,
true,
what my example is, and you're just saying, no, your example is this.
You say that
I'm telling you exactly what I am saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. The distance
And you're
from
changing it.
The locations, the distance of the locations matters because you think that means that the distance away from those two places are going to show that the Earth is curving. I'm telling you that's not a factor. The factor is the object and the light source. That's the only thing you're considering. And you're also factoring in that you're measuring shadow lengths, which you need angle measurements, which of course you still need a flat Earth for that. So there's nothing you need in here that's going to determine the Earth's a globe.
Actually, you know what?
Conclusive. Now it's not. I'm not even going to.
I know a way that you can make like a small project, like a miniature project for this.
We've
right?
already done it. We have.
Yeah, I'm telling you. You can.
No, you don't have to tell us.
Figure out a way to do this, right?
We already have stuff showing you that it's not due to the fact.
If you take a piece of paper and then you put like these two pins into it, right? Two in different locations.
We've already covered this. You don't need to tell us something that we've already shown you. I was telling you this at a different time that it was inconclusive, but you went back into angle measurements. Now we're going to determine the fact that the Earth is not curving based on these angle measurements. So you got yourself in this pickle, man. We could have just easily moved forward to the next point.
I was trying to. You kept on bringing up the whole fucking angles thing.
Yeah,
and so I kept on talking about it. No, it doesn't.
Point that the Earth
and that's the thing I've been saying is it doesn't.
Still not listening.
But then you keep on saying, all right, let's move on, and then saying it destroys your point. And then I keep on telling you it doesn't, and then you say, "Okay, let's move on."
You can't have
and then you bring up angles again.
Yeah, because
so you literally are making this circular by yourself. You are making it circular by yourself.
You can't have a curved surface because you're using two straight lines off angle measurements. So no curving surface then.
You can you can make a curved surface based off of the example that I have provided.
No, because the shadow angles would be not curved. I mean, it wouldn't be two straight lines. In fact, let's put it this way, right?
They would be straight lines.
No, dude. Okay.
If it was a
curved surface.
If it was a small or like a very large, how the fuck do I say this?
Oh no.
If it was a very vast curve, then yes, it would be curved. But the Earth is not a vast curve. It is a very large piece of mass.
Yeah. Well, how do you know what it is, dude? You're just making declarations now. You're making declarations that are baseless.
So it's going to be straighter rather than
well, how do you know all of what you
curved.
just said? How do you know all of what you just said is true?
You can literally fucking test it.
How? We're doing the test that doesn't determine its globe. It's determining it's flat.
The test literally proves that it is a globe. The test
it doesn't.
Proves.
You need two straight lines on the surface of the Earth that should be flat.
Okay, if you're just going to keep on fucking denying the facts, like
it's not denying. You're denying the
literally
facts.
denying the facts. That's what you're doing.
Listen, dude. You
are denying the facts, bro.
You gave us a definition of what an angle is.
You are
now
denying
we understand
facts.
that it has nothing to do with writing anything down on a piece of paper.
You take that as an understanding.
What do you mean?
And maybe other people who agree with flat earthers.
Wait a second. You don't take that
I'm
definition
telling you
for angle.
that you have disagreed with me.
No, you're denying,
the whole time,
you're denying the definition.
I'm telling you that this is a fact. It is not a fucking just like opinion. But you're taking it and you're disagreeing with it. You are denying it.
Wagwan, answer the question. Are you denying
Bro, we've already had this fucking discussion on the angle. I'm telling you, I've given you an example of what I was talking about. I've told you everything that I have fucking needed to, and you're still denying it.
No, I'm denying the fact that you're not adhering to the fact that the definition, the definition to describe it. Yeah,
you're just gonna keep.
Bye. Tracksuits on, bro.
Bye. You're just gonna keep on doing this circular shit, and you're gonna be like, "Yeah, I won that argument, guys."
You didn't win nothing, dude. You're just basing.
No, I'm saying you're going to do that.
The globe. No, I'm going to demonstrate to the audience.
I don't give a fuck who won. Yeah, I'm just telling you exactly what I know.
That you're saying incorrect things. You're not adhering to the definition of angles. You're not.
Go ahead, tell your fucking audience of.
Yeah, we will.
Actually, I'm not going to go on that.
Believe me, that's what we'll do.
But still, it's fucking retarded, bro.
We don't need your.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to argue with this shit anymore because you're
racist. It's okay.
Circular about it.
It's okay, racist. It's okay.
At this point, you're being circular.
It's okay, bro.
Fucking just talking about random bullshit.
It's cool.
Not random bullshit.
All right, well,
relax.
Either way, I'm done.
Yeah, why?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So he brought us the definition of angle: two straight lines meeting in a vertex. Elevation angles and even sticks and shadows require the Earth to be flat to get that angle. He doesn't want to deal with that, so he creates his own definition by apparently just saying Earth too biggie.
Yeah, and then he didn't define how he even got to that position. It was a baseless assertion. He's like, it was just too big. Well, really? How'd you get there? Oh, I don't know. Okay, well, what are we gonna go with? You didn't give us anything concrete. Utterly destroyed. I was dude. Because he had 7 points and he posted in there earlier. He's like, well, these 7 points are going to show that the Earth is not flat. I was like, okay, go ahead. Let's see. We went through them. I think this was point number 4 or something. Anyways, he went at Eratosthenes, and it's like, I gave him the inconclusive bit. I was like, yeah, it's not conclusive or whatever. I knew that the determining factor was going to show angle measurements show that the Earth needs to be flat. So I was like, yeah, I didn't want to get into that, but he didn't let it go. So I was like, all right, so now we're going to get into it. How is it possible that you're going to have angle measurements on a curving surface? Show us. And then, we're going to get into the whole bit. So he got himself into this mess, dude. Like, he wanted to say that this is circular. It wasn't circular. It was to a point. We're actually showing the audience that he doesn't have a reason behind why he thinks the Earth's a globe based on Eratosthenes. That doesn't lead you to the conclusive evidence or even determines the fact that the Earth is curving in any way. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's the instant nuh-us. So it's well, the Earth's so big it's basically flat, and so we use it as flat. And then then he projects on us, right? That you guys are just saying, no, we're using the evidence that you brought that describes and measures the Earth as flat, and you're saying no. So what do you want to do?
Don't forget, he had to go look for the evidence that shows that the Earth to explain his belief.
Yeah, mid argument too. Yep. Which I don't really care. I'm like, dude, do your best. Come with us with whatever you got. Search on ChatGPT, Google. It doesn't really matter. We're not afraid of anybody going to. Even if it was the case that they made a baseless assertion and then they're going to look for the information, I don't care. I'm like, dude, do whatever it takes. But don't take too long. I mean, obviously, we're not going to wait forever. But, I mean, come back with whatever you think it is. It's going to support your information to the Earth being a globe. Because it's not, I mean, there's nothing they can come up with these days. I don't know. What do you guys take on it?
He thought that you referring to the addressing the fact that there was an audience listening was freaking hilarious.
I mean, we do got people that think like he does. Is why I want to refer to the audience. I'm like, look, if you guys think like him and you want to demonstrate for yourself that you could disprove easily what he's saying, just take a light source and an object, move it away from the light source, and then have another object underneath that light source, and voila, you'll see that it'll do exactly what he's saying that it's doing, but just on a flat surface, like on the, your room or wherever you are. So the principle still remains. He's like, well, the scale matters. I'm like, okay, so you mean to tell me that once we scale up, it's going to be globe? Duh. Like, what are you saying, dude? Like, the principle will change now that we scale up. It doesn't matter about the light source and the proximity of it to the object. What a guy,
Top of his class at memorizing and not verifying anything.
By the way, y'all, Woods had a stream yesterday called the Flat Earth Combat.
What'd you say?
Witsit had a stream yesterday, about 14 hours ago, last night, called the Flat Earth Combat.
Oh, he's coming back? Or
seems like it.
Was he gone?
For a short time.
Nah, he wasn't making any streams about it. It was about other stuff.
Anyway, I don't think there's anybody else new in here. Just us. And it's just a few people in here with cognitive dissonance. $7 points, though. I don't know. Did you guys see that? You might want to scroll up. I don't know if it's still in the chat or not. See if it is. I don't know who that was was showing the 7 points. They're the usual ones anyway, if you haven't heard them. And he just looked that up quickly too when he found that.
Yeah, then says who called Aristophanes?
Yeah, I think. Gosh, we went through a few of these points. And he admitted that, I think with the lunar eclipse that he was assuming that the Earth is a globe. That was a good concession on his part. It's a reasonable assumption, is what he said. I'm like, okay.
Wow, I didn't even read his name till I was working, but geez, what a great handle he has.
Yeah, I don't know the context of that, but maybe.
What came of the guy earlier who was on here who was talking about that he just likes to follow conspiracy theories, but yet the government would never lie about the shape of the Earth?
Let me post in the text chat what he brought forward. It didn't go away. I just found it. This is what he posted. So you guys can look at those, and in case somebody else looks up those and comes up. Eric Friends is the guy who debunks the theory using science. It's science. Anyways, I'll go on mute for a little bit.
So is that guy actually like a follower of conspiracy theories, or is he trying to debunk various conspiracy theories?
Yeah, he didn't clarify. Sounds like he's pretty selective in what he chooses to do with his time. But either way, not intelligent enough to realize what he can know and what he can't know.
Yeah, he seemed to, it kind of sounded like he was trying to make us think that he does subscribe to various conspiracy theories, but then as the going got tough, it's a little more like he was trying to pump us for information because he likes to debunk conspiracy theories. I wasn't sure of that, but that's what it kind of sounded like to me. Frankly, he sounded a little dishonest.
As they say down here in Georgia, ain't no telling.
Talking about the South, some of these globies remind me of the colonels in some of Faulkner's and other Southern literature.
Maybe.
Sometimes I feel like they have a little too much peach squeezings, if you catch my drift.
Maybe.
I think he stepped away, my friend.
Okay.
what's really telling and also kind of discouraging at the same time is that if you're very confident that the Earth is a sphere, then there's no need for these types of reactions, right? The projection, the hostility, the frantic denial, right, of just basic information. Like, this is not complicated. It's very accessible to everybody. And if you're really confident about the globe, and it's easy to prove, which people are finding that it isn't, then why even worry about what we say, right? But if someone shows you that it's measured, right, as flat and referenced flat and navigated flat, it gets so uncomfortable. It's like, oh, shoot. But I don't even know if they're not even so locked up in the globe as it is they're locked up in the fact that they were that they were deceived. I think that's the bigger problem. Oh, I got ripped off? I'm usually smart enough not to get ripped off. No, you got ripped off. You get ripped off every day. Every day in this world.
Well, you make an interesting point that they come in, and like this fellow earlier who was bringing up the why would they lie question, and somehow as if the fact that some people are telling the truth is what makes the Earth a globe. That the Earth isn't a globe other than the fact that I believe that some people are telling the truth. And you believe that it's not a globe because some people are not telling the truth. So that's the interesting thing here is how the supposed metaphysical of the feeling of truth or lie somehow affects the physical.
Right. But when they ask that question, they already know the answer, right? Why would they lie? Okay, you know the answer to that. Everybody has lied once in their life, at least, right? I mean, that's not a safe assumption. That's fact. Everybody has lied, so people know why other people lie. Why the grand conspiracy? Well, grand conspiracies have always existed, and they will continue to exist. Nobody really wants to believe, in my opinion, that the grand conspiracy is just so that you can be ripped off and controlled. Right? I think it's wishful ignorance, right, or ignorant bliss. Going, I'm sure the people that gave me this information have my best the best of intentions for me. No, they don't. That's just never how history has panned out. There have always been large control structures, and people, for whatever reason, just can't seem to rip people off enough. They have to have more power. They have to steal more money. When you take one cookie out of the cookie jar and you don't get caught, well, people go back to the same cookie jar, and after a while they get kind of brazen. They'll take 3 cookies at a time, 5 cookies at a time. This is sort of human nature at its finest, right? So you're dealing with people stealing your gosh damn cookies. You already knew that. You already knew they weren't telling you the truth on the news. Why are you surprised?
%. That's exactly. But and what I love doing is pulling that rug under them, because I'm kind of steel manning their argument by saying that they are speculating that the metaphysical can affect the physical. But what I think they're trying to get us to go down a path of is to see if they can pigeonhole us as just conspiracy theorists. And so what I love to, when I get asked that question, is, okay, well, why would we presume they are lying? Why wouldn't we presume that they're just wrong and they're relying on wrong information that's been, to them, just accepted? So therefore they think they are telling the truth. And that's certainly not a lie. And it's kind of interesting to watch their responses to those things because they don't typically know how to respond because I think that they're expecting to hear, oh, well, the reptilians came down with the big feet and this and that and the other, and they don't want us to know that there are aliens from the planet Vulcan waiting here, or whatever other stuff.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, hey, just do your own research, watch the sunset over the ocean, measure the size of the angular size of a full moon all night, stuff like that. Then you won't have to be believing what people tell you. You just look at yourself.
What do you say to people who have seen a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, no, the lunar eclipse is another good thing. See a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse if you can.
So you encourage people to affirm that, right, Matthew?
No, I'm saying look at the observations carefully and figure out which explanation explains them the best.
You've got to affirm the consequence.
Yeah, so affirm the consequence. Right. Thank you.
No, I'm saying look for explanations.
Okay, I looked at the moon. Now what?
Examine all the different explanations and see which one matches your observations the best.
Okay, so the moon is the moon, and it seems to not change angular size. Doesn't really matter. Now what? What is the moon? How far away is it?
Yeah, from that you can infer that it probably doesn't change distance all night long.
So you can infer, right? So it doesn't change distance. How far away is the moon, Matthew?
Oh, that's irrelevant. It's just whether it changes or not.
Oh, that's irrelevant. You want to know what else is irrelevant? Your place in this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That feels like you're not really engaging.
I'm engaging with you right now. So how far away is the moon?
I don't know.
Okay, what is the moon?
It's up in the sky.
I didn't ask you where it was. I asked you what it was.
What is flat Earth?
Yeah, it sounds like this asshole
Great.
through it.
Answer my question with a non sequitur question. What is the moon?
Are you just going to ask me another question after I answer?
You didn't answer it. You asked me a question that was non sequitur to the question that I asked you.
That's a non sequitur.
You don't even know what non sequitur is.
What is a non sequitur?
Oh, let's just get the definition, shall we? Let's look it up. That way you and I can both be sure that that wasn't non sequitur.
Yeah, while you're looking for that, back to what Barrington was bringing up, and I think it was Barrington and says who were mentioning, why would they lie? But you think about the think tanks that the government had working for them at that time and studying different psychological patterns of their test subjects back in the 30s. I mean, they already knew how people would react based on different tests that they were doing. And if the goal is to control the mass population, and they realize, okay, well, we've ran studies. If we have people who believe this way, they're more easily controllable if we present the answer to everything and not say that we don't know some things. So that seems to be like the patterns. Like, well, we have to get people in a position where they trust us because we're giving them all the answers, and then have them to a point where they're not thinking critically anymore. They're just trusting us with all of the data. You know what I mean? So to ask, like, why would they lie? I mean, that's a huge one right there, is just to control the minds of those who they wish to have complete control over, right? I mean,
Non sequitur, a conclusion or statement that does not follow from the previous argument or statement. Okay, so what is the moon? Once again, you should look up what appeal to authority is. You're going to be sadly disappointed about how you used it.
See, guys, I just proved Earth is a globe.
How'd you do that?
I posted the definition.
Yeah, problem is it's not a working definition because the surface doesn't have curvature. Boom.
Have you never climbed up a mountain?
Yeah, you thought you saw curvature from there?
I saw it up there, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so why do people from the ISS and people who claim to have gone on Bezos' rocket claim that the horizon looks flat from that height? And according to the calculations, that you would need to be higher than the ISS to be able to see the Earth curve. What were you smoking?
They probably just have bad eyesight or something.
Yeah, so the astronauts have bad eyesight. The mathematicians have bad eyesight, so they're doing the math wrong? Is that what you're saying?
They do the math right. That's why they think the Earth is a globe.
No, according to the math, you shouldn't be able to see the Earth curve at the height of the ISS. So you seeing it on the top of a mountain either infers that you're hallucinating or you're on some kind of drugs.
I think it was oxygen deprived.
What I want to know is whether was it fungus or was it sniffable?
By the way, so you're just telling lies.
How much of the surface can the ISS see?
Just look it up. Look up.
Yeah, it's 3%. Okay, it's 3%.
Can you see the Earth? Do it. You want me to do it on? I'll scroll.
Yeah, you can Google and get wrong information, no problem. However, if you calculate and see how much
where are you getting the source that it's 3% that you can only see? Huh?
From the planet. First of all, I saw this first from the planetarium director, Paul Larson. Stop talking.
That's what I thought. They're lying to you.
I'm giving it to you. Just stop talking. I saw this first from the planetarium director, Paul Larson, where he showed this on a little model globe where he showed the circle of vision that the ISS would have based on its height away from the surface of the globe. And that would mean that they only see 3% of the surface of the globe, so the horizon is still a circle all around them, and that's why the astronaut Chris Hadfield said from the ISS, the Earth looks flat and beautiful, because according to the math, that's how it's supposed to be, and we even have images from the Chinese space station with a flat horizon. So what are you talking about?
Well, according to astronauts, the curve is there.
Well, they have conflicting stories, bro. You are believing these people. Some of them say one thing, some of them say another thing. The math says another thing. So the ones that go against the math are just contradicting the belief system that you believe in.
I've not seen any demonstration that when people have measured curvature over a large body of water, they don't actually measure the distance from the laser to the surface of the water. They don't actually do that measurement. So I don't know how you claim there's no curvature.
I just put one in the side chat for you. Tell me how this measurement is incorrect.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I'm looking at it right now.
want to add?
So this seems to be another example of posting evidence without accounting for refraction.
Oh, so what you're telling me is that the horizon is not Earth curve. Is that right?
No, I'm saying it is.
Oh, okay, it is. So in this distance to horizon measurement, what's the problem?
You don't account for refraction.
Oh, so if we have to account for refraction, then the horizon is not indeed a physical tangent point that we can measure to, and therefore the horizon is not Earth curve.
No, it is Earth curve.
Okay, so you understand that if you say it is Earth curve, but it's not actually there, then what am I measuring to?
Well, that's exactly why I say that these measurements are bogus. They don't mean squat, you know?
Okay, so the globe Earth measurements are bogus. I totally agree.
What you would have to do is you would have to measure the distance from the like straight line that you're looking at, and then measure the distance from that line to the water, and to see if that distance stays constant like the whole thing.
All right, who's done that?
No one.
Okay, so then there's no globe measurements then?
As much as there's no flat Earth measurements, yeah.
Yeah, no, the flat Earth measurements are how you get your latitude and your longitude.
Yeah, we also have controlled for refraction and all that. You don't have any evidence that there is refraction. You just have an ad hoc belief. You have a baseless claim.
For refraction, can you explain that to me?
And because light refracts at different rates, and so you can use different wavelengths of light to see if the light is being refracted or not. So if you claim that the light we see further because the light is all being refracted around the ball to make it appear flat, then we would just look at wavelengths like infrared, which refract less than visible light, and see if the horizon appears to go closer when we look in infrared. But the opposite happens. We look in infrared and we see even further. Your globe is dead, bro.
Can you show me any measurements with different kinds of light?
Yeah, I got the University of Dayton and the military working together to test the refraction models, shooting 3 different wavelengths of lasers between the Hawaiian Islands and ending up accidentally falsifying the refraction models. And then I have here the world record long distance photograph. One was taken in visible light and the other one was taken in infrared, 4 minutes between them. And the infrared is the world record breaking long distance photograph, not the visible light. And that is the same for all world record long distance photographs. They're all in infrared.
Do you have anything more substantial than just this image? Hate to be that guy, but
you can look at all. The principle remains.
There's a lot in there to unpack in these specific examples. Do you have anything more substantial?
No, the principle remains. You have
anything more? I'm asking if you can.
No, stop. Stop.
You have more.
The principle remains. You have an outstanding claim. You have an outstanding claim that refraction is happening. I'm giving you ways to test for your claim to see if you are correct. And you can do this. People can do this. Everybody can do this. You can go out to the beach. You can take out a camera, and you can see much further than the geometric sphere edge would allow you to. That's just very common. All of us have done that. Like, that's why we tell people to go out and check it for yourself, and you can see that the previous geometric limitation just doesn't exist anymore because we have powerful optics. But back in the day, when the half-naked Greeks believed they had laser beam eyes and looked at the horizon, they thought that the Earth was a sphere as a consequence, and they made the math based on that. And we can actually create, just using the diffraction limit and of the human eye, the same size globe based on this different assumptions. So it's just from the eye and looking at the horizon where this whole globe idea came into existence. But now we have technology that far outpaces this archaic story, okay?
So do you have anything more substantial than just a photo?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we should have something more substantial on your end. So I would need the refraction, the rate of refraction, and then the evidence for the refraction that you're claiming that would debunk any of the observations made. That's what I need from you.
Well, that just seems like a non sequitur.
That's not non sequitur at all. You claimed refraction. Logically, you should be able to prove refraction. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
I don't think
Okay, so do it.
knows what a non sequitur is.
He doesn't know. He heard me say it earlier, and now he wants to use it, but he doesn't know how to use it.
I read the definition, actually.
Yeah, and logically it follows that if you claim refraction, then I would need for you to prove your refraction. That's what I would need, logically.
But how are you guys just not admitting refraction exists when you admit that testing with different kinds of light is necessary?
What refraction would that be?
Are you not like presupposing that refraction exists?
No, you brought it up. We're just asking you about your claim.
Talking to Drake's AI.
You're having a problem here. You're like not listening very well. Like, I'm saying you're making a claim of refraction. We're not saying refraction doesn't happen. We understand Snell's law and how it works, okay? You don't. So you're assuming that the light is refracting with no boundaries. You do understand that when the light hits the boundary at a normal to the interface, it doesn't refract, right?
Exactly. You want light to do these magic.
You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
It does do like water or glass.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I'll teach you this right now. If you have a fish in a fish tank, and you look at it directly from above, you're looking at it normal to the surface, and there's no angle of incidence, and so there's no angle of refraction. So there's no refraction there.
There's like waves.
The light travels straight. So you see the actual position of the fish in the fish tank when you're looking at it normal to the surface straight above. When you look at it through an angle at the side of the tank or through the top, then it appears displaced because you now have an angle to the surface, to the boundary, creating an angle of refraction, and provided that angle is not too steep, because if the angle to the boundary is too steep, the light ray is not refracted, it's reflected. And that's total internal reflection. So you need very specific boundary conditions to refract light between two optical densities of media. You can't just use the same consistency of air and assume it's bending. You need to show some evidence that it is bending. You would need to show effects of it bending. And another way we could show that the light were bending around the globe.
You don't have to keep going on this tangent.
I'm not done, because I'm trying to teach you how this works.
I understand how refraction works. Are you denying that
apparently not. So
exists?
apparently not. So if we take white light, like from the sun, and we put it through a prism, we get a rainbow color. You understand this, right?
Okay. Very cool.
You understand? Yeah. You understand this? You put white light through a prism, you get rainbow colors. You understand this, right?
I muted him because he's not listening.
Okay, well, the light goes through the prism, splits into rainbow colors. This is because of refraction. It refracts at different rates. And so if we're looking 10 miles, and we should only be able to see 1.2 miles, but we see the horizon 10 miles away, then everything from 1.2 miles to 10 miles is an illusion that's being refracted, according to you. That would have effects on the light. The different wavelengths would start to separate, and your world would look super gay.
So you deny atmospheric refraction?
No, I know all the atmospheric refractive effects, and I can name each one of them and show. I can name each one of them and show you examples of each one of them, and you cannot invoke one of them to try to explain this observation.
Are you going to address anything that Drace is saying, or are you just going to repeat on fucking what you'd already said?
Well, he went on like a tangent, making like 15 points after I was saying. I was just asking him a simple question.
Yeah, without addressing anything he said.
Because he's just fucking gift galloping, man. I mean, it's nothing of substance. I'm asking,
No, don't lie. Don't lie. I'm not gift galloping.
Why are you getting defensive, man? Come on.
You claimed refraction. This is your claim, dumbass. You claimed refraction.
Yeah.
And then I went through with you exactly how refraction works, and you are what, denying it now and claiming I'm denying refraction? Are you retarded?
All right, you tell us how it works then.
Are you pulled off now, Dre?
You tell us how it works. You tell us how it works. Give us your spiel then. Go on.
You all cool down, Dre?
Tell us how atmospheric refraction works, bro. Tell us all about it. Give us a lecture. University style. Go.
You expect me to have university level knowledge on atmospheric refraction?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, dude. Give me a lecture about flat Earth.
Then stop trying to fucking defend it then.
You guys just aren't educated, and that's the funniest thing.
Well, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
Well, I mean, you're obviously not educated, so.
So I perfectly describe refraction, and I'm not educated, but you don't know anything about it, and that means you're educated. Your logic is
But you don't understand how it works.
I just explained it to you. Any man who understands it would understand what I said. You don't. You couldn't hear a word of it.
Explain it correctly.
You can't repeat a word of it, dumbass.
He's done. It's over.
So yeah, basically, I was correct.
The rage baiting time wasters. I can't.
Yes, sorry I had to waste your time, Drace.
That's all good.
It didn't totally fall on deaf ears. Hopefully, it was annoying.
Oh, it's just annoying. Like, how are you obfuscating away from his point when he made that claim? Like, how dumb are you to not realize that you made the claim, that the whole thing I'm talking about, the only thing I'm talking about is your claim, how it works. He just didn't pay any attention.
Come on, it's refraction. Didn't you hear him?
Don't you believe me? It's refraction.
Except they never explain how the exact same refraction happens on multiple dates and times and different weather conditions.
It's really where the globe goes to die. Like, you can't use that as your ad hoc excuse to try to explain away why everything measures and looks flat without testing it. And so when we test it, well, oh no, we don't want to hear that. It's your claim, bro. We're doing you a favor by testing it.
Yeah, they don't realize that atmospheric distortions typically make it more difficult to see things, not less difficult.
Yeah, mirages block how much you see. Stooping compresses the image, so like you lose the bottom of it, or you lose the part that's getting compressed until it gets so compressed that it like goes beyond your angular vision limit. You got towering, you got where the image appears to stretch upwards, and you get a band of like weird information, basically. You got sinking, where things appear to go into the ground. That's basically just stooping, but when it happens at the bottom layer, so it takes the bottom of the thing away. They got looming, which is where the sky is mirrored on the ground, creating a false horizon, making things appear to float. And those are the effects we see. And he doesn't have any effect that's like, makes the globe flat, called flattening. That's just wishful thinking.
Yeah, and conditions can change very rapidly and cause some serious defects, what I've captured, but most people don't exist next to an ocean and can sit there and watch it every single day, so they just don't understand that weather conditions are the biggest factor. And poor weather makes for poor visibility. That's just how it is. That's universal everywhere. Can't see as far in a fog as I can on a sunny day.
Yeah, and the data correlates that. We find that the higher the humidity in the air, the less far we can see, until it eventually becomes a fog and you can't see at all.
Even wind can cause issues.
Yeah, turbulence.
I captured some video from one day to the next day, and the wind conditions changed from one day to the next day. The temperatures were somewhat similar, but an entirely different view of everything that I captured. The wind was pretty much distorting everything. So yeah, there is atmospheric refraction, but it typically never helps. It usually hinders what you can see.
Yeah, it's not uniform. It's chaotic and changes day to day with the conditions. It's not uniformly bending things down to make it measure flat. That's some insane shit, sko. I mean, if it were bending like that, and that bending would be different at points, like, things would not look the same. Like, it would be all fucked up. But when we look at the Black Swan, we, like, see to the horizon, we see the oil rigs. They're not undulating all over the place. There's just this one band of towering on the further rig. And you can explain that with, like, weather system coming in from the ocean, and like that's where the boundary hits at an angle, and that's why you see that band at that one location. But the rest of the image, then, if that's happening over there, the rest of the image doesn't have any of the conditions required to loom it up perfectly. Like, you would need so many boundaries at all the same rates of separation between them to create the perfect illusion of a flat plane. It's just impossible.
Yeah, and the one explanation I heard about atmospheric refraction is they're talking about the different temperatures for different horizontal layers of the, not vertical. Yeah. Nothing vertical. It's always horizontal. So the meter above the surface has one refractive index, then the next meter has a different one. But temperatures variate in many different directions.
The evidence of that is in the Black Swan photo, right? So that little boom that's hanging off the oil rig, is that uniform? Does it look like it's distorting in a uniform fashion, or is it all squiggly looking, right?
And most people don't understand that a lot of the defects in the photograph are actually caused by the compression algorithms. Photos been manipulated so many times by different systems that, of course, they're going to do the best they can, but they're trying to save space. So they're not perfect, so they will distort stuff easily.
Yeah, you can see a big difference from the original video he posted and all the different GIFs and memes and stuff.
Yeah. And even the P900 is it's meant to save space on taking video. You can't do a raw video on there. It always compresses it. So you're going to lose data straight from the start there. And cameras that can record raw video, very expensive, usually beyond the means of most people.
Classic. Well, when it's slow like this, I do have a new song that nobody's heard, if you guys want to hear it now.
Hit it.
Fill the air.
Trace. AI. 24/7. Discord. Check it. What is weight? The glower took the bait. Gravity, you think innate. Why do you become irate? Just slow your heart rate. Do I need to translate like your priest dictate? Did you not get the update? Things don't actually gravitate. Does that really indicate your oblate glow mentate, or rather seem to implicate your false belief incarnate? Or can you not demonstrate Do I need to reiterate? Horizon lies straight. We don't live on a plate while the globe in its faith. Your mind, it does subjugate. Your spirit bound to suffocate. A broken common sense surrogate. While contradictions they tolerate, but truth lies cannot penetrate. All they do is obfuscate. Really not worth the wait. Do I need to illustrate? Why do you hesitate? Is your goal to infiltrate? Consensus tends to oscillate. Your beliefs are just out of date. You don't know how we operate. Global stop at the gate. The truth you can try to assimilate, slow the globe attrition rate, but you cannot authenticate the lies you commemorate. Don't let them you indoctrinate. It should you infuriate, becoming the globe initiate, wholly completely inadequate, a desperate degenerate, seeking to discriminate. In school you they domesticate, let the truth inoculate. Through falsification we validate, global believers we interrogate. I know it might intimidate, but we are here to investigate. So please don't try to manipulate. It's common to miscalculate. There's nothing to negotiate. False beliefs we obliterate. Join the VC if you want to participate. You still haven't tried to substantiate. A flat baseline is used to triangulate fiction and reality. Can you not differentiate? We are undefeated like Alexander the Great. The pendulums need to calibrate. The truth blowers it aggravate. While pseudoscience we devastate on earth. Things don't deviate on the globe. The gas would dissipate. Try to elaborate. Falsehood eliminate. Let reality elucidate. Stop trying to equivocate. The gas would evacuate. Try to logically evaluate. The gas would evaporate. Logically should reinstate the globe, no one can replicate. They claim we don't accelerate, while they fail to accommodate. That acceleration would accumulate. When orbit and rotation we retranslate. Spin out of orbit and again decelerate. Incoherent postulate, gas expands tends to permeate. From 6th grade graduate, space ball advocate. It's time to activate, and to the truth acclimate. Let the world you captivate. It's not enough to just calculate with errors complete consummate. It's time to contemplate with logic we decapitate. But the goal is to de-escalate, don't bloviate, it's a conscious state. Look at how they correlate. Globular saints, they venerate. The globe we daily decimate. Golden globy hearts, they decorate. Fight the truth and that's your fate. For the globe is this song we dedicate.
That's it. I wrote the lyrics today.
Man, you just crank them out. It took me like 3 weeks to come with those lyrics.
It's easy. The globe is so dead. It's
Yeah,
dead
we
for
get
all
my friend.
ages.
Sorry, it's very clever with the rhyming, the same phonetics at the end.
That's because he's a lyrical gangster. Word up.
Ah, I was muted. I'm a Viking poet. Those are my roots. Come on, Globers, come inside. The water's warm. Unless you guys want some more music, I got more music, but it's just the music I've been playing the last few days. Mark Orchard's The Viking Tune. I'll put that on next. I like that one. I wrote that one thinking about when we had the arena and the Spartans.
Spartans gather, brothers in arms, Globers panic, lights on alarms. Where is your proof? Acting aloof, we are all about objective truth. Always go around in circles, never stop yourself to think. Gonna drive yourself to the brink, further in the fallacy you sink. You just perpetuate the pain as if there's something to gain, but feeling lost with sunken cost, trusting in authority figures, it figures. Spartans gather, brothers in arms, Globers panic, lights on alarms. Where is your proof? Acting aloof, we are all about objective truth. You might not want to linger when truth has a stinger, but here is the zinger when told by a light bringer. You don't need to trigger. Just figure out what the truth is. No need for internal crisis. After all, that's what life's all about. And if it's not, what have you got? Just lies in disguise, pretending to be wise, chasing an impossible prize. Not rats, mice, just lies in disguise, pretending to be wise. Not once, not twice, fool a lifetime, not nine. Spartans gather, brothers in arms, Globers panic, lights on alarms. Where is your proof? Acting aloof, we are all about objective truth. You don't have to believe the world is as you perceive. Truth brings relief, shatters belief. Don't believe me, test it yourself.
I like that song. It's pretty epic.
Yeah, I only caught the last several bars of it, but yeah, it sounded good. John Luna, are you still here? Well, I guess not. But anyway, Drace, yeah, so, anyway, do you have any thoughts in mind as to when you might start to work on another AI podcast? Or will that be a little while?
I'm thinking about doing it close to within this week or around that time. I'm currently building up like a shit ton of Flat Earth songs, enough to make an album, and then I'm gonna upload that album. And once that goes into uploading, I'll re-up my 11 Labs subscription, get access to all my clones again, and then start working on that. That's the order.
Yeah, so then the reason I ask is then I'll work on the rest of the liturgical ritual for Jaren, and I'll polish up that creed a little bit and a couple other things.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Because, like when I gave you those definitions last time around, you really knocked it out of the park with all of the theatrical bickering and such that Father Balls does.
Yeah, I have the ability to imagine things in perfect, vivid detail, and so it's really easy for me to just construct these things and just imagine how they would act, because like I know how these guys act.
Oh no, yeah, you're great on character development, and that's a very difficult thing. Storytelling, it's really easy to come up with the story, but really developing the character in the story from, some neophyte level of some issue to growing them to a full character, that's really hard, and you've done that with these people, because I would say you give them more character than certain real-life individuals who just coincidentally have similar but entirely different names.
Yeah, they're the inspiration. Like, I'm developing the characters in their own direction, just like me and Karma write a lot of stories and make up stories, because we're working on making books and eventually a TV show and stuff.
Bunch of creative projects.
We got endless creative projects, and so it's easy for me to continue building on that. I just used their mannerisms and kind of like a parody of what they are in the community, because we don't, of course, know what they do behind closed doors, but this would be a hilarious way to picture that.
The way that I like to say it in regards to what a lot of the parodies are is, for instance, I never liked Star Wars. I think I eventually forced myself to watch the 3, and I would give them a C- rating. However, I loved the picture Spaceballs, which, even though Mel Brooks wrote it, it was still technically developed and such by all the Star Wars technical engineers, and had a lot of the props from Star Wars in it. Because I think it's a lot more creative. And I think you can say the same thing. Like, there's this real life person named McToons that I can't identify with in the slightest, but MC Loon, that character, like you can feel for him. You can feel like how all Father Balls treats him and everything. So you can get this affinity for this real lowlife that you still kind of make a connection somehow, and that's hard.
Yeah, well, the way I see it is like I don't know enough about McToon to actually like say anything about him. So I just know how he argues, how he acts around our community, and then I made my own character McLoon, which is like it all started with me like, why would you name yourself McToon? I was just thinking about that, and then I was like, he should be called McLoon, and then I thought that was funny, and then I was like, why would he call himself McLoon if I'm creating a character called McLoon? And then that's like, it winds up on itself, like, that's why I have this clip. I'm looking for. I have like a ton of McLoon.
I have no affiliation with MC Toon. I am MC Loon. I like plump birds and not of the female variety, if you know what I mean. I am a parody character designed to tickle your heartstrings, designed for entertainment purposes only, and I am a work of fiction. Any likeness to actual people would be happenstance or a parody, not a reflection of real-life personalities.
Yeah, I forgot to mute myself there, but hopefully that came through. And then this.
I am MC Loon.
Where's the other? I have like 100 clips of MC Loon because I wanted to debate flat earthers as a fake MC Loon using brilliant arguments like the Globers do.
If you climb the tree, you see further. Seeing further is seeing around the globe. Therefore, the Earth is proven to be a globe by climbing a tree.
And then flat earthers could like be like, wait a minute, that's a fallacy. And then list out the fallacies. That's a good training mechanism. And then I also was going to use him as because I wanted to create a fallacy game based on So You Want to Be a Millionaire.
So, what are we talking about, guys? Do you want to try to detect fallacies in my speech patterns, or are you too scared to try?
And then I have the music to go with it, and a bunch of questions. And I found the text document that I made for it, so I have all the answers now.
From the category of globe religion. At 1 foot elevation of the surface of a large body of water, how far away is the horizon if the Earth is a globe of a radius of 3959 miles? A. 1.22 miles away. B. 3 miles away. C. 10.1 miles away. D. 30 miles away.
I just have to make graphics to go with it so you could drop it in chat.
So I just thought of a brilliant song for Father Balls. At least the first line of it from your little ditty there that you played for a second, or however you want to say that, the little sound intro. So it would be Father Balls singing, "You and me, McLoons, ain't nothing but globies. So let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel." Or some kind of version. I don't know if you remember that song that was around in about the 90s, but somehow that was evocative, and so it might be fun there to, make some innuendo with fallacies and, other of their personality quirks written in the song.
Yeah, that would be fun. I do have to run out and get French fries for the rest of the family. Casserole. And then I'll be back.
Yeah, and I got to get in the hardware store here and pick up a paintbrush anyway, so.
Hey, while you're in the hardware store, ask them to help you measure your ceiling lamp you're putting in flooring.
Yeah, to measure the floor, you have to measure the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Squared, and the house is perfectly curved.
Well, is the house refracted?
The floor would have to be curved because things will disappear bottom up on the floor. So,
But if it's refracted, it appears straight.
yep, that's how we know it's curved because we can't measure it or see it.
I've got a quick question for the panel.
Sure, go ahead, mate.
I was just wondering, is this live?
I think it might be.
Okay. Is this on YouTube or where are we living to?
You know, I don't know offhand because I don't run it, but I think YouTube.
Oh, okay. Are you flat earthers really, or is this a troll, or?
We are really flat earthers, yeah. Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, yeah, I mean, science and gravity and physics. I mean, of course it's a globe.
Yeah, let's go over some of that stuff. What science proves the globe, do you think?
Well, every scientist knows it's already a globe, so I mean, I don't understand why you guys are flat earthers, really.
Well, we're not asking scientists. I asked you what science proves the globe. Do you know scientific method?
Well, the body of science, I mean, you just, clearly science has understood the world, and we know it's a globe now.
Well, what science specifically?
I mean, gravity and physics.
Okay, so gravity.
Everything, basically.
Let's start with gravity. Do you know scientific method offhand or no?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about, science.
Okay, so first step in scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon. In regards to gravity, what are we observing?
We'll just drop a pencil.
Okay, I dropped a pencil and it fell, and then I drop a helium balloon and then it goes up. Now what?
Well, that's because gravity pulls the air down.
Well, no, air expands. Hold on. Air expands in all directions to fill its available volume always.
Yeah, but it's still holding the air. Gravity is holding
down.
The air.
Hold on. So not down, all directions. It expands, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, but ultimately,
so not down. Back to gravity. We dropped a pencil, that fell. We dropped a helium balloon, that goes up. Now what?
Well, why do you stay on the ground?
What do you mean? Do you expect people to float just by themselves? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, basically, if there was no gravity, it would float off the Earth.
How are you going to prove that?
Well, just look at the ISS footage, and you can clearly see that the astronauts and the toothpaste is floating around, and so that's because there's no gravity.
Well, that's an assumption, and that's probably just effects, and I'll tell you why. Because gas pressure, we're breathing gas pressure right now here on Earth. Gas pressure needs a container for there to be gas pressure. If there was no container for the gas pressure, the gas would fill the vacuum of space, and then we couldn't breathe anymore. There needs to be a container, so space is fake.
Oh, that's just silly. We have atmosphere. That's the container.
Well, atmo equals air, and air can't contain itself.
Oh, well, that's where the gravity comes in.
Oh, so we're back to gravity again. So what is the observed phenomenon for gravity again? Sorry?
Well, when you see pictures from space, there's air on the Earth, and so it holds the air in.
Now you're using circular logic here, see? You're using the thing you're trying to prove as an example of proof of the thing you're trying to prove. So it's circular logic. So let's step back. Scientific method, step 1, observe a natural phenomenon. What's our observed natural phenomenon for gravity again?
Well, we dropped the pencil, and the fact that you're on the ground right now is a good start for that.
Okay, so let's go with dropping the pencil. What's the cause of the pencil falling?
Gravity.
How causes the pencil to fall?
Gravity does that.
How are you going to vary and manipulate gravity to prove it causes the pencil to fall?
Well, you picked up the pencil and then it fell. So that's you
So
manipulating gravity.
no, you're going to have to turn off gravity to prove it does anything. You can't control gravity. So basically, what I'm saying is you don't have an independent variable which is needed for the hypothesis in a science experiment. If you don't have an independent variable that you can vary and manipulate independently from all the other variables, you can't prove a cause. And you can't vary and manipulate you can't turn off gravity, right?
Well, the ISS, they turned it off basically there, and so they can test.
But again, gas pressure needs a container. So you can't prove that either.
Well, but there's videos, there's footage of the ISS.
I have footage of a unicorn. I have footage of a unicorn. Does that mean
No,
unicorns?
you don't.
No, it doesn't.
Unicorns are fake. No one has footage of unicorns.
No, yep, we can't rely on footage because it could be fake. I have footage of unicorns all day, you know.
No, you don't. And no, from the sources, it's a trusted source. NASA is a verified and trusted source. You can rely on scientists and experts. You can't rely on conspiracy theorists on the internet.
Well, what we can rely on is science, not a consensus of scientists. No, we don't do consensus here. We do science itself.
But consensus is usually correct.
No, that is a appeal to consensus logical fallacy. You see, that is illogical thinking. It's a fallacy of logic to
usually
agree with a crowd of people. That is a logical fallacy. We need empirical evidence with science, sir. So you don't have an independent variable.
Well, what do you need an independent variable for?
Well, you must not know much about the scientific method because step 1 is observe a natural phenomenon. Step 2 is construct a hypothesis. In the hypothesis, you need to identify the cause, which is the independent variable, and the effect. Now, in order to prove the cause is the effect, you have to vary and manipulate the cause, which is why it's called the independent variable. And then once you do that, that proves the effect. Or you manipulate it and it doesn't prove the effect. Right now, you can't even vary or manipulate anything because gravity is not real.
Okay, so basically you're denying gravity.
Well, there's no scientific evidence of gravity. You can't prove it.
Well, it's a theory, but it's very well understood.
Theories are confirmed through science experiments. It's not a theory. It's a story.
A story, you say?
Yeah. Because I could say, oh, why does the pencil fall? Because magical unicorn dust. If there wasn't magical unicorn dust, wait. If there wasn't magical unicorn dust, we'd all float off the earth. That's why.
Silly. That's very silly.
Isn't it very silly to just believe stories that you can't prove?
Well, gravity's not a story. It's well understood by experts and scientists across the globe.
No, we went over that. There's no independent variable. You cannot vary and manipulate gravity. There's no science.
Well, okay. So, all right. Well, you deny gravity, you deny the globe, you deny science.
You're denying science. No, you are denying science. You don't have an independent variable. You can stop projecting your inadequacies onto me.
No, I trust the
science. I do know science, and I know you don't have an independent variable.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you're being a little strict with your definitions there.
Science is a very rigid discipline. It's a very rigid method. It's either going to be A causes B or A does not cause B. Those are your two results in a scientific experiment. It is very rigid.
Okay. But we have pictures from space.
I have pictures of unicorns.
No, you don't. That's not real.
Oh, yes, I do.
That's not real, sir.
Neither is space.
It is real. There's pictures.
I have pictures of unicorns.
No, we'll post it. Let's take a look at your pictures of unicorns, please.
Awesome.
I'm driving right now. I can't post it, but I will sometime later. And it's very good. They're real. You can tell they're real just from looking at
Everyone
it.
knows that unicorns are not real, and everyone knows that space
Everyone-
is real.
That's an appeal to consensus fallacy again. And again,
But
we
usually
need gas
consensus
pressure
is
to
correct.
have a container for space.
That's gravity in the atmosphere. We already covered
You
this.
can't prove gravity. We already covered. You don't have an independent variable.
Okay. Well, I mean, what you
Google?
What did you say, Elbow TV?
I need some pre-Google.
But you can see curvature from an airplane. I've been in an airplane. I've seen it with my own
Actually,
eyes.
according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you can't see Earth curve from that altitude. That stuff is flat.
Well, he's just an entertainer for YouTube videos. He's
Oh,
not
so you're
really.
saying Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong?
Well, sometimes they just exaggerate things. He's got a
So he's
microphone.
wrong?
Well, like he's an entertainer.
So he's wrong.
You have to trust the body of science.
Sorry, did you say no? We can trust scientific method.
Yes.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong.
Well, he sometimes just exaggerates for entertainment purposes.
So wrong.
You can see curvature from an airplane.
Oh, okay, so let's go with that. Have you seen it personally?
Yes, I've
What
flown
does it
many
look like?
times.
Okay, what
I've
does
seen it
it
with my
look like?
eyes.
What does it look like?
It looks like a globe.
You see a globe? You see the
Yes.
entire globe from an airplane?
You can see the curvature.
What does the curvature look like?
It looks
What are
like
you looking at?
it just doesn't look like a flat Earth. If it was flat, you'd be able to see the whole Earth from the airplane.
So you're not addressing perspective, but back to what Earth curve looks like. What does it look like? What are you looking at?
You're seeing the Earth as a globe.
And where is the curve at?
Everywhere.
I'm looking. I don't see any curve anywhere.
Are you in an airplane right now?
I've been in airplanes before. I don't see any Earth curve. Where am I supposed to look? What are we looking at?
Out the window.
Right, but at what?
The Earth.
Okay, I'm looking down. There's no curve. What? Now what?
Well, you're not in an airplane right now.
I've been in one before, but I cannot imagine being in an airplane. Okay, so where do I look?
Well, you look out the window.
At?
The Earth.
At where? Where at the Earth?
Well, it's just the curve is everywhere. What do you mean?
Do you mean the horizon? Maybe?
Yes, yes.
Oh, so see, you don't even know where your Earth curve is. I have to answer it for you. Okay. Now, so is the Earth? You're saying the horizon is Earth curve, then? Yes.
Everything is the whole ground is curved.
Well, the ground is not curved because we actually measure it flat.
Well, flat earthers have failed at their tests when they test this. I've seen the videos.
Have you ever heard of sea level?
Yes.
Oh, what does level mean?
Well, on a sphere, just everything is equally curving around the Earth.
Well, that's not what level means. Level doesn't mean sphere.
Well, that's just on a small scale. The flat earthers use incorrect language on small scales, but they don't incorporate the whole scale of the Earth.
So sea level is incorrect language?
It means like the sea is curved. You can see pictures from space that show the Earth. The sea is curving.
Sea level means sea curve? It sounds like you are using the correct definitions. Again, you're projecting your inadequacies onto me. So, sea level, what does level mean?
On a small scale, you flat earthers.
Just level. Just what does level mean?
On a globe, it's everything is equally curving.
No. What does level mean? Level doesn't mean curve. What does it mean?
Well, it means equally curving. Hold on, let me Google it.
Level doesn't mean curve. Okay. What does level mean?
Here, let me post a definition for you. 1 second. I think I have a screenshot. If you give me just 1 second, please.
Just read it. I'm driving.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Let me just pull up the definition.
Yo, could you actually like engage with his arguments instead of like trying to derail him and being a sarcastic weirdo? Thanks, bro.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, CB. You can't.
I don't know who that is.
Well, can't you just read it? Don't you have it right there?
Oh,
Level?
here. Yes. I've got it in the chat. Let me post it for you right now. It
Well, I'm
says
driving. Just read it.
It says level. Here, let me post this. It says level, a hill of water.
So that's not what level means. Just look up level definition.
Oh, well, here. I got horizon also.
Okay, we're talking about level, not horizon. A level.
But is the horizon level?
The horizon is level. Yeah.
Yo, just to be very clear, I was not talking about UCB. Sorry.
Well, you need to.
He was confused. He figured it out, and then he had to come back and read.
It says here the boat went over the horizon, and the horizon and level are both a hill of water. So that's the curving of the Earth.
That's not what level means, bruh.
Well, I think flat earthers are just misusing terms.
No, that's a projection. You're misusing level. You're misusing sea level.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you seen pictures from space?
I've seen unicorns from space.
No, you haven't. You've made that up.
No, I have. I have pictures.
Everyone knows unicorns are not real.
Everybody knows if you have a picture of it, it's real.
No.
Yes.
No. That's not true. It has to be from a trusted source.
So just a picture doesn't really mean anything, right? Just a picture?
It has to be from a verified source.
Okay, I have verified unicorns from verified sources.
No, there's no trusted source that says that.
Yeah, sure there is. The unicorn people, Unicorn Foundations of America.
You're making that up. That's not NASA. That's not experts.
I'm being a little sarcastic, but your logic is flawed. You can't just trust pictures.
No, I trust the experts.
Oh, that's a logical fallacy. Appeal to consensus.
Well, at least it's logical. You're talking about unicorns.
Well, only to compare to your illogical pictures of a place that can't exist.
It's not illogical. There's actual pictures. They've taken pictures.
I have actual pictures of unicorns. Now, back to space. Gas pressure needs a container.
Gravity.
You can't have
We've already went over this.
Vacuum.
Yeah, but there's
next to a vacuum.
What about satellites?
What, balloon satellites? What about them?
No, satellites in space.
Oh, space is fake. You need a gas pressure needs a container, bruh. We already covered this.
This is just, I don't understand you conspiracy theorists.
I don't understand how you don't understand that gas pressure needs a container.
That's gravity.
There is no scientific evidence of gravity. Remember, you don't have an independent variable.
Well, it's a working theory that's understood by many people in history.
No, it's not a theory. It's not a theory. Theories are confirmed through science. It's a story.
Yes. Scientists have covered this. Scientists have gone over this many times. There's peer review.
There's no independent variable. Sorry, you're wrong.
Well, there's many independent variables because there's a lot of scientists testing this.
No, independent means singular. You can't have many independent variables. What are you talking about?
Well, then the independent variable is gravity.
How are you going to vary and manipulate gravity to prove it causes the effect?
Well, we go to the ISS. There's no gravity.
So you're using circular logic. You're using an example of the thing you're trying to prove as proof of the thing you're trying to prove. That's logic. That's circular logic.
Well, it's a globe. Of course, it's circular. I mean.
Oh, good one. Now, no independent variable for gravity, no container for your gas pressure, which means it cannot be real. Space is fake. Sorry.
I can't trust Discord. You're on Discord in a small community versus why would this giant Scientists, everybody would be lying if you're correct.
Well, the first thing to do would be to determine if they are lying, right? Not determine their motivations for lying. Let's find out if they are lying. Do you know the definition of gas pressure? If not, I'll tell it to you.
Go ahead.
Sure, it's the force the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Yeah, force, gravity.
Well, no, container.
Atmosphere. It's the atmosphere.
Atmosphere can't contain itself. Atmo is air.
Yeah, well, that's where the gravity comes in. You see, you're not getting it.
But there's no proof of gravity, and gas expands in all directions, and gravity doesn't even affect gas, even if gravity was real.
Well, how do we have air on the Earth then?
Because there's a container. We have gas pressure. There must be a container.
You mean the atmosphere?
No, I mean a container. Gas can't contain itself.
Yeah, but that only works on a small scale. You're not really taking into consideration how big the planet is.
So it's so big we can't see the Earth curve? Is that what you're saying?
Well, things work differently on a planetary scale.
Like what?
Well, you're talking about gas and containers and things like this, like a tire, but that doesn't work the same on planetary level.
Why not?
There's gravity, and
No, there's not gravity. And gravity doesn't even affect gas either because gas expands in all directions. We already covered that.
Well, what makes Jupiter into a ball then? Jupiter is a big thing of gas. It's a ball. It's gravity that's all together.
We don't know what Jupiter is.
Everyone knows it's a gaseous planet.
You don't know what Jupiter is. Jupiter is a light in the sky. Nobody knows what it is.
Like a spotlight?
It's a light in the sky. Nobody knows what it is beyond that.
No, it's a gaseous planet.
Have you been there?
I don't need to go. The scientists have figured it out. They've used telescopes.
Oh, really? What? Really? How did they determine that light in the sky was gas in a vacuum?
Well,
that's absurd. That's absurd.
I'm not an expert, but I trust the experts.
I know you're not an expert.
It's a gaseous planet.
I am an expert. I am an expert.
You're on Discord. You're a conspiracy theorist.
No, I am telling you science. Our whole discussion has been about science and telling you how it works. I'm pointing out your contradiction.
Well, look, I mean, I'm no scientist. I just understand that they can't be lying about this. You're on Discord.
Oh, see, that is what we call cognitive dissonance. Right now, you're experiencing cognitive dissonance. You have so much pride that you can't believe that you would be fooled. You see? But I think you should learn scientific method, learn what an independent variable is, and then I think you might have an aha moment.
Is that going to make the Earth flat? The Earth can't be flat.
No, measurement does, because we measure Earth as flat. That's math, not science. By the way, do you want to talk about math instead?
I'm no mathematician, but
I know.
Look, I just can't understand how there's like 10 people in this Discord, and then the whole world, the whole globe knows it's a globe. Like, how do we?
No, they believe it's a globe because there's no evidence for it. We here know it's flat because we do have evidence. We have measurements. We measure.
Then why doesn't everyone know it's a globe? Why doesn't everyone know it's flat then? If it's true, then everyone would know this.
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know how Earth is measured, and it's measured flat.
I think that's not true because I've seen Netflix. I've seen a video where the flat earthers tried to measure and they failed. They've actually proved it's a globe.
Would you like me to explain how Earth is measured flat?
Yeah, if you want to try, yeah, sure.
Sure. Well, bodies of water at rest are flat. Bodies of water don't curve. That's where sea level comes from. It's a horizontal reference plane. That's what elevation is based off of, is the horizontal plane called sea level. That's what altitude is based off.
You're
Sea
retarded.
level.
That's not very nice.
We even measure Earth flat with elevation angles during celestial navigation.
I think you're trying to use big words that you don't fully understand. Are you an expert?
Are you projecting your inadequacies onto me again? Because I understand everything I'm saying. You've admitted that you don't understand science, you don't understand math, you don't understand what an independent variable is. You keep contradicting yourself. You don't even understand what level is. And you're accusing me when I'm the one who knows what I'm talking about?
I've got all the hardcore proofs.
You haven't mentioned one proof. I've just debunked everything you've said. You don't have science, you don't have math, you don't have an independent variable. Gas pressure needs a container. You have nothing. Would you like to learn? Or do you want to continue to be ignorant?
Drive by words, drive by words, derail the conversation. Got to make it more realistic, guys. Come on.
Well, I'm almost at my destination. Have a good one, guys.
Did he leave?
Holy smokes,
I
I could not
don't
keep it going very
know
long.
how
Oh, you didn't even get to tell him, man?
not drive yourself crazy.
I think that was one for the globe, man. Yeah.
But I was going to say, TW, almost on the globe, CB. Keep going, man.
I can't do it any longer, dude. That was so painful.
That was awesome, dude.
I like how you were like, wait a sec, let me Google it.
Right there. We were just waiting for those curvature measurements. I know you've been sitting on the globe just like that, man. Can't believe it.
It's like, it says here levels is hell of water.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's one of the. Wow, that's hilarious, man. Go ahead.
He walked away thinking he got a win anyway.
I guess Heretic didn't like that very much. He was saying I should not be able to speak here. You guys agree with that, or?
I didn't mind it at all.
Yeah, I guess.
I think as long as you know what you're doing, I got no problem. Takes their own.
All right, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, no, that was painful, chat. I could not keep it up much longer. Like, damn. But shout out to Duncan though. I'm surprised he didn't realize it was me. I was no character in the middle.
Wait a minute, I didn't realize that the guy you're talking to didn't know it was you. That
No, I don't
makes it
think so.
even hilarious.
He was driving, so. That's funny. That's funny.
CB, the globe points as far as I can tell, and you might very well. Good job.
Bro, we've all been around for so long. Like they all say the same thing, dude. They're all like, "Yeah, but drop a pencil." Like it's just so easy. We can make a flow chart on how to have a conversation here because they just say the same stuff. Some people are higher or lower. Oh, also that Yanks guy popped in. He's like, "Stop! You're not being." He was like trying to stick up for me. That was pretty funny. We should get him back in here if he'll spurg out. Oh yeah, Drace is in the chat. Genetic fallacy. You're on Discord, therefore you cannot have the truth. I guarantee a lot of people think like this. Appeal to incredulity, they can't be flat. We know you're appealing to a popularity and your incredulity. It's not valid. He saw the hippies, which one? Drace.
Yeah, that Yannick's guy was on here for quite a while. Was it either today or yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday. I had just left the gym and he was in here like, your mom and all this. He was going crazy. Young guy, Gen X type shit, or Gen Z.
Sorry, CB, go ahead.
No, I was finished.
It's just weird how some people get about this globe idea. It's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
Invested or sunken cost or whatever it is. It has on, man. All the scientists are lying. Oh my God, that's the one I hear the most when people engage with me in real life. Scientists are lying.
Well, my issue with that is they can't even name any scientists. They don't know any scientists. That's what Yenex was doing yesterday. He's like, well, all the scientists. Well, you can't say all the scientists are doing X, Y, or Z because you don't know any scientists and what they are doing specifically. So when you say things like that.
Do you guys want an autograph?
Yo, you thought I was a globetrot for a second.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, you did get me. You did get me because you did you did get good points with that atmosphere thing.
No, I didn't. That was some bullshit.
None of them were good points.
Wait, how is that bullshit?
You fell for it, you're dumb.
Sorry, what did I say exactly?
Wait, but do you know how the atmosphere works? Do you know do you know why things catch on fire after passing through the atmosphere? Do you know why that happens?
What does that have to do with anything we discussed?
Well, no, you were. Oh fuck! All right, listen, I'm not gonna do this again. But you said that the atmosphere. No, wait. You say you're saying that the atmosphere doesn't exist, right? The atmosphere doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's what he was arguing for. He's saying that the atmosphere is a real thing.
Those two words are a contradiction. Like they don't. That's like saying like married bachelor. They don't go together. What direction does gases go in?
Holy shit! I'm sorry, I can't argue with flat earthers. This is just incredible.
No, it's not flat earthers, bro. Oh my god, this guy's a weak guy, bro.
Another sad case that won't scratch below the surface to investigate this. Go ahead.
Oh, jeez. Drace was roasting me in the chat. He said, "You saw the hit piece. Which one?" Too good.
Where's the glober that knows how the atmosphere works?
Right. Oh, man.
Did he bounce that
Drace? He did. He's been doing that today. I almost convinced him to come back, says Drace. Yeah, fuck. Probably could have said something else. If he was like, you think the atmosphere's not real? I would have just said, it's just the air, bro.
Yo, Drace has an admirer.
Oh, you got a simp, Drace? Nice. Damn, bro. Shout out to Duncan. That was some good content there for a little bit. There's no way he thought that was a real voice, bro. Hey guys, I just have a quick question. Next time I'm gonna do like an accent. I did this before. I was like, "Hello, how are you guys? Is this really the Flat Earth Society?" Like, look, I might do that next time.
You had me earlier. I had to check out the panel and saw your name lighting up. I was scratching my head.
Yeah, like, who is this?
We live right now?
That accent sounds like the dude with the 8 PFP that comes in.
With the 8 PFP? The 8?
Yeah, has this and he's a clown. I can't remember his name now.
You talking about Yapendos or somebody
Basics. How to basics.
How to basics.
Like
yeah, it does start with a Y though. I think you're right.
Yapendos. It used to be like a bunch of different names. He changes his look and his name a lot.
Yeah, he was in here every day for a bit.
Hello, how are you guys?
CB. That was
What's up?
hilarious. I didn't recognize you at first with your perspective. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Gotcha.
You know what's funny is that the string of people that I've been listening all night, and the string of people that came before you were just as bad. Like it was like, oh, okay, here's another guy that is completely clueless about anything that the flat earthers are saying. It's typical. And the funniest part about the whole thing was you're saying the guy that you were arguing with or debating with didn't even know that he was not debating. Like he didn't know it was you the whole time, and then somebody butted in and you corrected him. And he still didn't know. What the fuck?
Yeah, he
How
thought
did
it was
that happen?
legit. Well, it's Duncan. I think he's the shout out to Duncan. I think he's not. I'll say this. He's just a little weird. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but I like him. He seems like a guy. It's just like I don't know.
It sounded like he was playing along. I mean, that's the weird part about it.
Nah, he's
really
dead
did sound
ass.
like he's playing along.
He's dead ass, bro.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure he's dead ass. Because when next time he comes in here, I'll be like, "Hey, you know that was me, right?" He'll be like, "What?"
Yeah, I wish you had broke it to him before he left.
Is that new perspective, Dave? What's going on,
up,
man?
my man, Dave Hinkle, brother.
UNCB should be able to, UNCB should be able to relate trolling because this guy, New Perspective, actually trolled about 20 people on a live video feed on YouTube one time. Tell them about it, Dave. Go ahead.
I think I've sent it to you, CB, haven't I? Where I trolled Flat Earth Dude and Dan the Waterman on Hollywood Boulevard before anyone knew what I looked like or sounded like. Yeah, I was gonna say it's even more fun if they don't know that you're trolling, and that's what actually was going on with you. I had no idea the whole time.
Yeah, I've done this like once or twice before where I got the whole panel riled up. Flat Earth Dude is easy to get. I'm not gonna lie.
Right? Well, I went down there. No one knew what I sounded like or looked like up until that point. I was just in the chat all the time. But for like a year and a half, I was in the chat. So I was like well known as New Perspective, like as if I had talked to everybody already, but I hadn't. Right? And then and there's only one chance to do that when they actually don't know what you look like or sound like. And I totally play ball. I have to find the clip and put it in there, but. The reveal was the perfect thing because as soon as I said I have something to confess, my username is New Perspective. They just like erupted because they very well knew who New Perspective was.
Nice.
And a lot of fun.
They were doing a live stream like on air.
Those were the days, wasn't it, Dave? Right? You guys go ahead.
Wait, they were live streaming like.
Those were the days. It was live streaming and Snacks in the Future. You know who he is. He was actually not on the call at the time, but he came on afterwards. And then there was the guy that was actually flat smacking me. My goal was to get them to convince me in one conversation, right, and just have that realization where you're like, oh my god, right, because that never happens. So I just want to make that happen. And the guy wasn't very good at like convincing me, so I had to like play into it. And he's like, "Oh, do your own research." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, no. I think you guys are right." And then they're like, "Oh." I'll have to find it and post it. Dave Hinkle, I heard you had a heart attack, my man.
Bro.
Real quick. Wasn't Jimmy Jedi there? Shout out to Jimmy Jedi. R.I.P. Go ahead, man.
Shout out to Jimmy Jedi. Speaking of Jimmy Jedi, rest in peace. Glad we're not saying that about you, Dave. I was hearing the short version of the story was it a boat you were in?
Rumors of my death have been exaggerated. I still exist in whatever this is.
Whatever this is.
That's funny.
I'd like to know.
Right?
I'd like to know what this place is for sure. Hope you're all right, Dave, man. That's crazy when I heard about that.
Yeah, I've already told the story a couple times on here, so I don't want to take up our time. You guys go ahead. Somebody knows it. It was pretty much divine
a long story
intervention.
because I've never heard it.
I'll give you the short version if everybody. Is there a Glober here who wants to prove the globe?
Quick
I've already heard the short version. I have a few more details.
No, but I want to go into detail about the whole, like, you don't remember going to the other side or anything. That was really interesting. That's what someone told me, that you just like, some people, they'll be like, oh, I saw this and I came back. And
go ahead. A little over 2 weeks ago, I'm loaded a grocery order in my car, getting ready to deliver it. Put my car in reverse to go backwards. My next active memory with my brain is waking up in the ER room.
Fuck.
They told me it's about 30 minutes later. My heart stopped for about 15. They hit me with a paddle. And the part about the cool story, I wish I had one, but how would you verify it, CB? Even if I had one.
True. But like that's what I heard through the rumor mill, is that you just like flashed back awake. You didn't like
be
an angel or anything crazy.
I just came awake in the ER, and the first thing I asked is, did I hurt anybody else? Because I had no idea. Scared the fuck out of me.
Okay, so did you back into somebody because you had a heart attack as you were pulling out? Or the car damage?
You just hit on the divine intervention. Here's what you guys need to do if you're going to pass out behind the wheel. Back into a certified nurse and barely tap her, just enough to piss her off. So she'll grab you out of the car and start CPR, and that's probably the only reason I'm talking to you guys.
Wow. So back into a nurse?
Certified nurse.
Fucking
hell. So you didn't really damage her car even. You didn't even cause any real damage. You just like nudged her and said, hey, I need help with a heart attack.
It was a 5-mile-an-hour fender bender. I was backing up a parking spot.
Would you hit her Tesla or something? She got a Tesla?
I have no idea what she drives. I did get to call her and thank her for being an angel of mercy, though.
Wow.
I mean, that's why I try to say divine intervention. It wasn't my time yet, I guess.
Hell no.
That's up to whatever created this place, and I ain't going into religion. You guys go ahead.
Hey, how old are you?
Oh, that's amazing, dude. Wait, 15 seconds or 15 minutes? You actually were
15 minutes, gang.
My heart did not beat for 15 minutes, according to the paramedic, and I got to shake his hand, too.
15 minutes.
15 minutes, I was somewhere else. And then they jolted with me electricity and brought my heart back to life. So this place is fucking electric. I don't know what anybody said.
Hell yeah.
15 minutes? That's a long time, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, is that like a sort of that?
I looked up
should that cause brain damage or something?
I looked up the stats for somebody to make a full recovery like I apparently have. I'm in a percentage, depending on which website you look at, 3 to 4% of people that are out that long come back and have their faculties. So I'm counting my blessings. You guys continue to pursue this globe evidence because it's not there, but people think they have it, but you know what I mean.
Hell yeah, brother.
Dude, you haven't lost a beat, dude. You haven't lost a thing. I can tell you seem almost more on top of what you're saying than ever.
Wait, how do we know
incredible.
he didn't like go globetard when he went into the darkness? We need to test him.
Yeah, that whole 15 minutes I was looking down at the globe. I promise you guys. I saw it rotating on its axis in space. I saw gravity doing all kinds of shit.
I knew they got him. They got him, chat.
Dude, it reminds me of the joke that Issa loves so much. Other people do too, but it's okay. So, flat earther dies and goes to heaven, right? And gets up there, and God goes, "Look, it's a spinning ball. You were wrong the whole time." The flat earther goes, "Oh man, this goes higher than I thought."
This guy's higher than I thought. That's a punchline.
This goes higher than I thought.
Yeah, he's thinking that
the conspiracy's higher. It's a bigger conspiracy than he never could imagine. God's in on it too.
Wow, that would be some shit.
It's just kind of a joke. It's like it's a good break the ice with a baller that knows the conversation a little bit because you're kind of making fun of yourself as the flat earther. Like, you know, even God telling him wouldn't convince him that it's a ball. But flat earthers and ball earthers like that joke. But I've come up with several versions of the ball earthers going up to heaven and what God said to them. I was loving your e-Googleation. Check your DMs.
Are you roboting? You're roboting right now. But yeah, yeah,
I didn't hear you. 4 or 5 sentences, man. You have to repeat.
Oh shit! How about now?
Yeah, sounds better.
Go ahead.
Hear me now. It was premature e-Googleation syndrome.
Yeah, that's a gem right there. We're gonna have
what
to
was
lock
some of the
that
other
one
ones? Float earther.
Wiki whiff syndrome. Are you talking about like all the syndromes, bro? There's a lot.
Wiki whiff.
Oh man, I gotta keep
What's the
track
wiki
of all
whiff
of them.
syndrome again?
It's the same as when if they post a wiki and then they don't actually know what it says. They post a wiki, but then they say something else. That's a wiki whiff. Man, there's a lot of syndromes though. I can pull some up.
Okay.
Let's go through the syndromes here. These are really caught steam, like they've caught traction, these syndromes. I hear other flat earthers talking about everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. That one's caught fire, basically. I can pull them up here. Let's see. All right.
That's a standard.
That is a standard, yeah. That is a standard. This just happens so often. This is 4 years ago we came up with this. It says
We can't be right about anything.
yeah.
Even if we're right about like, do you like peanut butter and jelly? Like, if you like peanut butter and jelly, then nobody else could like peanut butter and jelly because you're a flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be right about anything in all areas of life. But go ahead, sorry.
Let's see. Let's see.
How about globe gooning?
Globe gooning? What's that one? That's a good one.
I don't know. I just made it up.
I like it. We're gonna have to use that for something. Let's see.
What was it again?
Globe gooning. That's actually really funny. We'll have to find a good way to insert that pause. Cool.
That could be like where someone's trying to pretend they're against the globe, but they're not. Go ahead, sorry.
Maybe that could work. This one hasn't been used. I typed it back in the server a year ago. The flat earthers must have fell off a truck syndrome when they think that we've like never heard of the globe before. We didn't go to school. Like we just never heard of. They'll be like, so think of ants on a beach ball. Like, bitch, we all know that already. You're not teaching anybody anything.
Pretty much born yesterday, right? The born yesterday syndrome.
Yeah, born yesterday.
Born yesterday.
Yeah, pretty much. The other guy has the answer syndrome, also known as phantom expert syndrome. So,
phantom expert, nice.
When they say, all the scientists know this, or all the scientists say this, you go, oh, who? One? Well, no. So then, how do you know what any scientists are saying if you can't name what any scientist is saying? You basically have a phantom expert panel in your head of experts that have the answers.
Right? Imagined consensus.
Imagined consensus. Yeah. Damn. Let's write that. We need to write these down. Put that in the chat. But the other guy has the
I'll go
answers.
back
They're just
and re-listen.
slightly different. Because what they'll say is they'll be like, this, you need to go talk to an astrophysicist. He's got the answers. We go talk to the astrophysicist. He admits, I don't have the answers. There's another guy over there who has the answers. We go, okay. We go talk to that guy. Hey, we heard you have the answers. Oh, me? No. I don't have all the answers. I'm not truly an expert, but there's another guy over there. He's got the answers. Okay, cool. We go over there. And it just is a vicious cycle of people, one after the other, who claim that there's someone else who has the answers, but it's not them. The other guy has the answers syndrome. How about that can't work on a flat earth syndrome? Oh, satellites can't work on flat
Right.
earth. Gravity can't work on flat earth. Blah, blah, blah doesn't work on flat earth. If it was flat, that couldn't work. Yeah, that can't work on a flat earth syndrome.
Yeah, explain solar eclipses, man.
Yeah.
Steel manning the straw man syndrome.
Damn. Let's see. I did have on here QE hurt me syndrome. People come in and are like really mad at QE, and he's not even in the room. They're like, "Where's QE's citations or some shit?" Or they bring somebody up that's not even in the call. Let's see. Can't stop talking about the flat earther syndrome. When they want to talk about the people here, or flat earthers do this, flat earthers did that, instead of staying focused on the actual topic, they're like, but you flat earthers all do this. Can't stop talking about the flat earther syndrome.
My globe is rubber and you are glue. Everything you say about it bounces off of it and sticks to you.
Crabs in a bucket syndrome? Where
crabs in a bucket?
Yeah, like it's like a crabs in a bucket mentality where if someone starts climbing out of the bucket, they want to pull you back down in. Or for example,
all right.
They want us to be like them. We're very different, flat earthers, and we'll say like, you guys believe in the globe, we know. They're like, no, you believe in it too. Or they'll try to say like, we try to hold them down to something like, and they'll be like, yeah, but you have to. They try to pull us back down into the situation that they're in. And we're not in their situation. I call that like crabs in a bucket mentality, crabs in a bucket syndrome. Trying to think of a really good example. But yeah, if they get tied into a corner, they'll be like, wait, but no, you need to be here with me. It's like, no, thanks. We're good. You stay over there. We're good over here.
Well, all the evidence is definitely supporting the globe, and we all know that. So how are you going to take all that evidence and climb out of the bucket? How are you going to do that? Because all the evidence is down here with us.
It's already been worked out syndrome. Like we asked him the radius. Oh, we already knew that. How did you know that? Well, it's already been worked out. We've known for a long time. Okay, how did that become known? Well, we just already knew. It's already been worked out syndrome.
Right. They taught me that in school.
There's two more. You'll just say everything is fake syndrome. Before we ask them for evidence, and they'll be like, well, I would provide it, but you'll just say it's fake. I would show you proof, but you'll just say it's fake. That is unfortunately common.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Here's another good one. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say something about like it's a false, like they're basically asking you not to have discernment. And the smartest thing to do is not to have discernment, because that means that you're criticizing whatever intelligent person knows. So you can't do that. You have to lose your discernment when you're going against the globe, which has no evidence. Blah blah blah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go
Right.
to the
No,
next
you
one.
make a good point. You make a good point. Here's a good one. This one's awesome. Insta expert syndrome. This goes along with your pre-Googleation syndrome or pre-Google vocalization. When they don't know a thing, you'll ask them, "What's a hypothesis?" And they'll be like, I don't actually know. Hold on, let me look it up." They look it up, and then in a flash, like in an instant, they turn into an expert. Oh, so technically, blah 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 blah.
Right.
It's like, dude, seconds ago, you didn't even know what it was. This one's fairly common.
Instant false confidence syndrome.
Yeah.
Instantaneous false confidence.
Yeah. Here's another one. I don't have all the facts on me right now, syndrome. They'll
Right.
be like,
or you expect me to know everything? You expect me to know everything?
Right.
Dog ate my homework syndrome.
Yeah, yeah. I think Jenna calls it patting the pockets or something like that, where they like start patting their pockets, like, "Oh, you ain't got it on me right now, Chief. Hold on."
Yo, what's going on, CB? I've got a question.
Yeah.
Can I come in good faith? Are you guys gonna dogpile me if I come in good faith?
Oh, you're back. Go ahead, bro. Just say what you gotta say, man.
Okay. I'm coming in complete good faith. I don't want to have a scrimmy match. I want to have a good faith. I want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to 5 other people. All right.
I mean, it's an open panel, so people should be able to speak to you. No problem. It's not gonna be like,
Okay, sure. But if I talk over them, I don't want to get muted. All right. Let's go ahead. I have a question. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is it that if the Earth was flat, right? Why is it that some people can see the moon and others can't at the exact same time?
Did you just watch a Flat Earth Day video?
Why is there different time zones? What are you talking about? Wait,
Did
so
you
you
just
tell
watch
me
the
to?
Professor Day video?
No, I've just been doing some research into it. You tell me to do research. I do research. Come back, and then you're like, "What? Are you gonna answer?"
Well, this is like straight off of if you search Flat Earth, this is like the first video that comes up. It goes, "Flat Earthers can't explain why they can't see the moon all at the same time," or some shit.
Okay, are you gonna pivot, or are you gonna answer?
I'm addressing what you're saying. So your question is, why can't we all see?
Why
the
are there
moon at the
different time
same
zones? Yes. Why are there different time zones?
But that's 2 different questions. You said the moon.
Yes. Do you not know how time zones work?
Not with the moon.
Yes, the moon and the sun, dude. Okay, why is it that if you call up your friend in a different part of the world, he can see the moon and or sun, and you can't see the moon and or sun? If we're on a
I got
flat
an easy
Earth.
one for you.
Yes. Don't
The
just
Earth
answer
is
that.
the Earth is really big. Ta-da!
I can see the moon.
How does
right
wait?
now.
How does? Yeah, I didn't say you can't see the moon and sun at the same time.
Can you see
But
the moon right now?
I don't know. I'm not looking out my window. Wait, but how does that prove anything?
Wait, the answer is simple. The Earth is really big.
How does that answer it, though?
There's like a weird idea, like when that video you watched or whatever, that is
Didn't
trying
watch a
to
video.
convince you. Okay, fine. Whatever you saw, is trying to convince you that on a flat Earth, we'd all be able to see the sky at the same time. We'd all see all the stars. We see all the planet. We see everything up since it's flat. That's cap.
How's
like,
cap?
What? So, just question for you: like when you look in the sky right now, what percentage of the sky do you think you're seeing when you look up? You don't have to. I don't know the answer, but like just off of just a guess.
I don't fucking know.
Just throw a random number out.
A lot. I'm not throwing a lot of the sky.
A lot.
Well, I mean,
How much?
I mean, here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. How perspective works. So
Just
from when I'm on the ground,
give me a number.
I don't know. Sure, 75%. Whatever. You just gave.
75. So you're saying when you look up in the sky, you're seeing 75% of the sky, the entire Earth.
No, well,
that doesn't even make sense.
You said 75. I just said sure 75.
No, but think about it. Even if we're on a globe, how do you see 75% of the entire Earth's sky from your point of view? Like you'd be seeing underneath you the Earth. Let me draw it for you.
Sure. Did you just say the entire Earth sky? Well, no, I can draw it for you. If you go into MS Paint, I'll go into MS Paint to like make a very easy
I'll do the same
diagram
thing.
of how. Okay,
Yeah, I'll do it too.
Perfect.
I'm gonna get my Apple Pencil. No, think about it though, right? If you're on a globe, you're on the top of the globe, you're looking up. I'd give you maybe 40% at most. There's no way you're seeing the sky below you. That's when they're saying like, call someone else on the other side, and they see
Yeah,
the
but
moon.
what happens when
They're
you
on the
turn your
other
head and you
side.
look to the left side or you look to the
You
right
can't
side?
see underneath you, silly. Let me
Yeah,
draw
but
it.
why would you look underneath? That doesn't make any sense. If it's a flat Earth, no. But if it's
No,
a flat Earth,
not flat.
Sure.
We're talking about globe. We're talking about globe.
No, but we're talking about flat. No,
I'll
I
show.
thought the Earth was flat.
We're gonna get back to that, but let me draw the globe real fast here.
Sure.
Okay, it's gonna be really shitty.
Real quick, look at the title of the video I just posted when you get a sec. It says, the title is Death Gets Jar Brain Syndrome. When they resort to, I could just be a brain in a jar or a brain in a vat or whatever. Jar brain.
Okay, this is a really dog shit image, but let me post it. My point is really simple, but we need to take a look at this first. And then if you want to post whatever you got too, I'd like to see that.
Sure.
Politics, go to the chat and post. This is a shitty image. I really apologize, but there it is in the chat.
Reported. Sure, hold on.
Yeah, that is a very shitty image, CB. I agree.
All right, I'm looking. What on God's earth am I looking at? Is this the globe?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like even on the globe, you wouldn't necessarily be seeing the sky. Like
You'd be
if there's
seeing
someone on
a
the other
lot
side,
of the sky from
but not
where you are.
75%, bro.
Yeah, but this is the image that I have, right? Here, I'll put in.
Let's take a look. Yeah, let's take a look. Let me redraw it with
So,
someone on the other side.
There you go. So this is. Can I even send messages on here? I can't send messages on here because I don't have whatever fucking admin shit that you need.
Send it to somebody's DMs and they can like search it for you.
I'll just send it to your DMs, bro. Put it in the thing.
So
Okay, I
you
got
should at least frickin' drew Africa like taking up half of the frickin' ball. At least you could have made it accurate.
Okay, so that if it was a flat Earth and it was
don't draw the flat Earth. No, don't draw the flat
Why would I
Earth.
not draw the flat Earth?
We need to see the globe first. We're doing the globe first.
Wait, no, I'm doing both. I'll do the both in one paint. It's
No.
No, yes. I think I'll
do the globe first, and then we'll talk about the flat Earth after.
Well, aren't I
All right.
disproving the flat Earth? Isn't that what I'm doing?
No.
Incredible. Okay, sure.
But look at the chat again. I drew like 1, 2, 3, 4. Person 1 sees like up there. Person 2 sees down there, etc. Right? Person 1's not going to see like every part of the Earth.
If they turn their head, they can't see every part. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the round Earth or the flat Earth?
The globe, dude.
Oh, the globe. Yeah,
about
obviously
the
that.
globe.
Yeah,
Hello.
yes, obviously that's benefiting my point.
Okay,
what do you mean?
No. Let's.
Sure.
So when we go into reality and you actually look in the sky, you're not. I don't think you're really seeing huge chunks of the sky like this. Now, if
Why?
the Earth is flat, well,
Wait, no. Can you tell me why you don't think that?
you're not seeing. Even if the Earth was a globe, like you're not seeing the entirety of the sky. That's the point I want to make. You can't see the whole sky. 75% was crazy. So
it was your
now-
number, but yeah, sure, it was crazy.
No, that was yours. But anyway, so
Sure.
when you go into reality,
No, I don't want you to continue until I send you this image.
Oh yeah,
Let
let me
me
post
chat.
it for you. I got you.
Wait, so I don't understand how. I feel like you're kind of just proving my point, no?
No, we're gonna walk slowly.
Yeah, let's walk slowly because the flat earther
Cool,
needs to hand walk me through through
Yes.
science. Yes. So,
Yes. All right, I'm gonna post this. So we kind of agree, like
we agree.
on the globe, you're not seeing the whole sky.
well, what do you mean by whole sky? Well, you kind of just cut out the flat Earth part of my picture.
Important part.
but-
That's the important part. We're gonna get to the flat Earth.
It's the important part because it helps with your argument. But yeah, sure, let's go.
It does help. What we're posting right
It does
here
help,
helps my
sure.
argument.
Go
Yes. Okay, so the overall point I'd like to make is that you can't see the whole sky, regardless of whether it's flat, globe, or whatever. When we
You're
go
wrong.
into reality, no.
If it's flat, you
What?
can see the whole sky from where you are. Yes.
No, that's false.
It's
What
not
I'm trying
false.
to point out to you, yes, it is.
Okay, sure.
Even so, look, what I'm trying to say is the Earth outside That is the Earth. We're debating whether it's globe or flat. So when you go outside and you look up, in no reality are you seeing the whole sky. Nobody's reality. Even in your own worldview, you're not seeing the whole thing. That's also true for the flat Earth. The Earth outside is the flat Earth. That's what we're saying. So when you go up and you go out and you look up, you're only seeing a certain percentage. I would say a rather small percentage of the sky. Okay, flat Earth doesn't change this. It's not that flat Earth is some different Earth where you go out and see the whole Earth, see the whole sky. That's insane. So that's my point. Even whether it's a globe or flat, you don't see the whole sky. So your argument that like
the
if it was
Earth,
flat, we should all see the moon.
Okay,
that
do you
would be
understand?
insane to
Do you
say.
understand how much bigger the Earth, the flat Earth, would have to be than the normal Earth for somebody to be on one side of the Earth? And also, it would only be like somebody being on the left side of the Earth and on the fucking right side of the Earth, and then it would the moon would have to be in the middle. So when they looked to their left, they couldn't see it. No.
No.
Dome of vision.
No.
Your
Okay, so you wait. Okay, you need to explain. Never mind. I'm not here to. I'm not here to.
That was my first. That was my first answer when you said, "How do you explain why you don't see the moon?"
Wrong.
No. My first answer when you said, "How come we don't all see the moon?" I said,
"Yeah, but you know what? But when we look in the sky, things appear small." I just let you ramble for like 3 minutes. Let me talk.
I'm just trying to say that the first thing I said, bro, you came in, you said, "How come we don't all see the moon?" I said, "Earth is big." Done. Then you said, didn't you agree? You said, "Well, if Earth is flat, it'd have to be really big." Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Okay, can I answer now?
Go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you know why we can see so much of the sky? Because
you don't see so much of the sky.
Because perspective.
You don't see so much.
Let me fucking talk, bro. Holy shit!
But we just went over how you don't.
If it was a flat Earth.
No. We know it's not a different thing. We just went through this. When you go outside, you're not seeing quote unquote so much of the sky. Flat Earth is not a different reality than the one that we already exist in.
You're not
We're
seeing
saying
thousands
that
of miles between left and right of the sky, is what you're saying. You don't see that.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by left and right. I don't think it's that big of a percentage.
Okay, are you gonna let me talk, or are you gonna keep steamrolling every time I speak?
I want you to go, but I need you to understand just
I'm not
one
going
thing.
to. Okay, but you're trying to put me in like your dialogue tree of like a conversation. Are you gonna let me talk or what?
I'm trying to put you in reality. I'm just trying to put you in reality.
Let me perspective. He just keeps going. He doesn't let me talk. Go ahead. Run through your whole dialogue tree so I can fucking respond to you. Go.
It's very short and sweet.
Talk.
It's short and sweet.
Yes, go ahead.
Earth outside as is the flat Earth currently.
Okay.
The way it's acting right now. So when you say if it was flat, it'd be different, that's wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, give me 10 seconds to respond without you talking over me. Okay, ready? So the reason why it doesn't work the way that you think it works, because things get smaller in a distance, correct? Perspective and distance. So when we're on the floor and we're looking straight up, things are fucking minusculely tiny. So we're seeing thousands of miles into the sky, which is why when we look to the left and we look to the right, we're seeing thousands of miles apart. We're not seeing we don't have like a cone, right? Go ahead.
You've measured any of this?
Have I personally measured this?
So you just pulled the numbers straight up out of your asshole.
Okay, are you gonna? I'll get the numbers, but how about you respond to my claim before you just start? Have you done this yourself? Claim
no. You just said when we look up, we see thousands of miles. Therefore, when we look left and right, it's also thousands of miles. We're gonna need to find out where you got those numbers from, bro.
Okay. With our naked eyes, we can object as far away as 2.5 million light years away. And then if I go miles, and then I'll go miles.
Holy
what?
I can't believe you just said that.
With our eyes, we can object. With our eyes, we can see objects millions or even billions of miles away.
Bro, what kind of lore is this?
What kind of lore is this? What are you talking? You told me to.
What are you, Superman?
Wait,
in what
can you not
world
see
are you
stars?
seeing millions and billions of miles. Okay,
wait, how many stars can you see? Holy fuck! Okay, so we're talking.
First of all, what stars are unknown, and then their distance, like that is just lore,
okay. But do you see how, like, with your logic, it's impossible to win? Because whenever I tell you something that we've scientifically proven, you say, "Well,
no.
Well, that doesn't even make any sense. That doesn't even make any sense. We don't know that." Yeah, I do know that. The reason why
No,
you think
you
I
don't.
don't know that is because you think you have to go there yourself and look at the
No,
stars.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm just saying when you say we
Do you
know
think
it's
space is real?
scientifically proven. No, but when you say it's scientifically proven that they're millions and billions of miles away, go ahead, get the scientific proof. Then it's over.
Okay, I'm sending you. I sent you a thing. There you go. There's a thing. But what space then? What did we see when we look into the sky? What is that?
Hold on. We got to go through your scientific proof, bro.
Yes, sure. This is just how far you can
How many
see.
time I can?
Wait, can you not see the sun when you look in the sky?
But you don't know what the sun is.
No, I don't give a fuck. We don't need to know what the sun is. Can we not
Yes,
see the
you
sun?
do.
Can we not see
No,
the sun?
what you're trying to do is bring
The
in
sun
all
could be
globe
no. The
lore.
sun could be a fucking unicorn. If we could see it, we could still fucking see it. No.
Doesn't mean it's 93 million miles away.
Why doesn't it mean that?
Well, I mean, does this guy know the cosmic distance ladder or anything like that?
Holy shit! Here we go.
No way.
Okay, so do things not so things
that distance. Nobody's
things
measured
don't-
that distance. Where do you get this shit?
Because we can see it. He just said.
Yeah, seeing it isn't measuring. Like just looking at something is like, oh,
Okay,
I see
so
the
do you
sun.
think the
Therefore,
only
it's
way- the
definitely
only way-
millions of miles away.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
The
we can
only
see
way
stars.
humans
They think
let me-
stars are billions of light years
Okay,
away, so
we're
we
not-
can see stars
Sure.
billions of light years away. That's
Sure.
fucking hilarious.
Sure. Is the only way that we measure something with a ruler? Is that the only way that we can
No.
measure something?
No one said
Okay.
that.
There's ways to measure something that we can observe with the eye. There are ways to do that, which is,
How do they do that with the sun?
I mean, I can pull up an article and like a research article of how
Yeah.
they did it and send it to
Let's
you.
do it.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
So you'd have to know the size of the sun. You'd have to been there and
Yes.
measured it. To
No,
fucking
we don't
know
have
how
to
far it
be
is.
at the sun. We could be.
Yes,
That's fine.
you
Just
do.
pull up the measurement, bro.
Yes,
But do you? But wait. But I'm pulling it up right now. But do you see how like the way that we're arguing is I tell you something that we have scientifically done and you hit me with a no.
But you don't know any, dude.
No,
you're
you-
just saying
you're-
it's
no, your
scientifically
whole
done, and then you're
argument is we
googling
don't
whether
know
it
that.
was scientifically done.
No, I know it was scientifically done. I'm googling an article that I could send you.
You think it
I'm
was
talking to one person at a time. Holy
Hold on,
shit!
BPC. Hold on, BPC.
I'm not going to talk to four
You
people.
shouldn't
I wanna talk to
say
him.
you shouldn't say it's scientifically been done and then go and find out whether it's been scientifically
Okay,
done.
okay, sure, but how does that hurt my argument? If I send you an article, how does that hurt my argument? Like, is this just like
Well,
an
you haven't-
ad-hom? Or
Let's go through the article. Let's go through the article.
no, no, can you answer my question? Stop gish galloping. It's so fucking annoying. You just gish gallop everywhere.
Oh, you already posted
Answer
it,
the question.
apparently.
Sure, but answer the question. Please answer the question.
What's your question again?
Okay. Let me fucking send you this article. The question, holy fuck, I asked you like 3 questions because you gish galloped everywhere. Which fucking, oh my god. I don't even know the question anymore because you gish gallop all over the place.
How
I
does
don't.
it hurt my? How does it hurt my?
Okay, sure,
argument?
yeah. That's what I said. How does it hurt my argument if I tell you something and I don't have the article on hand? How does that hurt my argument?
That's pre-googling localization.
No, it's not pre-googling because I already googled it. I don't have it in my fucking search bar, so I can't just insta copy and paste the article into the chat. That's not how humans work. Do you think I just have it in my Control C? Anyways, you know what?
No, it should be in your brain. If you're saying like
The
I know
entire
this, you just say it instead of like.
No, but
Googling
that's
it.
I don't have photographic memory. I'm sorry. Like what?
Oh my god.
Anyways, you know what?
Well, I'm
ask-
reading your
let me
article
ask you
right
something.
now.
Sure, incredible. Read my article. Can I ask you one more thing? Since you're allowed to gish gallop, let me gish gallop as well.
I'm literally reading the thing you posted. How's that
have
gish
you-
galloping? Here's a link
No,
for
I'm not
how we
talking
know
about
the
this.
distance of space.
Go
I'm
on.
reading it. And you're like, you're gish galloping. That doesn't make any sense. This is what you
No,
posted.
that's not. I said you've been gish galloping, not you're gish galloping by reading the article. Anyways, have you heard the Himalaya argument or no?
No, what's up?
Okay, so
Is this not a gish gallop? What the
I
fuck?
just said you were. Yes, it is a gish gallop. Did you not hear what I just said?
You?
Yes,
You?
I'm gish
Moving to
galloping
the
currently.
difference.
I'm
Then
gish
how-
galloping
what the
currently.
fuck is going on, chat, dude? Somebody
You
say
were
that,
gish
dude.
galloping me, so I just said, "Let me get." you just
really.
you asked me 4 different things because when I tell you something, you go, well, we don't know that." That's not a fucking argument. How? Why don't we know that? And then you say, "Well, because we
gotta
can't
put the
measure it."
knowledge.
And then I tell you, and then I tell you that there's ways to measure something without using a fucking ruler.
Well,
and you go,
no one said you
"How's
gotta
that?"
use a ruler.
No, but it always comes to this because when I show you the
Who said
article, it comes to a point where you say, "How does this happen?" I send you an article and we just move past it.
Well, we're not moving past the article.
Article
We're trying to
doesn't
read it with
prove
you
it's
right now.
done anything scientifically. You have,
Go ahead.
dude. You just don't. Just because you Google something.
I'm muting
doesn't mean you've
everybody
got
but him, by the
proof.
way.
No,
Go
don't
ahead.
mute
Go ahead,
anybody.
CB.
PPC, just hold on a second. All right?
It's freaking painful.
In the article, I just see claims. I don't see this is what we did and how we obtained it. It's just saying we estimate this, we estimate that, we estimate this, we estimate that.
Sure.
Where's the actual? You said there's knowledge.
Yes.
Like scientific.
Well, no,
proof,
that was
measurements.
no, that wasn't the measurement one. You asked how far we can see, and I sent you
We'll move on past
an
this
article
one.
talking about how far we can see. I can send you whatever fucking
see the
measurements they did.
Yeah, let's get the measurements.
Sure. Okay.
This is really far from where we started, but I'm cool with it. I guess.
Where did we start? Well,
You said, like, well, how
again,
come we don't all
this
see the
is what
moon?
happens. Yeah, of course. This is what happens when you gish gallop away from my
Not
arguments.
this whole thing, bro. This is
sure.
Well, let's walk back. You said, how come we don't all see the same moon, or we don't all see the same sky at the same
Yes.
time? You said, well,
And
even
then-
if the Earth was a globe, that's not true. And then you said, well, when we look up, we see thousands of miles, and we look left and right, that would be thousands of miles also. And we said, well, where did you get the numbers from? Then you said, well, when we look at stars, we see billions and millions of miles. And we go, well, where did those measurements come from? And that's where we're at. We're trying to get you to verify these numbers that you're just throwing out there.
Sure.
So, like, if those numbers aren't verified or true, then your argument's kind of.
I mean, sure, but here's the thing: your worldview is just like, well, I mean, we can't know, and my worldview is using the technology that we have currently to measure stuff. So, I mean, do we just not know, or can we go with what we know right now?
Well,
Just,
post the knowledge.
we can't
If
trust
you're
it.
saying we do
Of
know,
course,
post the knowledge.
I'm posting it right now. But I mean, are you going to just say, well, if
Well,
you're
we're
saying
gonna
that,
walk through it. No,
yeah,
we're
but
just gonna walk through
answer.
what you
Am I
posted.
wrong? Am I wrong though?
No, we're gonna walk through what you post and see if what it says verifies what you're saying. We're gonna go through it with a fine-tooth comb.
Perfect.
And also in your article, it says, with just our eyes, we can generally only see a few thousand. Oh, shit. It says light years. What the hell?
Oh man, you just debunked yourself.
Yikes.
Oh, you almost just debunked yourself. Oh shit, man.
But there's no.
Well, do you know
there's,
what? Do you know what
there's
light years
only
are?
claims in here.
Well, do you
There's
know what
only
light
claims,
years are?
like one astronomical unit.
Do you know what light years are?
Like an astronomical unit or some shit? I don't know.
No.
It's cat, bro, basically.
Wait. Do you know what light years are?
Bro, go get the measurements.
It's in the word. Do you know what light years are? Wait, please tell me you know what light years.
How
light years
long
are.
it takes for light to travel?
Thank
in
you.
your space,
Let's
some shit like that.
go. He passed eighth grade science. Beautiful stuff. Okay, here we go.
Cool,
I'm
bro.
gonna send you the link right now. Holy
Just
shit, he
look.
didn't know what light years were. That is fucking incredible.
Bro, it's fucking
Chat.
lore.
This guy didn't know what light years were. Holy fucking shit, chat.
I just said it. I just said it without Googling it.
Yeah,
What do you
but
mean?
yes, because I had to. I said it's
how
in
do
the
you know
name.
how far the light traveled?
Yes, all right. I mean, I can pull up articles. Sure. How do we know how far light?
Oh, you gotta Google it. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. Yeah, of course, I don't know it off head. I don't know it off the top of my head.
But you just trying to roast me for not knowing.
No, I wouldn't have roasted you because it's in the name. Because it's in the fucking name. Okay, again, I'm muting everybody that's not him. You can make. I'm muting him. You can make his
No, you
arguments for
can't
him if
mute
you
her.
want.
You can't
I
mute
can mute whoever
anybody.
the
in
fuck
the
I
server.
want.
No, you can't. Dude, if you want, let's just try to keep this show on the road. Don't mute anybody. Take Heretic off mute. Take everybody off mute. Go get your numbers. We'll keep this show going.
Yeah, this is my chat. You don't mute me here. You're gonna get.
Yeah, you definitely can't mute. Definitely can't mute Heretic, bro.
You got me off mute yet?
Did you pop Heretic off mute?
Wait, who's Heretic?
Hello?
He's him.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I got you. No.
All right, just pop him off mute real quick, and then we'll keep this because he's trying to ask you like, how do you know they traveled?
Well, I mean, you could ask
year
him.
or whatever. No, you got to pop him off mute, dude.
This is my chat, and you're not muting me in it. And I'll permaban you if you don't undo it in 1 minute. That's all you got.
I'm just gonna see if he did it. Yo, Yenix.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Let us know when you have him off mute, dude.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna leave if you mute me again.
No. It's all right. It's over. Chat's over.
Yep, you can't mute the owner of the channel, bro.
Yikes. Well, that was fun. Yeah, he's kind of like not worth it. Go ahead.
He had zero self-awareness, that guy. It's cringe.
Yeah. Oh, bro. That was a train wreck. He said, oh, well, it literally is one of the first videos that comes up on YouTube. Well, if it's flat, then all the flat earthers should see the same moon. This is like a Professor Dave video, straight up off rip. And he came in with that. And we said, okay, well, why would we all see the same sky? Even in your own worldview, you don't. He said 75%. We had to walk him through how that's not true. Actually, personally, I think that you see a rather small percentage of the sky. I don't think you're really seeing that much. We've asked this before on Speculation Sunday. Like, what do you think, chat? How much of the sky do you think you're seeing? Maybe I'll start a poll right now. I'd love to see what you guys think. What percent of the sky can you see? Let's say greater than 50. Um, around 30. Let's see, less than 5%. This is gonna be a crazy poll. All right. There we go, chat. Go ahead and post your answer. What percentage of the sky can you see? Greater than 50, greater than 25, greater than 10, less than 5, or less than 1%? I'm gonna say, yeah. Overfences says totally depends. Okay. What do you think on what? We got 4 votes for less than 1%. And 1 vote for greater than 10%. I could see that too. I could see maybe 10. I think it's pretty small. But what do we know, right? We don't really know.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Pause.
I'm curious how one would even attempt to try and quantify that. Like, what do you do? Count all the number of stars available, and I only see this many, so roughly this percentage.
Somebody switched their vote from greater than 10 to less than 5. All right, yeah. I think it's small. It does seem like it's like 1 to 5%. I don't know. Something small.
Well, if you could only see 3% of the Earth's surface from the ISS, I doubt you're going to see more than 3% of the sky from the ground.
All right, Rotes says, mute me. Yeah. All right, bro, go ahead and, are you a flat earther?
Thanks, dude. Wait, say again?
Are you a flat earther?
Well, I'm kind of a fence sitter, so I would say I'm sitting on the fence. I can't really,
Doesn't that
decide.
hurt?
Say again?
Well, what are some things that make you think it might still be a globe?
Just give me a moment to Google what's the name in English, because forgive me for my English.
Where are you from, buddy?
I'm from Europe.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Yeah. So
yeah,
I
take
got
your
the
time,
word.
man.
So the low. So what's the scientific reason why the low tides happens? You know, when the waters are going down and sometimes even rise. I don't know what's the other word called when the water is rising.
It's about tides.
Yeah, tides. Yeah, tides.
Mm. Chat, what do you guys think?
What scientific reason? Like, how would you begin to even test that?
I don't know.
Well, shouldn't the tides be bigger when there's a new moon? As the moon and the sun are on the same side?
And some places have 2 high tides a day. I don't know where the moon's out twice a day.
Hmm.
You want to hear the NDT explanation for tides?
Yeah, sure.
He says it's because the water bulges on the earth and the earth just spins into those bulges. Apparently the water doesn't move with the earth.
Okay.
I love Neil. He's such a freaking idiot. He says when it's high tide on the opposite side of the moon, he says it's because the moon's pulling the Earth away from the
and the sun.
towards it, but the water is staying out. So it's just pulling the Earth, but it's leaving the water out on the other side.
What happens? What happens when the sun and the moon are on the same side?
Don't ask stupid questions.
So, like in a flat Earth, model, why does it happen? Do we have any, suggestions? No. Okay.
Well, we could speculate, but
sure.
Yeah.
What were you suggesting about?
Because you gotta take into consideration that it's not a static system; it's a dynamic system.
Right.
You've got constant temperature changes happening, low and high pressures within the air and in under the water. Your currents and eddies forming, because of pressure and temperature differentials. You've got seismic activities going on underneath, There's a whole bunch of shit that you have to take into consideration. It's not so black and white, right? We don't know fully the processes involved. You know that the ocean is largely unexplored and not understood. That's one of the greatest mysteries in history. Is like they say that we know more about outer space than our own ocean. Not that outer space exists, but that's what they claim. They claim to understand more about the sky than they do the ocean.
I mean, what really started to push me, to kind of lean to the flat Earth model is, I guess it sparkled when, I learned about the moon landing. And also, the fisheye lenses that the NASA and other so-called space companies trying to use, their fisheye lenses, and it's just kind of funny, So what's the point of using those lenses? They claim, it just it just spreads wider so you can see more, but kind of fishy.
Sorry, what are you saying? So long distance observations is what is making you think about things?
Nah, not only that, like, so NASA using fisheye lenses, also the moon landing seems fake as well, suddenly in this.
Oh, fisheye lenses, right, okay.
Yeah. So.
Well,
Yeah, second.
Yeah. Well, the moon landing, there's lots of people that are globe believers that don't think the moon landing was real.
What? Yes, still many of the people who believe the Earth is globe, then they believe whatever NASA is claiming, right? But still,
Oh, there's some that don't as well, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, in my opinion, there is absolutely no way that, in 1969, we have the technology to go to the moon. We're also able to, make a live broadcast on television from like 36,000 kilometers away. I'm sorry, I'm using European measures, but that's far away. And it just, after a while, this technology is just destroyed. We don't have it anymore. Okay, so it's kind of weird, because they usually bring up the claim, yeah, but even the pyramids, how they build the pyramids is also a myth. So because they had the technology to build it, but we don't have it anywhere. Sure, I can agree on that, but it's not, it's not 1,000 years. It's literally just 87, like 50 years, and it just got destroyed, and we don't have the technology to do it anymore. So I apologize if I was spurging. So I just mute myself and I listen to the conversation.
Nah, man, you're making sense. You're making sense. It's good. Keep talking.
Yep.
What happened, chat? What's going on?
No, I just have a question. That's all.
Yeah, shoot.
It's a question like, well, I just wanted to know the answer to, and or like an answer to, and then I was just gonna leave. I just have one question. Are you flat Earth or?
Is that your question?
Yeah. No. Well, okay. Well, I have a question like relating to it. That's all. So I was like, if you weren't, then I wasn't gonna ask, but you are. I was just gonna ask like, if the Earth is like a flat plane, and I went to like the highest point on the Earth, like Mount Kilimanjaro, like why couldn't I see like the Himalaya mountains from the top? You know what I mean? Like if I had like the world's largest fucking telescope, you know, it doesn't matter. Just in general, like why couldn't I see them? Why can't I see the second highest point on Earth if I'm on the highest point?
Be too far away. And
because you don't have.
Well, I'm saying like we'll have like okay, like if I had like a device that would let me see that far, you know what I mean?
You don't have that device.
Then
you don't have that device.
Yeah, you don't have you have devices. They made the Guinness record on the ground from the mountain to the mountain like 250 miles. That's the Guinness record.
Okay.
I don't know that anyone's ever carted a really powerful telescope to the top of Kilimanjaro before. But
okay, well that's fine. Okay, well let's like what? Okay, but what's
if this is hypothetical, then maybe you could, right?
Okay.
No, you wouldn't be able to. So this is
why?
the
So
issue.
what's stopping?
There's something called there's angular size change with distance. Plus, there's something called the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, where it dictates that through the opaqueness of the air, you can only see so far. Light will be absorbed and reflected to the point where it becomes like a barrier. You can't see. The light will not penetrate that far through the air. It's about 300 kilometers, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's say if you're in the coast of Florida or New York or whatever, and you want to see something in Paris, the thing has to be at least 2,000 miles wide and 2,000 miles high.
And as bright as the sun.
Yep.
Rayleigh. Did I give the correct term? Is it the Rayleigh extinction coefficient?
I'm not sure about that one. I know that Rayleigh scattering would certainly have an effect over long distances.
Right.
Certain colors do not travel through the air very far. That's why when you look at long distance photos, all the colors are muted.
So, do you feel like your question was answered sufficiently?
Yeah. I was just wondering. Thank you.
If you read that Britannica article I just posted about lighthouses and how far lighthouses work, it's generally by how clear the air is, and these are coherent light sources, and even they have limits as to how far a lighthouse can travel through the air.
Is there like one consensus theory? Like, I don't really know. So like, you know what I mean? Like you can say the Earth is flat, but like, for example, what's on the edge? You know what I mean? Like what's like the consensus theory? Because I don't know.
What's near the edge is death.
So like, if you fall off?
No, it's so cold there you freeze to death.
Okay, and has anyone done that?
They're dead. They didn't come back.
Why haven't we tried to explore that further?
Because you die when you go there.
Oh no. Okay.
That's why.
Okay, but
diesel fuel freezes at those temperatures into solid.
Okay, but wouldn't we
you cannot
try
keep yourself hot enough to stay alive? That's why we don't go there.
But why wouldn't we try? Do you know what I'm?
Because people don't want to die. That's why.
Yeah,
I know, but
Do you not understand that death is permanent?
Listen, listen.
They went there for a minute, but
As
far as we know.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not like trying to do like a gotcha or anything. Like I genuinely understand what you're saying, but I'm saying like as like humans, right? We try to advance, right? We try to go as far as possible with what we have, with technology, what we have. So wouldn't like we have tried this multiple times? You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing with. Okay, but that would be like documented the same way. Now I'm gonna again, like to me, right?
Yeah, it is.
Hold on. Well, like to me, we send people. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, so to me, we send people like into space, right? And like,
really?
Obviously, okay. Let me finish. Because to me, obviously, right? So I'm saying we've seen whatever, and like they know they have a chance that they won't come back, right? That's just because you know.
No, they know they'll.
So why wouldn't? Okay, so why hasn't that happened? Okay, but we've seen people. I mean, we've literally seen them explode in the sky. So I'm saying, like, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we try? What do you mean we haven't? We watched Apollo explode in the sky.
No, yeah, but how do you know that anyone was on that?
Because we watched them in the Challenger. How do you know anybody's in there?
Because their bodies were recovered from their bodies were.
Their bodies were not recovered.
Dude.
Nobody's recovered.
Oh, I'm chill. I'm chill. What do you mean? I'm not doing anything.
Quiet. Stop talking for a second.
Okay.
The channel is Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Not 24/7 Edge. So no one. So you're asking us to answer something that you say no one has done. So how are you going to answer something that no one has done?
But why wouldn't we try?
Well, they have tried, but does that make the Earth flat or a globe?
I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of confused.
Go for it,
like, why,
bro. Just go for it. You got it.
Okay, but like I'm just saying, why wouldn't? Well, why? I mean, I get what you said. Like, there's death, but like, why wouldn't we try? Okay, but why wouldn't?
You got it, bro.
No.
Just try it. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, why wouldn't we try to like push the limits? That's all. You know what I mean?
Try it.
Dude, I've got ADD too, man, but I've learned to control myself during the conversation.
I haven't done anything.
Right?
I haven't done anything.
Okay. Do people going to the outside that you call the edge, does that make it flat or a sphere?
Well, no, I didn't ask that. I'm asking if what you guys thought.
Exactly.
And then he said...
Okay, what do flat earthers claim?
Yeah, I'm asking because I'm not sure. So I'm asking, and he said
we claim that the surface that we live on is a flat horizontal reference plane, right?
Okay. And I'm asking a question that's related to that, which I think is perfectly valid.
It's not related to it.
Why is that not related? What's not related about
Because I just asked you, I said, how does people exploring to what you call the edge make the Earth
flat? That's not what I call the edge. That's what he said. He said it.
I just listen to the question. Don't pick out words that that are irrelevant to the question.
But they're not irrelevant. So that was his answer to my question.
Why would people going to what you call the edge make the Earth a globe or flat?
He said death, right? So I was just wondering what you guys thought.
The question. All right, we're not going to move on until you answer my question. All right.
I'm referring back to what he said because I genuinely didn't know what you guys thought.
I'm showing you how irrelevant.
So
I'm showing you.
Okay, hold on. Can I have clarification?
Showing you how irrelevant it is, right?
Can I have clarification? So if you go
Hey, dude, seriously, man. I asked you a question. You need to answer it before we move on. Does people going to an edge make the Earth flat or a globe?
Okay, so I'm going to answer, I don't know, because then we can move on.
So that's why it's irrelevant.
Okay, so can we move on? Can I move on, please? Like, I just want to talk, and you're not letting me.
You asking the question, why haven't we been to the edge, doesn't make the Earth flat or a globe, right?
Okay, I was just okay. So
does it?
Is there
or not?
I just said I don't know. Can we please move on?
Okay, so you're reneging on your question.
No, I'm not. I said I don't know to your question, and I'm asking if we can move on.
Okay, so why are we still talking about the edge if it doesn't confirm whether the Earth is flat or a ball? Right?
Should I just say I don't know again so we can move on?
And you brought it up, and nobody claimed the edge. You brought it up.
Because I wanted to know what other people thought. That's all. I'm not like I didn't. I'm not making a
But you brought it up the edge, and nobody claimed the edge. I'm telling you.
No, I'm asking what other people thought.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Okay,
People have
fine.
tried going
It's not
there.
the focus,
You're asking why have we tried? Yes, the people have tried. Now there's an Antarctic treaty that you can no longer freely explore towards there, and there's a whole bunch of restrictions if you're going to try to explore, and a whole bunch of money to be able to buy insurance to be able to explore, and it's a risk to your own life that they can't go actually and go pick you up. So there's a bunch of restrictions. Therefore, we can move on. Right? They have tried going there. There's a bunch of expeditions.
Who's tried going there?
There's a bunch of expeditions. Okay, if you understand, I'm about to tell you. There's a bunch of expeditions that have been done towards the Antarctica. One's called Deep Freeze. One's called High Jump. That have been done by the U.S. military in the 50s and 60s and whatnot.
That's just
Actually,
one area.
Yeah.
Is it that the edge?
I'm not saying that's the edge, but they went towards the coldest part in the further region of the
there are areas. There are areas that are that are not accessible due to many different factors. Do you know how much of an undertaking it would be? You're going to need a lot of resources, a lot of manpower, a lot of time, and a lot of energy, and a lot of money. I mean, it is a huge undertaking to do what you're saying, and also there's political, like has been mentioned, political reasons, right? Restrictions, area restrictions in place by government authorities saying you cannot freely and independently explore these areas. You need our permission. Okay, and to get that permission also is a lengthy and costly process.
Yeah, I've actually been through that process. If you want to hear about it.
All right. Can I ask one more question, and then I have to go?
Do you want to hear about my process that I had to go through to jump through to even put in the application?
No, I was just going to ask one more question because I have to.
Oh, you don't care?
Time.
Can I ask you only about the edge? Are you asking because of edge? Because you think that flat Earth is some disk in the space?
Well, I'm just asking what you guys thought. I'm just asking what you guys thought because I was unsure what you guys thought.
Okay. But you ask about the edge, thinking that people think that there is some edge. Why you don't ask people like this? Why you people think that?
I think he came here. He's been asking very politely. I don't think he's trolling it. So
yeah, I'm genuinely asking what you think.
Sasha raised a great point that I did want to address. I hope you don't think that we think that Earth is a disk in space.
Okay, well that's why I was asking, because like you can say it's flat, but like it's not that simple. You know what I mean? Like I'm asking what you guys think. Is it like a piece of paper? Is it flat on top and then there's like a domed kind of thing under it? Like I wasn't sure, so I was genuinely asking. It's not like a.
That's fine.
You know what I mean?
You know that they say that the astronomer says that the space is flat, right?
Okay. Who said which astronomer?
It's if you Google it up, Google is space flat, and it's gonna tell you yes. Current cosmology says that
I have like
flat.
a quick
now.
Why hasn't
where's the edge of space? If space is flat.
Well, that's one astronomer, or is that like a very?
That's the the current cosmology says that. I mean, that means that they much of astronomers agree.
Got him.
There's no got him. I'm here to like learn. I'm not trying to like disprove you guys.
Okay.
I know that's what you guys like crave, but I'm genuinely here to just like learn what you guys' opinions are.
Okay, man. Reality which you are living, the reality which you are living. There are mountains, there are water, there are oceans, seas, and big bodies of water. That doesn't curve. That's a flat thing. And all above the ocean or sea level, it's topography. That's the flat Earth. plain with the water and with the topography. And you can demonstrate yourself that in reality if you want. Because if it's sphere, it must curve, and it doesn't curve.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it would just be like really beneficial if, like, for example, if you know it's death, right? Why not just send like one person, one flat earther, right? And they know they will die, but they will just prove their point.
Bro.
And then just have them do it. Why haven't we done that?
Okay, can you tell me like this? Can surface be evidence for the shape of the Earth?
Wait 1 sec. So, you just got explained to you that you can't go to Antarctica free of will, right? And then in your next question was, why don't you send a flat earther to Antarctica?
Okay, you could fly a plane. You could do that.
To his death.
To do
what? To his death. To just
to do
what? Prove the point. To, like, you know what I mean? Like, be the guy. You know what I mean?
To prove that
We've already proven it.
To go to Antarctica to prove that sea is level.
Well, we haven't proven it. We haven't proven it because it's not the general.
Everybody calm down. Everybody talking.
Well, we haven't proven it because it's not the general consensus.
Okay, so you were just explained, right, that you cannot go to Antarctica free of will and freely explore. Do you agree with that?
Stupid. Okay, I'm just gonna leave. But I mean, I was genuinely curious.
No, but do you agree with that or not?
Try and answer it, man.
Well, I have to go. I literally have to go. I mean, I don't know why this guy in chat thinks I was trolling. I'm like genuinely curious.
We'll come back another time and ask.
That was audio bot. That was audio bot, man.
No, that wasn't audio. There's like a guy in chat saying I'm trolling, and there was an audio bot. It was both. But anyways, thanks guys. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, that question was kind of
another WW soundbot. I mean, I don't know. I try to have a conversation and it's just immature.
Yeah, but that's stupid.
Yeah, bro.
Saying that, why don't we send someone to their death? Get out of here, bro. Really?
No.
You can literally go to Antarctica though. And just organize stores you can apply for.
A place you're not allowed to go.
Man,
You are allowed to go as a tourist. You are allowed to go to Antarctica. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, you can go as a tourist.
Okay, can everyone shut up for a second? Fuck. I'm just trying to get a point across. All right, you said you can go to Antarctica as a tourist. That's fine. You can do a tour group. You can't go off the beaten track and explore by yourself. Can you agree to that?
But aren't you still in Antarctica? You say you can go to Antarctica. Now you're shifting the goalposts that you say you can explore.
Okay, you can go on a tourist group, right? They take you to a couple of peninsulas. You go and see some penguins and shit. You cannot freely explore. Did you agree with that? You don't agree with that?
I said I agree. Because the organized group,
you do agree. So you can't freely explore.
No, but you initially said you can't go, and you shifted the goalposts to say you can't explore freely.
You must have missed it.
You jumped into the conversation late, and we already said you can't freely explore. It was part of our explanation.
If that's the case, then my bad. But
yeah, okay,
again,
no worries.
Stupid.
Nice soundboard, bro.
Yeah.
Thanks,
so when you jump into a conversation, maybe you should listen for a few minutes and then jump in.
That's my mistake.
Thank you. No worries. Sorry, guys. I just couldn't fucking... 10 people trying to talk at the same time.
It's like being a kid and you go on a field trip. Of course, they're going to take you where you're supposed to go, but you can't just like ditch the field trip and go roaming around type shit, you know? It's kind of what we're saying.
So Amazonia is discovered old. Is that correct? All Amazonia, all part of Amazonia. We know every part of Amazonia. Is that correct? Every part of desert we know. Also every part of Sahara. Everybody can go in that part of Sahara. That's also correct. There is 7 deserts in the world, the biggest ones. If you lose yourself there, bye-bye, God and people and humans and everyone. And that's not on Antarctica. That's one. It's in Argentina. 2 is in Africa. 1 is there. You have the polar Siberian desert. You have 7 of them, big ones. You don't go there like I go to research. Or if you want, you can go.
And
But
how
that's
do you
not the-
know what? I mean, if you were to, you're going into unexplored places, you don't know what the environment's going to be like. You'd have to account for every possibility of what you might encounter, like as far as in the environment goes.
Are you going left?
It's gonna be fucking huge amount of resources that you're gonna have to take with you.
We will go left, straight, or right? Where will we go first?
Right.
Follow the compass, right?
Doesn't matter if there is 100,000 miles of ice, but I will go.
Hey, you said send one flat earther. I volunteer, Sasha.
What?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
sending you, mate.
I can make sandwiches and take the tents. That I can.
Oh, he said send
For
one. You're going by
If,
yourself. Sasha.
if I find dogs and that shit, we can start. Ships, I don't know, we will pay ticket like Jaron did, let's go. We will find, the Flat Earth is still donate for us.
And if you make it back, I want you to explain it in details what you found.
You need to pass first sea level to reach that point. Do you know that?
But
the
like,
big sea level.
What are you going to do when you get there? Like, even to add to what T-Dub was saying, like, where are you going to go? Like, there's no map, there's no nothing, right?
And then
you go there and make elevation profile of the land, and you're saying, look, all this land is above the sea level, Earth is flat.
And then the question is, where is there?
Yeah, exactly.
It's there. Do you know where is there, Antarctica? You must go Argentina and then straight down. You cannot go to South Africa and go left or right. You cannot go to Australia and go to left or right, because that's not a good way. And if you want to visit Antarctica, that's only that peninsula. The size almost like let's say Britain, and that's Antarctica. If you see Texas, that means you saw all USA.
I think we looked the other day, right? It was the only tours you could take were from South America or New Zealand. So you could get a cruise from New Zealand and go down that way.
There is supposed to be a flight from South Africa you can get to.
Where does it land?
But why there most expedition is starting from Argentina? That's my question. Why it's only you have maybe one or two from South Africa? Oh, because of that. Okay. And it's sea, of course, it's more colder there, man. It's South Africa, and there is sea. It's more how to say. It's not so easy to pass there because
so much further.
Yeah.
So much further north as well. They got a chain of islands from South America that you can go down to. Yeah, it's more protected, right?
How do you know that it's longer or shorter distance?
Because
I saw on the map,
the lines of latitude and stuff.
Yeah.
South Africa's got a higher line of latitude.
Yeah, but 60 degrees, Jedi, you know that we don't know. That could be a lot.
I didn't even hear what he said.
Because South Africa's got a different line of latitude to Australia, South America, and New Zealand.
Yeah.
That's why we know.
Much higher north.
Yeah.
Higher north. I'd use these.
But still, somebody could try it.
Yeah, like that other guy said.
Timbo, White Desert offers private charter jet service to the interior of Antarctica. It's a 5-hour Gulfstream flight from Cape Town directly to Witchaway.
Where's Witchaway?
Which
suppose it's near the base of a 200-foot wall of ice near a frozen lake.
They're talking about the ice wall on the tour, on the plane ticket. See?
So which way consists of 6 private domed pods and 3 communal domes that serve as reception, lounge, library, and a dining room.
Isn't it funny? It's called Which Way?
Which way? Which way?
Which way? Which way I go?
And what's with them constructing domes everywhere down there?
Yeah, because they can't claim that it's the local people, can they? Because there's fucking no one there. Not like there's Eskimos there.
Okay, so it's the plane lands at Wolf's Fang Blue Ice Runway in the Drygalski Mountains.
Interesting. Running the mate. I gotta get a fucking shit Macca's coffee.
Yeah, I heard the new debate coming up. Am I coming in? Am I coming in?
Yeah, man, I hear you.
You heard who's debating?
Who, brother?
Witsit versus Jared.
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah.
So what, Jared a Glober now?
I think this is way back.
He's going to be out of position now to make some money, eh?
They're gonna debate, I believe, this weekend on their summit thing.
What they debating? Who's stupider?
Okay, I wasn't near my phone. What was that comment about coffee? Did you say I gotta go get a shitty Micker's coffee? It didn't make much sense, but all I heard was coffee.
Uh-oh.
Was that who was that? It's not Jedi, because he doesn't drink coffee. Was that Timbo or Tito?
It's
They
Timbo.
are twins, so can't tell them apart. It was Timbo.
Yeah.
What did he say? Did he say I gotta go get a shitty Micker's? Does that mean he's going to McDonald's to get coffee?
Yeah,
Better
Macca's.
not.
Yeah,
Timbo.
Macca's.
Macca's. Holy crap, Timbo. Dude.
Yeah, I'm a little bit running behind schedule, so
I'm a little bit upset, man. It's like tearing up here.
Timbo, if you wouldn't mind, would you give us a little inside scoop on the Antarctic thing you were talking about?
What's that?
Some
you
chicken
mentioned
nuggets,
you had
bro.
an application to Antarctica, right?
Yeah, I've got about 3 minutes left.
Okay, no, that's all right.
Yeah, what's up?
I'll ask you some other time. Oh, I was just gonna ask you what you were gonna say to Pine before I interrupted you about the Antarctic
Okay, so I
thing.
went on the Australian. Oof, what was that?
Right on cue.
Yeah, I went on the Australian government website for applications to get a permit to go to Antarctica. Fucking hell. So in order to start the application, so what I had to do was I had to get a environmental impact report, right? So in order to do that, so I do these for work as well, when I'm building something. In order to do that, I had to send someone down to do a physical environmental impact report. But for them to go down there, they needed a environmental impact report.
So you're not getting your
So
application.
I started going around in a loop, and I never got anywhere because I had to they kept on asking for a environmental impact report for the person heading down there. So you couldn't actually go down there without an environmental impact report that you had to send someone down there for to get an environmental impact report.
Do they have people in the area already that you can hit up for that? Like in Antarctica already?
Yeah, maybe at the station.
Seems way more practical, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could try that. But you want to lay out, you want to chip in? Let's lay out the cost of an environmental impact report. So when I do them for work, can cost anywhere from maybe $10,000 to $30,000. So how much is it going to cost to do it down? What's that?
I was gonna ask you this. So, but let's say the guys are in the station, but you want to explore somewhere they haven't been, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So that person needs to get a person to go there and do an environmental impact report.
Yeah, and where are they going?
Yeah, it would cost like a zillion times more. See, they want the environmental impact report for where you're going. What is going to be your environmental impact not like where somebody's already been. So you want to go somewhere, dude? That would be so expensive. It's so stupid, and they know it. That's why they do it.
Yeah, they won't. You would never be able to get there because that person needs another other person to make sure that he doesn't. He gets
Yeah,
those
and
out of
if he's going there, how's he going to do it without getting an environmental impact report for the where he's going?
Yeah, it's perpetual.
Because like nobody's ever been there, so we don't have an environmental impact report to show you. So you'll never go. That's freaking.
But if government smells something, they will go there. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why are we getting environmental impact reports? Are we hoping to go somewhere?
Yeah, he was filling an application to go to Antarctica.
Okay.
Well, there was
What
someone
happens
earlier
if-
asking why we don't explore there freely and independently. And then
What happens if we do get one, hypothetically speaking? Even if you could get this carrot on the end of a stick, so imagine we actually do get the carrot and you can get the environmental report and it's cost us loads of money, okay, and then what?
You go to Antarctica and fall down a crevasse. Easy.
Why are we going to Antarctica?
To go straight, Jedi. To explore.
Okay. Lots of ice, lots of snow.
Ouch. Temperature?
Fucking freezing.
In numbers?
It's
Negative one.
A lot of negative.
But why Antarctica? That's my question. Why? To explore, okay. Hoping to find what?
Where the water is falling down into space. Isn't everything because of AEMAP? Because all that story, it's ice fall around, and then people expecting that flat earthers go to and show that ice fall, and what nobody showed it to, and nobody showed the Antarctica around on the globe. But yeah, people expecting that some flat earther do that. Some random guy from any country.
Stroll confirmed panel.
And this is directed towards me or somebody else, or what's going
Yeah,
on right
fast.
now?
Yeah, fast.
Where's Crit? I miss Crit.
Keep talking like a dumbass. You still have 30 seconds. Keep talking. He's muted. He doesn't realize yet. He's such a dumbass.
All right, 7 minutes past the hour. Someone boot him out of here.
He's definitely that bored.
We're not this bored, chat. Are you guys seeing this amazing skyline right now? This is crazy. You was leaving on mute? That's fine. I'm doing all right with that. What's happening, chat? We got AI, Paraplegic, Crits, Daz, Drace, Gemzy, Heretic, AI again, JK, John Luna, Nigo Wigo, Mike, Neil, Platter, Primal King Bear, Wyatt Noobs, Rayleigh, Stylish, Tiger, T-Dub, Toby Dog, and rounding out, no pun intended, the bottom of the panel, pause, Ether this. And we are live,
Ever
chat.
find out Primal King Bear?
What's up with him?
What's up with him? What's up with the bear?
What's up with him?
Does anybody know anything about him?
Nope.
Is he even freaking cool enough to freaking have?
I think he's a flat earther. Yeah, I think he's a flat. I think he's a flat earther.
Where are you from, yo? Where's Primal?
Who, me?
Bear? No, I'm asking him. He's in here. Looks like a. This dude looks like a. Looks like a freaking Russian dude. I have no idea. I was just wondering. He's actually, freaking bear. Currently.
I'm at the dog beach right now. And I'm the only dog on this beach, son. No, I'm just kidding. There's actually a couple dogs out here. Are y'all seeing this? Bro, this is lit.
Crazy. It's dark out where you're at. We're in the same time zone, but it's like still light out here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
That's about as light as you're gonna get over there. And it gets darker over the ocean, bro. Holy shit, it's dark over there. I can't even imagine being in the ocean right now at nighttime. Fuck all that. That looks scary as fuck. I don't want to be in the ocean, bro. What the fuck? I'm too black for that. Stay my ass on the land. Let's go. So nice out. Anyway, let's take a look at the panel chat. Who's here? Who is Stylish Tiger? Oh, that's Ildiko? Oh, man. It's all flat tards right now. Should we speculate? Or should we just sit quiet? I feel like we should speculate. Merch.
I'm just prepping for bed. So
Going to bed? Yeah, you've been on for a while, bro. You've been cooking.
yeah.
You deserve some rest.
A long day of Father Ball's freaking video. Videos. Long day of balls.
Hey, yo, pause, bro. That's some good content, though, man. Keep up the good work, Grace. I'm gonna be hitting the hay here in a couple of hours. I think I got a 304 pulling up here in about 30 minutes or so. I'm just shooting the breeze at the beach for a little bit. Had to do some grounding. Get the shoes off. All that good stuff. Somebody speculate on some bullshit. I don't know. Let's get this panel jumping, bro. Also, we're going to go live on our 24/7 panel soon. Maybe tomorrow. I still need to get with Flat Lloyd Wright so we can put the YouTube bot over there. We're just going to be over there. So if you're wondering where everybody's at, make sure you have that 24/7 link saved and ready to go. We might just be in 24/7. That's our home base, bro. We have full control. That's our server. We make the rules over there besides Discord TOS. Events, title of the stream, all that good stuff. That's our shit. So get ready, chat. Get your brooms and your dustpans. Get your vacuum cleaner. Get the feather duster. Get all your cleaning supplies. We're gonna go over there and dust the shit off, man. A lot of cobwebs. We're going over to home.
had that debate brewing yesterday that Indio was wrangling with, who changed his position.
Oh, you're saying it is a
with, who changed his position from there being a fixed point of reference for the horizon to there be a limitation of view of the horizon. And the fixed point could be a variable point. A certain distance, which could be an uncertain distance, contradicted himself. By virtue of his contradiction, he made a concession that he did not want to acknowledge because his debate bro buddies would probably disown him for being such a retard and losing an argument with flat earthers.
Oh, really? One of the debate bros?
Yeah, yesterday. This was a few hours after Luke spiraled out the first time, and I think it was before he came in the second time in that same 24-hour period. This debate bro came in and he said, Earth is a polyhedron. Prove me wrong. Which is funny because his entire argument would be for a flat surface. And he was arguing against it. I don't even know if he understood what a polyhedron was, because a sphere does not fit that definition.
So it's like a multifaceted object.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So the whole time, before he got ruined by Indio, I was thinking polyhedron. All right, so you're arguing that we are living out existence on a flat surface. And then he argued against his own point for a horizon dip and curvature. Reversed the burden, contradicted himself. Leading with an argument that sided with us from the beginning, really. And that's that. Yeah, he was a debate bro. He had this Discord link to a server where he's like, 21 and over only. Honest debates, and so on.
Okay. Because it sounds to me like almost like they're trying to find the most absurd propositions to defend with logic, like just hoping that their opponent doesn't know enough about logic.
Right.
Like it's the soundness versus the validity, blah, blah, blah. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Exactly. Well, he also led with a burden reversal from the beginning. My claim is that Earth is a polyhedron and you can't disprove it. So I'm like, all right, there are such a things as invisible unicorns and you can't disprove it.
Right.
Yeah, but I think Indio's method, getting him on a more on a much bigger flaw, which was his own contradiction, his own concession. I mean, that's like kryptonite to debate bros. They're not allowed to have concessions, and we recorded it.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all they do. You're right. They come in, they think they can use logic to argue any point. And I think this understanding comes from a solipsistic worldview, which they think is absolutely unassailable.
They think they're like the Robin Hood crew of philosophy or something.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I think.
Except they're not very merry.
That's true. It's true. Yeah, there's some kind of weird social justice angle to what they're doing.
Yeah, it seems like that, doesn't it? Like, yeah. Don't fight us. Let's form an alliance now.
They spent so much time crafting an unethical approach to their debate that they could have actually used that same time and energy crafting an ethical debate and applying their skills more honestly.
Yeah, go hit the big guys, you know, like go and take it to the man, sock it to him, you know. Go hit the Apollos and that, you know. Like get your degree in communications or something, get a journalist badge and get into those interviews and start asking the harder questions to people that are supposed to be representing us, you know. Or you know, like get, you know, develop a popular podcast channel and invite people like that on. Get them in there. Get them on the spot. Young fella here, over here, he took on. He's a YouTuber. His investigations, you know, just his independent freelance investigations took down a premier and some of her mob, the premier of her state. He was actually like, oh, what did he do? He somehow got into like a property of one of their somebody who was investigating. He managed to like legally get into their property, and I know he was snooping around and stuff. Like, I mean, like some of what he does could be questionably, you know, like, you know, illegal or whatever. But yeah, no, like kudos to him because you know, yeah, he's got a cause and. He's doing some risky stuff like that. That's the old school journalism, you know. Now it's all seems like they're all, you know, like that. So under the thumb.
Yeah, opinion based and pressured to do this and that. Yeah. You don't get the unbiased, hard hitting facts anymore. It's all distorted through a lens of biases.
Yeah, well, that's what all those like those, you know, crime movies or superhero movies are about, right? The journalist is looking for the scoop and, you know, gets into trouble because they've you know, they're cottoned onto some
corruption in the system, and then now they're in danger, and the superhero, the knight in shining armor has to come along and save the woman journalist or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah, those stories are no longer relevant, are they? Because that's not what they do.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, now they can have like a journalist who is absolutely hell-bent on using their research for some social justice biased issue. And they're fighting against the establishment in order to bring this perspective. So it's not based off of truth seeking in a rational, neutral way, but correcting, the perceptions of the past. And I think nowadays they equate this to what old journalists did, into false equivalence. The amount of delusion, self-delusion of our culture is really off the charts. So, should we welcome our own societal destruction?
It's so messed up, isn't it? Like, because nobody knows, like, they're all, like, torn every which way, pulled every which way. They've just messed things and confused things so much.
There may be some merit to the idea that the elites know something about a cataclysm, and that explains all this irrational behavior, the wanton self-destruction of fiscal responsibility on a national scale, these brainless projects for optics, SpaceX launches and everything.
Possible. Yeah. Who knows, like somebody might even speculate that, this whole cost of living thing is like a slow, like gradual, getting us used to hard times, right? Because if they know that there's something around the corner that's out of their control, that's going to put people into positions, that like the average person where they're going to find it tough. Well, like, let's give them a tough time. What they slowly get us used to having to like go without. Maybe, who knows? I don't fucking know. Like, if high up officials were privy to information that that we're not, of some sort, and they did have half a heart, and they knew that there would be survivors. They'd want them to be able to. They wouldn't want the impact to be, so harsh. Like, at least we'd have some sort of preparation, sort of thing.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if they're just allowing everything to go to hell, and they're letting people live out their most hedonistic passions, and they're fueling it with government, crowdfunded largesse. And it's all to keep people pacified until something happens. It's like it's like New Year's Eve 1999, except stretched out for decades.
Right. Yeah, over here it's really strange. Like the most the most unlikely people are getting like the strangest kinds of jobs. Like there's people that I know that you just would not pick them, right, to be healthcare workers, and they've basically I guess they've gone to the employment agencies and they've said, "Well, we've got just the job for you." Right, that they're not suited to it, but I guess as long as they've got a license and they're somewhat sociable, they can get this job where they can go sit with an elderly person or take a troubled teenager shopping, and they're getting paid like $50 an hour. They don't have to wipe an ass or do any of that stuff. It's really weird. They're calling it healthcare worker. It's healthcare. They're basically
it's more
babysitting.
Babysitting. Yeah, it's like a jobs program. Kind of what you're getting at, right? It's a make work program. Makes people feel like that they're contributing. They can also use it to craft social narratives, because what they'll intentionally try to do is find a conservative white Christian man and maybe pair him up with an Islamic woman caretaker on purpose, just to see what will happen, just to see if there's going to be any friction. And if any friction envelops, well, great, they got a news story. They got something in the news to publish. Look at all this bigotry and racism everywhere. Or they do this on a large scale too, where with a forced resettlement of migrants, I can talk about this because I'm in America. Small towns all across America that have never experienced radical demographic shifts are now being forced to take on people from war-torn countries with PTSD and rehabilitate them into their communities. And this was not something that they asked for in the first place. This has nothing to do with racism or bigotry or culture. I'm just looking at it from a quasi-medical, psychological standpoint here. War-torn migrants with PTSD being integrated into towns and areas that are demographically the exact opposite of what they're used to. Forces both sides to try and live in peace and harmony together under situations that neither of them have ever had any experience living.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this town was so redneck. I mean, one of the most redneck and probably very racist towns. And it's just in this weird change. It's still some of that. There's remnants of that. I'm talking about a couple of decades ago, right? It was full on like that, right? But it's changed, but there's still remnants of that here. But now it's more multicultural, and there's a lot of these Asian cultures that have immigrated and been placed, settled here, and they're buying up businesses and everything. And
right, and that's being guided politically too. That's not natural, And you have to look at the incentive structures that the state has put into place and the disincentive structures. So in America, the economic situation has necessitated. I don't know what we're going to say. I was going to expand on that, but
No, that's fine. Like, I was just going to say, like, yeah, there's a certain culture, right? Like it seems like there's this culture that's gone, like now, like this identity, like this Australian identity. Of course, it wasn't indigenous, but I mean, it's what formed. And it's what
naturally
Australia, right? And it's what Australians like, come to know themselves as being like, and it seems to be gone now.
Right, and the whole point of democracy was to allow for cultures, for societies to have their individual determination over their future. They're being denied that in the name of democracy. It's silly. America experienced over the last decades the offshoring of its industrial manufacturing base. I mean, everybody knows this. It's talked about in history books and the news. It has been for decades. Why? Because of the promise of cheap labor in developing countries. It was cheaper to build things over there and ship them halfway around the world than it is to produce it in your backyard. Amazing. But the economic disparity that happened as a consequence was not the result of a free market force, like they suggested it was. Because in order for us to import our manufactured goods from overseas, we'd have to currency exchange first. So like our dollars in America are good for American economic transactions. But in China, you may not have an easy time exchanging dollars for food in a market somewhere. You got to use their recognized currency. So when you pay for these goods, you have to exchange. You have to buy their currency, and they have to want your currency. So that's what we did. Ideally, what's supposed to happen is if we import from China, they have our dollars. As a result of that transaction, they're supposed to import from us. And that never happened. It hadn't happened all over the world. So what good are their dollars, right? What good is it for them to be sitting on all these dollars? If they've got tariffs and embargoes against the countries that they traded the currency with, well, they have to figure out something to do with it. So they buy oil and energy in dollars. That works. They buy real estate in America and Australia. They buy businesses. They buy debt. They buy foreign sovereign debt. They get more money than the money that they got. So you have this sick transaction happening where Americans are shipping dollars overseas for cheap Chinese goods, and the Chinese are taking those dollars and buying treasuries. And those treasuries have payable interest plus the principal at the end. In a sick way, what is happening is America had subsidized through treasuries and taxation the importation of cheap goods. And this was not a free market transaction. And this is what has led to the economic destruction of America and many other countries in the West, this arrangement.
Right. Yeah. And you'll notice too, so the quality of Chinese goods is kind of like improved a little bit. Like if you go back to like the 80s, right, and 90s.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Complaining about Chinese shit breaking all the time, right? Like it's like if something broke, it was like, but it was made in China, right? That's the joke, right? Nowadays, it's kind of like it's either competitive or even a little bit better. And did they do that on purpose, like to get to become a competition, right? Because it was affordable for the lower class, like, right? Even though they knew it was poor quality, it was affordable, right? And it was so much affordable that if it broke, you'd just go and buy another one and replace it, like it was nothing, right? Like it didn't matter. Like I can just go to the cheap shop and get another one. It's fine, right?
Right.
So then these other
our own, our these foreign competitors, our own country's competitors with that had to like compete with that, right? So did they lower their quality levels to try and compete, and then China went, ha, now we like up the ante, right?
Yeah,
and still making it somewhat affordable, right? Like,
isn't that crazy? And then people complain about all the waste of natural resources and the pollution and everything else, and they blame it. They blame it on the free market, which is my problem. They blame it on the free market when this whole freaking Rube Goldberg contraption was not the consequence of free market forces at all, but politics getting in the way. It's not saying that the free markets would have been better, but assign blame where it's due, folks. So now the criticism of this has a political bias to it that's not real. And the situation itself, as presented, was also not real. So we're stuck in a false dichotomy of sorts. If you accept one proposition, either proposition, you are accepting a deception. So now you've got the left and the right fighting over something that is ultimately inconsequential and not the truth.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Total system control.
Right. And who knows, like, if, that's been a plan that's been in place for decades, right?
Yeah. They've written about this openly and things that the normal person doesn't care to read about, but it's open. Fabian Society, all this stuff going back, a lot of it to the 1920s. Systems engineering, propaganda, all that going way. It's 100 years old. And the results of the effort are now starting to appear. The cheap Chinese goods that Americans subsidize their own imports of using treasuries and taxation those treasuries are now coming due with 30-year terms. What's the next 30 years going to look like? It's going to get even worse. The cheap Chinese goods that the West has enjoyed was subsidized by taxes and the promise of future payments, putting the burden of those payments on future generations who are born into debt. Suffering the societal consequences of it through no fault of their own. Nobody's pointing this out. Some people look at Trump as like the savior of all this. That's also not where I'm going with it. If anything, he was brought in to prolong the false dichotomy. Those that voted for him, who were voting for justice, for what they perceived as state corruption, have gotten nothing. Neither with his last term, nor so far really with this term, not in any meaningful way whatsoever. And they still think he's the savior. And everybody on their side says, well, you just got to give it more time. Give it more time. Like a con artist. Just give me more time, man. I promise I'll pay you back. Just imagine what you could do with all the money that I'll pay you back. Just imagine. Start future faking. That's a stupid game that everybody's embroiled in.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, NASA's going to prove that they can go back to the moon. You just have to wait. They'll prove it someday. You'll be sorry then. Flat earther. Someday you'll see I was right and you were wrong. Just you wait.
I just pat him on the head and say, "Good for you, champ." You know.
Yep.
Are there any sources of news that you trust? Like, where do you get your information?
I get my information from all over the place. I wouldn't say I inherently trust anything that I'm told until I have a good factual basis to do so. I don't automatically believe something I read just because somebody seems to be credible. I've lived long enough to have been embarrassed and burnt too many times by that I don't do it anymore. I think for myself now.
I mean, not everything. Obviously, not everything is going to be a lie. I mean,
right?
You know, but like there can be lie mixed in with it. So, like, they most definitely could like allocate so much of the budget towards a certain, part of the infrastructure, right? And reduce it, from something else, right? Take it from something else, and play with it, but the incentive behind it, like the motivation and the why they're really doing that, because they've said they're doing it because they want this to see this and that happen, but is that really why? So it's like, is there ulterior motive behind the things that they do, which they do to tell you they're going to do, and sometimes they do it, and that's the truth, right? But
for now,
what lies for now, yeah. What lies are behind that, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, the time component is something that they absolutely leverage to their advantage. They take advantage of people's natural psychological inclination to have it now instead of later. In some economic circles, this is something called the time preference. You can think of that as a now preference. If you have a high time preference, it means you're not going to wait around for anything. You want it now, and you're willing to pay out the nose for it. So if you can create a cycle of demand through marketing, through getting people excited about something that is not really scarce or a promised opportunity that their life depends on, they're going to demand it now, and they will pay out the nose for it. And you'll get to laugh all the way to the bank. The government does this with political reforms all the time.
Yeah. And like, how much of what, like, when they, when you see, like a senator or a politician, socking it to like a major corporation who's, multinational corporation that's killing off independent businesses and owning, multi businesses and, manipulating the market and all that stuff. Is that just show? Just to make it seem as though someone's out there representing me? Yeah, man. Like, they're not all bad, like something good's being done.
That senator could even be like in the pocket of the corporation, because they know they're going to be criticized, so they're like, okay, well, how about we control the critical aspect of it? We'll pay the people and give them the voice to say
Hegelian dialect. Yeah,
the way we want them to criticize us.
Right, problem, reaction, solution. Yep.
And it's pretty clear that the algorithm only lets certain voices through. So those who are paying the most for advertising, et cetera, those voices are what they let through, and messages that are congruent with those voices. And so if you're not, you don't get through.
Kind of like the model of a lot of applications, a lot of games that people play on their smartphones and smart devices. where really the only way to win what is presented as a skill game based off of the merits of your abilities can only be won by purchasing special in-game items and subscribing to a service of some kind. And then you get the leverage you need for continued success. Otherwise, it's artificially stacked against you. So this mindset's prevalent in all things now, at every layer. People expect now that you have to pay something to somebody to release the artificial yoke that's placed upon you that you're probably not even aware of in the first place when you sign up.
Artificial yoke. I like that. Sporadic. That was good. I feel like smartphones are basically, they're just spy devices. That's all they are. I mean, they just constantly listen, constantly every keystroke, everything you type in, it's all they got everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like also with these games, with social media websites and everything, the more you stay engaged on it, the more money they get. And this happens with your phone at the carrier level. You know, if you live in America, it's like Verizon and AT&T are the two major choices. They're just hoovering up all your data and selling it to marketers. The more you stay on your phone doing whatever, the more they learn about you and the more enriched the marketing profiles about you become, and the higher prices they can keep commanding for selling that data to interested parties. I mean, the old cliche in the early days of the internet was, if it's free, you are the product. Well, now you still have to pay for these things and you are still the product. Well, the fun thing is you were always the product. I mean, you're born into this debt system. I kind of wonder if most modern states are really just the biggest free-range human tax farms, the biggest freedom honeypots. I mean, it's almost like they found out that the animals are calmer when they think that they're free. You give them a little space to roam around. You know, and to that note, they've spent the last several hundred years trying to perfect that balance. And they find that different societies have different equilibrium points. In America, you gotta let everyone have their gun rights. I mean, that's, if you take that away, you won't find that equilibrium point. So they find other ways to define control measures better.
I don't think they want to take the guns. I think I don't. It seems like it might be easier to sow chaos with so many guns. I don't think they're worried about like an uprising, but could be wrong about that.
And marksmanship or firearms is only a very tiny part of a war. In fact, it's probably the smallest part of the war.
Yeah, that's kind of my thinking. Like, are they really afraid? Do they really? Are they afraid of Americans with guns? I don't think so. like the reason Americans have free speech is because we're allowed to have guns. I don't think that's the reason.
I don't know. Do we actually have free speech?
Yeah.
A beast of a debater against the moon landings, right? Before he even had his, like, way before he had his podcast or anything like that, he would, like, debate scientists and things like that and absolutely crush them, debunking the moon landing. So Eddie and Joe used to hang out a lot, like, smoking weed and stuff, and you know, they were right into, like, talking about the, like, debunking the moon missions and stuff like that, even before Flat Earth.
That's good. Yeah, I think that's a good place for a lot of people to start because it's so obvious. But yeah,
it was interesting how Rogan, you know, took a 180 on the moon landings after he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on, and after that, you know, he was hanging out with like Mick West and stuff. After that, he did that Netflix show.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I didn't know that he did that.
Well, yeah, he took it 180 and he was like right into the moon landings and was loving like Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff. And now he's taken another 180 and now he's saying that the moon landings were faked again, which is good.
You gotta be kidding.
He started questioning everything post-medical incident.
Yes.
Yeah, I think of it this way: like you had Tyson on Joe Rogan's show, and Tyson's counter argument for Joe Rogan asking some questions about the moon mission was, "You should be thinking of your children right now." And tell me that's not a threat.
He's such a clown.
He probably got scared shitless. He's like, "Wow, this like government agent science guy just told me to consider my children."
Yeah, so I would say in response to any of that for anyone is, you know, yeah, think about your children, and if you do nothing to change the tide of the way that the world is going right now and the total deception that's going on and the brainwashed, numb robots that are taking over children's minds and like openly abusing them and being predators, you know, your children don't have a very good future anyway, so you might as well, like, I mean, go out swinging and try to get some of this stuff out there.
Yep. Did you mean
That's
Mike
why
Tyson,
I'm here.
or did you mean Neil Tyson?
If I remember right, I can't remember the exact quote, but it was something along the lines like Joe Rogan was asking some questions, and he's like, one of the counter arguments was, "You should be thinking of your children."
But who? Mike Tyson said that, or like the boxer?
Neil
deGrasse.
Neil deGrasse. Neil deGrasse.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Like,
Yep. That's interesting.
Mike Tyson's also a flat earther.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Quite a few of the fighters actually. Rampage Jackson, and a bunch of other ones. I forget the names at the moment. There's that Bryce Mitchell, Eddie, and probably half of Eddie Bravo's gym at this stage.
Yeah, Flat Earth is really big in the MMA community. Like, I've been to several gyms, and I've always met people there that talk about this kind of stuff.
I thought the gym name had something flat earth related, like the flat mat or something like that of Earth or something.
No, it's 10th Planet. So he named his gym before he was flat and he was still into space stuff, but now he doesn't believe in space at all. But it's still called 10th Planet.
He messed
Yeah,
that up.
I just want to be clear about my comment. I was trying to be vague because I thought there's some topics we're not allowed to talk to. But your child will be trafficked by the public school into the current ideology cult that everyone knows about. Yeah, so you know, they can give people overt threats all they want, but your child is in danger just by being on this earth right now.
Yeah, you got to homeschool.
But I just had to say that because Q was there in the chat, you know, I think I didn't understand. No, I totally understand. That's totally my point is overt threats are fine, but there's a threat out there right now to every child on the earth, even if they're homeschooled, you know, that we just need to get people thinking straight and out of the cult. Because the Globe cult is mind control, and the Globe cult is tied to all kinds of other cultish ideology, and they, you know, a child becomes programmed by the Globe, and then they can easily be led down any other little fairy tale path by the Pied Piper of Globe Hamlin.
Yeah, they teach them from a very young age that they can't trust their senses and they need to rely on authority to know anything.
That's what gets them into these really weird reactions towards flat Earth. Because they told them, like, hey, this is a globe, but they also somehow dipped their toe into atheism. But they know it's a globe because government told them, but government also tells them it's one nation under God, and that it's indivisible for liberty and justice for all. So, like, how are they picking and choosing which stories, which lore to believe in?
Yeah, our government doesn't say any of that. Not in Australia. They avoid all of that talk as much as possible. You ask most Australians, and they're not even aware that we have a constitution. Our constitution specifically references the creator. But, yeah, that's not talked about here.
Yeah, our parliament.
Well, I think people talk about
our
the
parliament
creator.
opens with prayer. I think they used to anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if they do anymore.
They were not that long ago. I remember seeing it on TV. I was like, oh wow.
Pretty sure at least Albo's first term he removed references from his oath. There's a bunch of stuff's gone on. They've been gradually removing more and more of it.
I've always viewed Australia as being a more kind of left-leaning on the political spectrum.
Oh yeah, I mean he's our centre-left party, Labour, but that really means much anymore. We're not even supposed to have political parties. Like the whole place is just run by pirates.
How much taxes do they take in Australia?
In income tax or all taxes?
Yeah, like all taxes. Is the tax rate high there?
I mean, it's similar to most of the Western world. We have a 10% sales tax on everything, and then there's a sliding scale of income tax. First $20,000 of your income has a zero tax rate. I think on average people are paying like 35% income tax.
Alright, so you're higher than America, but not by a ton, I guess.
It completely depends on what particular strata of life you're in. I'd say many Australians possibly would pay less tax than many Americans. Like a great deal of Australians don't pay a net tax receivers rather than payers, because we have so many rebates and whatnot. But as soon as you start including things like tariffs and duties, and like the amount of duty we pay on fuel is massive, and so it's complicated to work out.
They'll get you really good in other areas. Yeah, there's no
winning.
If you're a smoker, like I'm not a smoker, but if you're a cigarette smoker, or if you drink a lot, you'll be getting.
We have a massive black market in tobacco now, huge.
Yeah.
Is that wait? I'm from the
20 cigarettes.
I'm from the U.S. So are you saying there's a black market because like you get taxed to hell on cigarettes?
Yep.
What's the rate that you're like? What's the base rate plus the tax that you're being charged?
Oh man,
like,
I don't. I mean, so the cost to produce a packet of cigarettes is like 50 cents. People pay like $50 a packet. So
it's 20 cigarettes.
No, 20 cigarettes is about $30.
And are you speaking U.S.?
No, Australian dollars.
Okay. So then it's even higher. Jesus.
No, it's less. I mean, it's
the Australian dollar's worth less.
Like $1 US. Yeah, it's like $1.
I thought the Australian dollar was on par right now. It's not.
No,
okay.
No, it was briefly like that for a couple years, a decade ago, but we're about 60 cents to the dollar.
Okay. That is ridiculous though. $30 to $50. They hike them up over here because I smoke. Like a pack of Marlboro Reds used to be about $7.89, so like 8 with tax. Now it's $10.14.
The average cost of a pack of 20 cigarettes in Australia is around $40 now, $2 each. And it's legislation. Like they go up automatically every year by a certain percentage, and just will continue to do so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Same with liquor.
Yes.
Liquor's not quite as bad, but it's pretty close.
It's bad if you go to other countries. Like I mean, like when I was in Laos, for example, a packet of cigarettes was like 50 cents.
Yeah. I lived in Thailand for a while, so yeah, like cigarettes there is just
it's like $3 or something in Thailand. Like still really cheap compared to Australia. But in like I'm in Poland at the moment, and you can get like a liter of like whiskey or something like that as like $15.
Oh yeah, Thailand,
crazy alcohol.
Thailand,
so cheap.
Thailand, everything was fucking cheap. I mean, as you know, like in Laos too, like medicine as well.
Yeah, liquor's not cheap in Thailand though. Like if you want like Jim Beam or like any imported liquor.
Well, if you wanted, if you want U.S. based, you're going to pay U.S. based prices. You're going to do that for the import, but
be drinking like Sangsom something.
I was typically I'm not a big liquor drinker. Like I'll have like an old fashioned, but I wasn't. That was well before I was into mixed drinks, so I was just drinking beer, and that was fine. But yeah, like I remember asking for what would this be with like makers or whatever, and I was like, well, that's U.S. prices. I was like, so I'll pass.
A lot of tax on alcohol in Australia, like the same bottle, like a liter of Jack Daniels here in Poland, it would probably cost like $20 or something like that. But in Australia, you'll pay like $60 or more.
70.
Yeah, I left 3 years ago, so it's probably gone up a lot since then.
The weirdest tax that I think they have in Thailand, because it makes no sense, is they tax vehicles such as like Toyota, BMW, like pretty much any car that's not made in Thailand. They mark it up by like 1,500%. So if anybody's driving around in Thailand and even just a Toyota Corolla, they have money because they probably paid 6 figures for that car. And it makes no sense because the cars that they're taxing that high, these aren't competitors to Thai manufacturers at all. So it's not like the cars that they're doing that, like Thai manufacturers don't have a car that's comparable or competitive to the Toyota Corolla or to a BMW or to an SUV. So it makes zero sense why they do that.
It's just a further tax on their citizens. That's all in that case.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's huge. So typically it's either very wealthy people or the Thai mafia. So like, and most people, if you're in the Thai mafia, you're driving a BMW. And if you have a BMW SUV, you probably paid, see, those MSRP right now are like 79 over here in the US. You probably paid closer to 300, 350.
Yeah, that sort of thing happens in Australia too. We have it's the luxury car tax. Like any car that's more than like $70,000-$80,000 has massive taxes applied to it.
Which is so weird because, I mean, even though I don't agree with it because it's not going to change anything over here in Texas, which is why I'll buy my cars in Oklahoma. Texas and some other states apply, if you have like a V8 engine or anything higher or it's high performance, they slap on a $2,000 gas guzzler tax, which is also counterintuitive because Texas would want to incentivize you to buy cars that use.
Gullible child. Like 50 years ago or 60, 70 years ago, they were able to send man 1,000 times further than what they send man now, according to them. How is that even logically possible?
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody knows that.
That means they lied. That means the technology doesn't go backwards, dude.
They sent a rover to Mars.
Oh,
They sent man to Mars.
Space is fake.
Outer space is not real, dude. It's
I'm just saying at that point. Let's just
if someone, I just don't get. I just don't understand why you say
1,000 times further than what they can right now. Did they send supposedly a person to Mars? No, right? They haven't sent man anywhere other than supposedly they go to 250 miles high in the air.
I just feel like you haven't answered my question.
Dude, you're not getting at anything, really. What you really need to...
So I asked you said no, and I asked you why. But you haven't really offered me a why.
If someone came to you and took you on an adventure to go to Narnia, why wouldn't you go? Because you're not a child. We're not gullible children. We know that gas pressure requires a container. That's what you need to address.
Right, so you're... Okay, I understand. Like, you guys have such a conviction. There's no wiggle room.
You're a science denier, dude. You deny fucking science.
That was
really how come you wouldn't go along with someone that could deny science with you? Like, no, why would you do that? That's not a good point. You're not making any good point there by asking why we're not gullible.
I'm not making a point. I'm literally. I promise you. I'm not. I'm just literally. It was just. I'm really not.
Can you address one thing,
please?
The gas pressure requires a container. Address that. That just cuts off the news. Everything you're asking right now.
I mean, I have to go read the chat.
Yeah, it's in the chat. I'll repost it. That's all you need to worry about.
Yeah, please, if you could. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty simple, though. You don't really...
It's not too difficult to think about. If you have a car, you have a tire, which has gas pressure inside of it. The tire is the container. The gas pressure is the air. You need the tire to contain the air. That's one example. Maybe you have a bottle of sparkling water, has gas pressure inside of it. The container contains the gas.
I understand. I think
you need a container for gas pressure. So the air you're breathing also requires a container. It's inside of a container. There's no leaving this container.
No, yeah, I get it. I think because I mean we went down that whole gravity debate, and it seems like there's sort of like a fundamental tension there. Like we both, or from what I've listened to briefly, there seems to be two differing ideas about what gravity is and how it works. And so I don't think it's possible to sort of fight that.
We can go over this. What direction does gases go in? We can give you multiple choice. Is it up? I'll type it in the chat. Is it A, up, B, down, C, sideways, or D, all directions?
Which way does gas go?
Yeah.
All directions.
Cool. So what are they saying gravity does to the air?
It pulls it
down.
A big mass, yeah.
Yeah. So you don't see the contradiction there? If gas is going all directions and gravity's pulling it down, that doesn't, those two things don't go together.
So which is it? They're going down or they're going in all directions?
You're ignoring the premise of gravity in the first question.
No, we're not. Also, that's just one way to address it. Another way to address it is just show us gravity containing gases. You can't do that. It's not possible. I guarantee you in the next, it's about to be 10 o'clock here. It's going to be top of the hour. For the next hour straight, you're not even going to be able to give one single practical demonstration where you have gas with no container being contained by gravity. I guarantee you can't do it.
Put boron hydride, the gas compound, into a flask, and it will sink to the bottom.
Two containers.
So inside a container, that is what you're saying. You need a container for it. He needs a container to do his trick.
Put it in a container.
LB, 1 second. That's two containers right there. Off rip. Flask, container. You just took the boron out of a container and poured it into another container, bro. What else you got?
Let me rephrase it. Get the toxic chemical boron and just
where did you get that? Where did that start in? Where did that start? In a container.
No, it starts as solid compound.
You don't just spawn boron out of thin air, do you? This is going to be a nice try. I promise you can't do this. But so you're taking the boron out of a container, and what are you doing with it? That's already one container to start.
Said he's going to pour it out.
Into what?
Into a container.
The ground. Pour it onto the ground, and it will stay on the ground.
It's going to go in all directions over time.
We do have an atmosphere, though, right?
Now, hold on. That is the thing in question, T. That's the thing in question. So you can't use the thing in question as the proof for the thing you're trying to prove. You're trying to prove that the atmosphere is contained by gravity. We're saying you need a container for that. Now, I've given you multiple examples where you have...
No, I'm kind of saying the atmosphere, like...
You're speaking...
Dude, let's solve your atmosphere problem. Atmo means air or gases, right? Atmo. And sphere is a shape. And you're calling it air sphere, air ball, atmosphere, atmo ball, correct? Air is not a ball.
Well, either way, that's just the air that needs to be contained. So we're saying you need to give us an example where that's even possible, where you can have air without a container. So You can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof. So what else you got?
The gravity is keeping.
Yeah, that's the claim. I
It's
know,
pulling
that's the
on the.
claim. That's why we're asking you this in the first place. If you're saying that that's possible to have air contained by gravity, give us an example.
Of air being contained by gravity.
Yes, yes. That's the claim on the table, that the air we're breathing, the atmos or whatever, is contained by gravity. So we'd like to challenge you to give us some practical examples where this is even possible for you to extrapolate it out to the air that we're breathing. I've given you multiple examples with the water, with the sparkling water and the tire. That's 2 practical examples. We have container and gas pressure. Now it's your turn to provide us practical examples where you have gas pressure with no container using gravity. I guarantee it's already 1 minute past the hour. You got 59 minutes left to prove me wrong.
Okay.
Your friend LB took 1 container with boron or whatever and then poured it into another container, a flask. That's right there off rip, 2 containers. To say that, oh, you don't need a container, but just ignore the 2 that I used in my example.
That's what I said. I said pour it on the ground.
It's recorded.
Okay, remove the containers, pour boron on the ground.
You can't remove the containers. What do you mean? You took 1 container, poured it
But when
into
you
another.
pour it on the ground, what happens to it? It doesn't stay there. It goes in all directions.
No, it stays on the ground because it's more dense than air.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Search it up.
Well, you gotta. What's your timeline? Are we just only going to look at it for 1 second, or what?
Any amount of time.
Oh, so any amount of time. Is it going to disperse?
That's a lie.
It will disperse along the ground, but it will always stay underneath the air because it is more dense.
It's not going to disperse.
I'm not going to debate. I'll just cite a source. I'll send it in the chat.
It's going to disperse. It's not being contained by gravity.
It won't disperse because your original premise is wrong. It will stay below because it's more dense. Not all gases disperse in every direction.
Contained. If it's going to disperse, it's not being contained. And which direction is it dispersing in as well?
It'll go sideways, but it won't go up or down because
So not down, so not gravity. Nice try though. So it's dispersing.
No, because it's already gone down because of gravity.
Also, the room you're pouring it in on the floor is also contained. It's in a gas pressure system, so you got like 3 containers
By that
going
definition,
on.
you can pour anything a container, but you can pour it anywhere you want, and it will stay down.
No, not true.
No, you just said it will disperse, dude. That's therefore not contained.
It will disperse sideways, but it will always go to rest
not
down.
So not contained.
Whether it's contained or not, it will
That's
naturally.
the whole thing. You're saying gravity contains gases. This is not an example of that taking place.
Yeah, what
I'm just
happens when
saying
what happens when the
specific
gas?
situation.
Hold on. What happens when the gas achieves the same temperature as the room?
It stays below because it's more dense.
No, it doesn't. It goes
Yes, it
up
does.
and in all directions. Yeah. If you heat the room up, the gas will go up omnidirectionally.
Say that, but I'll send you a video of it literally not doing that, and you will be.
What's the timeline? What's the timeline?
Drop it in the chat.
With 3 containers. I know. I've seen it. Good job. You're pouring from one aquarium into another aquarium inside of a room. Good job.
Also, I said
Wave your hand. All you have to do is wave your hand, and that's the end of it.
Anyway, what?
No,
So gases are being pulled down. So gases are being pulled down. What about a helium? Hold on. What about a helium balloon?
That goes upwards.
Yeah. So no gravity. Thanks. Good. Thanks for your concession.
The reason it's going upwards is because it's lighter than air. Eventually, it will go to rest.
Gravity then. Nice
Do
try.
you think it reaches? Do you think a helium balloon? Sorry. Do you think it take the concept of the atmosphere for a second? Do you think it goes beyond that? Do you think it just goes forever? It never comes back down.
Inside of a container. That's 2 containers right there. Again.
Helium balloons expand and blow up. Unless they're made of mylar, then they just expand and stop expanding and only stay at that level.
Wait, but a balloon's a container, so shouldn't a balloon not move at all?
What?
Nope. See, you got another fallacious idea.
We broke it. When I poured a glass of water, that completely dismantled this kid. He is now confused about everything.
Why would a balloon not move, dude? What are you talking about?
this guy's got us so far into the weeds. I want to know how any of these, whatever gas is doing, how does that make Earth a ball?
Also, it's 6 minutes past the hour. You've got 44 minutes left.
How do gases doing anything make Earth a ball, Lester?
How do gases doing anything make Earth a ball?
No matter what they're doing, how does that make Earth a ball?
It doesn't. I never claimed that.
There you go. Thank you very much. Another concession. Good job.
I still claim that the Earth is a globe, but I didn't claim that gases everywhere.
Where's your evidence that Earth is a globe? In other words, drop over distance.
In other words, drop over distance. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's what a ball has to have, drop over distance.
As in a gradient.
A gradient. We're talking about the Earth, the ground you stand on, the water. We're not talking about gases. We're talking about the Earth. I need proof of drop over distance over water.
Gases. You're changing the topic. We were talking about gases.
Yeah, and I asked you, what does that matter? How does gases have anything to do with drop over distance? They don't. We're on to another topic now. I asked you, gases, doesn't matter what gases do. That doesn't make Earth a ball. Then I asked, what is your proof of Earth being a ball? Meaning your evidence of drop over distance.
Okay, we'll summarize real quick. Your gases don't prove a ball. So now what's your next proof?
Yeah, we need a measurement, a direct measurement of Earth curving. In other words, drop over distance, preferably over water.
I found a good video of bromine if you want to watch that.
That's containers, right?
Yeah, we don't need to watch a video. We need a direct measurement. It would be the one that has a Nobel Prize attached to it. Go find that one. The official direct measurement. We need the official direct measurement of Earth curvature, drop over distance. When was it measured and what method was used?
When they store bromine, they have to put a cap on it. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how come when they store it, they have to put a cap on it?
Because bromine is toxic.
Oh, that's why?
Yes, he pulls it on the ground.
Otherwise, it can sit there in a perfectly still room with the cap open. It'll always just sit there in that little container.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's why they
watch
put a
the
cap
video.
on it.
Just
Because
watch
it'll
the
just
video.
sit there.
Come on, it's not that
I don't
hard.
need to watch the video.
Dude, why don't you're good at counting, right? How many containers can you count in this video?
Have you watched the video? Because if you count the
I'm posting screenshots in the video for you.
It's off a lot of. This is why I sealed it in glass.
How many containers can you count in the video here, Bubba?
Yeah, he could tell us that gases are going up 20 feet, then making a loop-de-loo, and then going horizontal 50 feet, and then going back to it doesn't matter. Well, how does that make Earth a ball? We need direct measurement of Earth curvature.
Well, that's the point. Where
Exactly.
that's what I'm telling you. How would you know that that's an edge like you're asking for?
That's
Why
what
did you just
I'm
put it
saying.
in?
I'm saying, like, how do you know either way? Like, how can you make either claim?
Well, that's the
For sure.
problem. You need to go and investigate and go see. But the thing is, like, travel on the Earth is not freely admitted. Like, you can't just go wherever you want. That's the other thing.
So I think the best decision is to stay agnostic about whether the Earth is flat or if it's a sphere. Just stay agnostic.
No. That's an all or
because
nothing.
we haven't proven either way.
No, we have. So the surface of the Earth, the condition of the known world is a horizontal plane. So everywhere you can go, it's a horizontal plane.
But where's the edge?
That's what I'm saying. Now you're asking the question that you would say that you need to go in and explore for. How would you know there's one or not? You
well,
just
show me how I need to do that, and then I'll do it. Show me how I need.
The problem you're having is a logistical issue, right? You have to be able to travel to every known place on the surface of the Earth. Can you do that?
You believe in monkeys.
I haven't been to France, but I know it's there.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about unknown places that we've never been.
Yeah,
and you go to
you have an edge, right, of the place that you know, and then you push that boundary, and that's how you know that you explore beyond.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? How do you explore beyond boundaries? Is what you're asking?
Yeah. So, so far as we know, the known territory of the Earth has been already mapped out. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
So how can you go to places that haven't been mapped out?
How can I go to places that haven't been mapped out? You look at the edge of what's been mapped out, and then you push at that boundary, and you explore beyond.
Like I said, that sounds like a logistical issue that you would have to overcome. We don't need that. You for some reason you think that's necessary to declare whether the Earth is flat or it's a globe. We don't. The known Earth that we are existing in right now is already a horizontal plane. We don't need to go any farther or explore any further than what.
Though, I mean, there's hills and valleys and all kinds of shit. Is it really as flat as you think it is?
So a horizontal plane, you know what horizontal is, right? And vertical?
Yeah.
Explain.
No, tell me.
Yeah, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. So you'd have like a.
Oh, what is perpendicular?
I don't know what. Oh wait, I don't know what vertical is, and I don't know what perpendicular.
Can you explain that?
So can you tell me what?
Like, have you witnessed this before? Like, have you seen that before? Like, how do you know that it's actually a thing?
All right, so up and down is vertical. You don't have to get redundant, Stray. If you're being intellectual about this, I will talk to you. If you want to act like a child, you'll get muted probably, but you don't have to do that. So so you understand what vertical and horizontal means, or do we have to get?
Let's go with that. Let's assume, yeah.
Yeah, but assume you don't know what it means.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you are. If you're in space, you don't know which way is actually.
No, we're not talking about. Yeah, we're talking about the Earth. Why are you going to space? I never said space.
Because there is a place where it's undefined. That's why.
We're not even talking about space. We're talking about the known world.
Yeah, but the fact that we searched unknowns shows that there is a way to falsify that whole idea of even up and down.
Actually, right now, what we're trying to figure out is our place on the surface of the Earth. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah. All right. Curve. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, if the Earth is said to be curving, right, and you're on the surface of the Earth from horizontal, right? If there's a horizontal plane. You'll be able to know if there's a curvature on that horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and what way in ancient times or up until today have we detected that?
How we detected that? I believe in Egypt there was a guy who rode like a camel, and he placed I think he was measuring shadows or something, and I can't remember the exact experiment. And he determined that the Earth must have been curved because of that.
Yeah, but are you sure of the method that you're telling?
It's true.
Telling me right now.
I'm not even joking. There was actual experiment done back in Egypt on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not sure of the method, but you're sure that the Earth.
I can look it up if you want. I mean, if you really want to dig into it, I can look it up what it was.
It would be for you.
Here's what I'll tell you straight. Right now, since you're unsure that the Earth is a globe based on some Greek guy measuring the surface or not measuring the surface, you don't know that information. So that would be a gap of knowledge that you have to support the case that you think the Earth's a globe.
Okay, here's the thing though, right? Whether it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth, right? I don't care, right? The point is, have you ever heard that term, the phrase, all models are wrong, but some are useful? Right?
No, we're not.
And so, globe Earth, the reason why I decided to stick with it is because, not whether I know it's true or false, but it's useful. It's easy to model in my head, right? And I know that it loops.
In what way is it useful, Stray? What way is
it useful in that I can tell, right? It's easy to hold it as a concept in my head, knowing that if you travel in one direction, whatever way that we measure a single direction, right? Whether you hold a compass or whether you use inertial navigation, whatever it is, right? The common methods that we use to stick to one direction, that intuitive methods, right? If you keep going in that direction, you end up in the other side. And just that very fact makes it easy for me to kind of hold it in my head. And that's why I choose that.
So, but there's gaps of knowledge that you have to think about because you're not supporting how that's possible. The only thing you're
Oh, I don't
saying
care
is
how
that
it's
we're
possible.
well, that's important, dude. How can you support? How can you support the information that you live on a globe based
Because
on?
as long as it works, there's plenty of things that we know are just correlations,
Okay, so-
and we just happen to form a model.
Let me tell you. Usually, when we're in here, we talk about logic, right? Logic always rules the day when we're talking about how we're explaining things to people. If it's not logical, it will be illogical. Right now, the statement you just made is illogical because you don't care how
models
you
are
know.
wrong?
No, you don't care how you know the information that you think the Earth's a globe. You just care that it works. That's the only thing you said.
I mean, we don't know how the Big Bang happens. We know it happened, right?
bro,
Like there's tons of shit that like we don't know why it happened. But we
Straight. Listen to me when I say this. The reason why it's illogical is it falls under a logical fallacy called pragmatic fallacy. What you're saying basically
explain that.
is that
Explain
the
that real
premise.
quick. What's pragmatic fallacy?
I'm going to if you stop interrupting. So a pragmatic fallacy usually falls under the case where you're saying that the premise is true because of the outcome working just like the way you think it is. So let's say, for instance, you're traveling from point A to point B, right? Doesn't matter on what kind of travel, right? So, you got to allow me to tell you. Straight. You got to allow me to tell you. So once you go from point A to point B and you say we have a system that we're using like GPS or some other form of method of travel, checking to see how we're going, then because of this system that works, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
But the system itself is only verifying itself within itself. So it's not you're not checking to see if the Earth is actually curving like you think you live on a globe. You're going based on the system itself telling you that you live on a globe.
Exactly,
That's a
I care about that. Like I care about something that's useful, even if it's false, as long as it's simple.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
it falls under a pragmatic fallacy because the outcome is something that works. It's something that works, but the premise is that
I
it's
agree
a
with
globe.
you.
Dude, listen to me. Okay, so you like being fallacious logically.
No, listen to me. I think I understand. I think we all get the concept you're trying to explain. Okay, it's a pragmatic fallacy.
If it's logically fallacious to think of the Earth as a globe based on the GPS system, then you can't say that the Earth is a globe based on the GPS.
I never claimed. I said I'm agnostic to the fact. I said I'm agnostic, but I prefer the model that is easier for me. Like for instance.
So you're basically
we discovered. Can I explain? Can I explain my side now?
It's preference. It's only preference.
Okay, I got it.
It's only preference. Yeah, it's preference. It's just preference is why you're choosing it. That's all.
Just out of curiosity, Stry. You've said that you prefer that model. We haven't proposed a model yet. So how can you prefer a model over another model that hasn't been proposed?
Because it's the one that's convenient and most easy to understand.
But you didn't listen to what I said.
Yeah.
Compared to what? We have not proposed a model.
Exactly.
So what have you got to... Okay, you're not supposed to be talking just yet. How can you prefer one over another when we haven't proposed the other?
Because that's the one I have at hand, and so I'm not going to
so
either.
You've been indoctrinated. You've been told you will like this because there's no other choice.
Yeah. So if someone tells me like, "Oh, you have a piece of wood in your hand," but I might make you gold one day. But like, you need to get rid of that wood. I'll hold on to the wood, buddy.
That's not
the same.
That's not the same. That's not analogous.
All right, then what's your model? Give it to me.
Yeah, like I said before. Hold on. Like I said before, it's a pragmatic fallacy because you just think something works. The system works, right? GPS or whatever. And so you're saying the system verifies that we live on a globe Earth. That's logically.
It didn't verify. No.
It's logically fallacious.
None of these things verify. All these experiments ever do is give you a correlation, right? All they ever end up doing, right? So, but here's the thing. Correlations are useful. That's why humans have developed memory, right?
Listen to me when I tell you this. The only thing you're doing is basing a system on an idea that somebody's given you. It's not based on reality. Don't go outside and verify that GPS is telling you that the Earth is a globe. You don't do that.
If it's practical, I care about it. Okay, if it's practical and applicable and easily useful,
it doesn't make the Earth a globe, though. Straight.
I don't care if it makes it a globe or not.
That's logically fallacious. That logic right there is illogical. That right there. What you just
I don't think being agnostic on the fact is very logical. I think when you have no information, that's the wisest thing to claim that you have no information.
It's illogical the way you're thinking. You can't have logic and illogical things. Yeah, so you just want to remain illogical, because you're not verifying that the Earth is a globe in any way. You're happy to be ignorant. It's what it sounds like to me.
I mean, sure. If being ignorant is having a model that's working, sure, I'll gladly be ignorant and falsifiable. You can label it whatever you want, but like it's at the end of the day, I walk away with something of utility.
No, it doesn't have utility, dude. The problem is it's not a globe.
Does to me. Well, I mean, you're free to stick with whatever model you like.
Stray, model aside. Stray, model aside. What do you do on a daily basis that has the requirement of globe?
Requirement of globe? It really doesn't matter if it's globe or not. All that matters is that the model.
Okay, no. You're here advocating for it. It doesn't matter, but it's a globe. It doesn't matter, but it's a globe. Straight. What do you do on a daily basis that necessitates there to be a globe, or you can't do your particular thing?
I don't use it on a daily basis, but there are people who do.
Well, you have to if it is.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like it's just a useful model to know and pass on, just like how you teach logic.
It's a useful model.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
When do you use Pythagorean theorem on a daily basis? Why do we teach it at all if we don't?
Yeah,
use
you
it
probably
for the
shouldn't
most
say
part?
shit like that to an engineer.
Why do we teach any of this stuff? If it's not used on a daily basis.
Matrix is
that's a
trying to
retarded
tell
argument.
you. Matrix was trying to tell you it's not useful, and you're trying to say it is, and then you're going against it by saying, "Well, I don't need to have any use for it." What are you talking
useful
about?
enough. It's useful enough to accomplish the things that we want to accomplish, right?
Like what?
It's useful,
like what?
Literally a space program. I mean, it's been useful enough for that. Okay, so I don't know when last time a space program used a flat Earth model.
Stray, stop.
Nor do they care.
Just so you know, we've got 6 hours of ISS fakery video footage. All the stuff that the NASA has put on YouTube that we've collected over the years, all their green screens, wires, broken CGI, mistimed fast forwarding, all the weird shit, we collect that stuff. We've got about a 6-hour collection of bullshit.
Fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Here you are calling it true and correct, and
But
we've got proof that it's
I said it, I don't care if it's true or correct. If it works, it works. That's what I care about. Okay? I don't care.
So
if the
you're still
underlying mechanism.
advocating
It's like this,
for a
right?
globe,
Okay.
but you
Let me
don't
explain.
care.
Let me explain, okay?
Stray, just stop a second. You need to understand your broken logic. You are telling us you don't care, but you're still selling globe. I don't care, but you're still selling globe.
Buddy, listen. Okay?
Stray, I want you to listen to yourself.
Stray, I'm listening. Okay, shut up.
How do you have something that works?
Now, Stray, how can you be still pushing something if you don't fucking care? That's the dumbest shit I've heard today. And you're the second person that spoke. If you don't care about something, you just go, you know what, guys? That's a really interesting story. Fuck it, I'm going to stay and listen. You wouldn't be selling one side of it if you don't care. Do you not understand that?
All right, firstly, I already stated that I'm agnostic on the facts, so that's wrong. Okay?
We heard that bit.
Yeah. So,
if you don't care, why are you still pushing the globe? Why wouldn't you just sit back and say, fuck it, I'm a fence sitter?
I'm pushing that it's wiser to claim that you don't know, or at least abandon this idea of whether it's flat or curved, and then just say,
well, it's
okay,
measured
I'm just
flat.
going to use... Okay, fine, whatever. It's measured flat, sure.
Yeah, fine, whatever. I'll just palm it off because I've got a story to tell.
Sure. Whatever it's measured, sure, right? But... If it's
not but. If it's measured, not curved, then why the fuck would you believe you live on a ball?
Why do we use Newton's laws when relativity is more accurate of a description? I mean, come on, that's stupid.
Yeah, let's watch all your planets crash into a fucking big pile in the heat. What a cool story, bro. That's what you've got. A mathematical construct to describe something. That's it.
Yeah, and that's
useful. Now go and prove it in reality.
If it's worth
yeah, exactly.
I don't know what to tell you.
You've just got cool stories.
Really show you.
You've got really cool stories. That's it, CB.
Like, this is the same reason. Like, I don't really care whether there's a God or not, right? Like, as long as people follow certain morals, it's whatever to me.
Question for you, bro. How do you have something that works and is incorrect?
Because certain things can work on different scales and frames of reference that you're using. For instance, let me explain. Like I said before, Newton's laws, right? they work at the local scale, right? Because all curves, when you zoom in, they approximate a line, right? That's why we have calculus, okay? But, and the large scale, you start to see these variations, and that's why you have general relativity. Okay, so as you can see, you can have models that are incorrect. The fundamental assumptions are actually wrong, but they're useful enough for the things that you're trying to apply it for, that you can use them.
Sounds retarded.
I guess it does to you, but it's useful to me, so I'll use it. Continue to. You can call me falsifiable or whatever you want, but at the end of the day, I know I'm walking away with things that are useful to me. I can.
But it's wrong, though. That's
that's what we're trying to get out of you. Useful for you, how?
Useful to me in the sense that
does it stop you from walking down to the shops to buy your groceries?
It's useful to me in the same way that Pythagorean theorem is useful, because it's not something that I use daily, but it's something I can pass on as an easy model for people to use in the future.
So the only way this model is useful is for you to pass on information. That's it.
Yeah, just like how you're trying to pass on your philosophy.
Hold on, stop. You don't build on it, you don't fly on it, you don't sail on it, you don't navigate across it.
Yeah,
but it's just useful. The only context it's useful in is so if one day you ever get kids, you can go, hey kids, we live on a ball. That's the only way it's useful.
Yeah, I mean, just like most things out there, it's not that, profound. There's not much profoundness to like a lot of things in life. You just kind of pass it on and hope that someone compounds on it.
So the only way the ball model is useful is for you to pass this information on to your kids. That is it.
Yeah, I mean, how is the other model?
You don't have to say anymore. Just leave it at that. You don't have to say anymore.
Sure, I mean, that's fine. I'm content.
If I can add to that, I mean, Stray, your analogy before, it's not exactly appropriate when you say, oh, well, this model is useful, even though I don't really use it, in the same way that Pythagorean theorem is useful, but I don't really use it. The difference is this model, right, the globe Earth, it's not correct, but it helps you say that it helps or it works at a certain scale, even though it's not correct or presumably not correct. Whereas with the Pythagorean theorem, it is correct.
Yeah, I mean, you can use a flat Earth model, right? Like, it's not wrong to use flat Earth if you're working at very short distances.
Hang on. You're skipping past the point. Do you realize that the analogy that you drew is not very much? It's not really compatible with the conversation.
No, I don't see that. I think it's very compatible.
Okay, I'll state it again, right? So on one hand, you have a model that is somewhat useful, even though it's incorrect. And on the other hand, you have a model that is correct and useful.
Maybe then the better analogy would be the Newton and general relativity one. That would be even better analogy then, because
Okay, so now you're comparing apples. So now you're comparing apples to apples somewhat, right? Where in both cases, neither of them have been proven to be correct.
Yeah, but they're useful in the scale that we're applying it.
Sure, so it's better than before, yet still doesn't really further.
I mean, what are you trying to get at? Like, are you going to prove either one's correct or wrong?
I just wanted to highlight this because you seem to have tried to get your point across by drawing an analogy that's not.
That's fine. We refined it.
Out of context.
That's fine. We refined it. Yeah.
Good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we can all just kind of walk away with what we have then. That's fine. I'm content with it. Are you?
What model are you talking about anyway?
And I will let someone else have the floor.
Yeah, what model are you talking about anyway?
Yeah, put it in the chat.
Can we see it? Can you show us the model? The globe model? The globe model. Not a globe model, the globe model.
All right.
I want to see it.
So if I tell you, so if the Earth was flat, right? And you have a globe Earth. If I tell you,
that's not what he asked for.
I'm searching for the model. Hold on, give me a second, dude.
That's all right. You can search for it.
I'm giving you a side conversation. You want to talk? Hold on.
I don't remember CB asking for a Yappuccino or Cope and Lies, but anyways.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter to me what model you use, but here it is.
Ooh, I gotta see this.
Well, it should matter because you've already compared it to yours.
I'll give it to you. It's called Google Earth, but I wanted to show you a different one. Give me a second.
That's a cartoon.
That's a cartoon. Okay.
It's literally an animation.
Google Earth. What?
The fuck?
It's a model of a cylinder.
Okay. Name like any location here on this model. You can click on it, and you can see the shortest distance. And this
Okay,
is
on your
consistent
model,
with experiment.
can you explain to me seasons?
Yeah.
On Google Earth, you're going to explain seasons. Awesome.
Explain seasons? You want me to explain seasons?
That's
like the tilt of
that's
the
what I
Earth
said.
and the rotation?
It's your model. It's your globe model. It should be able to explain seasons. That's what models do. They have explanatory power. So on Google Earth, explain seasons.
Sure. So when the Earth spins, right? You see how it's a ball on Google Earth?
Your model that you're posting up should do that. Where in what you've posted up doesn't show that.
Oh, I see. That's how you wanted to argue. Okay. Well, I hope like the majority of the people here can see what's going on. I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, they can see you just got your ass handed to you. That's what they can see what's going on.
I mean, yeah, feel free to walk away with that, though. I mean, I wish you the best.
Yeah,
So what's your proof of curvature? Oh, Indio's on.
Yeah, let me ask you a question about your model here.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a model of the Earth, dude.
Yeah, it's not a perfect model, dude.
Just
it's a
because
model.
it
You
shows
strip away a lot of things. I mean,
it's not a model of the Earth, like the latitude and longitude.
I know. Yes.
Can you let me finish, dude, or you can just interrupt me, dude? Like,
go ahead, latitude. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, latitude and longitude are not on the Earth.
Yes, I know. It's not. It's not a
sky,
comprehensive model, right? First of all, the word model means you've stripped down information in order to model it. Okay, the whole.
Sorry, I had to mute him. You gotta let people finish what they're trying to tell you, man.
Keep hanging himself. Okay, so it says Great Circle Map. How is this a model of the Earth? In what way?
Hello? Okay.
In what way is
so
this
it's a model of the
Earth?
Earth in the form of navigation. Okay, navigating from one point to another, it will tell you the shortest distance that you have to travel and the direction that you have to travel. Well, you can compare it with an airplane that you get on, and you can see which direction it's flying, and then compare it, and it will track with that ring that it's trying to fly. Obviously it deviates because of the. I don't get to finish my explanation.
Well, you had a false premise. Why continue? You had a false premise. Why continue? You had a false premise. Planes don't fly in great circle routes.
First of all, listen. Okay, like I said, it deviates. Obviously there's places you can't fly. Okay, there's dangerous places. There's political reasons you can't fly. There's various kinds of logistical reasons. So it's not perfect, right? But a lot of times, if it's short distance or something like that, it will follow that route if there's no kind of conflicts politically.
How do you know that? How do you know anything that you're saying?
How do I know? Because you can test it yourself if you've ever gone on a plane and you have a compass.
So what was the test? Okay, so that is, I'm assuming.
Use your compass on your phone, right? Next time you get on a plane, and you'll see which direction. Or if you want, you can take an analog compass with a magnet. Make your own compass if you're so skeptical, right?
Okay, so all right, are you done? Your word count is astronomical right now. So compasses align with the magnetic field. They don't point north and south. It's something called magnetic declination. So a compass won't work.
Yeah, it's not perfect. It's not.
This isn't about perfection. It deviates by a lot. In the South Pacific, it'll point east when you're going north.
I think 15 degrees or something. I think that's what it was. I mean, it deviates a little, but it's not
90
going to throw you off. It
90 degrees.
90 degrees.
90 degrees.
Crazy. So what? You're saying that the Earth's...
Okay, go look at a magnetic declination map and go look at the South Pacific and look at the direction of the field. Go look at the direction of the field lines. Why are you over-talking me again? Dude, you are fucking yapping nonstop. You think filibustering me is going to work? It ain't gonna. Okay, so it's really simple. If you look at a magnetic declination map, the field lines are 90 degrees from the direction of north-south. Okay?
All right.
So you said, hey, we can test if this works by flying in a plane. Said, okay, planes don't fly in great circle routes. They said, well, it's not perfect. In what way can we test this? How is this a map of the Earth?
I know how. Hold on.
Other than you've seen what you think is a photo of the Earth from space, and it looks the same to you. So you think it's a map of the Earth, or you think it's a model of the Earth. In what way is it a model of the Earth? That's what I want to know. Is that a fair question? Is that an unfair question?
Here's how we're gonna do. Okay.
Is that an unfair question?
We're voting. Look. Is that 90 degrees,
Is that an unfair question?
Vote.
Is that an unfair question?
I'm just gonna leave it at that. Here.
Is that an unfair question? The question I asked you. That's dude. Look at what Matrix posted. That's not what we're talking about. Look at the map Matrix posted. When you're in any of these locations, the direction of the line is what way your compass will point. Okay, I'm not talking about the deviation of the celestial sphere from fucking magnetic north. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about magnetic declination. If you look at any land nav maps, they're on it. It's why there's a little bezel on your compass that has an extra. Didn't you wonder what the little extra line thing was? That was to align to magnetic declination. That's why I don't know why you bitched out. I just asked you a fair question, dude. A really fair question. What you posted, it says greatcircle.com.
All right.
How is that a model of the Earth?
If you don't believe a magnet's a good, here, let me explain. If you don't believe a magnet's reliable,
that works.
I don't. Like I said, I don't care as long as it works. Okay, I don't care.
Your explanation doesn't involve what his beliefs of magnets are.
I really don't know why there's an anomaly. Okay, but the point is, if you don't believe it, I have another method for
it. It does work. Look, no one. It's not that I don't believe it. If you look at a land nav map, it'll have a little circle compass that has magnetic declination.
How do you
Why are you over talking me? Why are you over talking me again? Why are you over talking me again? If you look at a land nav, here it goes again. If you look at a land navigation map, it will have a thing which indicates the magnetic declination for the area of your map. It's not that I don't believe it, it's that you're ignorant.
Yeah, but how do you know that's real without testing it yourself? How do you know that map's even real?
Because you can compare it to the direct.
How do you know? Where's your source?
Dude. He's spiraling, bro. You're spiraling.
Like, you can use that same argument on this. You can say, like, oh, how do you know that map is even real?
No.
How do you know that's not Photoshop?
No, that's not the argument. I'm not saying magnetic.
I know it's not, but it's critical to this
you're straw manning my argument because you're so desperate. You're straw manning what I said. Steel man my argument right now. Steel man what I said. Steel man my argument right now.
I'm content with what I have, right?
Steel man my argument instead of straw manning.
Chill. You're so
because
mad.
You're disingenuous and you're a piece of shit.
If you're right, then you have nothing to worry about.
Okay. Steel man my argument.
I'm not doing any of this crap. Like, no.
Yeah, of course not.
I think we're going to walk away with what we have.
You know it. I didn't say compasses are fake. I didn't say the magnetic field is fake. I didn't say any of that shit's fake. That's narrative bullshit. What I said is, you can't, no, I don't think so, dude. I didn't say any of that bullshit, dude, at all. Nor did I imply it. Okay?
Oh, let's see.
Compasses align with the magnetic field. They don't point north and south. Sometimes there's a coincidence that the magnetic field lines point north and south, but that's a coincidence.
Right. Okay. Sure, dude.
Right. Look at the land nav map.
Feel free.
Look at any land nav map.
Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Let's give it a
He's probably sick of talking to you.
Okay.
Because you don't listen, son. You've come here to preach. We get that on a daily basis.
I said I don't care what it is.
So then why ask the question? Why be here if you don't care?
Well, I wanted to know what exactly this like super confident understanding of like what the actual flatness is. You can measure flat, like I said, when there's a curve
Okay,
and
stop.
you zoom in.
You just said it yourself. You can measure it. That's it. Game over.
Did you let me finish? You can let me finish? Hold on.
I don't have to. The reason I don't have to is because you said it yourself. You can measure it. That is it.
Yeah, that's right.
Done. Solved.
But here's the thing,
Excellent.
bro. Here's the thing. If you zoom into a curve,
if you zoom into what? Okay, straight.
Yeah.
If you zoom into a curve, you have to prove the curve in the first place.
Yeah, where
so
were you when you had
you're saying
if you start off
your
zoomed in,
claim
you can't
is you're going to zoom into it. I've got no problem with your claim, but before you zoom in, you've got to prove it's curved. We're already measuring it flat.
Yeah, where
what
were
if
you
you're
where you
already
were zoomed
zoomed in?
out?
What if you're already zoomed in and there's a limitation?
Dude,
So, straight, zoom out.
Where were you when you were zoomed out? I need you to answer that question.
Hold on. Okay, I'm going to answer that. Hold on.
Yeah, you said you had to zoom in. Where were you when
give
you
me
were
a second.
zoomed
Give
out?
me a second. Hold on. Okay,
If
I'm
you
gonna
don't
answer
answer
that.
my question, I'm just going to go.
Yeah, after he Googles it.
I'm going to answer that one exactly, okay? So, you start off somewhere blind. Yes? Okay, can we put a couple premises first? That's how you logically argue. I mean, if you're going to even deny that, then I guess
Where
we can't
were
have an
you
argument.
when you were zoomed out? What? You were zoomed out. Where were you? That's all you got to answer.
I guess we can't have an argument then.
No, you have to answer the question. You said
I guess we can't.
when you
We
zoom
really
in,
can't.
where were you? Listen, you said when you zoom in. I'm asking, where were you when you were zoomed out? What was your
Where
position?
was I when I was zoomed out?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell you. I was at a point where my measurement equipment can't record at the scale that I need to sense a curve. There you go. That's where I
No,
was.
no. That's not what I'm talking about. That's when you zoom in. When you're zoomed out, you're seeing the Earth as you say you might see it as a globe. Where were you in that location when you were zoomed out?
Me
all the way out.
personally, I never did that, right? But I don't
Okay, so
care.
then how can you propose that you zoomed in and see no curve on the surface of the
No,
Earth that
I'm
looks flat?
proposing that it's equally as likely
No,
that it's flat
it's not
or it's
logical.
curved.
You didn't construct the way that it's logically coherent. You just said when you zoom in, you see it looking like it's flat. Yeah. Where were you when you zoom out? You saw like a curve.
I don't care where I was as long as my model works.
No, well then what you're proposing is logically fallacious. You can't propose something that you can't be consistent with logic.
You can have
you
models
can.
that work.
If you want to be illogical, you can. Not if you're logical.
All right, in science, right? Knowledge is seen through observation, okay? Or
Hey,
practical.
Stray, this is where you're breaking down. You keep referring back to the model. We're trying to get you to tie your model to reality. So, on your ball model, it's a ball, like a basketball with a map drawn on it. That's what you've got. Now, take that out into reality. If you live on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, at 1 foot of elevation, your horizon should be at 1.22 miles, based on the 3959 radius. Okay?
Yeah,
you can work this out. There's a formula to work it out. Now, when we go out into reality, outside of your mum's basement, away from the computer, yeah, exactly. You get to see that the 1.22 mile horizon ain't at 1.22 miles.
Okay, sure. And have you measured this yourself? Bet not.
Now, my thing is measuring sunlight intensity, but there's others that have gone and done this, and there's quite a few observations that have been done where the horizon is clearly beyond. And just to add insult to injury, there is video footage of the horizon clearly being beyond 1.22 miles, and in fact out as far as 10, and if you really want to be nasty about it, 30 miles at 1 foot elevation.
That's really beautiful, dude. Clap to you. And clap to the people who...
You are nothing but an arrogant cunt. If someone else wants to unmute you, they're more than welcome to talk to you.
I was thinking little bitch, but anyway.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Simple as that, all right? We heard your voice. It's our podcast. Relax. Chill. I'm on Henny right now. Don't test me. Yeah.
Look, in your little zoom out proposition, you're thinking of zooming out on a circle. The Earth isn't a fucking circle. I always do that false equivalence. Anyway, I'm gonna unmute you. Dude, Try to control your mic, dude. Like, control your mic.
Yeah. Okay. So you said if you zoom out on a circle, yes, that's right. If you're in a circle and then you zoom in, right, it looks more and more like a line, right?
Okay, now let's apply that to a sphere. Yeah, let's apply that to a sphere. But
yes.
A circle isn't a sphere.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll do it.
Okay,
we'll do it.
They're not equivalent, is my point. They're not equivalent.
That's
You're making an argument about something that you don't even think the Earth is.
Yes,
they wouldn't look the same either. It wouldn't look the same either. The reason that a sphere would look flat when you're close to the surface is because the horizon is equidistant from your point of view. Yeah. So if something is equidistant, say the horizon 1.22 miles, that means in every direction it's 1.22 miles away. Well, obviously, if it's all the same distance, it can't appear higher or lower in your vision, so it's going to appear as a line all the way around you. It has nothing to do with being small or being big.
Sure, dude. I mean, that's fine. You like
sure, dude. It's not what I believe, dude.
I mean,
you're the one with beliefs, dude. You're the one running around with beliefs. You're the one running around with beliefs. You thought compasses
no beliefs here except utility. No beliefs here.
Yeah, bullshit, dude. I dare you to go fucking land that with your ideas of a compass and how it works. I dare you. You'll be dead.
Okay. I don't have to. Other people have done it for me, like other people have done it for the other guy.
Yeah, and you know what they wrote down? You know what they wrote down since the 1800s, 1700s? The compass don't match the celestial sphere. We need to put this thing called magnetic declination on our fucking maps. Yeah, that's what they did.
And yet that model works. And, with that declination, it works. That's the crazy part. That's the utility of it.
It's a model of what? A model of what? What is the magnetic declination a model of?
The difference between true north, the Earth turning, and magnetic north, what the compass points at.
True north is the Earth turning?
Model. Yes. So when the Earth turns, right, that's true north, like measured by the average.
Oh, really?
That's another climb.
So
what?
How do I find that? Let's say it's a cloudy day. How do I find true north? How do I find true north from the Earth turning on a cloudy day?
Okay, so we can actually look this up because people have written a lot about it. I don't know. I'm sure people know, but I can tell you.
Yeah, I'm really sure.
Like, how do I measure that myself?
Hey, you just said you don't have beliefs. You just told me how you believe.
I literally said
but there's somewhere, there's magic science guy that fucking figured it out. You don't know who he is. You don't know what he figured out, but you're sure it's out there somewhere. It's impossible to find latitude and longitude if you can't see the sky. It's literally impossible.
Sure, that's fine.
Well, how would you do it?
How would I already told you. I don't know how to do it personally. No, I don't. I really don't.
Nobody knows because it's not possible.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, so do you know what longitude is?
Yes.
How we define longitude? Like, what is it? It's the position of the sun, right?
Yeah, so we use that to measure the what's it called, the vertical lines from the poles, right?
Oh no, dude. No, it's the position of the sun, Greenwich Mean Time, right?
So that's where we standardize it as like degree zero, yeah. Right? And then we turn the so even longitude actually is kind of not the perfect way to model it. That's an older way. It assumes the Earth is like a perfect sphere. In real life, it's a little oblong, so it's not gonna.
Well, you're trying to run away from it, dude. It ain't happening. So Greenwich Mean Time, when it's noon in Greenwich, England.
Yes.
0 hour, right? That's 0
That's right. That's right. Yes.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And then in like an hour later, right?
Yes.
Wherever you are on Earth, and you look up and it's noon, the sun is directly overhead. You're +1 Greenwich Mean Time, and then 2 hours later, when the sun is directly overhead again, at that location, it's +2. The longitude lines are based upon the sun. Now, the latitude lines are based upon the celestial equator, where the celestial equator is in the sky relative to your viewpoint. Whatever that is. So if I look up and the celestial equator is at 45 degrees above the horizon, then we say, hey, I am at 45 degrees latitude.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay? This is how it works. You cannot find without the sky, latitude, longitude, true north, or any of that crap. Can't find any of it. The entire. That's why I asked you about what model did you post, because I saw the latitude and longitude coordinate systems on it, and I know that those are based upon the sky. They're not a model of the Earth. They're a model of the sky. And I just proved it can't be a model of the Earth because you can't find those locations, the latitude and longitude, without seeing the sky. You can't even find them.
And you're free to hold whatever model you want if you don't like it.
That's not a model of the Earth, is what I'm telling you. Are you done?
That's fine. It's fine if it's not the exact model. I don't care. I don't care.
But why do you think there's a globe model? Like, why do you think?
I never said it was because it's easy for me to grasp. It's easy for me to grasp. That's what I've always said. That's what I've always said. It's unless you have a better model that's easier to understand.
Look, we don't know. Look, what are you talking about? You have a mental construct, a mental representation in your head. It's not a model of anything. It doesn't model anything.
Oh well, I guess not then.
Okay, think of the model that you have in your head of what your goal model as you conceptualize it. Now go outside. Go find your goal model out there in the real world.
Okay, sure.
You can't because it doesn't exist out there. It completely exists in your mind. We don't model like sunrise, sunset, all these things that you probably think eclipses. You probably think they use a globe model to like, hey, when is this going to happen? Let's use a globe model. They don't use a globe model for that. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You guys come in here and you're like, what's this flat Earth thing? It's stupid. The fucking globe model predicts everything perfectly.
Yeah.
They don't even use the globe model for these predictions.
So how do you think the Earth is shaped? What do you think? It's a circle? It's just like flat
I don't think
and
it's a
expands?
shape, dude. I don't think it's a shape.
You don't think so? What do you
I don't think it's an object. I don't think it's an object inside of something, dude.
Okay, so how is the sun
Just
work?
like the universe is inside of something, I don't think the Earth is inside of something.
That's fine. How is
the
the
universe
sun
inside
working?
of something?
Hold on, dude. One thing at a time. Okay. So how does the day and night cycle in your model? Like, how does it work? How does the day and night cycle?
That's a whole other
Sun moves above the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so something bigger than the Earth. Would you agree it's bigger, or do you think it's not bigger than the Earth?
We don't know what it is.
There's no way to tell.
There's no way to tell. Okay.
There's no way
so
to tell
we can't go and visit it, right?
Listen, I'll explain it to you. There's no way to tell from looking at the sun how big it is.
Okay, I see. So
you think there is?
Okay, sure. So that all the sun, moon, and everything like floats above the Earth. Is that what you're saying? Like,
I wouldn't say floats.
Huh?
Who was just like interjecting like randomly?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Oh, that was you, Stevie. Sorry, dude, your mic is ass right now. I couldn't tell it was you.
Let me mute up. I'll mute up.
Look, the sun and the moon. What do you see? Like, okay, let's describe what we see. We see the sun and the moon above the Earth. We see it move across the sky. Someone somewhere else sees the same thing. Only the timing is different on when they see it.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Okay. So they all move above the Earth, right? They all move above
they're above
the Earth,
you, right?
agree?
Yeah. They're above the Earth.
And,
they're not on the Earth.
Can you make any claims on whether? Can you make any claims on whether the moon is closer or the sun is closer? Can you make any claims on that?
No.
No, you can't. Okay.
Because why? Why don't you ask why?
Okay, hold on. So they
why don't you ask why
above the Earth, right? Hold on. We're getting somewhere. We're building something. Hold on.
No, we're not. Because if you don't know why you can't tell, then you can't evaluate the rest of it. Right?
Hold on.
The
we're gonna get
reason
something.
we
We're gonna
can't tell
crush
is
this
because
real hard right now.
Yeah.
Listen, everybody, listen. Pay attention here. Okay, if
you pay attention, bro,
above the Earth, right?
Who said float, dude? No one said float.
Okay, then what's happening? Give me the model. Give me this model that works so well.
I already gave. It's called the equation of time. I already gave it to you. When we know how sunrise, sunset, and when they happen, it's a model of when they happen relative to the celestial sphere, right? So that model already exists. The model, the model you use right now to know when the sun comes up is a flat Earth model. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Why is that not getting into your fucking head? If you go on Time and Date, or you go on SunCalc, right, to get when's the sun going to rise, that is not a globe model that they use. If you look at the mathematics, there's no globe in that. Okay? They measure up from a plane to get the angle.
Yeah. Can you tell me how, like,
that
light works?
is a flat Earth model, dude.
Yeah. Can you tell me how light works? Like, can you show me, like, how it's working from the sun?
Oh, my God. What is it? How does light work?
Sure. Something's illuminating the Earth, right? Something's illuminating the Earth. You agreed? Okay?
Yeah, the sun.
And it casts light in a way such that it's making a day and night cycle. Agreed?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So how is the sun working? Can you show me something visual that I can grasp in my head so it's easy for people to understand?
What do you mean, how does it work?
Like, show me like a drawing or something of how it works in your model. Because a lot of models are very useful.
So you want a cartoon?
Can graph them or visualize them, right?
No, you can't.
Yeah. A lot of models are useful.
You can show me a model of the heliocentric model with the sun and the fucking Earth and how the Earth illuminates.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Show me. Post in the chat.
I'll show you.
This would be funny. This is going to be funny, dude.
What's up, boys?
What's up, Indio?
What's up, man?
He said, "What's up, Indio?" Indio, welcome, dude.
This is the heliocentric model as it moves through our Milky Way.
Oh,
shit, it doesn't work. Hold on. Give me a second.
Indio just grabs the apron and the chef hat. You just go straight to cooking, bro.
So, hold on a second. I'm looking at your model. What time is the sunrise in New York City tomorrow?
Hold on. Give me a second.
No, what time's the sunrise in New York City tomorrow? I can't tell from that.
This is an animation. I don't have a literal model. I'm sure, like, other places have it.
But I got to produce one?
If you're going to make the same claims as me, yeah, you do. Because if you're going to make the same claims as, yes.
You don't have what you're demanding. No, dude. That shit ain't going to work, bro. If I'm going to make the same claims, is this the evidence of your claim? This shit? This squiggle?
First of all, listen. The claim that you made was that people have traveled and measured this themselves. But if you haven't done this, right, yourself, like, how can you really claim that as if you truly know it?
What did I say?
You claim that the horizon was a different distance.
Bro, what did I say? I traveled and what did I say? Traveled and measured again? I missed that part.
You said that the horizon, right, was a certain distances that don't correlate with the globe Earth model, right?
Oh yeah, I've measured this myself. Yeah, sure. I've measured this myself. I have.
Yeah, and how do you know you're accurate? How do you know any of this stuff?
Because the boat that was on the horizon was tracked with marine radar.
Okay, and how do you know that's accurate?
Well, at this level, it doesn't require that level of precision because it's off by an order of magnitude.
So to you, like, you have some kind of threshold at which
you know the difference between precision and uncertainty?
Hold on.
How they apply in science?
Yes, I know what the difference is.
Okay, so if the prediction is it's 4 miles away and it's 30 miles away, that is not a measurement error.
But you only took one sample. How do you know it's so accurate?
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, you've done multiple times and measured?
Dude, I have probably like 50 photos, and I watched it consistently for 3.5 hours. I watched the ship sail from 6 miles away to 30 miles away.
Okay, well, if that's you took multiple samples and it's fine. Like, you can use that.
Yeah, that tack didn't work, did it? That tack didn't work, did it?
You can use that model for your world, dude.
A model.
We tried to give them the pose. It isn't a worldview. It is the way the world is.
And that's fine.
You have a worldview. You're the one who's asking for cartoons because you don't know what the real world is.
And what utility has it gotten you? What have you invented that's so useful?
Bradley, please shut the fuck up. That's stupid. That's
what did I invent? Well, it has nothing to do with this topic.
I wasn't talking.
Are you Globers being desperate again?
Okay.
I invented the 12 amp. I invented the 12 amp
clock.
Double dildo that your mom has.
Okay, buddy. Anyway, I'll accept that as a win. All right.
Yeah,
Judy,
dude.
I gotta go.
In no way did you win anything.
Of course he would. That just shows his arrogance level. I called it out earlier.
He said, "I'm being fucking bolted."
Is that literally a can of beans guy in the chat? Because he was spouting off in the text chat. Is he in the VC?
Yes, he is.
Can of beans. Get on your mic. Mr. I like to feel good about myself by listening to flat earthers. Is there any more pathetic cope than that? Guess not. Keyboard warrior. How's it going, guys?
Oh, it's going good.
Cyclone.
Nice.
How you keeping? Good yourself, man?
Yeah, all good. Just popping on for a little bit. Wanted to see what was happening. Oh man, what the hell, run away?
Yeah, he was taking his win and running.
I've spoken to that Brandon
Self-proclaimed
Cleese guy
agnostic
before.
globe believer.
Yeah, I remember I've spoken to him a few times, but I can't remember anything of meaning that he said.
We've spoken. I wasn't saying anything earlier though. When you said just shut the fuck up, I was just listening, dude.
No, we need a glober to at least try to argue for the globe.
Literally, Cool Beans. If you don't unmute and define echo chamber, you're gonna be banned. You have 1 minute, dude. Said this is an echo chamber. I want you to define echo chamber in this chat right now to see if we're an echo chamber. Oh, okay. No problem.
Amazing. Literally been bombarded with globe propaganda since he was less than 1 year old, and claims that the small handful of spaces where people discuss flat Earth is the echo chamber. Amazing.
I mean, I'll engage for a little while if you guys don't mind.
I mean, look, we want it to be civil, okay? I mean, let's see if we can do that for once. I'm not saying you, it's you. It just ends up always being a shit show.
You heard it, Brown. It's Civil War time. Let's go.
All right, I picked the Confederacy. No.
Oh.
Okay, no. Okay, so for me, it's okay. But okay, so for me,
I hate federalism too.
For me, what I think is the least convincing aspect of, flat Earth theory, is the existence of space, right, or rather the non-existence of space, right, and the establishment of the firmament, and or the container that holds in our atmosphere, right. So, like, obviously, the argument is that gas pressure requires a container. So, but and so that posits the existence of said container, said firmament, and yet I don't think that there's for as important of a crux as that is to the flat Earth theory, right? I don't see a whole lot of evidence for the existence of said firmament.
Okay, so you're aware of the logical argument that Y is a necessary condition of X,
right?
So cow is a necessary condition of steak,
right? And that's
so gas pressure is a necessary condition to have a container, just by purely by definition.
Exactly. No, I agree with that. By the definition of gas pressure, sure, right? So, but technically, right, I would say that we exist within atmospheric pressure, right, which is a different definition, technically.
Okay. So let's walk through this logically. If gravity caused thermodynamic gas pressure, wouldn't it be doing work?
Wouldn't it be doing work? Like the physics definition of work?
Can you can you create gas pressure without doing work?
Can you create pressure? Let me look up the exact definition of work.
Work. It means to expend energy, right? To transform energy into one form into another. So you're turning gravitational energy into the kinetic energy of gases, right? All bouncing around. You're increasing its
potential energy into kinetic energy. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're increasing the energy of the gas by increasing its pressure.
Again, pressure obviously involves other things that it's bouncing off of, right? So like,
it has a kinetic energy. The temperature is directly related to the velocity of the gas, right?
Right.
Okay, so that means that to raise the pressure or the temperature, right, that gravity would have to be raising the velocity of the molecules of the gas, of the atoms. It's an atomic gas.
Yes. So in that instance, right, so the gravitational effect, right, demonstrated by, or rather, defined loosely as the attractive phenomena between two objects, between two massive objects, right, is, proportional to distance, right? So if an attractive force is proportional to distance, it will act with exponential ability the closer you get to that object. So
I mean, I understand what the claim is, dude. Okay. I understand. Like, what I'm going for is gravity creates gas pressure. This is the claim. Okay, that means if we just apply the laws of thermodynamics and we try to analyze how this is possible, what are the consequences? One of the consequences would be gravity is doing work in increasing the temperature and pressure of the gas. It's not just sticky stuff. There's other consequences because pressure, temperature, and volume are all intrinsically related, right? Mm-hmm. You can't manipulate one without changing the other. Well, you can hold two steady and one will change, or you can change two and one will hold steady. So you have to manipulate. Like, gravity would have these other consequences to it if it was creating gas pressure.
Right. So
we don't observe any of those consequences, though.
But it's like you're saying, but gravity working, or gravity,
it would have to do work.
It would have to do work, right? So gravity doing work, right? So again, what we're referring to is
which would make it a perpetual motion machine.
Not necessarily, because things can do like obviously.
When does gravity run out?
1 second. Obviously, humans can do work without being a perpetual motion machine, but gravity, in the same way that like light doesn't run out. Light is a concept, right? A photon, as far as we understand it, does not run out, right? It may view, out of our visible spectrum, right? But it does not run out. The energy is transferred elsewhere, or is, it can potentially fade into entropy, right? But, gravity as a force is only as strong, or is dependent rather on the object that is causing it, or rather that is linked to it. Not necessarily.
Well, I don't agree with that. Light will run out. Because if the intensity of light falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance, eventually that sphere will be the energy at the end of that, right? If you go far enough away, it'll be below the Planck energy, so it can't exist. So eventually it will run out.
Right, everything tends towards entropy, absolutely, right? But again, like hypothetically, in the globe model, right, the Earth in its, with its gravitational phenomena linked to it, right? The Earth is a finite object.
That's what I'm trying to get. Where is the linkage, other than just saying it? Gravity does it. I want the actual physics linkage.
The physics linkage.
The gravitational theory of thermodynamics.
Yeah, Recluse, would you at least agree that when it comes to this point on the gas pressure, the claim that the gas pressure is being maintained by gravity is something that you can't actually demonstrate?
That I can personally demonstrate? No, right? But
it's just a belief. Anybody, not you.
We all have to exist on a certain set of presuppositions, right, that lead us to other ones, right? So, but gravity...
No, we don't.
everyone has to operate on presuppositions, right?
Okay, so you're saying that this gas pressure being contained by gravity, you're saying that's just a supposition that you hold?
No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that gravity as
it can't be demonstrated, you just agreed.
Gravity as a phenomena can be demonstrated, in my opinion, whether it be with gravitational.
No, but gas pressure maintaining or being maintained by quote unquote gravity, that's just something you cannot demonstrate. You just agree.
I could posit certain things that would demonstrate that fact, right? You know, being the atmospheric density on.
Yeah, but saying you can posit certain things.
One second. Can I finish? I could posit certain things, right? It being the different atmospheric pressures based on differently massive objects that we can observe in the sky, right? I accept that you are not going to accept that as evidence, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, a posit is not evidence, is it?
I didn't say it was evidence, right? I'm simply.
Okay, so when you say you wouldn't accept it as evidence, would you accept it as evidence?
I could go. We can go further into the specific details of every.
Well, I'm just saying
thing.
there's no point in going further into it though, because you can't demonstrate it.
Recluse. Here's the problem. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Here's the problem.